to those who bleed orange and black.
It is out of here!
Good morning. This is Murph and Marcus. Brian Murphy and Marcus the Waterboy Boucher. Streaming live at twitch.tv/The Sports Leader. Sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
Oh, good morning, Bay Area. Break out the brooms. The Giants start the season in San Francisco with a sweep of the Seattle Mariners. And yes, the show open does sound a little different this morning because Brian Murphy is on vacation. And you know how it goes on the Murph and Marcus show. When Murph goes away, the kids will play. Let the kids play, young Tony. It is I, Marcus Boucher, here in studio in San Francisco with the gorgeous, best-looking board up in the building, young Tony behind the glass, John Joe Curley, freshly sunburned from being out in San Francisco watching a couple Giants games this weekend and filling in, getting called in from the bullpen like he's Randy Rodriguez at the home opener is the one and only Kerry Crowley, the one man I want to be talking Giants baseball with on a Monday morning after the season opener. Also have to get a little bit into the dubs this past weekend. Big win on Friday versus the Nuggets, but dropped one last night to the Houston Rockets, and now there is quite a logjam in the Western Conference. We've also got an NCAA championship matchup tonight, but a lot on the table. Gotta say good morning to my guy, Kerry Crowley, once again filling in for Brian Murphy this morning. Kerry, what's up, my man? The Giants are playing some good baseball.
Marcus, what's going on? What a pleasure to be here. Such a great introduction to such a great show. Always a privilege to be filling in for Murph on a Monday morning. We got young Tony behind the glass, John Joe Curley coordinating every last detail of the show, up late last night, up early this morning, setting us up. And you're right. Hey, none of us expected this from the San Francisco Giants. I'll admit, Marcus, when the Dodgers took off to Tokyo and won those 2 games against the Chicago Cubs, I said, that's it. The Giants can never catch up in the National League West. No matter what they do, they'll never overtake the 2-0 Dodgers. And here we are 10 days into the season, and it's your first place San Francisco Giants. Who would have thought that?
You know, it's funny, Kerry. I walked into the studio this morning, and I turned on MLB Network, and they started the show talking about the San Francisco Giants, which is a bit of surprise to start with. Then they go, have we been sleeping on the San Francisco Giants? I'm like, whoa, buddy. Come on over to San Francisco, where we're screaming and yelling about the San Francisco Giants every single morning at 6 a.m., But even Murph and myself, I can speak for our show, did not expect the Giants to get off to this kind of start, to have the best winning percentage in baseball. There's only one team in Major League Baseball that has only one loss. It's the San Francisco Giants. Thank God the Dodgers finally lost a couple games this weekend. But, Kerry, I don't know if you could have asked for a better start to the season. I heard you doing a little pregame this weekend on The Sports Leader. So what was your big takeaway from multiple walk-off hits? We had the home opener on Friday, walk-off Willy Adames, sandwich in between. You had a Matt Chapman bobblehead day on Saturday, and then on Sunday, the walk-off with Wilmer. The Giants do it again. What was your big takeaway from the first weekend here in San Francisco?
I mean, the big takeaway to me is this really does feel like Buster Ball, and you can't give too much credit to a president of baseball operations. Buster Posey would be the last person to want to take credit for what's transpiring on the field for this team, Marcus, but there's a definitive shift in energy and confidence and then philosophy and style of play from this Giants team. And so what I've noticed most at the plate, for the last few years, the Giants have always said, under Farhan Zaidi and the previous hitting coaches, hey, these guys come up to the plate, we don't need a two-strike approach. We don't need to shorten up in late-game situations. We just want guys swinging to do damage. We know that these guys are at their best when that's the case at the plate. And look, there's a time and a place for that. There are great situations where you can do damage, where you can go up looking to hit the home run. I go back to opening day, Wilmer Flores coming up after Ian Jabot had just given up the disappointing game-tying single to Patrick Bailey in that scenario. You know that guy might flip a breaking ball over the plate and you take advantage, so Wilmer Flores goes up and he's looking to do damage, but there's so many situations where you don't need to do that, where you can just advance a runner along, where you can just have a single, help a guy score from second base. We've seen it with Jung-Hoo Lee all homestand long so far in 3 games against the Seattle Mariners. He was brilliant, and you saw it yet again yesterday in the bottom of the 9th inning. Luis Mato standing out on second base. The Mariners have their shift pulled over to the left side of the infield, and what does Wilmer Flores do with the first pitch he sees? Inside outs it, goes the other way on the ground. It's the type of ball that you wouldn't expect a big power hitter to to try and connect with. You want to see someone hit one into the gap, but he knows it's game over if he can just hit one on the ground to the right side, because the Mariners left that huge void on that side of the infield. And I thought it was just an incredible piece of hitting from a team that's had a bunch of incredible situational hitting scenarios over the first 10 days of this regular season. It's amazing to watch, and it really is, to me, Buster Ball at its finest.
It's Buster Ball sprinkled in with a little bit of Wilmer Ball, because Wilmer Flores had his 13th walk-off plate appearance. Got to put a bit of an asterisk because he did have a walk-off walk here in San Francisco before, on the night that they were honoring Willie Mays with number 24 on the back. But going back to 2014, Wilmer Flores is tied with Bryce Harper for the most walk-off plate appearances in Major League Baseball. There's something special about Wilmer. He has that clutch gene in him, but also going back to what you were saying about the approach. And it feels like we're seeing that not just with Wilmer, but throughout the entire lineup. I mean, Jung-Hoo Lee is a great example. He's on a 7-game hit streak right now. Leads Major League Baseball in double. Half those doubles are sliced down the third base line, him just going the other way. And I thought yesterday there was a great adjustment against Brian Wu, a Bay Area product himself. First time through the lineup, he looked awesome, and he was blowing them away at the top of the strike zone. Next thing you know, spread out, sit down a little bit, go the other way, and you got guys like Mike Yastrzemski hitting a 3-run home run after his daughter had requested it earlier in the day. So it seems like everybody's buying into the approach, and also just the small things, just the small ball. Shout out Blink 182. It does seem like the Giants are doing all the small things, taking the extra bases, going first to third on a base hit through the gap. Stealing bags, Kerry. They got 12 stolen bags to start this season, which is 6th in Major League Baseball. We're talking about one of the worst teams when it comes to running and take advantage of the base paths over the past 2 seasons. So it goes back to the overall approach, not only at the plate, but on the bases too. That's what I love to see. Guys like Jung-Hoo Lee just absolutely hustling out of the box. His ground rule double on Saturday, he didn't care that ball bounced into the bullpen. He was sprinting towards third base. That's the kind of effort you want to see, and it showed up with the record and the results so far, Kerry.
Well, you talk about stealing bases, and it's forcing the issue against your opponent. The Giants are taking these games into their own hands, Marcus, and the classic example of that, they've done so well the second time through the order against these great starting pitchers that they faced. You saw it the first time around when Hunter Green was amazing on opening day in Cincinnati. Second time through the order, Elliot Ramos takes him deep. He just is patient. He works that big 11-pitch at bat. I see this Saturday night against Bryce Miller, really one of the great young arms in the American League. He's dominant the first time through the order. I don't think the Giants had a hit headed into that 4th inning. And what do? Jung-Hoo Lee rips one down the first base line, over the first base bag, past Donovan Solano, Donnie Barrels, not known for his glove in particular either. So he gets on second base. And this, to me, is the biggest difference in this 2025 club versus the team that we've seen the last few seasons for the San Francisco Giants. Jung-Hoo Lee stands on second base. Matt Chapman is at the plate. It's a situation where no Giants team in the past would have ever considered stealing third base. But the Giants on the first pitch have Jung-Hoo Lee going because they've seen in their advanced scouting report that when someone gets on second, all Bryce Miller's going to do is peek back to second base and then come home. That's his first move that he shows every single game. So as soon as Miller peaked, Jung-Hoo Lee took one step back, and then as soon as Miller motioned toward home plate with his eyes, all of a sudden Jung-Hoo Lee's taken off. So he steals third base in a situation the Giants never, ever would have taken a bag before. And what does that do? Seattle Mariners infield comes drawn in. The third baseman, Dylan Moore, takes 7 steps in, and all of a sudden, it's infield in, pressure's on, high pressure situation for Matt Chapman at the plate, who hits a ground ball. And in any other scenario, infield drawn back, it's just a 5-3 putout. It's a normal play. But because Dylan Moore was standing inside at the cut of the grass with Jung-Hoo Lee over at third base, the ball skirts under his glove, scoots into left field. It's a double. It's a run. The Giants never look back. It was classic situational hitting, and it's everything that's been missing from Giants baseball for the last few years. It was a beautiful sight to see.
Yes, and we are seeing it in the first 9 games of the season once again. In case you missed it this weekend, in case you were sleeping on the San Francisco Giants, 8-1 for only the second time in San Francisco Giants history. You got to go back to 2003 for the last time the San Francisco Giants started off 8-1, and you got to go back to New York if you want to find the last time before that. So the Giants off to a historic start, pressing all the right buttons right now. You mentioned Hunter Green. He will be back in San Francisco today, taking on Logan Webb. Great pitching matchup down at the ballpark. Of course, pre and post game, and everything you need to know about the Giants, you can always catch up here on The Sports Leader. But Kerry, a lot of topics to get into today. We got to take a quick break, maybe talk a little Warriors, talk a little NCAA action with Duke having an epic meltdown at the end of that Houston game. But more Giants baseball on the other side. We'll say what's up to young Tony. Get the guest list. That may include a pop culture showdown. Stay tuned. It's Kerry Crowley filling in for Brian Murphy on a Monday morning. And the San Francisco Giants have the best winning percentage in Major League Baseball. It's Marcus Boucher and Kerry Crowley in for Brian Murphy on KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Good morning. We have a new contest this week. We are giving away 2 tickets to see Styx, Kevin Cronin, and Don Felder at Toyota Pavilion in Concord, on June 13th. We want you to stay tuned through the 7 a.m. hour for your chance to win. When you hear the cue to call 415-896-KNBR. And if you're caller number 10, you will win. It is all brought to you by Live Nation, and you can find official rules on KNBR.com.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on the Sports Leader and streaming live on KNBR.com and the KNBR app. Sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
Ramos lines one into right center field, base hit. Coming to third and rounding third, Adames. Robles' throw is offline. Adames will score standing. Swinging a drive to left field. This one is gone! Opposite field power, Mike Yastrzemski. Swinging the ground ball into right center field. Base hit. And here comes Matos around third. And the ball game is over. The Giants pour out of the dugout. They're on the field jumping on the back of their teammate Wilmer Flores out between the pitcher's mound and second base. The Giants 5, the Mariners 4.
Wilmer walks it off, and the Giants sweep the first weekend series in San Francisco to kick off after starting the season, only losing one game on the road, 8-1, best winning percentage in baseball. That right there were the sounds and sights from Sunday at Oracle Park. And I got to say, Tony, all weekend long, they were doing all the small things. And I was out there Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. And you can hear the crowd reaction during that Wilmer Flores walk-off. Young Tony just whispered in my ear during the rejoin, it sounds like a playoff game. Damn, Tony, I hate to say it's the first series of the season, but it started to feel like those playoff vibes. And that gets back to the vibes feeling differently this summer, and I'm sure that's why the vibes are probably sounding a little different this morning. Without Brian Murphy, who's on vacation, got to make sure to reset in the driver position. It is Marcus Boucher hosting this morning with Carrie Crowley. But, Carrie, that was also one of my main takeaways from a walk-off weekend for the San Francisco Giants. 3 straight sellouts at Oracle Park. On Saturday, the line was down the pier to McCovey Cove to get those Matt Chapman bobbleheads. It seems like people are excited for Giants baseball this season, led by the return of Buster Posey.
Well, you're not imagining anything here, Marcus. The biggest difference to me is, when was the last time the Giants were good? It was 2021. They won 107 games that season, but there was a difference in 2021 in the political, the environmental atmosphere at that time, because think about it. The beginning of the season, Oracle Park was still under COVID restrictions. Still under COVID restrictions at that time, which meant that they couldn't fill up the ballpark, which meant that by the end of the season, there were still people hesitant to come out and check out the San Francisco Giants. And so 22, 23, 24, they're never very good. They're not going to draw the casual fans in, and you need casual fans inside the ballpark to sell out. Well, Buster Posey takes over as the president of baseball operations. His name recognition is off the charts. He's a household name in and around the Bay Area, and anyone who follows baseball knows and understands the legacy that Buster Posey created for himself on the field. So there's automatically intrigue. There's interest. The Giants go on the road. They open 5-1, sweeping the Houston Astros, a team widely presumed to be class of the American League West, and they come home. They make things entertaining and interesting on opening day with an instant classic at Oracle Park and the 10-9 walk-off thriller. So why not? Why not have more people out at the yard on Saturday and Sunday? The Giants generated that with the Matt Chapman bobblehead, and I think that you're going to see a huge attendance uptick over the next few weeks because everyone right now is talking about the magic of the San Francisco Giants. And yes, it's early. Yes, it's 9 games in, but you have that extra sense about this team right now with the way that they're playing, right?
Yeah, I mean, you have to. And it almost feels like there's something a little magical about opening weekend here in San Francisco. Because you mentioned it, even going back to 2020, 2021, since the COVID and the pandemic days, when people started coming back to the ballpark, they've been rewarded. There have been 3 walk-off on home openers since 2021. 2022, Ruff is on the move. Last year, it's Tyro Estrada knocking in Matt Chapman. And then you see Willy Adames on Friday during the home opener, which is a great welcome to the Bay moment for Willy Adames. After he struggled through the first 6 games of the season, goes 3 for 23. Might have seemed like he was pressing a little bit, but we talked to Bob Melvin and Buster Posey, and they all said he's not pressing at all. He still has a smile on his face. He's enjoying playing the game. He's the first guy out of the dugout to go celebrate all these home runs and accomplishment. So it was great to see not only Willie make a few defensive plays this weekend, but get that big hit on Friday night. Hopefully that's something that can spark maybe his season to get going, but also maybe spark something within his fan base as a guy that could be a face of the franchise for the next 5 to 7 years, Kerry.
And didn't you notice the immediate connection that Giants fans had with a few players this weekend? One of them was Willy Adames, and you can't help but fall in love with the way that he carries himself on the field, the way that he plays the game, and the back and forth with Julio Rodriguez throughout the course of the weekend. It's entertaining. It's something different. Giants fans aren't accustomed to that, but there are 2 other players, and I give the Giants credit for going out and locking up Matt Chapman last September. 6 years, $151 million. There are certain days when Matt Chapman, Marcus, is good enough to just go out and win you a ball game. Saturday night, bobblehead night was that. 2 doubles, driving in Jung-Hoo Lee on both of those occasions. Then, of course, the outstanding defensive play to end the game with Ryan Walker on the hill. It was shades of Queens last year in New York when Chapman had the incredible barehand play and the throw onto first base to end that ball game. But also, Jung-Hoo Lee.
Yes.
I mean, it's just so entertaining to watch him run the bases. It's so interesting to see the way that the bleachers have taken to Jung-Hoo Lee so early on. His name lends itself to easy chance. I mean, the guy loves playing in front of home fans at Oracle Park, and I think we didn't get to see this version of Jung-Hoo Lee last year because he was still feeling himself out, wasn't quite as confident, but for whatever reason, opening day this year, he's a different player, and he missed 120-plus games last year, but he has a different sense of confidence about him. And how different do the Giants feel when you've got Adames, when you've got Chapman, and when you've got Lee posting every single day. You've got Ramos playing every single day. Giants fans can finally become attached to players who are going to be out there for the next several years. Once again, Marcus, they can buy jerseys for this ball club. How about that?
I mean, it's a fantastic thought to maybe think to yourself, hey, 4 or 5 of these guys at a minimum could be in the opening day lineup next year in San Francisco. Yeah. Because we've talked about it for so long now, the rotation of characters who have played left field since Barry Bonds started on opening day. But Elliot Ramos is one of those guys that could maybe break the streak. I was joking with young Tony and Murph last week. I was like, you know what? Next year on opening day, they should just move Jung-Hoo Lee over to the left and put Ramos in center just to keep the streak going so that they can break the Major League record. But all riffing aside, I mean, Elliot Ramos was a guy that broke out last year kind of in part to Jung-Hoo Lee going down with that injury. Got the opportunity to start playing every day, turned into an all-star. And then there were some concerns toward the end of the season that he was getting attacked up in the zone. Pitchers were climbing that strike zone on him, but it seems like he's made some adjustments so far because he's reached base safely in damn near every game so far this season. And so you throw that in the 5 hole and surround him with a Matt Chapman and Jung-Hoo Lee who are just trading doubles left and right. Then you throw in Wilmer Flores in the bottom of the lineup and the production that he's given you, it seems like there's more depth and more consistency in this lineup than we've seen in years past where there's a constant shuffling and platoon players and stuff like that. And even this year, when we are still seeing a platoon between Mike Yastrzemski and Luis Matos, I've thought Luis Matos has given you a really good at-bats this year, has squared up a few balls, stolen bags. We saw the home run from yesterday with Yaz. It seems like this group in general is fitting and the chemistry is there, and that kind of goes back to what you were saying about Jung-Hoo Lee, feeling like he fits in now with this team, being around this roster for over a year, being down in spring training and feeding Mike Yastrzemski Korean barbecue and going out to dinner with Luis Matos. Like, it seems like the chemistry is coming together, and it's something that people don't focus on too much in baseball, but I do think it's played a part, not only in the success to start the season, but why they were so successful in spring training also, Kerry.
I mean, 9 games in, Marcus, here's my biggest stat. 0 roster moves for the San Francisco Giants. Think about that.
No Matt Beatty on opening day.
I mean, showing up out of nowhere. Like Matt Beatty, all we'd known is, this guy's on the Dodgers 40-man roster. I don't know, maybe he's with the Royals. All of a sudden, guy's just in the Bronx. What's he doing there? Like, there are situations like that. I remember 2019, sitting there in the clubhouse, opening day, and I go and I look at the lineup card. I'm in disbelief. It's Connor Joe and Michael Reed. Giants fans 40 years from now are never going to forget the Connor Joe, Michael Michael Reed opening day outfield. And 9 games into this season, it should be simple. It should be simple. You should want to see what your opening day roster, the best 26, can accomplish together. But I will also say, Marcus, it has taken outstanding efforts to keep this group intact because it means that everyone's healthy. Look, Gerard Encarnacion began the season on the injured list. The Giants knew that they weren't going to have him going into opening day, but there are times when a bullpen gets worn down, and the next night out, you need a starter to go at least 6, and we saw that on Friday afternoon. The Giants wore their bullpen into the ground. Every pitcher save for Hayden Birdsong threw. So what happens the next night? Robbie Ray goes out, and he didn't have his best stuff on Saturday. It was nowhere close. He walked 5, but he still navigated 6 innings. Hayden Birdsong gives him 2 clean out of the bullpen, throwing 97-98, bending in that beautiful curveball, and then all you need is one more reliever. So it doesn't mean you got to option Birdsong or option Bivens to go down and grab another arm from AAA Sacramento so that you can just survive this series. It means that you keep this roster intact, continuity and stability are prioritized, and you keep winning ball games with the 26 best players who broke camp in spring training with you. And I think that there's serious currency in doing that.
Yeah, and going to the season with the 26 best players who earned that job in spring training. Like Landon Roop earned a starting job in the rotation. Hayden Birdsong earned a spot on the roster. Even Christian Koss earned a spot on the roster. And I think that message being sent to the Giants organization and the clubhouse was a great message for Buster Posey to kick off the season. And now they're 8-1. But let's go ahead and send a message to our guy, Young Tony, on a Monday morning. I know Young Tony was out at the ballpark on Friday. I know we got to get to the guest list, but real quick, Young Tony, how were the vibes? How was it sliding down to Oracle Park on Friday and catching a vibe in the 415?
Dude, the vibes were immaculate, as the kids say. Unbelievable weekend.
Aren't you the kids?
I mean, yeah.
You're the kid.
I'm actually quoting Murph as he's gone. Parents are out of town. We got the house to ourselves.
Young Tony's like, it was immaculate, as I would say, so I'm going to say it now, Young Tony. I love it. I love it,
No,
man.
super fun weekend. I think we're all really excited about Giants baseball. You know, it's we weren't surprised. It's the Buster Posey effect. Everybody was asking me this weekend, they're 8-1, dude. How are they winning? I'm like, it's the Buster Posey effect.
It is the Buster Posey effect. It's a little bit of the Buster Ball, but you did mention Murph being on vacation. I feel like in honor of Murph, we got to call in the scores.
We should, yeah.
Because I'm not a journalist. I know Kerry Crowley is, but I know he's probably been on the beat where he's got to call in the high school scores, got to make it official.
Oh, absolutely.
And so, of course, the Giants don't have the best winning percentage in baseball unless we call in the scores this morning. I'm going to do it in one quick sweep because they broke out the brooms and swept Seattle this weekend. Rob Manfred's waking up from a phone call, missed calls all weekend from Pat the Bat. He says, hey, yo, Manfred, how about you start polishing off that piece of metal? The Giants have the best record in baseball. Put it in the books. Sweeping on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Let them know, Rob Manfred, Giants got the sweep this weekend.
Beautiful baseball. Beautiful baseball.
It's a marvelous day in the BAY.
I like America.
Healthy flow.
You're added in the La Russell. End of conversation from our hit with him last Thursday. That's the newly debuted win package. What are your thoughts, Gary Crowley?
Dude, healthy flow sneaking in there.
Yeah, you got to make sure that the win package has a healthy flow.
Healthy flow.
And shout out to Bob Melvin for prioritizing the healthy flow. Did not start him yesterday. Had him not even DH. Came off the bench as a pinch hitter. 1 pitch, 1 hit. That's the deal. Wilmer Flores gets the walk-off and caps off a walk-off weekend for the San Francisco Giants. But when it rains, it pours. When there's yin, there's yang. I don't know. That's my transition, Tony. On the other side, we got to talk about what did not go right last night in the Bay in case you took the Terry Francois two-step and you saw the Warriors lose to the Houston Rockets, and now they're in a log jam in the Western Conference. We'll give you an updates from the Dubs action this past weekend before we get back to the Giants at 6:50 with our hums and bums from opening weekend. It's Marcus Boucher and Kerry Crowley filling in for Brian Murphy on KNBR 104.5 FM at 680 AM, the sports leader.
Healthy flow.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on the Sports Leader and streaming live on KNBR.com and the KNBR app. Sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
Rockets shoot it at 48%. They put 5 players in double figures. They hold Steph Curry to 3 points. They had Draymond Green out with 5 fouls for most of the third. And you credit Houston with a very solid win, 106-96. And the Rockets' D is real.
Yeah, they were great. I mean, ball pressure. They forced 20 turnovers. They've been one of the hottest teams in the league and probably the best defensive team, in the league this last month. And they took it to us. They were great tonight.
Yeah, the Houston Rockets came to town and shut down Steph Curry and the Warriors to cap off what was a great weekend here in San Francisco after seeing multiple walk-off victories for the San Francisco Giants. Anybody who walked down from Oracle Park down to Chase Center did the good old-fashioned Terry Francois two-step, had their Sunday night spoiled by Dylan Brooks and Amin Thompson and everybody else from the Houston Rockets that was absolutely hounding Steph Curry as they held him to 3 points, and they take the L 106-96. So welcome back to the Murph and Marcus Show on a Monday morning. Kerry Crowley filling in for Brian Murphy. And it's funny, Kerry, I was talking to the boys behind the scenes. This is a little inside radio, but we're always talking about what's the story of the day, Kerry? What's the story of the day? And I said, damn, there's only 4 games left now in the Warriors season. And they're in a 4-way tie, 5 through 8 with 32 losses. But, of course, being the flagship of the San Francisco Giants, and we should announce, in case you missed it on Friday, that we signed a contract to do 4 more years with the San Francisco Giants. I said, yeah, it sounds like the Giants are the story of the weekend. But, man, could you imagine if the Friday night game and Sunday night game were flipped for the Warriors? If they would have lost on Friday against the Rockets, people would have been like, oh, no big deal. It's Friday night. That's where sports talk radio goes to die. But if they would have came back and beat the Nuggets on Sunday, the story of the day might be Steph Curry and the Warriors now in this logjam in the 4th spot. But they beat the Nuggets on Friday, which deserves some credit after a back-to-back win, winning down in L.A., coming back home, and Steph Curry drops 36. But to see them struggle on Sunday with the defense of the Houston Rockets, as I mentioned, Steph Curry only 3 points on the day, Draymond Green being frustrated by fouls early. It wasn't the greatest way to end the weekend for the Dubs, Kerry Crowley.
No, it wasn't. And look, Marcus, I don't like to go box score hunting, but I looked up at the end of this game, and it's very easy to see why the Golden State Warriors lost. When you have Buddy Hield and Gary Payton II, no offense to either of these players, Buddy Hield got hot last night, the Warriors had to feed him. But when you have both of those players taking more field goal attempts than Steph Curry, it tells you something about the way that the Warriors are being defended that night. I don't think that Steph Curry or Jimmy Butler were hunting shots last night against Houston. I think that this was a team that beat Memphis and then beat LA and then beat Denver in just exhilarating fashion on Friday night. That was as bouncy as Steph Curry has looked all season, coming off of an incredible week. It is almost hard to fault him for the Warriors' performance last night, but understanding that you have to treat every game during this stretch like a playoff game because the Western Conference is as jumbled as it is, I was disappointed to come out and see that the effort, in terms of hunting shots from Curry and Butler last night, because the Warriors starters got completely outplayed by Houston. The Rockets' athleticism is amazing. It wouldn't shock me at all if that's the team that represents the Western Conference in the NBA Finals this year. I think they can go toe-to-toe with Oklahoma City. They did so last week with a win over OKC, but I just think it's a recipe for disaster if Curry and Butler, neither of them, are going to be your facilitator on offense. Neither of them are going to be hunting shots because Curry's obviously your franchise superstar. Butler is the guy who they gave the max extension to. You can't have the game come down to Buddy Hield, Pajemski, and GP2 for as good of role players as they've been, and for as good of a night, quite frankly, as each of those 3 players had as well.
I know, which is crazy because traditionally so far this season, anytime Buddy Hield scores 20 points or more, the Warriors win. They find
easy.
A way to win. But I'm with you. I thought Jimmy Butler and also Jonathan Kuminga could have been a little bit more aggressive. Because if you go through the game logs earlier this year and those earlier matchups where the Warriors beat the Houston Rockets, Jonathan Kuminga had some of his best games of the season. Yeah. So I would have liked to see him be a little bit more aggressive. And to your point, see Jimmy Butler step up. Because last night was a great example of the Houston Rockets and a top 5 defense in the NBA absolutely swarming Steph Curry. Fred VanVleet literally had his arm wrapped around him like they were getting ready to take prom pictures or something like that. Like he was draping him the entire game, which means other guys have to step up. And to your point, the Warriors bench outscored Houston's bench, but they did not get enough from Jimmy Butler. They did not get enough for Jonathan Kuminga in my mind. But I think the big picture here is you got to be happy that they won 3 out of the last 4 games. They'll put them in this spot now where there are 5 different teams tied with 32 losses in the loss column. Now, if you would have won last night, you would have had the ability to jump up to the 4 seed and take over the Denver Nuggets spot for a home court advantage. Now you're in a predicament where we'll see how these next 4 games play out, where you have 4 different matchups, one against the Phoenix Suns, where I believe they just got eliminated from playing contention, so they're not playing for
no
anything.
KD either this week, which is big.
So that's a winnable matchup. You've got another matchup against the San Antonio Spurs. No Wemby, no De'Aaron Fox. That should be a winnable matchup. Then you play the Trailblazers. That's a winnable matchup. This could come down to the last game of the season against the LA Clippers. And when you're looking at the other 4 teams that are tied with 32 losses, it seems like the Warriors would have the best path to that 4th seed. Kerry, what's your breakdown with this 4-way tie and this 5-way tie in the loss column with the Denver Nuggets?
Well, Marcus, I think you just laid out the exact reason we didn't see the most aggressive game of all time from Steph Curry and Jimmy Butler last night, because once the Warriors beat the Nuggets on Friday, the back end of a back-to-back, there was really a schedule loss. Like, you go play Memphis, you go play LA on the road, and then you come back and you've got a home game against Jokic. Like, how many teams are winning that game? It's not happening, and the Warriors somehow did make it happen. It was Friday Night Magic at Chase Center, and so they come out Sunday, and maybe we're expecting them to just win every game down the stretch, but I think it is mildly understandable that we saw Steph Curry and Jimmy Butler kind of hold off. Look, if this was a playoff game, I think you would have seen more aggression, and I know that VanVleet was draped around Steph Curry's shoulders for much of the night, and I know that Amon Thompson is as good of a perimeter defender as there is in the NBA right now. Nevertheless, I think that game looks different if the Warriors lose on Friday and need to win on Sunday. But because they didn't feel that massive sense of urgency and they could look ahead to this coming schedule against Phoenix, against San Antonio, against Portland, and then come down to the final day of the regular season against a Clippers team that's also jostling for position in the Western Conference, I think the Warriors saw a slight margin for error. And this is where having 37-year-old players and 35-year-old players in Butler and Draymond Green allows the Warriors to think big picture, because they can say, okay, we're going to turn it on against Phoenix. We're going to turn it on against San Antonio and Portland. We're already tanking and sitting players looking for draft position. I think the Warriors can feel confident going into this final week, in part because there's also a game between Memphis and Minnesota this week. So one of those teams is going to lose a game. The question for the Warriors is, can they avoid this type of a letdown against a Phoenix or against a San Antonio, which you never know. Like, it's the NBA. Any team can win on any given night. We've seen teams lose in inexplicable fashion, and so it is now on Steph Curry and Jimmy Butler and Draymond Green to ramp it up and ensure that they beat the teams that they need to beat, finish this season strong, and ensure that they get the rest that they need next week. But Marcus, I'd give them a good shot to run the table here, win the final 4 games, and then head into the Western Conference playoffs, understanding that they've locked up one of the top 6 seeds.
Memphis and Minnesota do have a matchup later on this week. The Denver Nuggets will also be playing on Memphis later on, so that's a little bit of scoreboard watching for you. And you know the scoreboard on the Murph and Marcus show is, of course, sponsored by Marin Health, with top physicians, surgeons, and clinicians right here in the North Bay. Marin Health puts you closer to your best health, world-class care, closer than you think. And Kerry, I know we got hums and bums on the other side, but real quick, what'd you think of the chippiness between Draymond Green and Alperen Şengün yesterday, and the flagrant foul that was reviewed, originally just called a regular foul, then they upgraded it, and Draymond Green's out here complaining? I mean, I don't know how you can violently go towards the basket and wind up when you're trying to put up a layup. I don't know what Draymond Green was supposed to do. I also thought that Alperen Şengün feet was in the circle, so I don't know. It was kind of a weird back and forth yesterday, but definitely some chippiness between the Warriors and the Rockets.
Yeah, like, replace any player with Draymond Green in that scenario. Are they getting a flagrant?
No.
Like, that's my question, Marcus. Is any player on the Warriors other than Draymond Green getting whistled for a flagrant? And, like, I know that you go to review, but people who are in the review booth, people who work for the NBA, they also take history into consideration. They also take reputation into consideration. These people aren't showing up blind. It's not their first day on the job. They understand what's going on here. And so I think that was a tone-setting call from the refs to say, hey, look, we know that this is going to be a physical matchup. We know that Draymond's getting chippy right now, and Ime Udoka and Steph were going at it at one point last night as Steph was complaining about the no calls that he was getting. I think that was the NBA trying to step in and say, enough. We want the basketball to decide this game, and I kind of think that's unfortunate because I don't think any other player other than Draymond is whistled in that scenario.
And that's my problem, Kerry. It's like they let the game get chippy early on. It's like, all right, then let them play. Then you don't need to upgrade calls to a flagrant where it probably shouldn't be a foul to get go. But, hey, maybe that's a little postseason playoff preview between the Houston Rockets and the Golden State Warriors. We'll see if any of those players or maybe even referees end up in the hums and bums, which is coming up on the other side. Maybe some Houston Rockets, maybe some Houston Cougar talk as they're taking on the Florida Gators tonight in the national championship game, which will be decided this morning at 9:15 by the Pop Culture Showdown. So stay tuned for that. Also, stay tuned for Mike Krukow joining us at 7:30 today and some more Warriors basketball with Sam Gordon at 8:50. But I mentioned it, on the other side, your week doesn't start till you get the hums and bums. And it sounds like there's going to be a lot of hum babies from the San Francisco Giants this weekend. We'll wrap up the Giants sweeping their first home series of the season on the other side with hums and bums, and Kerry Crowley filling in for Brian Murphy with Marquise Boucher on KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. It's time for KNBR's Opening Bell Report. Sponsored by Protect Your Assets with David Hollander. Concerned inflation will ruin your dream retirement? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning or call 1-866-PROTECT.
What do you want? Same as you, to remember.
Time now for Total Recall.
San Francisco!
Adios, Canucks! A look back at the highs and lows of the weekend in sports.
Get ready for a surprise!
Yes. Welcome back to the Murph and Marcus Show on a Monday morning. No Brian Murphy, Carrie Crowley filling in today on a Monday morning, where the Murph and Marcus Show is, of course, sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly. And I will not only grab my mug and tea proudly this morning, but when John Joe Curley asked me, who do I want to host a show with on Monday morning? I said, grab the one and only kid out of the Sunset District that made Brock Purdy a hum baby the day after he was drafted. So I know Carrie Crowley has quite the hum baby resume. Carrie, looking forward to hearing your hums and bums, but you are bums this weekend. I will be starting us off with the hums. But before we get started, do you want to brag and flex a little bit about your resume here on the Murph and Marcus Morning Show with your hums and bums list?
Yeah, Marcus, 3 years next month is when Brock Purdy was officially named a hum baby for the first time. And I think Murph has spent the last 3 years kind of chasing that. He's never really caught up to my brilliance in this segment. So good luck, Murph. Spend the next 30 chasing it.
Yeah, and I'm sure that maybe over the next month or two, when Brock Purdy sits down with John Lynch and the 49ers, they might need to dig up that audio of Carrie Crowley calling him a hum baby. It could add a couple extra millions to that contract.
Never forget how stunned and appalled Murph was that Brock Purdy received recognition for being a hum baby. By the way, the Giants had been swept that weekend. They lost 3 in a row in Los Angeles. There were 0 options.
Yeah.
So Brock Purdy was the choice.
Not like this weekend, where we had plenty of options, starting with the San Francisco Giants, because you mentioned it. Last time you were doing hums and bums 3 years ago, they got swept, but not this weekend as they start the home series in San Francisco with a 3-game sweep of the Seattle Mariners. So spoiler alert, a lot of the hums are going to be San Francisco Giants. But I do want to throw out a couple honorary hum babies to all the Giants fans who not only came out to 58 Social for the live broadcast on Friday morning. Shout out to the good people of 58 Social, everybody at Oracle Park, Larry Bear coming down and announcing the partnership extension of 4 more years between KNBR and Giants baseball, and then the 40,000 plus fans that showed up on Friday and Saturday and Sunday and got to see a little Buster Ball this weekend. You're all hum babies, but let's get down to the hum babies on the field. How do you not start with the Friday opener, Willie Adames walk-off? And what I believe Dave Fleming said after the game in the post-game wrap was the longest Giants game post-pitch clock era. And man, oh man, did they make you work for it. Giants end up winning the game on Friday 10-9. And in a game where they had 28 opportunities with runners in scoring position, they go 6 for 8, which isn't great, but Willie Adames made it count in the 9th inning after starting off the season on the road 3 for 23. Willie gives himself a warm welcome to the Bay and to the city of San Francisco as our first hum baby.
Matos, the possible tying run at third. Fitzgerald, the possible winning run at second. And the pitch on the way. Swing, line drive into right field, base hit. Charged by Robles. 1 run is in. Here comes Fitzgerald, the throw. Swing! And the ball game is over. Willie Adames, in his first opening day as a Giant, gets his 3rd hit of the game, and he is the hero
How appropriate. The guy grinded, and, we don't give up, and just seeing him fight, coming around the second time and getting the job done in the extra innings, it's awesome. Awesome to see. Maybe, it's not always easy getting to a new team and getting comfortable, so I'm hoping that's just the beginning.
Yeah, I was just trying to go to the older way because I feel like I've been opening up a little bit too quick, and, just to try to at least tie the game, and, I ended up getting the hit, and we fortunately got the game-winning hit right there, I'm just happy and feel a little exhausted, to be honest.
Willy Adames feeling a little exhausted after hitting the game winner on Friday. You also heard the voice of Matt Chapman talking about Willy Adames wanting to make a good first impression. Well, hell, that's one hell of a first impression as Willy Adames and the Giants give their fans the 12th walk-off in home opener series history. We know what happened last year in 2024. Thairo Estrada with the game-winning double. A couple years before that, 2022, it was Ruff is on the move. 6 walk-offs on opening day at Oracle Park. Just at Oracle Park alone, it's the 25th year anniversary, and that's one hell of a welcome moment to the Bay for Willy Adames, Carey.
Yeah, it certainly beats the year 2000 when the Giants opened up the ballpark and light-hitting Dodgers shortstop Kevin Elster hit 3 home runs. The Giants lost their first 7 games they ever played at Pac Bell Park. This is different. They're 3-0 to open the season at Oracle Park. They're going to win 50 at home this year, Marcus.
And now they're on a 7-game winning streak, the hottest team in baseball, and that winning streak does not continue from Friday to Saturday if it's not for hum baby number 2, Matt Chapman. And I do got to put a little bit of an asterisk here because I was thinking about who the player of the game was on Saturday as the Giants win their 2nd game of the season in San Francisco. And I thought to myself, well, it's Matt Chapman bobblehead day. So it's got to be Matty Chapman, who did go 2 for 4 on the day with 2 doubles, a couple RBIs, and also had the game-ending play in the 9th inning on a slow grounder off the bat. And Ryan Walker in that 9th inning. Excuse me, let me get my facts straight here. But then you talk about who the man in front of him was, and it was Jung-Hoo Lee. Who? Jung-Hoo Lee. That was setting the table with doubles left and right. So this is my double-double sponsored by In-N-Out Burger. Home baby of the day. I'm going Matt Chapman and Jung-Hoo Lee. Love seeing them hit back-to-back in the lineup. Seems like they are developing some chemistry, and we saw it on Saturday. Jung-Hoo Lee double, Matt Chapman knocks him in. Jung-Hoo Lee double, Matt Chapman knocks him in. After Jung-Hoo Lee also swiped the bag, going to 3rd, Giants being aggressive on the base pass, doing all the small things right. And that's why our Saturday hum baby is the double-double combination of Matt Chapman and Jung-Hoo Lee.
Here's a ball hit, a fair ball. Down the first base line, it's going to kick up against the sidewall. Lee digging for second, and he's in there. Now Chapman rips one, and it gets through. The third baseman Moore. Down the left field line, Lee scores. Chapman speeding into second, and he's in there with a slide ahead of the throw.
And there's a swing, the drive into right center field, hit well. That one is way back there and up and over the wall on a bounce. Too bad. That's going to be a triple otherwise to that part of the yard. He'll have to go back to second. He was sprinting around second, focused on a triple, but he'll have to go back to second. Line drive down the right field line. That's a base hit off the pillar between the second and third archways. Lee around third. He scores. The throw goes into second. Offline and a sliding double from Matt Chapman.
When you look at his swing and the way he works in the cage and what he does, it's just that his swing can handle big league pitching. That swing, he stays inside the ball. He's on time. He's got a short swing and has power. So, I think he's, it's really fun to hit behind him. He gets on base a lot, so I enjoy hitting behind him for sure.
Matt Chapman talking about being stacked up in the lineup with Jung-Hoo Lee, setting the table well out of that 3-hole. Jung-Hoo Lee is on a 7-game hit streak, and I got to say, Kerry, between the bobblehead vibes pregame and the Jung-Hoo crew out in center field, it seems like these are 2 guys that Giants fans can connect with, especially after they put on the type of performance that they had on Saturday.
I mean, they're easily the fan favorites right now, and for good reason. They're so fun to watch together. Marcus, I must admit, I was critical of the decision to have Jung-Hoo Lee hit 3rd in this Giants lineup. I thought he should have been the leadoff man. I was wrong. This team's 8-1. Jung-Hoo, great out of the 3 spot, providing those doubles, and Matt Chapman knocking him in every chance that he gets.
Matty Chapman and Jung-Hoo Lee back-to-back doubles, scoring runs and getting the job done on Saturday, which leads us to our 3rd hum baby on Sunday. And spoiler alert, unless you were living underneath a rock and didn't see the game yesterday, the Giants won again. 7 straight wins, and look who it is. It's our good old friend, Wilmer Flores, as he gets one pitch in the 9th inning to walk it off after a crazy inning where we saw Victor Robles put his body on the line to lay out and catch a Patrick Bailey fly ball. Luis Matos tags up, goes to second, tries to go to third. They call him back, actually rolled that the play was out of play, even though there's a net that kept him in play. But I don't know, Kerry. I'm not an umpire. All I do know is Wilmer Flores came up to the plate and in one pitch sent Giants fans home happy as they seal off the sweep and the series victory. Wilmer Flores, once again, is a hum baby.
Santos, the right-hander, sets the pitch. Swinging a ground ball into right center field. Base hit, and here comes Matos around third, and the ball game is over. The Giants pour out of the dugout. They're on the field, jumping on the back of their teammate Wilmer Flores out between the pitcher's mound and second base. The Giants have swept the Mariners and have won 7 in a row.
Yeah, definitely, especially with the pitcher that I have faced before, sinker slider. I was just trying to stay inside of that sinker or whatever he throws, stay on the slider too, and I got that first one.
But, it's leave it up to Flo again. I think it's his 13th career walk-off or something like that. I mean, it's the guy you want in that situation. He knows what to expect. He knows how to handle it. Wasn't trying to do too much. Hole open between first and second. I don't want to say it's a surprise, not a surprise, but he's done it so often.
Bob Melvin and Wilmer Flores talking about Wilmer coming up clutch on Sunday. Bob is right. That was his 13th career walk-off RBI since 2013. Those 13 walk-off RBIs are tied with Bryce Harper for the most in Major League Baseball. Wilmer Flores, one pitch, one outcome, walk-off. He's our third hum baby, and there it is, Kerry Crowley. Pretty easy for me going hum babies this weekend with the Giants getting the sweep. Willie Adames walk-off on Friday. Matt Chapman and Jung-Hoo Lee, the double-double special with the little animal-style fries on the side on Saturday. And then on Sunday, Wilmer Flores is the walk-off man, the man of the match, and those are our 3 hum babies.
3 Giants wins, 4 Giants hum babies. Well done, Marcus Boucher. The water boy leaves me the bums. This is never an easy position to put me in, and I'll be honest, I even had a hard time picking our first bum baby because this is like taking Barry Bonds as a bum baby after he hit 7 home runs in a 3-game series, comes back to Oracle Park, and goes like 0 for 2 with a strikeout. It's hard to pick Steph Curry and the Golden State Warriors as a bum baby, but you score 3 points against the Houston Rockets in a game that matters for playoff positioning. You have to pick them. Tony, let's hit that sound.
Rockets shoot it at 48%. They put 5 players in double figures. They hold Steph Curry to 3 points. They had Draymond Green out with 5 fouls for most of the third. And you credit Houston with a very solid win. 106-96. And the Rockets' D is real.
Yeah, they were great. I mean, ball pressure. They forced 20 turnovers. They've been one of the hottest teams in the league and probably the best defensive team, in the league this last month. And they took it to us. They were great tonight.
This is the game where, Steph's struggling, where you would probably want to be a bit more aggressive offensively with your shot.
Maybe not. My thing is I'm going to make the right player majority of the time, probably like 9 out of 10 times. So if I get in there and draw help, I'm going to kick it to the open guy. But I'm not going to say that anybody scoring was the reason that we did not win this game. I'm going to stick to turnovers. We had 20 of them. It's going to be hard to win in any basketball game if we got 20 turnovers.
You just got to have perspective on the positives of what we've been able to build. We won a lot of, tough games. We are still, that team that is confident we can beat anybody.
An incredible week. The Warriors take down Memphis. They take down the Lakers on the road. They beat the Nuggets at home on the back end of a crucial back-to-back. And yet they show up in the bums category on Monday morning after a Sunday evening loss to the Houston Rockets. Marcus, Houston, the team you want to avoid in the playoffs, first round?
I mean, with that defense, I don't think anybody wants to match up
But I'll say it, I'm not really buying them as a true title contender because I think they lack of experience. And that's what I think is going to put the Warriors and teams like the Lakers and even the Nuggets ahead of teams like OKC and Houston, who they're staring up at the standings right now. So I'm not too scared of Houston because this is the first time they have won a matchup against the Dubs and how many straight matchups. And it comes on a game where Steph Curry is only limited to 3 points. I'm with you, Kerry. I almost made Steph Curry a hum baby on Friday night for scoring 36, but it was going to be hard to make him a hum baby when he shoots 1 for 10 yesterday with only 3 points. But you do got to cut the kid a break. The prior 3 games, he had a total of 125 combined points. So yes, they drop a game, but I still think the Warriors are a tough matchup for whoever they play in the postseason.
Well, you're not too scared of the Houston Rockets. You know what team you should be scared of? The Houston Cougars. A comeback win on Saturday night. How about this for a bum baby? Duke basketball, the nation loves when the Blue Devils go down, and it was a chaotic, crazy ending in San Antonio for the Final Four. The freshman Cooper Flagg, his incredible freshman run, comes to a screeching halt as Duke with the utter collapse. Here's the call as Duke goes down in shocking fashion to the Houston Cougars on Saturday night.
Duke is lining up to actually score on the other end. They're just trying to get this thing in.
Got a lob it in, and it's deflected away, and Sharp with a steal. Out it comes to Wilson, hunting for a 3 on the right wing. No good. Tip jam by Tugler. 1-point game. Proctor, the front end of the 1-and-1. 69% shooter, misses it. And a foul is called on Cooper Flagg. Roberts' free throw ties this game. Free throw is up. It is good. Houston leads for the first time since it was 6-5. Over to the left side and Flagg. 13 seconds. Flagg to work against Roberts. Trying to back him down. Curls into the paint. Fadeaway jumper. Short. Rebound underneath. Malik Wilson of Houston gives it off. Now to Cryer. Cryer is fouled. 3 seconds to play. Cryer's second free throw is good. James, long pass down the floor. Cryer tips it. Loose. Knipple has it. Throws to Proctor. Heaves up a 3. No good. Houston from behind. 14 down to the national championship game.
I thought our guys did an incredible job the whole game. I thought we had some good looks. Didn't finish.
Yeah, it was an incredible season. Incredible people, incredible relationships that I'm going to have for the rest of my life. Didn't end the way we wanted it to, but still an incredible year.
Awesome win. I said the same thing after we beat Gonzaga. You're not just beating a good team, you're beating an unbelievable program.
It's Houston and Kelvin Sampson. Guard LJ Cryer feels like he's been in college for the last decade, taking down Cooper Flagg, who a decade ago would have been 8 years old. We got time for one more bum, baby. We're going to rush it in here, Marcus. Give me the Pittsburgh Pirates, who continue to make a mockery of Major League Baseball, this time hurting one of their own. This one gets me down. We got sound of the whole fiasco that went down at PNC Park this weekend. I'll explain on the other side. But young Tony, let's hit this.
That logo is going back on the right field wall. Team President Travis Williams made the announcement during the game today. He said it was an oversight that when they added this advertisement that they didn't also keep the logo, but it came after there was some real criticism, both from fans and the Clemente family.
It was pretty shocking.
I thought it was really disrespectful.
Removing it is one thing. Putting an ad there it makes it even worse.
It's for an alcoholic beverage, Surfside.
It's kind of funny that we need the ad to pay for what? What is that ad paying for? Not Chase Shugart.
Bob Nutting, he's a businessman. He's not here for the fans.
Clemente's son responded Saturday with a one-word tweet. Wow.
The number 21 taken off the wall in right field at PNC Park. I feel like Murph right now. This is an affront to baseball. Think about Roberto Clemente. They should have a Roberto Clemente day across Major League Baseball. 21 should be worn by every player, just like 42. When the Major League Baseball celebrates Jackie Robinson, this is a disaster for a franchise. And I love the fan who cut in there, Marcus, and said, it's not like owner Bob Nutting is spending this on players. Come on.
That's the thing, Kerry. Look at their lineup. They have forever Joey Bart, forever Giant, hitting the cleanup spot right now. They're not shelling out a lot of money on players. I'm absolutely with you. It's disrespectful. Who was it? Roberto Clemente's grandson checked in on Twitter with a one-word response. Wow. I've got a two-word response for you, Pirates. blank you. That's disrespectful. To do it for some Surfside vodka lemonade spirit thing, I don't know. I don't like it. And while I'm on a tangent, I will say this. I don't want to ruin the good vibes that we saw this weekend down in the 415 at Oracle Park, but bring back the Hum Baby Roger Quaig quote on the bricks. I don't know why they took it off the bricks, Carrie, but I need it back in my life. But we'll throw it on the pile with your third Hum Baby of the Pittsburgh Pirates disrespecting Roberto Clemente.
Not good. Not good at all. So there you have it. That's my bum babies. We'll see if anything goes down in infamy like the Brock Purdy pick.
There it is. Yeah, exactly. We'll see how this stacks up 3 years down the line. Kerry Crowley is going with the Pittsburgh Pirates disrespecting Roberto Clemente. Steph Curry and the Warriors being shut down by the Houston Rockets. And Duke with an all-time collapse down the stretch. Cooper Flag. I thought it was over the back. We'll discuss it on another day. We'll get into it, young Tony, with the Pop Culture Showdown coming up at 9:15. That will decide the NCAA championship matchup tonight between the Houston Cougars and the Florida Gators. And just to recap real quick, my three Hum Babies from the Giants walk-off weekend were Willie Adames on Friday, Matt Chapman and Jung Hoo Lee on Saturday, and then Wilmer Flores as the man of the match on Sunday. We'll continue the Giants conversation on the other side as we get ready for Mike Krukow at 7:30 this morning and his breakdown of the Giants sweep in Seattle in the home opening series of the season. It's Marcus Boucher and Kerry Crowley filling in for Brian Murphy on KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
I feel a little exhausted, to be honest.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk.
Hey, what's up, everybody? Marcus Boucher back again on a Monday morning with our good friend Steve Moskowitz on the line. Steve, tell us what we need to do if we did not get our ERC check.
You need to call us. And next week, the program officially ends. But what happens if you don't get your check? And there are people that are just waiting and waiting and waiting. So the ending next week is for new applications because there are people still applying. But supposedly, new application, Steve. I've been waiting and waiting and waiting. What's going on? There's been a big delay, but there's 3 different ways for us to hurry them up. And people are worried that President Trump, with his cost cutting, might do away with the program. Who knows if he will or not? Don't take that chance. Let us go and hurry them up while it's still good law. Or what if you got a letter from the IRS that said, no ERC for you? You don't qualify. The IRS is being sued, being accused of disallowing a lot of people. They don't even know if you qualify or not, or you're being audited. That's the big 3 in ERC. 1, you're waiting and waiting and waiting, and you haven't gotten your check. Let us hurry them up. 2, you were denied. Let's appeal that. Or 3, you're being audited. The only thing you have to do is call for your free consultation and say, hey, Steve, I want my ERC money.
Tell them. That was tax attorney Steve Moskowitz. He's my tax attorney, and he should be your tax attorney, too. Give him a call at 888-TAX-DEAL, or you can go online to moskowitzllp.com.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on the sports leader and streaming live on KNBR.com and the KNBR app. Sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
And he swings and he hits a high drive down the right field line toward the corner. Back into the corner, racing in is Robles. He makes a leap and he makes the catch. The ball does fall out of his glove, but I think the out is recorded. Santos, the right-hander, sats the pitch. Swinging a ground ball into right center field. Base hit, and here comes Matos around third, and the ball game is over. The Giants pour out of the dugout. They're on the field, jumping on the back of their teammate Wilmer Flores out between the pitcher's mound and second base.
Wilmer Flores, the walk-off hero on Sunday after the Giants sweep Seattle in the home opening series in San Francisco. What's up, everybody? Marcus Boucher and Kerry Crowley filling in for Brian Murphy today. Murph's on vacation, so I said, give me the Renegade, Kerry Crowley, to talk about the Renegade Giants, who have the best record and best winning percentage in baseball right now with an 8-1 start. But no, there are other reasons why we're playing Renegade by the sticks, because right now tickets are on sale through Live Nation. Find the rules at KNBR.com and find a way to call into John Joe Curley to go see Styx Friday, June 13 at the Toyota Pavilion in Concord. Right now, we'll take one winner. Caller number 10 at 415-896-KNBR, and you will have the chance to win 2 tickets to see Styx at Toyota Pavilion in Concord, 6/13/25. That's June 13th. John Joe Curley making me do double the reads for half the pay right now, and these tickets are furnished by Live Nation with a retail value of $100. But I'll tell you this, Kerry Crowley, I would have paid $100, $200, maybe $300 this weekend to go watch the brand of baseball that the Giants are playing right now to start the season 8-1, their best record since 2003. But Kerry, to me, I don't know if I'm reading into the record a little bit too much, because I'll even read into the record from spring training where they had the best record in baseball. Yes, they were the Cactus League champs, and the text line, the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line, likes to make fun of me anytime I mention the Cactus League championship. But to me, it goes back to establishing an identity for this team and a brand of baseball that we saw this weekend with the Giants having multiple walk-offs and sweeping Seattle.
You know, Marcus, we've talked a lot this morning about confidence and how the Giants are playing with a different type of confidence and energy this year than we've seen over the last 3 seasons. And so much of this goes back to Buster Posey and how he's instilled that. Just, hey, be yourself as a player. You don't have to try to do too much. If you give us 5 innings as a pitcher, we'll let the bullpen figure it out from there because we've got a structured bullpen right now. If you're Jung Hoo Lee, you don't need to try to hit home runs. Just get on base, double, slash the ball down to left field. It's working for you. But one thing that I think is worth pointing out over this 9-game start that the Giants have had, Buster Posey this offseason had the opportunity to, if he wanted to, get rid of some of the players who've been on this roster for a long time. Say a Wilmer Flores, say a Lamont Wade Jr., a Mike Yastrzemski, a Tyler Rogers, some of the players who Buster Posey played with as a teammate back starting in 2019 all the way up to 2021 when he ultimately made the decision to retire after the 107-win season. And all of those players that Buster Posey decided to keep around through the first 9 games of the season have rewarded his confidence in him. Look at Tyler Rogers, the Giants' most valuable reliever to date, has not given up a run. Look at Lamont Wade Jr., who hasn't had the best start to the season, but did contribute with 3 hits in the home opener on Friday. Look at Wilmer Flores, the most doubted player on this Giants roster coming into this season, and right now the team MVP through 9 games. And look at Mike Yastrzemski, a guy who easily could have been traded this offseason, someone who the Giants didn't need to tender a contract to in his final year of arbitration, hitting the big 3-run home run off of Brian Wu yesterday that enabled the Giants to take the lead, and a lead that they would ultimately give up, but then overcome that tie game because Wilmer Flores stepped up. Yastrzemski coming up big. His bat's been hot to start this season. All of those players, Buster Posey could have said, you know what, your run in San Francisco's over. Instead, he gave them one more opportunity, and they've all seized it at the start of this season.
And you're absolutely right, Kerry, because a lot of people have kind of wanted to move on from the Farhan days of guys like Mike Yastrzemski. And look, I can be one of those guys that puts my hands up. I would like to see more Luis Matos. I'm glad he's getting an opportunity now in the platoon, but I thought what we saw yesterday is something that we could see more down the stretch where Bob Melvin decides to give Elliot Ramos a day off his feet, move him to DH, give Wilmer the day off because even though he is DHing, Wilmer Flores cannot handle this workload. And that's why we saw Casey Schmidt at first base earlier in the week last week also, because Wilmer has got to stay healthy. As Bob Melvin will tell us in our win package, the key to the Giants is a healthy flow. And so far, a healthy Flores has been phenomenal. I mean, he's already matched his home run total from last season. Had 4 home runs all of 2024. Has 4 this season. We saw him come through clutch yesterday with the pinch hit walk-off on the first pitch he saw. But, Kerry, there's a real-world scenario where maybe we don't even see Wilmer Flores that much in the first week of the season. If Gerard Encarnacion doesn't go with that injury in spring training, Wilmer's probably not in the lineup opening day to have that big comeback home run. And who knows if he's the guy being pinch hit for or using that bat off the bench if Gerard doesn't go down the week before the season starts with that hand injury.
No, and it speaks to why depth is so important, and it speaks to why Gerard Encarnacion was going to be a big part of this roster because he hit 300 during spring training. The OPS was there. He had a bunch of doubles down in Cactus League play, but when he fractures his hand playing the outfield, the Giants have to come with a backup option. It's why you kept Wilmer Flores on the roster this offseason. It wasn't the most popular move that Buster Posey could have made. Giants fans would have said, hey, we understand trading Wilmer Flores away. We could probably use another depth piece elsewhere on this roster, maybe another bullpen arm for us. Instead, Wilmer Flores makes the opening day roster, and he doesn't just make the opening day roster, he makes a massive impact through the first 9 games of the season. The Giants have the best winning percentage in Major League Baseball right now, Marcus, because of the faith that they put in these undervalued players. The guys who weren't expected to contribute in major ways, they're contributing just as much as the guys who were, like a Jung-Hoo Lee, a Willie Adames, and a Matt Chapman right now.
And it's funny, you say that, and then we look at a lot of these guys that were on the roster the last couple of years, Wilmer and Mikey Yaz and Patrick Bailey and these other guys, even Elliot Ramos last year. But it seems like there's something different this year because last year they were one of the worst teams in baseball hitting with runners in scoring position. So far this season, they have 22 RBIs with 2 outs. That's something that we did not see last year. They have the best OPS in baseball as a team with runners in scoring position with 2 outs. That's small ball. That's having an approach. That's spreading out, sitting down, and spraying it the other way. So it's funny when you look at some of the same ingredients just being used differently in this recipe, it's being successful, and you pile that up with the addition of the aggressiveness on the base pass, how they're still on bags, 12 bags as a team this year, which is tied for 6th in Major League Baseball. Then you throw in the clean defense. I know there were a few issues on Friday with Tyler Fitzgerald booting the ball. Even Willie struggled a little bit early on that game on Friday before making some great plays. Rob and Julio Rodriguez. But think about it. Buster Ball. How would you define it, Kerry? Pitching, hitting, and defense. And we've seen that in the first 9 games of the season, even on days where maybe the starter didn't have his best outing. Shout out Justin Verlander on Friday. It's guys like Randy Rodriguez stepping up, Tyler Rogers in that bullpen. It seems like all the pieces are clicking right now, and that's why the Giants have the best winning percentage of all of baseball.
Yeah, the other ingredient to Buster Ball that we can't overlook right now is 10, 12, and 14, basically whenever the Giants were good during the Buster Posey era as a player, they always had a lights-out lockdown bullpen, whether it was Casilla closing games, Romo closing games, Brian Wilson, Santiago, I already mentioned Casilla, but Jeremy Affeldt, Javier Lopez. There were so many different pitchers who had career years in a Giants uniform, in part because they had a catcher behind the plate who instilled so much confidence in them and was able to call any pitch in any situation. Look at Patrick Bailey back there right now. I know that the stick hasn't quite come around and it leaves a little bit to be desired at the plate, but behind the plate, he is a gold glover for a reason. He has the confidence of every pitcher in that clubhouse, and I think the work that he's done through the first week of the season, you see him framing up pitches for Jordan Hicks. You see him in DJ Rayburn's ear yesterday when Jordan Hicks isn't getting those early strike calls. This is a catcher who's willing to do anything for his pitchers right now. I think defensively, that matters so much to this team, and it's a big part of the hot start.
Yeah, shout out Patrick Bailey receiving his gold glove before the game on Saturday. Of course, next to Matt Chapman, who adds another gold glove to his collection. Shout out to any of the fans that went out for Matt Chapman bobblehead day and got the special all-gold bobblehead.
Those were cool.
Those were cool. So we were lucky enough to get one of those all-gold bobbleheads here as a promotion to have for our show on Friday down at 58 Social. But you know what I really wanted? There were like 5 or 6 custom Matt Chapman bobbleheads that he drew a mustache on himself and he autographed it. Man, oh man, I can't tell you, Kerry, I was walking around the ballpark on Saturday looking for one of those mustache Matt Chapman bobbleheads. But of course, even on Matt Chapman bobblehead day, he's out there with a couple doubles, couple RBIs, and makes a game-ending play, showing off some of that Gold Glove defense.
That's pretty cool. I didn't know that about the mustache that he drew on some of those bobbleheads. So just goes to show, hey, only 15,000 given out. The Giants might want to put about 60,000 more in production this year.
I was going to say, take us back to the days of giving away 40K bobbleheads because there was 40K fans each and every day, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Sellouts all across the board, and Giants fans were rewarded with a sweep of Seattle in the Giants' home opening series of the season. We'll break it all down next with Mike Krukow on the other side. Get his thoughts on the walk-offs from Willie Adames and Wilmer Flores. It's Marcus Boucher and Kerry Crowley filling in for Brian Murphy on KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
There's no question we've got the best in the booth. That's why Murph and Marcus catch up with Kruk right now. On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
All right, back on the Murph and Marcus show on a Monday morning, which is also sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly. Brian Murphy on vacation. It seems like Murph always picks the worst times to take a couple days off, but filling in, getting called out of the bullpen to talk to Mike Krukow this morning is the one and only Kerry Crowley. So now joining us on the UMA guest line is Mike Krukow, the man that was on the call all weekend long. Mike, good morning. That was one hell of an opening series here in San Francisco.
Yeah, that was a great start to the home season. It was so exciting out there because of the crowds. The Giants fans, after watching the Giants on the road go 5-1, were very interested in this team, considering what they had done all through spring, and then going into Cincinnati, winning a series and sweeping Houston. So when we got to the ballpark, just outside the park on Friday, the opener, the day game opener, you could feel the excitement. There was an electricity just with the people just around the ballpark. They couldn't wait to get in. They couldn't wait to see this team. And they were so responsive. It was just a great day. I mean, it was perfect weather, and they played great. It was an exciting game. I mean, it's kind of weird because it just went back and forth, and it wound up going extra innings, and then they get a walk-off. And, what better type of a game do you want on opening day than a walk-off victory in front of a packed house? And then they rolled it into Saturday and just played a really clean game, beautiful baseball, win 4-1. And then on to Sunday, where you get another walk-off in front of the biggest crowd of the weekend was on Sunday. So it couldn't have been better, and everybody leaving the ballpark was just amped up, and the players are completely feeling the vibe of the Giants fans right now. It's that electricity we had back in 2000 when they opened up the doors. It just felt that same way, and everybody's excited about what it means going forth.
Absolutely, Mike. I can feel that excitement. I was out there for all three games on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, but there's so much to get into and so much to talk about. Let's take a step back to that Friday walk-off win. Willy Adames coming through clutch. Last week we talked about his slow start to the season, 3 for 23 on the road. What does that mean for a guy like Willy Adames really having his first chance to showcase his skills to the fan base here in San Francisco to come through clutch with that walk-off win?
Well, it means everything. I mean, when you sign a chunk of change like he did, I mean, you want to justify that thing as quick as you can. You want to win people over. You want them on your side. And, you have a tendency to kind of do too much. He had a really unbelievable day. There were 3 balls that were hit at him that were just, high velocity, top spin, one hoppers that just ate him up. And, he has got a lot of pride in his glove. He's a good player defensively, and these balls were hitting off his glove, and he was getting frustrated. And lo and behold, he would wind up putting up a three hit day, and then we come into the last inning, the 11th inning. Giants are down a run. You get 2 men on, and there was an open base at first, and the catcher Cal Raleigh called timeout and went and talked to his pitcher and said, "Look, you don't have to pitch this guy. He's going to swing. He's aggressive. You just throw your slider off the plate away, and if you walk him, it doesn't matter." Turns around, goes back, gets down the squat, puts down the sign, and the next pitch, slider off the plate about 6 inches, and Willie went with it, knocked it into right field, game over. It was you don't have that type of an at-bat unless you have a veteran who has an idea as to what they're going to do. Because he was leaning, and he had to in order to get to that ball, and it was just a beautiful thing. He winds up being the hero. The place goes crazy, 2-run score, and then there's a celebration, and it was just bitching.
A fantastic introduction to Giants fans for Willy Adames this weekend, Mike. And I also looked at this weekend as a reintroduction for a player, and that's Jung-Hoo Lee. The way that he ran the bases over the course of the weekend, the way that he used the opposite field, he looks like he's got a different type of confidence about him right now on the baseball diamond. I think you talked about it a lot on the broadcast, but he's feeling himself, and Giants fans out there in center field in the bleachers, they certainly love watching him play too.
Well, I think, the marketing department came up with a great scheme this year, the Jung-Hoo crew. And every Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, You buy a ticket to sit out in the Jung Hoo section, you're going to get a T-shirt, and it's the Jung Hoo crew thing. And John Miller's begging to get one. He's on board with Jung Hoo. But you know what? If you watch him, I mean, last year we got a small sample of what he could do. He played 35 games before he hurt his shoulder and was out the rest of the year. I felt that was the point in the season where, the Giants' chances kind of, they got a lot smaller. Because what we saw in 35 games was a guy that had a complete knowledge of the field. On the field defensively, in the batter's box, he went line to line with what he was trying to do at the plate. He had good plans in the batter's box. So we couldn't wait to see what he would come into spring training with this year. And the first thing he came in with was about 7 more pounds of muscle up top. He realized that he needed to up his strength level. And then he just went about his business. And like yesterday. Yesterday's a perfect example of this guy. They have Brian Wu out there, the starting pitcher for the Mariners, and he is filthy dirty with his fastball. He's got one of the more unique fastballs in the game, and he throws it about 75% of the time. When you're hitting it often from the right side or from the left side, he's a right-handed pitcher, but his fastball runs away even when it's up, and it even gives the illusion that the ball is rising when you're hitting off of him. It's unique. You cannot pull the guy. You have to stay the other way. If you look at the first time through the lineup yesterday, he just ate the Giants up. Then the second time through, they got the fourth inning and they put together a 4-hit inning, and they clumped them all together, and they wound up putting a 4 spot on the board. But the at bat from Jung Hoo Lee in his first 2 ABs, base hits to left field the opposite way. And I think everybody kind of took that to heart because we started seeing opposite field approach in that 4th inning and the rest of the game, and they went up knocking them out. And it was when you have a player who everybody respects as to what he can do in the batter's box, they oftentimes will look to him to solve the puzzle of the pitcher of the day. And that's, I think, what happened in yesterday's game. He kind of set the stage and everybody followed. And in the end, it sort of played all the way through to the 9th inning when that's exactly what Wilmer Flores did. He went the opposite way. So the opposite field approach has a lot to do with Pat Burrell and Buster Posey and Bob Melvin, of course. That was the philosophy all spring, and they've carried it into the season. But I think Jung Hoo has been a great example of how to execute, and he's winning people over left and right.
Jung Hoo Lee on a 7-game hit streak also leads Major League Baseball in doubles to start the season. One thing that stood out to me, though, not just with Jung Hoo Lee and his 3 stolen bags, but it's the amount of bags that they are stealing right now, Mike. 12 so far to start the season, which is tied for 6th in Major League Baseball. They were one of the worst teams in baseball when it came to taking those extra bases last year. It seems like there's more of an aggressive approach on the base pass, not just stealing bags, but even like we saw yesterday with Luis Matos tagging up on that play from Victor Robles to put himself in the scoring position.
Well, yeah, but I mean, you got to have guys who've got some speed and they've got some base skills that they can do this. They emphasize this. They talked about getting a good secondary lead, about getting a jump, about reads on the pitcher. Mark Holberg, first base coach, is over there, like all first base coaches in the game, and they're timing the unload time that pitcher has on the mound. So they have a pretty good idea when to go, but it's more than that. It's study. It was technique that they really worked on in spring training. Again, this is Bob Melvin believes in winning the 90-foot advantages against an opponent. And if you can get one of those 90-foot advantages by way of the stolen base through technique and intelligence, it plays. And you think about it, you got, Elliot Ramos, he can steal. Jung Hoo Lee, he can steal. Yastrzemski, he can steal. Matos, he can steal. Fitzgerald, he can steal. Adames, he can steal. Chapman, he can steal. That's a lot of guys that can run. And that's not even talking about Koss on the bench or Casey Schmidt. The stolen base is going to be part of this team this year, and it hasn't been for a long time.
It's a really fun element of the game to watch. I think Giants fans have fallen in love with that, Mike. And, another thing that stood out to me, one of the themes from these first 9 games that the Giants have played is there's a number of players who may have been counted out or doubted, or guys that Buster Posey didn't necessarily have to bring back this season, like Wilmer Flores or Mike Yastrzemski or Lamont Wade Jr. The Giants could have gone in different directions, said, hey, the last 3 seasons didn't go our way. We want to make some big sale changes here. We want to, think about things in a different way. But all of these guys were Buster's teammates. visits, he rewarded them with one more opportunity. In the first 9 games of the regular season, Wade had a 3-hit game on Friday. Flores has come up huge for the Giants, and Yastrzemski hits the big home run in yesterday's game that gets the offense going. They are all rewarding Buster for the faith that he put in them, too.
Well, you're right. I mean, he believes in veterans. Bob Melvin believes in veterans. The entire coaching staff that Bob has assembled, they believe in veterans. Veterans calm the waters. They don't get rattled when they're going through a slump. We witnessed it at the start of the year with Lamont Wade Jr. He was hitting the ball hard and he's getting no hits. And so he came into Friday, and, you look up there and he's hitting like 083. But, if you know him, he just doesn't panic. He just believes in his swing. He believes in the game. He knows how it works. And he proceeded to have a big day on Friday. He was catalytic in a lot of the offense that the Giants put up. I think you have to have that for reasons of bringing calm into the clubhouse, but also bringing education during the regular season. And we talk about the example that Jung Hoo Lee has set at the plate, going the opposite way and using the whole field. Well, the same thing can be said about all 3 of those guys. They have a plan. Tom McCraw, who was our hitting instructor when Frank Robinson was the manager here, he used to always say, you have to have a plan. Even a bad plan is better than no plan. Veterans have plans, and 99% of the time they're good plans. And all those guys are, they have a willingness to share. You still have a lot of youth on this club. This youth now has really, really good, strong leaders that have things to say beyond what they hear from the coach or the manager or from the president of the club. It's healthy, and everybody is on the same page. You come to the ballpark, and the dialogue that they're talking about in the clubhouse, in the dugout, on the field, it's all about the game, how to beat that opponent, and it's just so openly healthy.
Mike, got to ask you about some of the pitching performances from this weekend. Justin Verlander on Friday only goes 2 1/3, but then Randy Rodriguez and the boys keep it close throughout the entire game until the walk-off from Willie Adames. Robbie Ray goes 6 on Saturday, and Jordan Hicks 5 1/3 on Sunday. Were there any pitching performances that stood out from you this weekend?
Oh, yeah. Well, I think the season so far has been a showcase for the bullpen. In regards to Verlander, the one thing we've seen too, and I think you guys have been watching these games, we've seen a lot of tight strike zones, and I think it has everything to do with the report card that umpires who are behind the plate get after every game. After every time they get in the squad and they call balls and strikes, they get a report card. And I think over time they've minimized their strike zone to the point where it just feels tight. There's so many pitches in every game now that you feel could go both ways, and for the most part, they go by way of the hitter. And so it puts a lot of extra stress on pitchers. You make a pitch in a critical situation and you don't get it. It can frustrate you. We saw it happen all weekend. We saw it happen all road trip. And it kind of pinched Verlander. And then he got in that one battle with Cal Raleigh where it was like about a 13-pitch at bat, and it took its toll on him, and he had to come out in the second inning. The bullpen picked him up. That was a showcase. I thought it was really significant with what Robbie Ray did coming into Saturday after a long extra inning game and a lot of pitches taken out of the bullpen. He had to go at least 6, and he went 6. He walked 5 guys with another pinched strike zone, but yet he persevered, and the Giants wound up winning that ball game 4-1. And then onward into Sunday's ball game, and it was kind of the same theme. You had Jordan Hicks go out there, and he really had frustration early on, but he persevered, took the ball into the 6th, and then bullpen did the rest. It was just a nice handoff, and there's confidence from the bullpen in the starting rotation, and vice versa, and that's what you have to have if you're going to have a good year.
The other component to that tight strike zone is, while it's frustrating for pitchers out there, and you did a great job breaking this down all weekend, Mike, the Giants sure benefit from having Patrick Bailey behind the plate, because he was an advocate for Jordan Hicks yesterday, talking with DJ Rayburn. He frames those pitches so well, and not every catcher can frame up 100 miles an hour on the black, and Patrick Bailey sure does it well.
Well, he did. He was the best in baseball last year, and you got a Gold Glove because of it. But I think beyond the framing, and we all just kind of take him for granted, but I like the way he fights for his pitchers.
Yeah.
I love that. And you want to earn respect from a pitching staff, that's the way to do it. Obviously you better be good behind the plate, but you get a close pitch, you can't worry about if you argue with that umpire, he's going to hold a grudge against you when you take your at bat and call outside pitches that aren't strikes, which a lot of catchers believe. And to a degree, it's kind of true. Umpires are human beings. But Bailey doesn't care. That's why I love Bob Brindley, my catcher. He fought for you. Bob Melvin as a catcher, he fought for you. And you don't forget that as a pitcher. It bonds you with that catcher, and Bailey's that way.
Yeah, absolutely. Patrick Bailey and Matt Chapman received their Gold Gloves on Saturday. We saw some of that Gold Glove defense from Matt Chapman, and we've seen it before from Patrick Bailey. Giants so far this season, 8 double plays turned, tied for second in the National League, playing clean defense, and looking forward to more of that tonight with Logan Webb on the bump, squaring off with Hunter Green. Mike, always appreciate the time. Have a great call tonight, and we'll talk to you on Wednesday.
Had a bit.
There he is, Mike Krukow, the voice of the San Francisco Giants. It is baseball season, so that means Mike Krukow every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. Dwayne Kuiper on Tuesdays. And our new Giants executive shows every Thursday with Buster Posey, Zach Manassian, and Larry Bear in a 3-way rotation. But on the other side, we'll get into a 3-way rotation with our takes from myself, Kerry Crowley, and Young Tony on the Giants sweeping Seattle to open up the season in San Francisco. And we'll take your calls and texts 808 KNBR if you're buying in on the San Francisco Giants having the best winning percentage in Major League Baseball. Is Buster Ball for real? 808 KNBR is the number. Kerry Crowley filling in for Brian Murphy with Marquise Boucher on KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Yes, indeed. Our question of the day. So the Giants are 8-1 with a 7-game win streak, something we can get into on the other side. Who has been your favorite player to watch? You can join the conversation in the YouTube chat now.
Hey, what's up, everybody? Marcus Boucher here on a Monday morning with the Abundant Life Weight Loss Agency. Have you been searching for the secret to losing weight and getting healthy the natural way with no drugs or injections? Well, the team at Abundant Life Weight Loss has the secret to losing up to 1 pound of fat each and every day. Their weight loss program makes it easy to lose weight and get healthy naturally and safely. I went on this program for 3 months, and guess what? I hit my goal of losing 25 pounds. And I did it without counting any points or calories, without any prepackaged meals, and without any surgeries, drugs, or injections that have serious side effects. So if you want to learn more about the Abundant Life Weight Loss Program, go ahead and schedule your free private weight loss consultation by calling 925-594-7110. That's 925-594-7110. Or visit them online at AbundantLifeWeightLoss.com. That's AbundantLifeWeightLoss.com.
This is The Big Hit.
Sponsored by Benjamin Moore Paints. Experience the Benjamin Moore retail difference at their independently owned authorized retailers today or at benjaminmoore.com.
On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader. Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
Matos, the possible tying run at third. Fitzgerald, the possible winning run at second. And the pitch on the way. Swing, line drive in the right field, base hit. Charged by Robles. 1 run is in. Here comes Fitzgerald. The throw. Swing! 2-2 pitch. Little bouncer hit softly. Third base side. Into field it is Chapman. Here's the throw to first. And he got him. Santos, the right-hander, sats the pitch. Swing and a ground ball into right center field. Base hit. And here comes Matos around third. And the ball game is over. The Giants have swept the Mariners and have won 7 in a row.
The Giants have the best winning percentage in Major League Baseball. And Tony, there's nothing like it. What's up, everybody? Welcome back to the Murph and Marcus Show on a Monday morning. Murph's on vacation, which means 2 things. The Giants are going to start winning ball games, and Kerry Crowley is filling in this morning to wrap up one hell of a weekend. Some would say it's a marvelous weekend in the Bay out here in the 415. And all I got to say to all my LaRussell haters out there, first of all, you shouldn't be hating on LaRussell, but ever since they dropped this new track, the Giants are 8-1, and the vibes are immaculate, as young Tony and the kids like to say. And how could you not enjoy the vibes after the Giants sweep Seattle to start the season here in San Francisco? First 8-1 start since 2003 in San Francisco, and they literally have the best winning percentage in baseball. Kerry, we've been talking about the team chemistry and the brand of baseball going back to spring training, where the Giants, once again, were the Cactus League champs, but now we're seeing that translate into the season with team chemistry, with hitting with runners in scoring position, with some aggressiveness on the base pass. I don't know where you want to start with this, Kerry Crowley, but it was one hell of a weekend for the San Francisco Giants to sweep Seattle to kick off the season here in San Francisco.
Well, Marcus, I'll tell you where I want to start. I think full on right now, Giants torture is back, and it's back in a way that resonates with longtime fans of the organization who watched the early years of Buster Posey as a player, who sat through 10 and 12 and 14 and understood that the Giants were never picked to win in each of those seasons. They were always overlooked. There was always another team that had more star power, that had more talent, that could hit more home runs, that could pitch better when it mattered, except when it mattered. In October, the Giants were the team that rose to the occasion. And this is the first week of April. This is way too soon to draw big picture and grand conclusions about the style of play that the Giants are playing right now. But there are some incredible familiarities that longtime Giants fans can feel. There's a connection to those older teams because in part, the Giants spent spring training, Marcus, where you just said they were Cactus League champions on the field. In the mornings, they also started building connections with players from that championship era. You had, Marco Scutero down there. You had Santiago Casilla down there. You had Pablo Sandoval down there. You had a ton of players who had won titles and won big in San Francisco, mentoring and handing out advice to the young kids who are part of this organization right now. The culture was set. The Giants brought those World Series trophies that they won in 10, 12, and 14 into the clubhouse. That was something that Buster Posey did intentionally, and the foundation has been set to build a winning team in 2025. It's a lot easier said than done. I'm skeptical of the schedule that the Giants have played. I don't know how good the Reds, the Astros, or the Mariners will be this season, but all you can do is beat the teams in front of you, and the Giants have taken care of business in exciting fashion, Marcus.
Absolutely, Kerry, and you're right. The vibes and the culture just feel a little different, and I just can't put my finger on maybe the reason why, Tony. But before we get into those riffs and digressions, I will tell you that you are listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus Media station. And Kerry, I think you're right. When you talk about Buster Posey bringing back all those former players and coaches to be around the organizations, the changes that they've made to the ballpark this year, not just in the clubhouse for the Giants to see those 3 World Series tickets, but I thought the Giants did an awesome job this weekend honoring 25/26 years down at Oracle Park, the waterfront ballpark, and you're walking around the suite level, and there are these new TVs that are just playing highlights of the championship era. And I'm like, damn, this is cool to see. It seemed like for the last couple of years, maybe a certain somebody tried to get away from the Bruce Bochy, Buster Posey Giants, once again, young Tony. And now they are fully embracing it. They're embracing Buster Ball. We've got texts on the 408, the 707, the 559 checking in on the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line this morning with pretty much the same message. I'm buying into Buster Ball. I'm buying into this brand of baseball. Because if you look at the overall team stats, the Giants don't lead the league in home runs. They don't lead the league in hits. But they do have the best OPS with runners in scoring position with 2 outs. That's something that we never said about this team last year, but it goes back to that approach that they preach so much in spring training. And now it feels like you almost have an opportunity to win each and every game that you're in. Calling Wilmer Flores off the bench yesterday for a big pinch hit, walk-off hit. Here was Bob Melvin postgame yesterday talking about how these Giants, with this brand of baseball, feel like they have an opportunity to go out there and win each and every day.
We have a feeling where we can win the game no matter what. And when you lose a lead in the ninth, it's a little bit demoralizing. And then to be able to come back the next inning and do it again just kind of shows what we've kind of, developed here, a certain identity that, we can win those close games. We can win any kind of game. And if we have an opportunity to win in the ninth or late, we have a good feeling it's going to happen, especially in this ballpark, fan base going crazy. I mean, I think even though we didn't have a great year last year, I think we had 10 walk-offs here. So the fans have a lot to do with that.
Yeah, the fans absolutely play a part when we're talking about 3 straight sellouts Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, and a little bit of that home opener magic. We saw it last year in 2024 with Tyro Estrada with the walk-off. Ruff is on the move back in 2022. It was the 6th home opener walk-off since the ballpark opened in 2000, Kerry. It feels like there may be some particles or at least a little Buster Ball being embraced by this version of the 2025 Giants.
Well, you brought up an important note, and that is the Giants are going back and embracing the legacy that they built in 10, 12, and 14 with those 3 World Series titles. And I want to be the first to admit, I think that what they did when Farhan Zaidi came in 2019 and 2020, his first seasons of kind of ripping away the connection to those teams was actually important. And there's a distinction here, and the timing about it is also important because in 2019, 2020, 2021, it felt like the Giants were trying to hang on to that World Series era, and they were trying to still believe that that dynasty was still alive, and instead, they needed to reinvent themselves. I mean, you saw year after year players trickle outside the organization. It was Madison Bumgarner after 2019. It was Posey retiring after 20. It was Crawford and Belt finishing up after the 2022 season. Now, you look back to that 2014 World Series title team, the Giants haven't won a playoff series since 2014. So that's more than a decade that they've gone. The last playoff series that this organization won was in Kansas City when Bumgarner came out of that bullpen at Kauffman Stadium. And since that point, Every player who was on that roster in Kansas City is now out of Major League Baseball altogether. So it doesn't feel like you're trying to still, pull on the coat strings of those teams that won. It feels like, hey, we are going to celebrate. We're going to show the young players coming through this organization who were teenagers at the time, who were young, who were 8, 9, 10, 11 years old when the Giants won those titles, that we're proud of that's the foundation, that's the standard in San Francisco, and that you can now look to those and say, that is what you should aspire to. That's what you can be. And there's no one in the clubhouse who's still living off of that, who is still a part of that. I think that it is an important distinction, and I'm glad that Buster Posey recognized the timing and that it's okay to bring those titles back into the clubhouse now, because these are guys who haven't experienced that level of success, who need that hunger to get there.
Yeah, and there's not a better person to be that connector than Buster Posey. Yeah. A guy who literally has played with Wilmer Flores, with Mikey Yaz, with Patrick Bailey and Logan Webb, to have those connections as a teammate before he becomes your boss. Then he starts to implement that culture change, that torture baseball that we're talking about. And look, we don't got to break news to Buster Posey about how to win here in San Francisco. It's pitching, it's defense. That's the identity that they're trying to establish. And that's why it's important to go out and sign guys like a Jung-Hoo Lee in center field, who was a 5-time KBO Gold Glove winner, a Matt Chapman and a Willie Adames. And yes, I can sit here and recognize that some of those guys were Farhan signings, but Buster Posey stepping in to get that Matt Chapman contract extension is huge for this defense. When you talk about a guy like Logan Webb, who constantly leads Major League Baseball in ground balls. I mentioned the stat to Mike Krukow. They are second in the National League with 8 double plays turned so far this season. Small sample size, I get it, but it seems like these guys are buying into the culture and buying into the identity. Here was Matt Chapman on Saturday after his bobblehead day, after he made the game-ending play, crashing down on a slow roller at third base, talking about that same thing, the Giants' identity and how they're finding different ways to win these ball games.
Huge. I'd like to say we're a baseball team. We find ways to win. We bunted. We got some guys over, stole some bases. That's when you're a baseball team, you can find a way to win games.
How about that quote from Matt Chapman? It's almost like we're a baseball team. Once again, I'm not trying to hammer home this point too often, but it seemed like the last year or two, they're being ran more like a spreadsheet than a baseball team, young Tony. And that's the issue. When you got guys like Matt Chapman, who wants to be a clubhouse leader, who was here last year, but you made a great point earlier. Think about the guys that Buster could have moved on from. Your Wilmer Floreses, your Mike Yastrzemskis. He didn't have to give the contract extension to a guy like Matt Chapman. Farhan originally brought him in, but he established something with these veterans, and you get that blend of the veterans, but also the younger prospects on the team. And it seems like everything is clicking right now, not just on the field, but off the field with the team chemistry that we've been talking about since the start of spring training.
Well, Marcus, you talk about team chemistry, and I mentioned this earlier, but it's a stat worth bringing up again. The most important number to me right now with these 8-1 San Francisco Giants is 0, as in 0 roster moves that this team has made through the first 9 games of the regular season. This 26-man roster that they broke camp with, that, of course, they were very deliberate in breaking camp with in Scottsdale. They didn't have to choose to put Casey Schmidt and Christian Koss on this roster. They didn't have to choose Landon Roop over Hayden Birdsong and Kyle Harrison. They went down to Scottsdale and they said, it's an open competition, but we're taking the very best players to San Francisco. It doesn't matter if you're a left-handed hitter who might fit our roster and matchups better than some of the right-handed hitters we're taking. We are going with the top performers. We're bringing those guys to San Francisco. And since that point, since the Giants made that decision with Buster Posey at the helm, Zach Manassian, the general manager, and Bob Melvin affirming that decision as the field manager for this ball club, the Giants have said, we're legitimately taking our 26 best players every single day and moving forward with this group. And that means that Spencer Bivens has held on to his spot in the bullpen even after that shaky first outing in Cincinnati. It means that Luis Matos can go out there and make a start every few days, even if he's not getting everyday at-bats like you might like to see at AAA Sacramento. It means that Christian Koss, who doesn't have a hit yet, can still be assured of his roster spot, playing solid defense and being able to run the bases, which are two of his hallmarks as a player. Look, he might be Kelby Tomlinson, but you don't need to be a superstar to contribute to a Giants roster. There are roles for you as the 24th, 25th, and 26th guy on this team, but the question was, in the past, if you're the 24th, 25th, or 26th guy, when are you getting sent down? I don't think these guys are asking themselves that question at this point in time, and that's part of the leadership and philosophical change that the Giants have made right now, Marcus.
Yeah, it's a great point when you talk about guys like Bivens and Christian Koss. who, if you're not familiar with the Giants organization and their background stories, these were absolutely unbelievable stories. But that doesn't mean you get a spot on the 26-man roster. They went out and they earned that in spring training, and they were rewarded with roster spots. I know people want to see Hayden Birdsong in a starting rotation or maybe even start in Sacramento, but guess what? They rewarded him for the spring that he had by putting him on the Major League roster, and now he's had a couple good bullpen performances also.
Yeah.
We'll see how the rotation plays out, but that type of message to me means something. To your point, I've had a big issue with player development over the last couple of years. Luis Matos is a guy that I've thought has got a great start to the season, is squaring up balls, gave you some good defense yesterday in left field also. I want to see more Luis Matos. But think about what we saw last year when Luis Matos was the National League Player of the Week for the first time since Brandon Belt in 2018, and the next week he was sent down. Like, think about that constant message being in the back of your head with the constant roster turn. If I screw up once, if I make an error, if I strike out in this situation, I could be back in Sacramento. It doesn't feel like that's going to be the way that things are ran this year. And also, we should mention that it's Bob Melvin also making a lot of these decisions, not some damn computer spitting out a lineup and telling him when to press the right or wrong buttons and telling him when the hell he should be pitching.
Can I be clear about something, though?
Yeah, what do we got, Kerry? What do we got?
Analytics are still making the lineup.
Of course they are.
Like, look, Bob Melvin makes the lineup. He writes it out every single day, but the Giants are consulting spreadsheets when they make these decisions. They would be foolish not to. I love that, the conversation has swayed to the point that we say, hey, baseball people are back making decisions, but let's be honest. If you're not using data, you're not informed. The Giants are using data right now. They're using it really well, and they're using it to set their 26-man roster, to set their 40-man roster, to go after minor league free agents who they think can help them. It's how they, acquired Gerard Encarnacion last year, who ultimately helped them down the stretch. It's just that at the end of the day, some of those gut feel decisions like that Bob Melvin has, they aren't going to be overruled by data, and I think the Giants got into that pattern for the last few years. So data is still a huge part of this process, and Buster Posey knows that better than anyone.
No doubt about it. And if you have the data, you should use it. But my point has always been you shouldn't live and die by the data. Some of those gut feels you have to make as a manager. Those are some of your decisions. And one of my favorite things so far with this lineup, if they're getting helped by the computers or not, it's been consistent. And I think there is value in a consistent lineup. Even with Wilmer Flores, with the start that he's gotten off to, he's been hitting down towards the bottom of the lineup. And, Kerry, I do think that the chemistry does matter in baseball, not just in the locker room, but also in the lineup. We played the cuts earlier of Matt Chapman talking about what it's like to hit behind Jung-Hoo Lee. You talk about that relationship, the back and forth, the conversations when you're on deck versus when a guy's in the hole ready to go. Like, that back and forth means something to me, and it seems like we've gotten pretty consistent lineups, even with Bob Melvin giving a couple guys a day off.
Yeah, and that's been a really important part of this hot start to the season, Marcus, is not only have the Giants been able to keep their lineup consistent against right-handed pitchers with Jung-Hoo Lee in the 3 spot in the order and Matt Chapman in the 4 spot in the order, you've seen guys pick each other up in various situations. So, like, first week of the season, Lamont Wade Jr. gets off to a rough start. He's not hitting, but the guys behind him, and Chapman and Lee and Ramos, they all picked him up with their base hits, with their ability to produce, with runners in scoring position, with their ability to get on base with 2 outs. That's why the Giants have been good. You look at the back end of the bullpen. Hey, on Friday afternoon, Justin Verlander goes really short. He gets just 70 outs against the Seattle Mariners, but Randy Rodriguez comes in. He picks the Giants up. Spencer Bivens picks the Giants up by throwing 2 innings in relief, and then Robbie Ray the next day does something that's extremely important. He doesn't have his best stuff, but he's still able to gut through 6 innings. He walks 5. It wasn't a pretty start for Robbie Ray, but by getting through 6, he enabled the Giants to reset the bullpen for Sunday so that they could use some of their high leverage guys against the Seattle Mariners. That's the most important thing. Everything has to go right to keep your 26-man roster intact. It means no injuries. It means guys picking each other up when other players are struggling, and that has happened. There have been struggles through the first week of the regular season. The Giants just haven't let those struggles define them at the beginning of this season.
Absolutely. Even with those small struggles, they're still 8-1, best winning percentage in Major League Baseball. Looking for better performances from guys like Lamont Wade Jr., who, even though he's struggling with the bat, I think he's giving you a real good glove over at first base this season. Then you talk about guys like Justin Verlander, maybe working deeper into games. Again, small problems to complain about when you have an 8-1 start because the vibes are high. We're going to continue the vibes on the other side. Let you hear some sound from the walk-off heroes themselves, Willie Adames and Wilmer Flores, about what these walk-off wins mean for the Giants. 808 KNBR is the number. We'll get back to your texts and calls on the other side. Kerry Crowley filling in for Brian Murphy on the Murph and Marcus Show with Marcus Boucher on KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
I'd like to say we're a baseball team.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product. It's time for the Young Tony and John Joe question of the day.
Yes, indeed, and we've been talking all about it. The Giants are 8-1 with a 7-game win streak, so we want to know, who has been your favorite player to watch? You can join the conversation in the YouTube chat now. Hey, what's up, everybody? Marcus Boucher back on a Monday morning to talk to you about Prize Picks, the #1 daily fantasy sports app. And here's the thing, whether we're talking about football, basketball, or baseball, Prize Picks is the best place to get real money sports action this season. And with the Giants getting off to an 8-1 start, there's no better time to join Prize Picks. Jung-Hoo Lee is on a 7-game hit streak. I've been racking up Jung-Hoo Lee stats that have more than 1.5 runs, hits, and RBIs in damn near every game this season. So in tonight's matchup between the Reds and the Giants, there's one hell of a pitcher's duel in an opening day rematch between Hunter Green and Logan Webb. So I'll tell you what my 2 picks are for today. Logan Webb to throw more than 18 outs. You need him to pitch past the 6th inning. Logan Webb, a guy that's going to lead the league in innings pitch. I'll take Logan Webb to throw more than 6 innings today, and I'll take Hunter Green to have more than 6 strikeouts. Opening day, he had 8 of them against the Giants. I expect him to work a little bit deeper, so I'm looking for a pitcher's duel today in my Prize Picks lineup. So join me on Prize Pick and download the app using the code word LEADER, and we will give you a $50 bonus instantly when you play your first $5 lineup. That's code LEADER on Prize Picks to get $50 instantly when you play your first $5 lineup. And the best part about this promo is you don't even need to win to receive the $50 bonus. It's guaranteed, and it's only on Prize Picks. Run your game.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the KNBR app. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. 1-800-GAMBLER. Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
Matos, the possible tying run at third. Fitzgerald, the possible winning run at second. And the pitch on the way. Swing, line drive in the right field, base hit. Charged by Robles. One run is in. Here comes Fitzgerald, the throw. Swing! Santos, the right-hander, sats the pitch. Swing and a ground ball into right center field. Base hit. And here comes Matos around third. And the ball game is over. The Giants pour out of the dugout. They're on the field jumping on the back of their teammate Wilmer Flores out between the pitcher's mound and second base.
Hey, it was a walk-off weekend here in the Bay as the San Francisco Giants sweep Seattle to kick off the season here in the 415. It is Marcus Boucher and Kerry Crowley filling in for Brian Murphy today. He will be back on Thursday. John Dickinson going to host a show with myself tomorrow and Wednesday. And trust me, there will be a lot of Warriors talk with JD over the next 2 days. You can also stick around for Sam Gordon from the San Francisco Chronicle this morning at 8:50 to break down the logjam in the standings in the Western Conference with the Warriors after dropping the game last night to the Houston Rockets. Also, a little Houston Cougar talk coming on at 9:15 this morning as we get ready for the Pop Culture Showdown that will decide tonight's national champion in a matchup between the Gators and the Cougars, with Todd Golden's Gators trying to get the job done. But we are back on a Monday morning with Kerry Crowley, still wrapping up the Giants weekend. 2 walk-off moments, squeeze in a double-double performance by Jung-Hoo Lee and Matt Chapman on Saturday on Matt Chapman Bobblehead Day, and the Giants are 8-1 for the first time since 2003. Kerry Crowley, I know you did a lot of pregame over the weekend. How were fans reacting pregame to the Giants' start of the season before the walk-off from Wilmer on Sunday?
I mean, there was incredible excitement for the pregame shows, which, by the way, are 2.5 hours long. Someone's got to get that fixed. That's way too long to be talking baseball on
I need more Kerry Crowley.
I don't know how Marty Lurie did it for all those years, but 2.5 hours on Saturday and Sunday of me, something's got to change. But the Giants actually made it easy for me, and I think that fans are really, really interested in this year's team, in particular because so many of the players that they're watching right now, Marcus, are guys who are going to start 140-plus games for this team this season. So it doesn't matter if there's a right-hander or a left-hander on the mound. You're going to see Elliot Ramos out in left field or as the DH for 140-plus games this season. As long as he stays healthy, he's the guy. And it didn't matter that last year he was outstanding against left-handers but subpar against righties. The Giants just wanted to enter this season giving him the opportunity to get everyday at-bats to ensure that he was in the lineup and that he could improve against right-handers, that he wasn't in a platoon situation. The same is true of Jung-Hoo Lee. He's someone who makes a ton of contact. Right-hander or left-hander on the mound, you're going to see Jung-Hoo every single day. The Giants marketing department has jumped on that with the Jung-Hoo crew. So you know that he's going to be in the 3 spot. Right-hander or left-hander on the mound, it doesn't matter. The same is true of Matt Chapman. The same is true of Willie Adames. And all of a sudden, you're no longer mixing and matching. You're no longer figuring out which pieces work against which pitcher. Fans show up to the ballpark excited to see the same guys every single day. There's recognition with these players, and there's also the recognition that in the case of Ramos, in the case of Lee, in the case of Chapman, and the case of Adames, these guys are going to be here for a while. This is a foundational core that the Giants are building around, and with Logan Webb on the hill, with the young pitchers and Landon Roop and Hayden Birdsong emerging for this ball club, a lot of the players that you see at the beginning of this 2025 season are going to be playing important roles in 27 and 28, and that means something to longtime Giants fans who had to learn the names of 64 players or 63 players in each of the last few seasons. You want that number to really be around 40 to 45 over the course of each season, and I think Giants fans spoke to that over the course of the weekend with our extended Giants warm-up pregame shows.
Oh, Giants fans are over the moon right now, if that's the right expression to use, Kerry Crowley.
It is.
They're all hyped up. We were talking to Darren Chan, who was behind the scenes for Creek and Kai, John Miller, Dave Fleming. He does all the behind the scenes work as the audio engineer. And he's walking around the city of San Francisco and he says, man, I haven't heard this excitement about Giants baseball in 7 to 8 years. And it was the same thing when we were down in Scottsdale. It's the same thing when we talk to Mike Krukow every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. He said this was one of the best spring training performances that I've seen in my years covering Giants baseball. And I get it. I see some of the text saying, look, guys, we're only 9 games into the season. You might have to pump it back a little bit. But I think a reason why people are buying in is because Buster has a plan. And it gets back to the message of building that foundation with Buster Ball, with the identity of this team. Think about how many guys in the lineup you can actually go and buy a jersey for now. You couldn't say that a couple years ago with your mean Mercedes and Ford Proctor in the lineup, or A.J. Pollock, or insert whoever you want to insert here from the margin moves that were being made each and every day. I was at the ballpark all weekend long, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. You know what I saw? Matt Chapman jerseys, Willie Adames jerseys, Jung-Hoo Lee jerseys, Elliot Ramos jerseys, Patrick Bailey jerseys, Logan Webb jerseys. Like, it feels like they're actually building something that could be sustainable for the next 3, 4, 5 years down the road. And I think that has to circle back to this offseason, where some people were complaining about the Giants scaling back the payroll, not spending as much money as they spent the prior year in free agency. But look at the results after spending all that money on Jorge Soler and Blake Snell, and even bringing in guys like Matt Chapman and Jung-Hoo Lee. He goes down early. It still resulted in a damn near 500 season, which leads us to today with Buster Ball and reestablishing that identity. To me, that's the key here. It might be early in the season, but it feels like they're building something that could be sustainable, Kerry.
Well, a couple of key points here, and I understand the people on the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line who say pump the brakes a little bit. Look, I'm not saying that this team is going to go 8-1 every 9-game stretch that it has this season. They're not going to win or sweep every series. There are going to be downfalls over the course of this season. But you obviously prefer this style of play, this aggression, the fact that you're not rotating players in and out of the lineup. You'd rather win 82, 83 games with this style of play than win 81, 82 games with the style of play that we've seen in each of the last 3 seasons. So it's a breath of fresh air. That is the main point that we're trying to get across with this morning's show. And your takeaways for the first 9 games this season, the first 3 games of this homestand is, this is different. The philosophy is different, and you can understand the genuine excitement that exists around the Bay Area, around San Francisco, and down at China Basin, because fans deserve a winner. They've sat through each of the last few seasons. The Giants, as I said, Marcus, haven't won a World Series since 2014, but they haven't won a playoff series since that World Series win. That's more than a decade, and so you're allowed to get your hopes up. You're allowed to be optimistic about the start to this season. And on the the topic of the Giants player acquisition approach that you brought up this offseason, I was one of the loudest voices saying that this team should have spent more. And I still believe it. Like, Pete Alonso was out there. They should have made a more compelling offer, and they should have spent more this offseason. But they didn't. And so you go into opening day with the 26-man roster. And I really do believe that Buster Posey has this philosophy. It's a 3-pronged approach to player development and player acquisition, which is, you're going to go after the A-list free agents. Willie Adames, an A-list free agent at his position. You give him the 7-year deal. You're not going to go after the B and C tier free agents like a Michael Conforto, like a Jorge Soler, who are going to cost you, like a Mitch Haniger, who are going to cost you 2 or 3 years, $30+ million, and it's a 50-50 bet as to whether they perform at all. Instead, that second tier of free agent the Giants are going to acquire are the Justin Verlanders of the world. The guys willing to sign a 1-year contract. It's why the Giants were reportedly in on Paul Goldschmidt this offseason, because he was a veteran with experience who was willing to sign a 1-year deal. So if you don't get the A-list guy, you pivot to the 1-year deal guy. That's what the Giants did with Justin Verlander. And then there's a third prong to this player development strategy, and that is you have to draft better. You have to develop better if you're the San Francisco Giants. Look, I think it's fantastic that Wilmer Flores has had an opening week for the ages for the Giants. But in all honesty, the fact that it's Wilmer Flores' 6th season in San Francisco speaks to the fact that this organization hasn't developed a first baseman since Brandon Belt was drafted in 2009? That's an issue for this ball club. That's an issue for this franchise. And that's something that Buster Posey is going to work to correct over the next 3 seasons. But it doesn't happen overnight. It means that you have to go through a 162 game campaign, platooning with Lamont Wade Jr. and Wilmer Flores, and then bringing Gerard Encarnacion back into the fold. But right now, Giants fans deserve to get their hopes up. This team isn't going to have the best winning percentage at the end of the season, but it looks like it can be a heck of a lot more competitive than what we saw in each of the last 3 seasons, and that matters, Marcus.
Yes, and our KNBR listeners know that planning is a process. Shout out to our guy G.O.D., Greg O'Donnell, always hooking us up with O'Donnell Financial Group. But there is a plan, and there's a message here. And again, I'm with you, Kerry. That's why I think a lot of fans are even surprised to see this 8-1 record to start the season because nobody really had these expectations going into the season except for the guys in the clubhouse. The guys who bought into the message, the guys who bought into the plan, not just from Buster, but from Pat the Bat, Bob Melvin. We can even throw in a Damon Minor, the way that they're approaching things differently with runners in scoring position. That to me stands out more than just the record. The fact that they're tied for 6th in Major League Baseball with 12 stolen bags when they were second to last in stolen bags last year. That to me is a different approach of being more aggressive on the base pass. I've mentioned the runners in scoring position. They're the best team OPS when it comes to runners in scoring position with 2 outs. Again, that's all the approach, and that's the message I want to see as a fan of this team, something that could be sustainable, and that's a similar message that Willie Adames gave this weekend also about the message that they want to send to the fan base about the style of baseball that they want to play.
Yeah, I mean, coming from, battling till the end, we never give up. We were resilient throughout the game, and I think, that's what's going to make us better, good to continue to be better. Obviously, we have to continue to, execute when we have people on base, people in scoring position. But I feel, getting this win after that battle, I think it was amazing, and it's going to send a great message to the clubhouse, and hopefully we can continue to play this way.
Yeah, it's a great message to the clubhouse, great message to the fans. That was Willie Adames after his walk-off hit on Friday. On the other side, we will jump into the cooler of content, where you will hear from the walk-off man himself from Sunday, Wilmer Flores, talking about how much fun he's having winning baseball games this season with the San Francisco Giants. I think everybody's having a fun time, especially since Murph's on vacation and Kerry Crowley is filling in on a Monday morning. It's the Murph and Marky Show. KC in for Brian Murphy. More Giants baseball and the cooler of content next on KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
All right, everyone, chill. This is the cooler.
He's bitten a cooler
of content.
Cornucopacious of joyful news.
Yeah, baby! On the sports leader.
All right, welcome back to the Murph and Marcus Show on a Monday morning. No Brian Murphy, he's on vacation. He'll be back on Thursday, so joining us in the cooler of content is Kerry Crowley, and it's only right that the water boy is running the cooler of content, which, of course, is sponsored by Marin Health. With top physicians, surgeons, and clinicians right here in the North Bay, Marin Health puts you closer to your best health. World-class care, closer than you think. And we're getting closer and closer to another game tonight. 6:45 first pitch. Logan Webb squaring off against Hunter Green in an opening day matchup. And we'll see if the win streak continues, Kerry Crowley, because one of my favorite quotes from this weekend, after Wilmer Flores hits a walk-off knock on the first pitch he sees, he delivers this quote post-game to NBC Sports Bay Area about how much fun the Giants are having winning these ball games.
Winning is fun. Winning is fun. I mean, we've been working hard the whole spring, to have a good season and, to have a good start like we're having. It's really fun.
It's as simple as that, Kerry. We can talk about the brand new bottle of Coke at Oracle Park. We could talk about the new food and the City Connect uniforms. If you want to fill out that ballpark, you got to win games. We saw 3 straight sellouts this weekend, and we saw 3 straight wins. I think our guy, Chris Mad Dog Russo, puts it simply the best. The Giants winning is fun baseball.
The Giants.
Fun. And it was a lot of fun this weekend. Of course, it makes it a little bit more fun when you're winning games and hitting walk-off knocks, Kerry.
I mean, it's a throwback to the torture era. That's exactly what we saw on Friday afternoon with the Giants back and forth game. I think there were 4 lead changes. Willie Adames bloops one into right field, and Tyler Fitzgerald runs through the stop sign over at third base. What a call by Fitzgerald, understanding that his speed was going to beat the double clutch of Victor Robles out there in right field. And then on Sunday afternoon, look, Camilo Doval blows that game. He's got to improve with runners on base. That's one of the Giants' biggest Achilles heels right now is Camilo Doval with runners on. But they come up in the 9th inning. Luis Matos helps make things happen by beating out that fielder's choice, and then he takes second. Of course, you've got Wilmer Flores coming off the bench, and what does he try to do? Doesn't try to be the hero, doesn't try to knock the ball into the seats. He understands that Gregory Santos throws extremely hard. He needs to go the other way with the infield pulled over. It's exactly what he does. It was simple, it was effective, and it was a throwback to the Giants in their most tortuous days.
Yeah, that's the thing with Wilmer Flores. He stays ready so he does not have to get ready. I mean, if anybody's got your back, Wilmer's got your back, Tony.
If nobody got me, I know Wilmer Flores got me. Can I get an amen for that?
Can I get an amen? And young Tony, I know that we're stacking up the win package early. We've got Bob Nightingale in there. We've got a healthy flow by Bob Melvin. But I think we might need to squeeze in a little winning is fun from Wilmer Flores.
Winning is fun.
It is. It is fun, and it's fun every time we have those opportunities to play those win packages, and we've been playing them a lot lately. We'll see if the win streak continues tonight against Hunter Green and the Cincinnati Reds. But more Giants cooler of content for you this weekend. Mikey Yaz circles the bags for the first time this season. Little Oppo Taco approach. Love seeing Yaz spray it the other way. But apparently, it was a request from one of his family members to go deep this game on Sunday.
Yeah, I think it depends on any given day. Today I got to give a shout out to my daughter Quinley, honestly, because she asked for a home run, and so I promised her I'd get her a home run. So Quinny, I love you and miss you. But that's part of it, where the guys are just talking about situations before they happen, and rather than being reactive, we're trying to kind of take our game to them.
Wow. So 2 parts of that quote that I love. The second part where he talks about the actual approach and not just being reactive at the plate. That's huge. But it's also cool when your daughter requests for you to hit a home run. Turns out she actually requested a triple, a splash hit, and a home run all in the same game. But Mikey Yaz came through clutch on Sunday, doing it for the kids, Kerry Crowley.
Yeah, there's more work to do for Yaz on the homestand then. Expect the splash hit, expect the triple if he's going to deliver on all 3 counts. But I think you're absolutely right. Taking the game to the opponent is something the Giants have failed to do for each of the last 3 seasons, and it is imperative that they do it this season because we've seen, Marcus, how well they play when they take it to their opponent, and it's a critical component of winning at Oracle Oracle Park. I really think that if the Giants are going to realize their potential in 2025, this is a team that has to win at home. This isn't a roster that's built for the road in different ballparks around the country. It's a roster that's built to play gap to gap, to hit doubles like Jung-Hoo Lee and Matt Chapman did on Saturday evening, and to win with their elite bullpen. You've seen it with Brian Walker at the end of games. You've seen it with Tyler Rogers already making 5 appearances for the Giants, being one of the best setup men in baseball. Randy Rodriguez has been the fireman. They can win 4-3 ball games. They can win, as we saw on Sunday, 5-4 ball games. And to me, if they're going to get into the playoffs this year, you got to win 50 at home. That means 50-31 at Oracle Park. Go 500 on the road. That'll get you to 90 wins. That will get you to exactly where the Giants want to be.
Yeah, and we know to win at Oracle Park, you got to play clean defense. And Tyler Fitzgerald did have an error on Friday, but the Giants were the last team in Major League Baseball to commit an error. And it feels like we saw a lot of that great defense this weekend. Jung-Hoo Lee had some phenomenal plays down on the warning track. The way he reads the ball off the bat is just a thrill to watch. I mean, he's all hustle all the time.
Can I say something about that real quick?
Of course.
So Jung-Hoo Lee, someone who doesn't need to make a ton of diving catches in center field because he reads the ball so well off the bat. Remember 2019 when Giants fans fell in love with Kevin Pillar playing center field because of all the diving catches? Kevin Pillar wasn't getting great jumps that season, and so he forced himself into situations where he had to dive. And it was fun to watch. Like, the guy was amazing, Superman leaping through the air, but you'd rather have someone who doesn't subject himself to throwing his body all over the field because he reads the ball off the bat so well. Jung-Hoo Lee did that in outstanding fashion the first week of this season.
Yeah, and I loved hearing his quotes over the weekend about how he's playing fearless. He's not afraid of the wall, the same wall that took him out last season. But yeah, make those plays in front of the wall, and we should be good to go, Jung-Hoo Lee. But we can't talk about defense without talking about the Gold Glovers. On Saturday, it was Matt Chapman bobblehead day. Shout out to all of our lucky listeners and Giants fans who got the all-gold the all-gold Matt Chapman bobblehead. Patrick Bailey also got a Gold Glove for the work he did in 2024. And this is a quote that we've been sitting on since last week. After Jordan Hicks made his home debut out in Houston, he came on the afternoon show, the Dirty Work Show, with Copes and D-Pop, and he compared Patrick Bailey to one former Golden Glover himself. Kerry, I would love to hear your thoughts on this comparison after we play this cut right here.
You and Pat Bailey, it seemed like, got in a really good rhythm and chemistry early on. I mean, how's your relationship with him? How much in rhythm were you with him yesterday? Is he frequently just putting down what you're ready to go with?
Yeah, I mean, that's the beauty about Pat. He was stealing a lot of those strikes from me. I'll just try to get him close and let the Gold Glover do the rest of the work. Reminds me a lot of Yadi Molina, my first big league catcher. Just the way he approaches the game, I don't have to shake off much. We have a good game plan, and I trust him going into it. Just to have a catcher like that you can trust and not have to shake too often, for any starting pitcher, that's right where you want to be.
Oh, once again, that was Jordan Hicks last week on Dirty Work, comparing Patrick Bailey to Yadier Molina. And Kerry, I know somebody that's close to my age can understand how good of a catcher Yadi was behind home plate. I say this without trying to disrespect Buster Posey, but Yadi to me was the best defensive catcher that I watched growing up. Of course, you factor in that arm strength also, which I don't know if Patrick Bailey has quite yet, but he does have the pop time. He has the elite glove work when it comes to framing. What'd you think about that comparison? Jordan Hicks saying Patrick Bailey reminds him a little bit of Yadier Molina.
Yeah, it's one thing for people like us, pundits and analysts, to mention Patrick Bailey in the same sentence defensively as Yadier Molina. It's a completely different thing when a pitcher who threw to Yadier Molina talks about Patrick Bailey in that light, and that really helps us gain perspective on what he's able to do behind home plate. And I like that this was from Dirty Work last week because it was coming off of the start that Jordan Hicks made in Houston against the Astros. And you go back, the Giants will play 162 games this season, Marcus. They'll play 9+ innings in each of these ball games. There won't be a better pitched inning than the second inning that Jordan Hicks had against Houston in that first start of the season that he made. He was throwing 100 on the black. The movement was insane, and Patrick Bailey framed up every single one of those pitch almost flawlessly. It was amazing to watch in that moment. Bailey was fighting for him yesterday against the Seattle Mariners with home plate umpire DJ Rayburn. He was, he was all up in his ear trying to get him those borderline strike calls. I thought that Rayburn's zone was way too tight early in the ball game in favor of Brian Wu. Ultimately, later, it ends up favoring the Giants a little bit, but I think that comparison is one that speaks volumes about what Patrick Bailey can be as a catcher. And if you've got Jordan Hicks, who has the nastiest stuff on this staff, talking about Patrick Bailey that way, you know that every other pitcher is going to speak about him that way as well, because Jordan Hicks is the hardest guy to catch on this Giant staff.
I mean, you're talking 99 with movement, throwing that slider also. Jordan Hicks has looked great to start the season. Got the win yesterday, or actually didn't get the win after Camilo Duvall had a little bit of trouble in that ninth inning. But Giants get the win. They keep winning with Patrick Bailey behind home plate. I know that there are some Giants fans who want to see more from the kid with his bat, but just sit back and appreciate the glove work. You got a 25-year-old Gold Glove catcher. Looking forward to see Patrick Bailey behind home plate for years to come when we do talk about these Buster Posey building blocks. But real quick, before we get out and talk to Sam Gordon from the San Francisco Chronicle from the Warriors, we do got to check in from the Dubs last night because things were getting heated early on in Houston. We saw Draymond Green going back and forth with our guy, Oppo's guy, Alperen Şengün. And then we also had a little bit of smoke right before halftime. Steph Curry and Ime Udoka going back and forth before halftime. Here was Steph Curry postgame about what was said at the half.
Made a reservation at International Smoke, and then he canceled it. And so I was kind of upset with him, and we went back and forth on that.
Yeah. You like that
one? Plug. Yeah, I know. You're in the business now.
He show up to Mesquite either, so it was hot.
That's a smart man, Steph Curry, who was at the podium yesterday with Draymond Green. We're talking about the king of petty, even though the Warriors lost. He says, yeah, Ime made a reservation at International Smoke, which is, of course, one of Aisha Curry's restaurant, but he canceled the reservation. Kerry, what was your thoughts on the back and forth and the chippiness we saw last night with the Rockets down at Chase Center?
I mean, a little insight into how the Warriors viewed that ballgame, that Steph can be so light at the end of that game and can have a smile on his face. I think they understand, look, this thing's still in their own hands. If they take care of business this week against Phoenix, against San Antonio, against Portland, they'll head into Sunday against the Clippers with an opportunity to lock up a top 6 seed. And I think that that's why they weren't so dejected after last night's game, where the chippiness wasn't affecting them in the way that you think that it might after a game like that against a playoff contender like the Rockets. So maybe a little insight in how the Warriors view this final week of the season through the humor that Steph Curry showed there, Marcus.
Yes, 4 games left in the season, and there's a 4-way tie right now between the 5 spot and the 8 spot. Also, the Denver Nuggets in the 4 spot with 32 losses. 5 different teams right now in the Western Conference in that logjam trying to figure out these standings through the final week of the season. And to help us simplify it all, on the other side will be Sam Gordon from the San Francisco Chronicle, who covers the Golden State Warriors. He'll let us know about that International Smoke last night against the Houston Rockets and how the Warriors can avoid the play-in bracket on the other side. It's Marcus Boucher and Kerry Crowley filling in for Brian Murphy on the Murph and Marcus Morning Show on KNBR 104.5 FM at 680 AM, the sports leader.
Made a reservation at International Smoke, and then he canceled it, and so I was kind of upset with him.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the KNBR app. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. 1-800-GAMBLER. Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
All right, we are back live in the city by the bay, live from the 415. It is the Murph and Marcus show. Brian Murphy on vacation. Kerry Crowley filling in this morning. And joining us now on the UMA guest line from the San Francisco Chronicle is Sam Gordon to talk to us about the end of the Warriors' 5-game winning streak. Sam, always a pleasure to have you on. How you doing this morning?
Doing good. Happy Monday, guys. Appreciate you having me. How you doing?
We're doing great. Good weekend for the San Francisco Giants to get a sweep, but a little bit of a sour taste in Bay Area fans on Sunday night as the Golden State Warriors' 5-game winning streak comes to an end. I think big picture, Sam, most Warrior fans will look at the last 4 games and look at the back-to-back wins in L.A. and then against the Nuggets on Friday night and say, hey, it was a good stretch of 4 games. But with 4 games left now in the season, it seems like every matchup matters, especially with the log jam that we're seeing in the Western Conference. So what was your big takeaway from not only last night but this weekend, squaring off against the Lakers, Nuggets, and then losing last night against Houston?
Yeah, I think like you said, all things considered, right, pretty good stretch for the Warriors. Also, you know, they took down the Grizzlies on Tuesday. Those were, I mean, you get 3 victories over teams ahead of them in the standings. I think there's probably the 3 most substantial wins, certainly since they've acquired Jimmy Butler, 21-6 in that stretch. But before those 3 games, a lot of those wins were over teams that were either shorthanded or teams that were bound for the lottery, not necessarily the high-end playoff caliber competition that they're going to see if they do indeed get a series and play their way out of the play-in. So all things considered, as you mentioned, even though, you know, they didn't get the ending to the weekend that they wanted to, it was a strong stretch of basketball. I think, you know, you go back to last night, the Rockets were just spectacular. They played an excellent defensive game. Amen Thompson, tremendous against Steph Curry. They set a really physical tone that I think not necessarily didn't take the Warriors necessarily by surprise per se, but they were able to dictate the tone and the temper of the game with their physicality, forcing 20 turnovers. So again, spectacular defensive effort led by Amen Thompson, team defensive effort. And the Warriors were coming off of a stretch. I mean, that was an exhaustive stretch. You're talking about a 14-day trip right into a back-to-back with the Denver Nuggets, and then 2 days later they're playing the number 2 seed Houston Rockets. So you're not going to win them all. That's what, you know, that was kind of the messaging last night from Steve Kerr, from Steph Curry, so on and so forth. And even, you know, even Steph Curry, for as great as he's been, is due for an off night at every once in a while. He, you know, in addition to Houston's stellar defense, that was certainly part of the equation as well. So mentality shifts for the Warriors to 1 game at a time. That's what it's been. But Phoenix Suns tomorrow, then the San Antonio Spurs Wednesday, then the Portland Trail Blazers Friday, and then the big finale Sunday with the Clippers, who they're tied with in the standings right now. So 5 teams, I believe 5 teams tied with 32 losses. It's going to be a crazy finish. The Warriors know that. They're geared up for it, and their 21-6 stretch with Jimmy Butler puts them in position to play for a series. So that's what the focus is, and that's what they're moved on to.
Yeah, crazy finish in store indeed for the rest of this NBA season, Sam. And just to hang on last night's game for another beat, I wanted to ask you what you thought of the shot distribution last night, because we know that Amen Thompson was playing outstanding perimeter defense against the Warriors, and the Rockets are really athletic on the wing. But to see Buddy Hield and Gary Payton II and Podziemski all get up 14 shots while Curry was limited to 1 for 10 from the field and Jimmy Butler just 7 attempts, what did you make of the way that the Warriors distributed their shots and tried to get open looks last night?
Yeah, I mean, I think, you know, kind of playing the way that the defense was dictating, and that's advantage Rockets from that sense. Overall, you mentioned the 7 shot attempts for Jimmy Butler. I think if they could do that game over, if it's a kind of playoff settings, playoff stakes, you're going to want to see an uptick in offense from him. He's the guy that can break down a defense with his dribble, that can get to the basket, that can draw free throws, that can, you know, obviously facilitate and create offense for his teammates, but also somebody that can score when things are breaking down. So that's where I think you'd want to see an uptick of shots if you could do this game over in a playoff type of scenario. But yeah, the Rockets did an excellent job with, you know, again with their perimeter defense dictating the ball where they wanted it to go, and getting the Warriors to play into their hands. So not a great game for the Warriors. Excellent game by the Rockets, and they were able to ultimately stymie what's been a very effective Golden State offense the last couple of months.
Sam Gordon is the voice you heard this morning on the UMA guest line from the San Francisco Chronicle. And Sam, one of the biggest storylines from last night's game was Draymond Green and the international smoke that he had last night with the Houston Rockets. What was your breakdown on the beef going back and forth throughout the entire game? And then, of course, the Draymond Green flagrant foul that we saw.
Yeah. Physical game. These teams have played each other 5 times this season, which is a rarity, very, very much an anomaly in the NBA. You're only supposed to play teams 4 times, but with the NBA Cup and with the Rockets being in Golden State's division for that or group for that, and getting into the single elimination part of the tournament, they added a 5th game. So the Rockets were 1-3 against the Warriors. They wanted to come in as the number 2 seed and send a message themselves, and I think that's what you got from Alperen Sengun. Wasn't backing down to Draymond Green at all. Draymond Green is always going to stand his ground, and he picked up that technical foul, that 4 fouls in the first half, and then you go to the flagrant foul early in the second half. Certainly didn't seem like a flagrant foul by any means from my vantage point. But I think that you kind of look at some of the carryover from how intense that first half was and just kind of the back and forth from Sengun and the intensity with the referees. You get the sense that maybe there was some carryover. So certainly not his best game with the 5 fouls, limited his productivity, and also, an excellent kind of showing by the Rockets in the sense that they're ready to match playoff level intensity that, this team hasn't experienced yet, whereas Golden State has. So, again, I didn't think it was a flagrant foul, but you're playing with fire a little bit with those 4 fouls and just with the, kind of the back and forth with Sengun and with the referees in the second quarter. I think there was some carryover there and think that ultimately played a part in just kind of dictating the tempo of the game in Houston's favor.
Sam, what do you think is the best case scenario for the Golden State Warriors in terms of this playoff outlook right now? I think maybe the 4th seed, but what opponent do you think would they match up best against if you're taking everything into consideration, this very jumbled Western Conference right now?
Yeah, I would have said the Rockets up until last night, but the way things are, of course it's possible that the Rockets or the Warriors end up in the 7th spot and that there's the 7-2 matchup. But after seeing how things shake out last night, I'm not necessarily sure. They're really, really deep with point of attack defenders. The Warriors have traditionally had their number, and last night notwithstanding, the Warriors have a 3-2 advantage in the season series. You think in a playoff series you'd still favor their edge and experience in any kind of late game closing situations, but the Rockets are really physical. They're really deep at the point of attack defensively, and have the personnel, as we saw last night, to disrupt and it affects Steph Curry in a way that maybe not necessarily other teams do. I don't know if there's a preference for the Warriors. I think styles make fights, and all the teams that they're positioned to play have the unique styles. You have the Lakers as the 3 seed right now are really good. Have the ability to slow the game down with LeBron James and Luka Doncic and really hunt specific shots on offense. I think the Warriors did an excellent job the other night of inducing a little bit of too much one-on-one play, kind of crowded the paint, and then were able to get out to shooters and disrupt the rhythm of the Lakers' offense. Even if you're getting into those switches and attacking switches and slowing the pace of the game down the Lakers do with LeBron James and Luka Doncic, you still need to have, kind of a rhythm and flow to it. They didn't have that. The Warriors took them out of that. We know Golden State's history with Denver. Of course, they get the big win on Friday, but because of their size, because of the way Nikola Jokic is able to pick teams apart with his offense as a scorer and both a facilitator, they've been a really difficult matchup for the Warriors as well. So it's pretty much kind of a styles make fights makes fights type of thing. Going in the playoffs here, I think the Warriors have advantages in all those matchups, but they also, so do the other teams. So not necessarily one matchup that I think favors the Warriors one way or the other. I guess if you had to pick, probably still Houston from an experience standpoint. But the way the West is shaken out, none of these matchups per se are going to be, easy. If they end up in a matchup with the Clippers, which again seems unlikely with the way that the standings are, but certainly not an impossibility. The Clippers are 3-0 against them this year too, and they're deep with perimeter defenders that they can throw at Stephen Curry and Jimmy Butler and so on and so forth. So it's supposed to be hard. I mean, this is the playoffs. This is the postseason. It's why I think it's crucial that the Warriors, especially their young players, are getting this 4-game stretch under their belt now to get a feel for what these games are going to be like and to get a feel for the different styles that these respective teams may or may not have throughout the course of a 7-game series. So It's different matchups possible, different advantages for the Warriors, but also different disadvantages, which is what makes this particular Western Conference playoffs, which makes this race to the finish so exciting.
If the playoffs started today, we would have a 3-6 matchup between the Lakers and the Warriors, but the playoffs don't start today. 4 more games left in the season, and as Sam referenced to, there are 5 teams tied with 32 losses in the loss column, so we'll see how it shakes out down the final week of the season. But Sam, I did want to circle back to last night's game against the Houston Rockets. We mentioned Jimmy Butler and whether or not he needed to be the guy to step up with Steph Curry getting all the attention on offense. I want to ask you about Jonathan Kuminga, because we've seen Kuminga have some of his best performances, not only this season, but in his career against the Houston Rockets. So were you surprised to not see him step up a little bit more? And then going forward, what do you think his role is going to be in the rotation during the postseason?
Yeah, and I think, you mentioned how he's played against the Rockets this season. Of course, closed out that overtime in November when Stephen Curry wasn't available for the Warriors. And then I believe a 34-point showing later in the season in the wintertime in another game without Stephen Curry available. It was just a game that the Rockets, sure, of course I think the Warriors would have, liked more productivity from him, but it was, again, it's a tremendous defensive game from the Rockets, and I think a little fatigue from the Warriors coming out of what's been an exhaustive, intense, and that sometimes emotionally, draining stretch for them. All things considered, I think his force and his athleticism plays really well in a matchup with the Rockets in a prospective playoff matchup. And you talk about kind of his role and what that looks like on this team going into the playoffs. They're going to need his length, his size, his physicality, his power on the wing. Wings are so important in the playoffs because of their versatility, because of their switchability, because of their ability to guard up and guard down a lot of the times. And Jonathan Kuminga has demonstrated that these last few games. It wasn't his night against the Rockets per se, but you saw kind of the role that the Warriors want to play. Warriors want him to play going back a couple nights ago against the Los Angeles Lakers, which is getting out in transition, attacking off cuts, screening, moving the ball, attacking in isolation when he has favorable matchups, when he has a size matchup, and then guarding across the perimeter, guarding in the front court, and guarding with a fervor and with a connectivity along with the rest of the Warriors. He played an excellent two-way game against the Lakers. He got up and down a little bit, picked his spots to attacked off the ball, attacked on the ball, knocked down the catch-and-shoot jumper, and lo and behold, finishes with 18 points, 9 rebounds, and closes the game. Not every matchup, per se, is going to be as favorable for Jonathan Kuminga, but in matchups that lean towards his size, towards his athleticism, like one against the Lakers, like one against the Houston, I'm expecting, an uptick in minutes and an uptick in role and productivity in the postseason. So he's going to be crucial for them to reach their upside and for them to maximize any kind of playoff run, because he offers things that, nobody else on the roster has, with his explosiveness, with his speed, with his force on the wing, and with his versatility on the wing, guarding, what he's able to do defensively with bigger forwards and also against guards. So he's primed to make an impact, to play a significant role for the Warriors. But you go to the end of games, everything is kind of fluid with the way that the Warriors are closing, and matchups are ultimately going to dictate where he fits in the closing lineup.
Sam, one more from me. I'd love to zoom out and go big picture here, because so much has happened over the last 7 days. You think about, it was just last week the Warriors were in Memphis, in Los Angeles, coming home and taking on Denver. And then, of course, we talk about last night's game against the Houston Rockets. Has anything that's transpired in the last week or so changed or maybe helped inform your opinion about believing the Warriors are or aren't contenders in the Western Conference? Like, can they emerge as a serious Western Conference Finals contender? Can they emerge as a serious NBA championship contender with what's happened over the last 7 days?
Yeah, I think so, right? Oklahoma City is the favorite in the Western Conference for a reason. They've been the best team in the NBA all year, right? You take a look at some of their statistics, some of their advanced statistics. It's been a historic regular season from the Thunder. So they are favored, and they should be favored for legit reasoning. But you look at the Warriors, right? 21-6. They have those signature victories. Now they're the top 5 defense since acquiring Jimmy Butler. They're a top 10 offense. They know who they are. They solidified their identity. They've solidified, for the most part, their rotations, the units that they like to use within each game. And then you talk about the pedigree that they have with Steph Curry, with Draymond Green, with Steve Kerr, right? And with Jimmy Butler going into a playoff series. The young players around them have found their roles. They found their rhythm. And from a matchups perspective, right, kind of going back to what we talked about earlier, this is a styles makes fights kind of postseason where outside of the Thunder, there's not a very clear, second best team in the West. In my opinion, from that standpoint, right? Why isn't it the Warriors? Why couldn't it be the Warriors? That's what the postseason is going to dictate. But they've put themselves in a position to make a run. They have, two offensive hubs to create offense. They have Draymond Green anchoring their defense. They have switchable, versatile wings. They have multiple big men in Quentin Post and Kevon Looney that they can go to, situationally, depending on the series, depending on the matchup, depending on game flow and kind of what kind of production they need out of their center spot. And then again, they have a lot of experience as a unit winning playoff series, winning championships collectively. So not necessarily, the three big wins that they scored kind of, further substantiated or further highlighted the upside that they've kind of showed since they've acquired Jimmy Butler. And lo and behold, this is what they've wanted all season. You go back to the arc of the season, the 12-3 start, the lull in the middle of the season where they fell out of the top 10. Now they're in position that they control their own destiny in terms of securing a playoff berth. Home court advantage, seeding doesn't matter to them at this point. It's not about that. It's just about getting in the dance and making something happen. And they put themselves in position to make a run in the playoffs. What does that look like? I don't know. We'll see. We know how great the Oklahoma City Thunder are, and the other teams that are going to be playing the Warriors have favorable matchups they can exploit in those particular series as well. But so do the Warriors. The Warriors know who they are. They've established an identity this last part of the season, and that identity, I think, gives them certainly a puncher's chance to come out of the Western Conference and a very good chance to be competitive and win a series at the very least. But we'll see. Styles make fights, and it's going to be an uphill battle regardless because of how many series it's required to win a championship. But they're in striking range, they're in position, and it's going to be a fun last week and fun playoffs for sure.
Yeah, Warriors back in action tomorrow night in Phoenix, which means your basketball schedule is wide open for the NCAA championship matchup tonight between the Florida Gator and the Houston Cougars. Real quick before we let you go, Sam, did you have any takes on the ending of that Duke-Houston game, or if you have any picks for tonight's game?
Houston never quit, right? The games are 40 minutes long. They finished the game, and Duke, quite for all their talent, didn't quite put together finish. I've been so impressed with Florida this whole tournament. Walter Clayton Jr. Been the player of the tournament so far. I think college basketball so often comes down to guard play. These two teams have had excellent guard play all tournament, and I think I'm going with the Florida Gators to get it done. They were my pick before the tournament. On the strength of their guard play, I think Walter Clayton Jr. finishes the tournament, finishes his story, and brings home another championship for the Gators. But expecting an excellent game either way. Two veteran, really good college teams.
I like it. We'll see if Todd Golden's Gators can bring home that national title tonight. Sam, great stuff as always, man. We'll continue to read you in the San Francisco Chronicle. Have fun these final 4 games of the season. We'll talk to you soon.
Appreciate it, guys. Thanks for having me. Talk soon. Take care. Enjoy the last week.
Perfect.
Thanks,
there
Sam.
he is, Sam Gordon on the UMA guest line, giving his takes on the Warriors, but tonight's national championship game also, and you know what time it is, the Pop Culture Showdown. Who cares what Sam Gordon has to say about this matchup? We're going to find out the guaranteed winner on the other side. I'm joking. I love Sam Gordon. He's got great basketball takes.
Oh, man.
But on
I love
side,
the energy, too.
Oh, yeah, great stuff. And styles make fights. We'll talk about some of those fights, maybe between a few mascots on the other side in the Pop Culture Showdown, hosted by Young Tony. Stay tuned to find out. It's Marcus Boucher and Kerry Crowley filling in for Brian Murphy on a Monday morning on KNBR 104.5 FM at 680 AM, the sports leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product. It's time for the Young Tony and John Joe question of the day.
Yes, indeed. The Giants are 8-1 with a 7-game win streak. Who has been your favorite player to watch? You can join the conversation in the YouTube chat now.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on the Sports Leader and streaming live on KNBR.com and the KNBR app. Sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
Ah, you hear the music. You know it means one thing and one thing only. The Pop Culture Showdown on the KNBR Morning Show. It's a tradition unlike any other. Jim Nantz saying hello, friends, at the Masters or on our morning show, just like he did last week. It's a tradition and a staple of a morning show. And that's why this weekend, even as I'm watching Willie Adames and Wilmer Flores hit walk-off hits down at Oracle Park, multiple people are stopping me on the streets of San Francisco saying, Waterboy, is there going to be a pop culture showdown with Brian Murphy taking a day off on Monday? And the answer is absolutely yes, because filling in for Brian Murphy this morning is not only the first man ever to name Brock Purdy a humbaby on this very program, but also a man that has stepped up big before in a pop culture showdown situation. We got to go 3 years back to 2022, where I had to take over and write the script for the pop culture showdown when Murph told us he was going to be out on Monday, and the panic that took over Paulie Mack's face that he had to produce the pop culture showdown. And I said, Paulie, you're my guy. I got you taken care of. As the on-air producer, I'll step up, I'll script the pop culture showdown, and I asked questions to Kerry Crowley and to Paulie Mack, and they determined the outcome of the Kansas Blue Hawks taking down UNC in the 2022 national title game. So here he is again, back in the pop culture showdown. The man, the myth, the legend, Kerry Crowley, who is not only undefeated in the pop culture showdown, but is undefeated in life. Kerry, you ready for the PCS?
Marcus, all I can say is this is an honor and a privilege. This is a staple of the morning show here on KNBR, and I take every decision here with extreme seriousness. So let's do this.
Yes, and as always, we will knock out the X's and O's because that is not the show for this. This is a pop culture battle where the outcome will be determined. It's undefeated. It's only lost once in its career, which makes it interesting that it's undefeated because Murph likes to tell the story about Paul the Octopus, who picked against the pop culture showdown in one of these like World Cup matchups. Next thing you know, Paul the Octopus was dead. They chopped him up, threw him in the fryer, and turned him into calamari. So it tells you that no living creature has ever beat the pop culture showdown. So we will determine the outcome of today's national championship with our on-air producer, Young Tony, hosting the show. He will be asking myself and Kerry Crowley all these questions. So without further ado, Young Tony, what do we got for the 2025 men's national title game pop culture showdown?
Let's do it. All right, let's get right down to business. First category, better food from each city. We are going to go 5 minutes from Florida's campus to Steve Spurrier's Gridiron Grill. That is owned and operated by the great Steve Spurrier and his wife, Jerry. Let me offer you the shrimp scampi pasta.
I like some shrimp.
With large shrimp sauteed in a rich white wine butter sauce, including garlic and fresh herbs, tossed in some angel hair pasta. Delicious. All right, now we are going to go over to Houston's campus. 10 minutes away is Pinkerton's Barbecue, where they use old school pits with real wood burning 24 hours a day. Let me offer you the Copper Creek Prime Brisket, Marcus. Sliced or chopped, whatever you prefer, with their signature smoked banana pudding for dessert. Guess first, obviously. Kerry, let's start with you. What do you prefer?
No contest, Tony. You just asked me if I'd like to eat at a restaurant owned by a football coach or one of the nation's most famous barbecue establishments. Come on. That sounded like the most delicious meal you could possibly have. Can anyone compare to Pinkerton's and Houston in this scenario? The answer is no. Of 68 teams in the tournament, there's zero doubt why Houston has gone this far. It's because of Pinkerton's barbecue.
Yeah, I don't know if I'm going to trust the shrimp scampi pasta from Steve Spurrier. I'm glad that he has his own restaurant, but I'm not trusting him with my Italian food. Yeah, good for you, Steve. Keep selling those shrimps. But I'm with you, Kerry Crowley. I got to go with Pinkerton's Barbecue. Young Tony is speaking my love language. He knows I love me some brisket. I love me some barbecue. But also this signature smoked banana pudding for dessert. I'm telling you, the smoker can be used for more than just barbecue. I'll smoke up some mac and cheese. I've smoked up pizzas. I've smoked up pies. I've smoked up a lot of things in my life. And that's why I'm going with Pinkerton's Barbecue 2-0 in the corner of Houston, H-Town, Tony.
Yes, indeed. As Murph says, your bellies are now full. So let's go to category number 2, easier mascot to fight.
Oh, we're throwing hands.
So we got the Gators. Let me introduce you to Albert and Alberta Gator, the Florida Gators mascots.
All right.
Little fun fact, the first Albert was a real alligator.
Yeah.
Insane. Now let me go over to the Cougars. Let me introduce you to Shasta and Sasha, the Houston Cougars mascot. The origin dates back to 1927 when John Bender, great last name, former head football coach of the Washington State Cougars, he came to Houston, decided to use the same mascot for his new team. I got a buddy that went to WSU. Shout out the Cougs. Let's start with Marcus. Which mascot is easier to fight?
So let me get some clarification. Am I fighting the actual mascot, the man dressed up in the uniform, or am I fighting the actual animal?
No, the actual, the fake mascot, not a real animal.
So I was interpreting it as I'm fighting the actual animal. Am I
was too.
Wrestle
I'm glad you
a
asked that
gator or
question.
wrestle a cougar? And maybe we should go with that version of the question, young Tony, because I've seen guys wrestle alligators. Shout out Will Clark, who's out here bagging and tagging gators every offseason. So I know that's at least possible. I've never really seen somebody take down a cougar unless we're talking about, the Deuce, the 2 a.m. club. But that's a different type of cougar that we're talking about. A cougar to me is a little bit more ferocious. I got faith that I could out-wrestle an alligator. Throw me in one of those pits. I'm taking down the Florida Gators. The easier mascot to fight is the gator.
I don't have faith that I could out-wrestle either of these animals. In fact, I'm probably dead within 10 seconds of being in their clutches. But I think if given the opportunity to come face-to-face with an alligator, you might pull one of those hesitation double moves. I might be able to outrun an alligator. There's no chance I'm outrunning a cougar. So give me the alligator in this one.
Yeah, and I'm looking to get revenge for Chubbs and Happy Gilmore. Shout out Happy Gilmore 2 coming out this season.
Absolutely.
Took my guy's hand, so I got to get it back. Got to get that alligator back. Young Tony, easier mascot to fight. It's got to be the gator.
Good call. All right, number 3, better broadcaster from each city. Each city has a great broadcaster, so let's go to Florida. Chris Collinsworth.
Okay.
His famous line, now here's a guy. He's known for his love of Patrick Mahomes, obviously former NFL wide receiver, current NBC sports analyst. Here is a clip from A Football Life on NFL Network and how he loved his time at Florida State, how it kind of shaped his life, actually.
They were teaching the wishbone, and all of a sudden they brought in Steve Spurrier to be the offensive coordinator and throw the football. And then we got to the spring game. I literally go 0 for 11 with 2 interceptions. Well, Steve watched me in spring practice. Here comes wide receiver time.
Anthony Chris Collinsworth, number 21, nicknamed Cadillac. That's because his rides to the end zone are so long and comfortable.
Throwing it up for Collinsworth. Touchdown!
Collinsworth became an All-American, staying at Florida and learning to play receiver, rather than transferring to one of the many schools that wanted him to play quarterback. Turned out to be one of the best moves he ever made.
Failing at quarterback impacted my entire life. Trained as a receiver, good things happen. I have a nice long career, become a broadcaster out of it. I mean, it's amazing. Don't be so afraid when life changes.
Pretty cool story. I will say University of Florida, not Florida State, hand raised to the scores table. Now,
yeah, Tony, I appreciate you putting that sound in there. I mean, all of a sudden we went from a PCS showdown to like a biopic about Chris Collinsworth.
Yeah, okay, so now let's talk Jim Nance. Obviously, friend of the program, a tradition unlike any other, a win for the ages. Hello, friends, just a few of his iconic lines. Now, I want to play a little clip. If you missed it, he actually joined this very show, Murph and Marcus, last Wednesday, talking about his Houston Cougars.
We'll be flying in there and taking some of my family with me, and we're going to be sitting in the Houston fan section with a lot of old buddies. You know, this is a program that's very personal for me. This is where I got my entire start in my career was through the basketball program when I was a student there, as a public address announcer, as the host of the coaches show on TV, and through the years I've stayed very involved. And Kelvin Sampson's a great friend, and I'm just really fired up about it. This is a team that's a veteran team that, in an era of college athletics where everybody's looking to run to the portal and have their hand out trying to find the best cash deal they can, our team has stayed together.
Yes, indeed. So, Kara, your turn. Who is the better broadcaster?
I mean, it's Jim Nance, and I have a quick question for Marcus on this one. When you had him on the program last week, did you ask him about calling his shot, saying that he wanted to retire from the Masters in 2036?
No,
the guy
did not ask him about that.
He said, yeah, I want to do 11 more Masters, make sure that I'm there for the 100th anniversary of the Masters so that I can do 50 Masters. Ooh. He's called it, it's like, oh, I see a Jim Nantz retirement headline. I'm interested in that. All of a sudden he's saying, 2036 should be my last one. I'd like to call my retirement for 11 years from now. So good on Jim Nantz on having the ability to do that. Nantz, the better broadcaster. Nantz, the interest in the Houston program, obviously significant, as you saw him there on the sideline on Saturday.
Yeah, Kerry, I would like to announce that the Murph and Marcus show is going to retire in 2036. 11 more years of Murph and I in the mornings, and hopefully doing more conversations with Jim Nantz. Nothing against Chris Collinsworth. I'm not as anti as a lot of fans are. I know that some Niner fans think that he has a beef with the 49ers, but to me, this one's easy. It's a layup. Jim Nantz is a friend of the program. You heard the audio from him on our show last week. You can see the clips of him, not as a broadcaster, but as a fan at these games, tearing it up, getting a little teary-eyed in the crowd like he's Roki Sasaki in the bullpen the other day for the L.A. Dodgers. I'm rooting for Jim Nantz. Win one for H-Town. Win one for Nantz. Let's Nantz tonight. I'm hoping he's out there cutting down the nets. Jim Nantz, the better broadcaster.
You and me both. Number 4, more polarizing athlete from each city.
Polarizing.
It's a little controversial, so let's start Tim Tebow. Tebow time.
Oh, wow.
Whether you love or hate him, he is a big NFL name. Obviously, he did a lot of great things for the University of Florida, including a national championship. Here is his famous The Promise speech, where he actually apologized for losing to Ole Miss.
I'm sorry. Extremely sorry. We were hoping for an undefeated season. That was my goal. Something Florida's never done here. But I promise you one thing. A lot of good will come out of this. You have never seen any player in the entire country play as hard as I will play the rest of the season, and you never see someone push the rest of the team as hard as I will push everybody the rest of the season, and you never see a team play harder than we will the rest of this season. God bless.
Incredible speech. Obviously, they went on to win the next 10 games, including the BCS National Championship. Let's flip over to Houston. Let's go Derek Black Beast Lewis, Marcus.
Slanging and banging, Tony?
A Houston native, currently ranked 9th in the division, 28-12 record, 15 wins by knockout, most in UFC history. However, he is a polarizing figure for a few things. Let me play a little sound for you.
I'm here with the winner, Derek Lewis. Derek, why'd you take your pants off?
My balls was hot.
I understand.
Hey, Canada, man, I love your guys, man. Hey, I'm from Texas. I'm not with all this snow, man. Y'all can have that for real. Swinging and banging. H-Town on that ball.
All right, Marcus, you're up first. Who is a more polarizing athlete?
All right, I'm glad I'm taking this first because I look over at the stream and Kerry Crowley looks a little confused. So I think for people who are not in the MMA community, they might not be familiar with Derek Lewis. But in the clip you just heard, the legendary "My Balls is Hot, I Understand" drop that we play from Joe Rogan on the show almost each and every day. This is one of the biggest personalities in the world of combat sports. Tony mentioned it, has the record for most knockouts in UFC heavyweight history. He is must-watch TV and must-listen when he's on the mic. So to me personally, he's more polarizing for my sport of MMA because after hearing that promise from Tim Tebow, I can promise you one thing. I will not be picking Tim Tebow for everything. You want to talk about a polarizing figure that took over ESPN and ruined my childhood? I hated Tim Tebow. He's on my Mount Hatemore for most hated athletes of all time. I can't believe he snuck into the playoffs and beat the Pittsburgh Steelers with that throw over the middle. I hate Tim Tebow. So my answer is Derek the Black Beast Lewis.
Well, if it's most polarizing, then it's Tebow.
Yeah, you're right. I just don't like him, Kerry.
Well, that's why.
Yeah.
The answer is Tim Tebow, because no one else knows the other athlete that you're talking about outside of your MMA community. That unfortunately,
and banging,
Marcus,
Kerry.
Yeah, unfortunately, it's about 10% of the listeners. Everyone knows the name Tim Tebow. Everyone has strong feelings about Tim Tebow. You just gave me my answer. Yeah. The answer is obvious. It's Tim Tebow.
Yeah, you might have the better answer, but I hate him so much, I just can't pick him. All right, wrap it up, Tony. What's the final category?
All right, best rapper from each city.
Ooh, a little rap.
Both of them have a couple iconic rappers. We'll start
Gainesville?
We'll start with Flo Rida, Kerry. The state name. The state. Hold on. The state name is in his stage name.
Close enough, Kerry. Close enough.
Work with us, all right? Here is Low, one of his iconic songs featuring T-Pain.
Come on. Shout out have them apple bottom jean boots with the fur. The whole club was looking at her. She hit the floor. Last thing you know.
All right, just because we're short on time, we'll go Mike Jones. Who? Exactly. Born and raised in Houston, famous for dropping his phone number in his songs. Here is one of his all-time bangers back then.
Oh, now they used to love to diss me. Now they rush to hug and kiss me. Now they telling all their friends when I leave how they miss me. Now 281-330-8004. Hit Mike Jones up on the low, cause Mike Jones about to blow. Before the ice was in my grill.
All right, we're gonna leave this running. Carrie, you're up first. Who is the better rapper?
I mean, Flo Rida is from Carroll City, Florida. That's a 5-hour drive from Gainesville. That's a 5. Yeah, I'm sorry. That's DQ. Mike Jones wins this.
I love it, Carrie. And yes, I suggested a young Tony. We could have gone Kenny Rogers, who graduated from Houston, the gambler, versus Tom Petty, who, of course, they never play Don't Back Down at the end of football games. I think in the third quarter at Florida games. So we could have gone in that direction.
Yeah.
But since we are talking rappers, I will quote it. 281-330-8004. It's a phone number I'll never forget. And for that reason, I'm taking Mike Jones. Mike Jones for the better rapper out of H-Town.
I have tallied the votes. That means the Houston Cougars are going to be your 2025 national champions.
Never in doubt.
It
Never
has
in doubt.
been decided. The Houston Cougars will win it all tonight, Carrie.
Yeah, no disrespect to a college town like Gainesville, but that's not built for a pop culture showdown. Houston, seriously? Yeah, Pinkerton's all the way. There we go.
PCS undefeated. We'll see if the streak continues tonight. Murph will be back on Thursday to give his reaction, but the PCS lives on, and so does the Murph and Marcus morning show. Back into some Giants baseball on the other side. 808 KNBR is the number. If you believe in Buster Posey's Giants, it's Marcus Boucher and Kerry Crowley filling in for Brian Murphy on KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on the sports leader and streaming live on KNBR.com and the KNBR app. Sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
Santos, the right-hander, sets the pitch. Swinging a ground ball into right center field. Base hit. And here comes Matos around third. And the ball game is over. The Giants pour out of the dugout. They're on the field jumping on the back of their teammate Wilmer Flores out between the pitcher's mound and second base. The Giants have swept the Mariners and have won 7 in a row.
The Giants on a 7-game win streak sweep Seattle to kick off their first series in San Francisco. Back in action today, 6:45 first pitch. Giants pregame 5:45. Logan Webb on the bump. Logan Webb on the bump, taking on Hunter Green in an opening day rematch. Should be a lot of fun, just like today's show has been a lot of fun. Talking Giants baseball, Little Warriors basketball, and even the national title game tonight. And the pop culture has spoken. Houston and Jim Nantz Cougars will be winning the national title game tonight. And if you don't like it, hey, get a refund tomorrow because the PCS is undefeated and it's sponsored by Redwood Credit Union. Redwood Credit Union's auto loan sale is here. Save 0.75% now through April 30th. Ask for RCU financing at your dealership or apply online at redwoodcu.org. But to wrap up the show, we are wrapping up the one-day tour of Kerry Crowley. Filling in for Brian Murphy. John Dickinson will fill in over the next 2 days before Murph returns on Thursday. So a lot of action, a lot of fun today, Kerry. I'll just get your final thoughts as we wrap up one of our final segments on maybe your biggest takeaway from the Giants' 8-1 start and what they showed to the fans this weekend in San Francisco.
I think my biggest takeaway thus far is that what we saw during spring training, and you've mentioned this several times, Marcus, was not a fluke. And you don't need to look at 21 Cactus League wins to say, oh, that was an indicator that the Giants will be good this season, because really your overall record in spring training is dictated largely by what happens when AA ball and A ball players step in the 6th, 7th, 8th, and 9th innings. But what I mean by that is when the Giants went down to Scottsdale earlier this spring, you saw Matt Chapman, you saw Willie Adames, you saw Jung-Hoo Lee all have great springs. You saw a number of role players perform really well in the early innings of those games, and that to me was indicative of what type of a season it might be. The level of preparation and the detail with which the Giants went down to spring training and focused on was amazing to me, because it's an easy time of year to kind of let things stray, to make sure that, you're getting home in time in the afternoon to be with your family a little bit. And I think that those Giants players and coaches put in the extra work, they put in the extra time, and they all got on the same page from an approach standpoint at the plate to throwing strikes on the mound to how they want to dictate the outcome of games by taking their game to their opponents, as Mikey Stremski said after Sunday's games. It means running more. It means making sure that they throw to the right base when outfielders have the ball. It means playing clean defense. And so far through 9 games. Look, we can't expect the Giants to go 8-1 every single 9-game stretch. We can't expect sweep after sweep like they've done with the Houston Astros and the Seattle Mariners. But what you can expect is the guys who will be in the lineup every day, the Chapmans, the Adameses, the Ramoses, they'll continue to put up, because that's what you saw during spring training, and that was an indicator of what we were going to see during the early portion of this season. What's your thought?
Yeah, Kerry, I'm kind of with you there too, because what stands out to me more than just the 8-1 record is how they've won these ball games. And it goes back to your point in spring training, the plan, the approach, the identity that this team wants to establish themselves at. So we can throw the 8-1 record out the window, which is a result of all the things I'm about to talk about right now. But you mentioned it. Hitting with runners in scoring position was probably the number one issue last season. And it's a small sample size, but we can look at the larger sample size where they were one of the best hitting teams with runners in scoring position in spring training. You look at the first 9 games of the season, they have the highest team OPS with runners in scoring position with 2 outs. That's based on your approach. Then we talk about pitching and defense. They were the last team in Major League Baseball to commit an error this weekend. And the pitching, in my opinion, has been good. I think it could be even better. Still really haven't got that dominant start yet from a Justin Verlander. I expect Robbie Ray, Logan Webb, even Jordan Hicks to work deeper into games. So I think the pitching might also improve. But it comes down to the aggressiveness, the clean innings that you're getting defensively to get back in the dugout, and then the approach you're seeing, not only at the plate, but on the base pass as well. 12 stolen bags this year. Jung-Hoo Lee leading the way. I got to say, I saw it last year in the 39 games he played. I love the hustle of a Jung-Hoo Lee. He puts his head down out of the box every single time. Even on Saturday, when he hit that ground rule double, he saw that ball bounce into the bullpen. He put his head down and started sprinting towards third base anyways, got called back to second, but then guess what? Still third on one of the next pitches. That's the aggressiveness we did not see from the prior Giants team with a lot of similar pieces that they've had over the last 2 seasons. And it's probably why the Matt Chapman quote is one of my favorite quotes from this weekend. We look like a baseball team. It's not that complicated. You don't got to reinvent the sport. You don't got to reinvent the wheel. Do the little things, play a little small ball, put the ball in play, and good things are going to happen like we saw on Friday and on Sunday with the 2 walk-offs.
Well, you said something really important there, and this is why I think Giants fans deserve to have some hope and deserve to think optimistically about the rest of this season, and that is the Giants' starting pitching actually hasn't been all that great. It's been okay. Guys have limited the damage. You saw Robbie Ray. He didn't have his best stuff on Saturday night, but he still held Seattle to just 1 run over 6 innings. Jordan Hicks yesterday, 5 1/3, 3 runs. Look, he can be better than that, and I think that what we've seen through the first 9 games of the season is relatively sustainable because the Giants' starting pitcher can be better. Logan Webb can be better than he's been so far this season. Robbie Ray, Justin Verlander, Jordan Hicks can all be better. Landon Roop, his next time out, I anticipate he'll be better than 4 innings and 3 runs. And for Giants hitters, yes, they've had great performances from Elliot Ramos and Wilmer Flores on the road trip. And coming home, Jung-Hoo Lee and Matt Chapman carried things for this team. But all you really need is 2 solid hitters at a time to stay hot and get hot. If you throw a third into that mix, this Giants team will be scoring 5, 6, 7 runs a ball game. But 2 hot hitters at one time can get you to 4 runs. And from that point forward, the Giants can win those games by pitching well, by playing good defense, and by doing everything that you just talked about, Marcus. And so Willy Adames hasn't taken off yet. There have been certain players who haven't had their best swings to the plate. Lamont Wade Jr. certainly not rounding into form just yet, but if you get 2 or 3 hitters hot at a time, this Giants team is one that can win a series. And look, I have no idea if the Reds will be any good. I don't think they will. I have no idea if the Astros and the Mariners will be any good. I think that one of those teams will probably win the AL West. I bet on the Mariners. But all you can do is beat the teams on the schedule in front of you. The Giants did that over the course of the first 9 games, and now they get to welcome the Reds back into town with their ace on the hill tonight.
And Kerry, maybe the most impressive thing that we haven't mentioned the entire show, they've done this without the torpedo bat.
Yeah, I'm not convinced the torpedo bat's actually good.
Yeah, I don't know. I need to see some more data. I don't know if Nestor Cortez is going to be throwing meatballs to everybody using those torpedo bats, but it sounds like Major League Baseball is buying in, and it sounds like we might see some of those torpedo bats maybe in this series against Cincinnati. Giants back in action tonight. Logan Webb versus Hunter Green on the bump, 6:45. Pregame right here on The Sports Leader at 5:45, but stay locked tuned all day long. The midday show, the Dirty Work show, all the boys will be talking about the Giants opening weekend as we close out the Monday morning show of Murph and Marcus with Kerry Crowley filling in for Brian Murphy on KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, The Sports Leader.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the KNBR app. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. 1-800-GAMBLER. Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
I'd like to say we're a baseball team. We find ways to win. We bunted. We got some guys over, stole some bases. That's when you're a baseball team, you can find a way to win games.
The Giants definitely look like a baseball team this weekend, and they look like one of the best teams in baseball. Wrapping up a 7-game win streak last night, or should I say late afternoon yesterday, with Wilmer Flores and the walk-off hit. Great vibes this weekend down at Oracle Park. I was there Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. And if you're wondering by now, no, there is no Brian Murphy today. He will not be here tomorrow or Wednesday. So I do want to give a shout out to the man that you heard on these airwaves pregame all weekend long, Kerry Crowley, for stepping in, talking a little Giants baseball. Kerry, it's always a pleasure talking ball with you. So I appreciate you stepping up this morning to not only talk a little Giants baseball, but a little pop culture showdown as well.
Man, Marcus, I appreciate you having me. It's always fun chatting with young Tony, John Joe Curley. Got a great crew here on the morning show. To me, it's a privilege to be on here. Grew up listening to this thing, and it always means so much. I will say this. Earlier, I said 2.5-hour pregame shows might be a little long. I've actually decided to take that statement back. We need to make them 3-hour pregame shows. Someone tell Mike Kohler that we need longer Giants pregame shows on the weekends.
I need more Kerry Crowley talking ball in my life. You'll catch pregame on the weekends. You'll also catch young Tony telling the people what he learned today.
Murph and Marcus want to know, what did young Tony learn today?
Well, so the joke is he's very, very young and innocent.
Hey, I know that now, okay?
All right, what did young Tony learn today is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly. Now, young Tony, I hate to spill the tea on you this morning because you did a great job with the pop culture showdown in Murph's absence. But our guy, Kerry Crowley, did call you out for one piece of misinformation in the pop culture showdown. So tell the people, what did young Tony learn today?
Yeah, so in case you missed it, we all have Houston as the 2025 national champions. It's decided. It's done. It's set in stone.
It's done. Jim Nance is going to be cutting down the nets tonight.
But a small detail, we mentioned Flo Rida as the representative for the Florida Gators. He's actually from Carroll City. Kerry pointed out 5 hours from Gainesville, the Florida Gators campus.
It's a little too far.
I mean, 5 hours is a bit of a commute. We're not saying like somebody down in L.A. is going to represent NorCal in one of these pop culture showdowns. But I get the strategy of young Tony saying, I need a rapper from Florida. Why not go with the guy who literally named himself after Florida? Shout out to Flo Rida.
Yeah, I get that. I understand where you're coming from. But the issue I have is Florida is such a big state that you could find something closer to Gainesville. Gainesville, obviously, small population there. It's a college town. You're not going to find too much in terms of pop culture. And realistically, they weren't competing with Houston anyway. Tony, you know I'd never hold that against you.
Absolutely. By the way, we could have mentioned Kodak Black, also from Florida, or Rick Ross. Also kind of Miami guys, though.
Yeah, how long is that commute, young Tony?
I'd have to look
the
it up.
question. Now, I will say, if you listen closely to what did young Tony learn today, you will hear a man that was born in Gainesville, Florida, Tom Petty, asking the questions I need to know. I Won't Back Down is a classic Florida Gator football song. I know they play it at every home game, so we could have gone a little Tom Petty versus Kenny Rogers, the gambler, but hey, that's the gamble you take when you're making and scripting your own PCS, your pop culture showdown, by young Tony. So if they don't win, blame young Tony. Murphy's gone. Like I said, he'll be back on Thursday, and we'll see the results. You going to be tuned into the national title game tonight, or are you going more Giants baseball, Hunter Green versus Logan Webb today, Kerry?
I'll go split screen, but Giants baseball for sure. I mean, Logan Webb I watch every start. I think that he's the one guy that you can't miss in a Giants uniform. And even if the stuff isn't as premium as Jordan Hicks right now, what Logan Webb does, Marcus, I think is so interesting on a daily basis. Last year out, we saw the sinker, the sweeper, the changeup work extremely well. Once again, received Cy Young votes. He gets into the 7th and 8th inning on most of his starts, which is really incredible. But this year, he's added the cutter. And I can't wait to watch how how this pitch evolves over the course of the season, because if he's able to really definitively give hitters a fourth look out there, that could take Logan Webb's game to the next step. And I'm not saying he'll win a Cy Young one day, but I think we're looking at someone who's already established himself as an all-star caliber pitcher, and he can continue to get better if this cutter becomes what Logan Webb thinks it can be at the major league level.
I mean, Kerry, it's one of the reasons why I love baseball so much. I look at the schedule and I see the pitcher matchup tonight between Logan Webb and Hunter Green. Two of the best pitchers in the National League, but two guys that are polar opposites. Hunter Green's going to come in throwing 99, 100 miles per hour with a wipeout slider, but Logan Webb's going to be slicing and dicing with that two-seamer, with that sinker action, of course, with the change piece as well. And you mentioned the cutter. A true pitcher versus a flamethrower tonight should be a great matchup. Like I said, 6:45. First pitch today, Giants pregame at 5:45 right here on The Sports Leader. And I do want to give a shout-out to everybody that showed up to Oracle Park this weekend. 40,000 strong, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. And shout out to all of our listeners who came down to 58 Social, had a great time, got some great gifts from the listeners as well, and had a great broadcast where we announced the 4-year extension between KNBR and Giants baseball. Kerry, I know that you're a kid that grew up listening to KNBR baseball, listening to Giants baseball on KNBR. I mean, you can pretty much just mash them together because KNBR baseball is Giants baseball. Giants baseball is KNBR. Quick thoughts on our 4-year extension that's going to extend this partnership to 50 years now.
I mean, that really is the legacy part of this. That's the history part of this. You think about Giants baseball on the radio, the only name that comes to mind is KNBR, and I always think it's such a privilege to do these shows on the weekends. I've been working with Marty and Bill for almost a decade now on weekends covering Giants baseball, and it's so much fun to break down every element. Baseball's unlike any other sport. It's a game every single day. Something new happens. Our callers are sensational. They are what drive this. 415-808-KNBR every single weekend. It's the KNBR listeners that make this such a treat, and I can't wait to talk to so many more throughout the course of this season, Marcus.
3 years ago, Kerry Crowley made Brock Purdy a hum baby. 3 years ago, he picked the winner in the Pop Culture Showdown, so hopefully 3 to 4 years down the road, we're still doing shows together, talking some Giants baseball. Kerry, it's always a pleasure, my fan. We'll be tuning into you on the weekends for your pregame show, but coming up next is the midday show with Greg Papa and Greg Silver. And when it's time for a change, think Speedy Oil Change and Auto Service. Engine light on, we can fix that. And of course, you are listening to KNBR AM and FM in San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station.
I feel a little exhausted, to be honest.
Winning is fun. I'd like to say we're a baseball team.
Made a reservation at International Smoke, and then he canceled it. I was kind of upset with him.
Derek, why'd you take your pants off?
My balls was hot.
I understand.
That's the end of the game.
4 hours, 3 faces, 2 Gregs, and 1 place to be.
Excellent.
Greg Papa.
Touchdown! San Francisco!
And Greg Silver.
Let me tell you something. There is no such thing as being calm. I am fired up to be here.
This is Papa and Silver.
The pitch on the way. Swing, line drive into right field, base hit. Charged by Robles. 1 run is in. Here comes Fitzgerald. The throw. Swing! And the ball game is over. Willie Adames, in his first opening day as a Giant, gets his 3rd hit of the game, and he is the hero.
Just does not disappoint. Reeves, a long 3, way off, rebound Kuminga, and that is all she wrote. The Warriors have come up with another gigantic road win.
2-2 pitch. Little bouncer hits softly, third base side. Into field it is Chapman. Here's the throw to first, and he got him. The ball game is over. The Giants make it 2 in a row over the Mariners.
5 games left. 46 wins. Denver drops to 47-31. The Warriors are 46-31. And the final seedings are going to go a long way.
Swing the ground ball into right center field. Base hit. And here comes Matos around third. And the ball game is over. The Giants have swept the Mariners and have won 7 in a row.
Oh, yeah. How about that? To start the homestand, Giants get their 2nd consecutive sweep over the Mariners. Couple of walk-offs, Willie Adames, Wilmer Flores, Matt Chapman showing off the gold glove and the golden bobblehead. The Warriors had a pretty damn impressive week themselves. Did not go their way last night with Houston coming into town and just stifling defense on Steph Curry and the Golden State Warriors. But it is going to be a fight to the finish as there are 5 teams in the Western Conference now with 32 losses. Lots to get into today. We also got the national championship game tonight. What happened, Duke? What happened? You collapsed so bad in the last 3 minutes and really the last 30 seconds. I think most of the country not feeling terrible for the Blue Devils this morning. That's all to say, we got a really busy Monday ahead of us. I can't wait. Greg Silver, Greg Papa in the house. We got Cole filling in for Walter today. Papa, since I last saw you, we were out on the field and so much has happened. Good morning, my friend.
What a weekend it was. Just a San Francisco celebration of our two teams. And 4 hours and 3 minutes of baseball and every delicious moment. It was up and down and all around and wild and off the rails. I thought it was going to be the first team to hit double digits on Friday, and we did a lap around the ballpark, forward, back, went to every place in the park to watch it, a lot of it in the Gotham Club, and hit them all. It was like the old days when the Giants were raging, and this is the West Coast version of Fenway Park or Wrigley Field. And then right after that, because the game was so long, it started at 1:30 on Friday in 4 hours and 3 minutes, and Willie Adames has the walk-off, Tyler Fitzgerald, the mad dash. You roll right into the Warrior game on Friday night. And we didn't talk a lot of Warriors. We'll get into the matchups with the Lakers and what they did on Thursday. But Friday night was just unreal. How many people out there, I want to hear from people that did the daily double on Friday, did it yesterday, maybe going to do it again Wednesday. We are just, it's so nice. Now, we used to have it in Oakland. There were a lot of days and nights when the Warriors and Athletics played, in the same parking lot right after each other. But they're only separated by 9/10 of a mile. So to go from Oracle Park to Chase Center is just a short walk. To go to both, and it was 4 hours and 3 minutes. So just when the Giants game was wrapping up with a walk-off, you just walk on down to Chase Center, go to Thrive, and go to Splash, or watch it there. And that game on Friday night, I know Jamal Murray didn't play, and we'll talk to the Hall of Famer Mark Spears about exactly when is he going to play. And Denver lost again last night at home to Indiana. What's going on with them? But that performance to beat them the way Steph played, to go 57, 37, 36, 3 in a row, 3 different games, 3 different cities in 4 nights was just epic. So, Friday was one of the great days in San Francisco sports history. How many of you took in both? And then Saturday's Giants game, Robbie Ray was fine. He nibbled a little bit, but it's Jung-Hoo and Matt Chapman. We're going to get into a lot of it. The chants, just how many players in the Bay Area history has an organic chant like Jung-Hoo Lee, Jung-Hoo Lee, Jung-Hoo Lee? We've heard beat LA, Dodgers suck, MVP, MVP. Has any one individual had a chant like that? Trying to think, but it's so cool and it's so organic. And the guy is setting the tone for the opposite field hitting. What he's able to do using the whole field. I was at the game yesterday. His 4th inning base hit the other way set the whole tone for that inning. And the stolen base he had on Saturday night, Kerry Crowley was talking about it all weekend, and Chapman with a double. Just a combination of the two. But Jung-Hoo Lee, Ramos going oppo. Then the opposite field home run by Mike Yastrzemski wins the game. It was Victor Robles. A collision down the right field wall was scary. So the win yesterday and a walk-off with, again, Wilmer being there for you was a little bit strange because they just got tied. There was an awful scene. The game was delayed for a long time, and a player got seriously hurt. And then that kind of rolled into what happened with the Warriors, and I'll just say, amen. Amen is a problem. The Houston Wreck, I used to grew up in the Bay Area, went to Steph's camps. I was talking to Brandon Payne this morning about him. He said those twins would come in there and dominate, and right now that guy is a stranglehold on Steph Curry. So it's why it's so important for the Warriors to get 6. You don't want to have to play them in a 7 versus 2. For a while, that was a favorable matchup. We'll talk to Mark Spears. Who do you want? You want the Lakers? You want Denver? What's the matchup you want? This Final Four this week is going to be insane. But just look at what we're watching here. The Giants, with 3 straight wins over the weekend, have won 7 in a row. At our round table at the Presidio right before the year started, I went 88. Derek and I were the two highest. I was wondering, should I go 90? Should I go 98 or 100? Nah, let's not get ridiculous. I don't know. The Giants have the best record in baseball. They are 8-1. They are beating L.A., lost 2 out of 3 over the weekend in Philadelphia. It's numbing. The starts thereafter. They're going to have to deal with Hunter Green tonight. We'll break it down later. But what a start. 40,000 all 3 games, couple of walk-offs on Friday and yesterday. And right now you're the hottest team in baseball with the best record in baseball. And then the Warriors, this is going to be absolutely insane. Denver's 47-32, and they have lost 4 in a row, and they don't look good. When is Jamal Murray coming back? And then after that, you've got Clippers, Warriors, Minnesota, Memphis. Am I looking at a two-way mirror in a fun house here? They're all 46-32? What? With 1 week to go, we'll break down the schedules and all of it. So we'll see how it goes. They're playing meaningful basketball. The Giants are relevant. It's just fun. How many cities have a Major League Baseball stadium and an NBA arena less than a mile apart? I'm Detroit, Philadelphia, Cleveland, Minnesota, Phoenix. Are they that close? I'd have to look at it. But whatever it is, and when Chase Center opened, when they moved from Oracle, it was strange. And then Steph got fallen on by Aaron Baines and the injury, and then a global pandemic hit the world in March. It shut things down. The next baseball season didn't even start in April. It started in late July. The next year, the Warriors played to partial crowds, likewise for the Giants. So we are in 6th season of Chase Center with a duel with Oracle. But really, what is it? Where both teams are going back and forth. And we saw a little bit of this, when the Giants have been good during the 21 year, but not like this, Greg. I mean, I know, last night didn't go well for the Warriors. We'll get into why and the matchups and everything else. And Dylan Brooks shooting the ball like that. Are you serious? Kidding me? Steph Curry can't make a shot and Dylan the Villain can't miss a shot. But it's just sports, but it's just fun. If you were there for the Daily Double on Friday, came back yesterday, it is a celebration of San Francisco. It just breaks my heart that this was Oakland at one time. We did an A's game in the day and went to a Warrior game, broadcasted that at night. Now they're seemingly a world away. But for right now, what a scene that is going on at Chase Center and at Oracle Park, less than a mile away.
Well, they always say on the morning show that Friday night is where sports talk radio goes today. But for this week, and today in particular, it's the complete opposite. Friday night is where we're going to start. Friday afternoon, I should say, 4 hours and 3 minutes was the length of the game. We were kind of joking that no one likes the Ghost Runner really at the station, but Copes goes, that was kind of the first time where I go, I kind of get it because the game was already going so long. No need to rush through it when you get to the 10th inning after, 2:20 or so. But that was 4 hours and 3 minutes of a game. We got so much to get into. I will set the table on the other side. Going to be a lot of Warriors in the first hour due to our guest list. Giants, very heavy in the 11 o'clock hour. Bottom line is, we want to hear from you all day. So we got the YouTube chat. I see Scramble. I see Fred. I see Tacky, Rockin' New Era. A lot of the regulars. We also got the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line and the phone lines. Talk to Cole. Tell him what you want to talk about with the Bay Area teams, Warriors, and Giants in particular. 415-808-5627. Tell you the guest list on the other side, and we'll get into that 3-1 week that the Warriors just had. It is Papa and Silver on a big Monday on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
The good news, that was a really productive week for the Warriors with a brutal 4-game schedule. Going 3-1. getting wins over Memphis, the Lakers, and the Nuggets. The bad news, that loss against the Rockets last night puts them in a logjam of the Western Conference with no margin for error. They got the same record as 3 other teams, and they currently hold the number 6 spot. But these last 4 games are big, and we're going to give you all the news all week long. Don't forget to tune into Dubs OT after every game to hear John Dickinson and Kyle Harr break it down.
Greg Papa here from my friends at the Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley. For over 25 years, the Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley has been the Bay Area's leader for modern vision correction. Do you struggle with distance vision, need reading glasses, or wear bifocals like I did for years? CLR from Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley could be a game changer for you. Don't wait until you're older like me to see great. Do all the things you love to do with perfect vision, and do it now. The Laser Eye Center offers LASIK, Smile, Evo ICL, or the procedure I had, CLR, which is custom lens replacement. It's the permanent solution to glasses, contacts, and readers. Plus, you'll never develop a cataract. After tens of thousands of procedures, Dr. Craig Bindi and his team at the Laser Eye Center have the experience to tell you which procedure is best for you. No readers, no contacts, no glasses, no cataracts the rest of your life. So book your free consultation today at modernvisioncorrection.com. That's modernvisioncorrection.com.
Back to Greg Papa and Greg Silver on KNBR, the sports leader.
And here comes Doncic. Butler in the way. Luka down the lane. Wheels trip to the ball. Butler with the defense. Here comes Curry. Fouled by James.
Again, Draymond Green blowing up the plays defensively.
He's looking at you and laughing.
Was that Draymond himself screaming in the back of that cut? Kevin Harlan, Reggie Miller on the call. Draymond Green with a clutch steal. And the defense he played in the fourth quarter on Thursday against the Lakers was just magnificent stuff. What's happening, everybody? Greg Papa, Greg Silver hanging out with you 10 to 2 today. Crazy amount of action to be breaking down. And I'll tell you our guest list right now and why we are starting it off with the Golden State Warriors. Well, coming up just about 10:30, so pretty soon we've got the Hall of Famer, Mark Spears. We usually have him on Tuesdays. Today, we're going to have him on a Monday to bring off the show. We've got Rob Nen joining us at 11:50, so lots of Giants in that 11 o'clock hour. Danny Emerman, now of the San Francisco Standard, will join us at 12:50, and then we do have a national championship game tonight as well between Florida and Houston, so Randy Bennett, St. Mary's head coach basketball, joining us at 1:15. Lots to get into, and the phone lines are open all day, 415-808-5627. Also, the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line, 707, just right off the bat, says, happy Monday, happy Giants sweep. Did you know today is National Beer Day? Well, after watching Draymond Green suffocate the Lakers, certainly made me want to crack a cold one.
On a Monday, really? Is it not National Beer Day every day? So,
I don't make the rules.
It is. I don't know who comes up with these things that it's National Beer Day. Come on, are you kidding me? Where I was Friday, it was National Beer Day, watching the Giants walk off and the 11th in 4 hours and 3 minutes, and then the Nuggets performance. So you heard a little smattering, and we were at Oracle for the home opener on Friday. We touched on the Warrior performance. You heard some Harlan, you heard some Reggie Miller. What they did to the Lakers on Thursday night was systematic. It was automatic. It was attack Luka Doncic, get him to switch out. They were 15 of 22 on his defense. They went at him. He didn't shoot the ball well. They did rebound last night. We'll ask Mark Spears what's going on with the Lakers. Oklahoma City has nothing to play for, but that was an impressive win. And when you just look at the standings, and we'll break it down at some point today or tomorrow, since everybody's taking the day off for the national championship game tonight in San Antonio. Maybe we'll do it tomorrow, but it's pretty easy to look at the schedule and to pick the right games. I don't know how it's going to go, but you went from the formidable four for the Warriors to the final 4 games of the year, which will decide your fate. You could get up to 3. You could drop all the way to 8. It is insane. But that Laker win after what they did in Memphis on Thursday night was really impressive. Right now, the Warriors are 6. The Lakers are 3. We talked to John Ireland about that matchup, the voice of the Lakers last week. I think the NBA would rather have that come a little bit later because the loser, out. You want LeBron and Luka or Steph and Draymond and Jimmy out for the second round? That wouldn't be great, so I'd like to see it later. But as far as a matchup, that's the one I would most like to see, but you want it that early. But anyway, they went at the Lakers. The way they defended Denver was interesting. Nikola Jokic just had a monstrous game. Obviously, the efficiency and the way he shot the ball, they got off to a great start. But the Warriors came back, and Steph Curry's energy in that game. There was talk, and Jimmy had the left forearm injury, and Steph. Again, it's just insane to have to play a home game after you've been gone for a 2-week road trip. Who's ever done that? Nobody. But to come out with the energy they came out with, especially in the second quarter, and take that game 32-16 in the second quarter, and Steph going for 36. We'll break down a potential matchup with Denver. Their long forwards do create problems, obviously, Michael Porter Jr. and Aaron Gordon. And can Christian Brown really guard Steph Curry off the dribble? They don't have KCP anymore from their championship teams, Kentavious Caldwell-Pope. So I do fear the Joker. If you do play them, I know Steve is saying home court advantage is not as important as it used to be. It is when you're going to the Rocky Mountains. You want to have home court advantage. I want to avoid them, because that takes a physical toll going into the altitude, especially if they have home court for games 1, 2, 5, and possibly a 7, even if you have to go there for games 3, 4, and 6.
And that also highlights why in 2022, when they closed it out at home in Game 5, how that was really big going into the Memphis series.
Totally. It just takes a toll on you. Now, the one thing was Jamal Murray tore his ACL in San Francisco. I can see him under the basket. I mean, the big thing is Jamal Murray going to come back and play for the playoffs next week, if they have a play-in, or the week after that, the weekend after that? So we'll talk to Mark Spears. It's just so critical. So the game against Denver was just such fabulous back and forth, and the shot making. And Jokic scored 33. He had 12 rebounds, 9 assists. He was 13 to 17 from the floor, but he turned it over 6 times. The Warriors forced 26 turns, which got him in the open floor. But they were spent. When the game ended, Greg, Steph just went over. I don't think I've ever seen him do this. He do a post-game interview. I think he did NBA TV because they were broadcasting the game. But he sat there on the bench for a long time with a towel over his head and just heaving. He was just so much energy. He got 24 shots up in that game. 15 were 3, scored his 36. The week went 52, 37, 36, 3 cities, 4 nights. Just incredible. And all the defense is geared to him. And then last night he just didn't have it. Draymond said he was tired, wanted to go home after the game on Friday night. But Şengün and God, that was just that's the good and the bad and the drama. Draymond, you love the edge, but sometimes just back up, bro, just a little bit. He normally is so good playing with fury, but staying composed. Some guys need it. Some guys, it distracts them. Draymond, it fuels him. All of it was debatable on fouls here and there. The foul right before halftime against Fred VanVleet was just a flat out, what are you doing? I'm not even sure he fouled him, or why get near him? What are you doing? And that game the third, then he got the fourth, then he got into with Şengün. And last night, it's just hard to explain how Steph could go from 52, 37, and 36 to a 3-point game last night, except Houston's got length. The men, Thompson comes at you. They got guys that can guard, and VanVleet, and even Dylan Brooks can get up on you. They got the old guy, the king-size Kiwi from the Oklahoma City, and then later Memphis, but mainly the Thunder days when Draymond kicked him in the nuts a couple of times and got the flagrants. But they got VanVleet from Toronto. They got a smattering of old guys with the young guys, but obviously Jalen Green is just that good of a player. Jabari Smith, the way he's able to play anywhere on the front line. They're the kind of young, frisky, up-and-coming team. They're this year's version of the Timberwolves. I just felt like the Warriors would figure them out. I think they will when they get into a 7-game series. But a lot of times, the first game back after a long road trip feels like a continuation of the road trip, like the last game of the trip. But that's what Friday was. Friday, Steve said he did 3 loads of laundry and then went to the arena last night. Who does that? I'm impressed he does his own laundry, by the way. Doesn't have a valet at home. But so I think
he's not
Friday
putting Margo
night,
to work. What's up with that, man?
Friday, he can do it himself. His wife doesn't have to do it. Stay away from my chonies. I think Friday night was just game 7 of the road trip. We're home. We're driving to the arena. We're not getting on a bus. But it feels like a road trip will just roll. And then where it hit him was last night. I don't want to make excuses. Houston was better. Houston's good. Houston's going to be the 2 seed. But it's up and down. If you were to said before the formidable 4, we'll take a 3-1. It went exactly as you wanted. You wanted to beat Memphis. You wanted to beat the Lakers. You wanted to beat Denver. Houston even though you won the season series with them, they're going to be the 2. Oklahoma City's the 1. That's locked in. Houston's going to be the 2. That's basically locked in. And then what do we know from there? Lakers beating the Thunder yesterday. Does that...
I think we lost Papa's line here for a moment, so we'll work on getting it back. But this is actually not a bad time to break because we got Mark Spears coming up on the other side. So let's get to Mark Spears and talk about the standings logjam because Papa's right. To his point, the standings and the 32 lost teams, there was 5 of them. The Warriors got 4 big games ahead. Starts in Phoenix tomorrow night. It was a great 3-1 with the week and the teams that they had. All that being said, the margin for error is still very, very, very slim. So as we wake up today, they're number 6 and they wouldn't play in a play-in spot. One more loss could change all of that. Let's talk to Mark Spears next. Pop and Silver on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Pajemski 3. Yes, sir! Biggest lead of the night for the Dubs. Pajemski's got 18.
Brandon Pajemski has been on an offensive tear lately, including even some last night. The only problem is Steph Curry didn't have it. Jimmy Butler didn't have it. Draymond Green was living on the edge, and the Houston Rockets come in and take one step closer to that number 2 seed. Here to help us talk about what is going to be a highly eventful final 4 games and final week of the regular season, especially for this Western Conference, is the one and only, the Hall of Famer, Mark Spears, joins us every other week. Mark, what is happening? It has been a crazy week out in San Francisco, and the Warriors are headlining a lot of it. How are you?
Good, man. Saying hello from Morocco. I'm in Rabat, Morocco right now for the 5th season of the Basketball Africa League, and been watching games the last 2 days. Today was an off day, and went to the market, bought some cool hats that, the Bay Area will see soon.
Nice.
and had a nice Moroccan meal today. And so, yeah, I was trying to watch the game from afar, but it came out like 2 in the morning. So
what's the time zone difference? What time is it there now, Mark?
It's 6:32 p.m.
Oh wow! So he's it's happy hour
ahead.
for Mark Spears right now.
Yeah. It's a good time to be here though.
All right, so if we look at the Warriors in this last week, they go 3-1, and if you said that at the start of the week, I would have been pretty satisfied going into Memphis, who always gives them a great battle. Then you go Lakers, which is a tough mental battle, just playing against the LeBron James-led team. Denver is a team you can't beat and haven't beat in the last 9 games in a row, even with Jamal Murray not playing in this one, and that was off of a back-to-back. And then Houston comes in, and like Memphis, that's a team that hasn't gotten over the hump against you. They want to really give you their best, and the Warriors just did not have it against Houston. But I would say, if we're looking at the big picture, Mark, how does this last week change your opinion on the Warriors, whether it be what you saw from Kuminga in L.A., whether what you saw from Brandon Pajemski and his offensive production, or maybe even the negative side of it of, man, the stamina just killed them on Sunday?
Yeah, I think a week ago, if you would have said, hey, if they could get 3-1 out of this week, you'd be happy with it, and that's certainly something that we did talk about last week. What has been amazing to me is just how well, like, Minnesota has played, how well the Clippers have played, right? Memphis has won 2 in a row. Like, I didn't expect that from these other teams. I didn't expect them to continue to keep the foot on the pedal. And the Warriors have been, 1-7 of their last 10. And they still lose ground to the Clippers after all that, man. And so, the Lakers, I think, they got this back-to-back against the Thunder, who might be just, coasting the rest of the way. They're good. What do they need to gain, right? Denver's not playing well, so whoever's getting Denver is not getting the regular Denver. But I think Steve said it best. If the Warriors can win these 4, I believe, to be winnable games, the next 4, they'll be fine. They'll be in the playoffs. So, there's certainly a lot of pressure on them. Minnesota's won 5 in a row. Clippers have won 5 in a row, so you can't count on them to help you. Memphis has won a couple. You can't count on them to help you. The Warriors got to help themselves. And so if you look at their 4 games remaining, Suns, they should win the Suns. Spurs, they should beat the Spurs. Trailblazers, yes. To me, I think what it comes down to is next Sunday. It's the Clippers, Warriors. I really feel like that game's going to mean something and count for something. Because if you look at the Clippers and also the Timberwolves schedule, it's not any tougher really than the Warriors schedule. So to me, I think the Warriors hold court, win those 3 games. And then next Sunday is a game they're going to throw on ABC that's going to mean something big.
Yeah, and they're all going to tip off at the same time. Our time, 12:30 Pacific time, 3:30 Eastern time. They're all going to go together, so teams don't have an advantage knowing what somebody from the East Coast either won or lost. So right now, and with the Lakers beating Oklahoma City, they've got 30 losses. Denver, without Jamal Murray, Mark, they're just losing. They lost at home to Indiana. Yeah. Again, they've lost 4 in a row, so they got 32 losses. So, and the Lakers, you mentioned Oklahoma City. They got to go to Dallas, and that's going to be a spirited Luka return to the Metroplex. But right now they have a 2-game cushion on Denver, so they're good at 3, you would think. But we'll see. And right now the Warriors are 6. Clippers are 5. So right now the matchup would be careful what you ask for, although I do like the matchup, Warriors and Lakers. If we do have a Warrior-Laker first-round series, your boss is at Disney, at ABC, ESPN. I think they would love it, and then they would hate it. Maybe it set an all-time record for a first-round matchup, LeBron and Luka against Steph and Dre and Jimmy. But on the other side of it, the loser does not go to the second round. Yeah. So from a TV standpoint, we want Warriors and Lakers, but do we want it in the first round?
Damned if you do, damned if you don't. Remember, that was a playing game a couple years ago that got phenomenal ratings, and yet the Warriors lose, and that was it for them. And I think that was, the beginning of maybe the second year of the play-in era, the first one out after the bubble. So, you kind of got to be careful what you wish for, but I don't think, yesterday, before yesterday, I was like, everybody wants Houston. They want to play Houston. They're inexperienced. They're young. That's the second seed team you wanted in the same way you wanted Oklahoma City last year. And perhaps I'm wrong, man. Those guys are, we've not paid any attention to them. They've been fantastic all season. They're a strong second seed for a reason. I just think, maybe, in terms of the TV ratings, certainly Lakers and Warriors having them in the first round could, be detrimental. But shoot, they both could lose in the first round. So, that's just how good the West is, and you don't see them afterwards or later anyway. So, I think under the circumstances of how good the Western Conference is, if you could get Warriors Lakers from a TV standpoint, you take that and deal with the rest later.
Talking to Mark Spears here. Mark Spears out in Morocco, by the way, so he's living well right now at 6:38 p.m. doing that 8-hour difference. But Mark, anytime the Warriors lose a game, especially with how well they've played since the Jimmy Butler trade, I think the goal is to not have too much of an overreaction. I can look at last night and say, Houston came in, they wanted that one, they set a tone, and on top of that, the Warriors were just gassed from the week that they had. And Steph Curry, scored 125 points in 3 games, and then 3 points just got stifled last night. But the reaction that I did have that I think is worth a question is when you see games where Steph Curry is either unavailable or where he just doesn't have it or where the defense is so keyed in on him, do you think Jimmy Butler needs to be more assertive in terms of shooting the ball or trying to get to the line than we saw in a game like last night?
Oh, no question. And I think the Warriors want that too. I know after the All-Star break, they were hopeful that he would be more assertive. 7 shots isn't enough, man. They need him to do a lot greater than that, right? Steph didn't take that many either. But a lot of that also has to do with, I kind of saw the stats after the first quarter, and I was like, this is a Houston Rockets game. This is what they do. How many times have the Warriors scored under 100 points? I think that's more of an evidence of, Houston's physical slow-down game, slow-down defense than perhaps it was like blaming Jimmy for not shooting enough. The Warriors starters, Podziemski took the most shots at 14. Steph, when does he only take 10 shots in the game? So I think it's kind of a one-off because of who they were playing. But that being said, they need playoff Jimmy to show up now because you don't want to see playoff Jimmy in a play-in, right? You need him to help them solidify this. So, they got Jimmy for a reason to be a strong number 2, and we've seen that a bunch of times, and they need him to pull that cape out and use it. That road trip, don't send the Warriors. I'm not sending the schedule makers any Thanksgiving baskets or Christmas cards, man, for giving them that. I don't know if it was a byproduct of the All-Star game, that their schedule was so atrocious and so tough. And then even after all that, they got to go to Phoenix.
Yeah.
And they go to Portland, and it's a brutal end of the schedule. I don't know if any other team has it quite as bad at the end as this. But I think the key is, man, they just got to go 4-0. They got to go. They got to get to Sunday 4-0, and 3-0, and take that home advantage and beat the Clippers. And by then you got to see if they just handle their business. Who knows? Maybe the Clippers lose one or two. Maybe Minnesota loses a couple. Maybe Denver keeps losing. I think the Lakers are probably going to be fine where they are. But if the Warriors handle their business, because it's so tight, one, they're in the top 6. But if some of the other teams falter, they can move up.
You were talking about Jimmy being a solid number 2 scorer in Denver, and they got Michael Porter Jr., they got Aaron Gordon, Christian Brown has been a good player, but in Westbrook just with his speed. But the number 2 is Jamal Murray. To me, he's the key to this whole thing. He's got this right hamstring injury, reading reports it may be worse than initially thought, and it's a hamstring. They heal when they heal, and if you come back too soon, they pop, and you're out a long time. I don't know what Denver is floundering right now. They're not playing well enough defensively. They're turning the ball over. That pick-and-roll game with Jokic is just so difficult. What are you hearing about Jamal Murray? Is he going to play the rest of the regular season? Will he be available for them? And hell, they may drop into a play and have to play middle of next week.
Yeah, wouldn't that be crazy to see Denver in a playing game? This isn't the same Denver Nuggets that won a title a couple years ago. The depth isn't the same. The shooting isn't consistent. And I think even Michael Malone will tell you that as great as Joker is, if they don't have Jamal Murray, that it's going to be tough for them to do anything substantial. He hasn't played since March 27th. When he has played, he's averaging 21 points a game, and he's extremely formidable. He also makes big shots at the end of the game, one of the best clutch shooters. You could call him playoff Jamal, because when he does play in the playoffs, and what he did in the Western Conference Finals a couple years ago, what he did in the finals was amazing. And it took a superstar like Joker to kind of, keep the attention away from him. So if Jamal's not back, I don't think I can consider the Nuggets much of a threat in the postseason.
Last couple minutes here with Mark Spears, and there's all this talk when you head into a postseason run about peaking at the right time, and I think the Warriors, for the most part, are playing some of their best basketball at the right time. The only thing is that Houston, the Lakers, Memphis, Minnesota, like all these teams around them continue to win. Would you say there's anyone in the West? I mean, Memphis, I guess they won a couple games, but they fired their coach, so maybe they're headed in the wrong direction. But who's the most headed in the right direction when you look ahead into this final week, Mark?
I think the Clippers are quietly doing some things right now. They've won 4 in a row, 8 of their last 10. You look at Kawhi Leonard, I think he's, it's almost like they saved him for a reason. He's had a really good late season, and they're another team that under the radar we don't talk about enough. But in April, Kawhi Leonard's averaging 25 points a game. In March, Kawhi Leonard's averaging 25 points a game. Post All-Star, he's averaging 24.6 points per game. He's old Kawhi right now. He's rebounding as well, getting assists, getting steals. To me, he is the player that nobody is really talking about giving their just due to. He looks like the Kawhi Leonard that, won a championship for Toronto. So I think right now we're sleeping on the Clippers, what they're doing. They're to me, the hottest team in the Western Conference, maybe even the NBA. And they're not. That's why next Sunday's game, I think, is going to be pretty incredible and could have a lot of meaning to it.
Without a doubt. 82nd and final. And the Clippers right now have the season series on the Warriors, so they're 46-32, has them 5, and the Warriors 6. So you were laying it out, and, San Antonio on a back-to-back, but with Wemby out and, Pop out and De'Aaron Fox not playing, you should be able to get that one. And Portland's always tough to beat up there, but the Clippers game is going to be huge. The one that's a bit of a concern would be tomorrow night in Phoenix. The Warriors are leaving at 2 o'clock today. The whole thing is Durant. They have just fallen completely apart. They're going to be eliminated shortly from even getting into the play-in and going right to play golf. They've lost 6 in a row. But if Durant does play, that does change things. It was a bad ankle sprain on that left ankle, Mark. Is he shutting it down? And has he played his last basketball in Phoenix? Anyway, Kevin Durant surfaces and plays against the Warriors tomorrow night.
I'm doubtful. It's like for what? I think he's played his last game in Phoenix. So no, I mean, when I look at those 3 games, the Warriors better win those, man. Phoenix, San Antonio. I'm going to be at the game in Portland on Friday. Portland is some pesky kids. Same with San Antonio too. I mean, they're going to play hard. You're not just going to walk in there and hand it to them. Phoenix is playing like a team, and I don't mean to jinx it for the Warriors. They're just ready to go to Cancun like a month ago. I don't think they want to be in the play-in. The Kings actually have been playing better of late, and so I mean the Warriors are fortunate right now that the next 3 opponents are teams that aren't even in the play-in conversation really. I expect Phoenix to get eliminated by the Warriors and Kevin Durant to be wearing another jersey next season.
Mark, appreciate you coming by. Enjoy the rest of your time in Morocco. Hope the jet lag doesn't kill you too much for that Warriors game in Portland. And I hope the next time we're talking to you, we got a 7-game series to be breaking down.
Yeah, Papa's going to get his wish. He's going to get Lakers Warriors.
In the first round? I think it'll be good, but that'll be spicy. Any players over there? Who are you scouting in the Basketball Africa League in Morocco there?
Well, last year I got to see Kaman Mayuach, who went to Duke and played in the Final Four. There's some young kids that I don't think I'll get to see from the academy here. But there's a couple former NBA players. One guy I interviewed the other day, George King, had a cup of coffee in the NBA. He's played with Derek White in college. So a couple intriguing guys there, but I'm working on a couple stories that I think will have impact when they hit.
Yeah, I mean, always going to be reading your work on Anscape.com. Sorry, one more time?
I said one thing I'm working on is like who replaces the Dikembe Mutombo as the face of African basketball on and off the court.
I like that. Yeah, and we miss him very much. That was some tough news to get back in the fall. But enjoy the rest of your time. Really appreciate it, and we'll talk soon.
All right, thank you.
He is Safe travels, Famer.
The Famer.
Thank you, bro.
Oh, he travels. I want to see his travel log. And every time he comes on, I'm like, where are you? And I honestly have no idea where. I thought he maybe would be in San Antonio, being a Hall of Famer, and they did announce Carmelo and Dwight Howard, and I thought he'd be there for that game. And I got Morocco. I'm in Morocco. I'm like, that is so Spears.
I thought you guys would be on the kind of terms where you're sharing each other's locations on the iPhone.
No. I don't do that with anybody, bro. No one's got that on me.
Yeah, you don't want anyone to know where you are.
You have no idea where I am.
Yeah.
You don't want to know where I've been.
Yeah, he's a tough one to track down. I don't even know where he is right now, but hey, we're doing a show together. Coming up on the other side, we'll get into some of the Warriors post-game sound. A lot of Giants in this 11 o'clock hour. If you want to chime in on the Warriors, do you feel like this last week cemented them as contenders, or did the Houston game have you concerned? 415-808-5627, the number to chime in. All coming your way. Pop and Silver on the Sports Leader.
And I'm Greg Papa, always on KNBR. As Bay Area sports fans know all too well, sometimes the season doesn't go the way we want it to. Injuries, setbacks, tough breaks. It's a reminder that life doesn't always go as planned. One moment everything is on track, and the next moment an unprecedented challenge turns your world upside down. That's when you need a team you can count on, like Habas Law. For over 35 years, Omar, Tariq, and the Habas Law team have fought for people blindsided by life's toughest moments, right here in our very own community. When the odds are stacked against you, Habas Law steps in, taking on big insurance companies with relentless determination to deliver life-changing victories. Habas doesn't just settle cases, they rebuild lives, fighting with compassion, grit, and an unshakable drive to make things right. When life knocks you down, call Habas Law at 800-INJURED. That's 800-INJURED, or visit habaslaw.com. That's habaslaw.com. Habas Law, they will fight to make it right.
Nation, wherever you are around the globe, stream Gold-Blooded Radio 24/7, 365 on KNBR.com. This is the sports leader.
What's going on? Papa and Silver hanging out with you. Great to catch up with Mark Spears. We got Rob Nen joining us in about an hour, so lots of Giants coming your way. They've won 7 in a row. They're off to their best start at 8-1, which is the last time they did it was 2003. Warriors also offering us a lot of content, so just want to get a chance to react to some of Mark Spears' comments, talk a little bit more on the Warriors. We'll get back into them a little bit later on with Danny Emerman joining the show as well, but got a lot of post-game sound to sort through, and want to start this one off with Steph Curry. This was after the Denver game when, to Papa's point, he's on the bench. They are exhausted. Draymond Green had the funny comment after the game saying, "I'm sorry, I'm so low energy. I feel like Klay Thompson up here minus the paper airplane," with how dead he was. But Steph Curry also talking about the Warriors doing a lot of the things that championship caliber teams do and needing to ride that wave. Here's what he had to say.
We're playing like that. We have a lot of work. I've been saying that since this run started. We have a lot of work to do, and we still have a lot of work to do to finish the year strong. You are seeing an identity on a night-to-night that we understand how to win games, whether it's, games where the tempo is a lot faster, you got to score, or if it's a grinded-out defensive game. We've played better in fourth quarters with leads. All the things that championship caliber teams do, we've been doing. And it's clearly different than 2 months ago. So just an idea of hold on to that energy And for us to just be able to get into a playoff series, we understand what we're capable of. And whether you're predicting it or speaking it into existence or whatever it is, like the confidence is there. So just ride that wave.
Yeah, a lot different than 2 months ago when he said, anyone who thinks I'm okay being on an average basketball team is insane. They've been hot since the trade. Only problem is Western Conference not exactly letting up and making life easy for the Warriors here.
It's unbelievable. I mean, you got Denver's got 32 losses, and they got an extra win, and then you got 4 teams that are 46 and 32. It seems like it's the Wild Wild West every year, and it's been that way for a while, but I can't recall a logjam like this. So what Mark Spears was saying, it's coming down to the Clipper game on Sunday. There's a scenario where if the Warriors win the next 3, do they necessarily have to beat the Clippers to get 6? There may be a situation where, in my opinion, I'd rather play the Lakers than play Denver, especially if Denver has home court advantage. Now, a lot of it will be Jamal Murray's hamstring, whether or not he's able to play. He hasn't played since March 27th. Is he playing the remainder of this week? Is he going to be available next week? They're different. Christian Brown can try to guard Steph. And I know Michael Malone wants that matchup. He can't guard Steph. Steph beats him on the dribble. When they put length on him, Michael Porter Jr. or Aaron Gordon, Steph just gets into that dribble. He's able to shake them with his extreme ability. Now, the Joker's a problem, but he did have 6 turnovers. Denver had 26 turns in that game. They had a lot of bodies that defended him. He's going to get his. I think with him now, you just double him. There was a time when you played the Joker, you were afraid to double him. Because he's the best passer in the Rocky Mountains since John Elway. He just pick you apart. But now, he was always a reluctant scorer. He dropped 61 last week. When Steph went for 52, he will score. So with him, I think you change it, and you do double, and you make everybody else make shots. Now, maybe you do that more when they're on the road than when they're at home, and they'll run. But anyway, the performance that he had against Denver, and the way they just have, KCP's no longer there. Kentavious Caldwell-Pope, they had length on him. They're going to put length on him, but I think some of those forwards he can shake. And then you can still go with Joker. I'm not as afraid of Denver, but I don't want to play him in Denver. So just what Spears was talking about, it's all coming down to the Clippers. Hopefully it's not. And the Warriors win the next 3 and get to 49, and we'll see how the rest of the week goes for Minnesota and Memphis. But 49 may be good enough to get you 6. And then I could see going into that Clipper game on Sunday where if the Warriors lose that game, they play the Lakers. But if they win that game, they play Denver. What do you want to do? You want to win or lose? Who do you want to play in the first round?
Oof. I mean, those are 2 teams that I would say probably the toughest first-round matchups. And that's not to take anything away from Houston and what they did last night. That defense is legit. I was texting with my dad afterwards, and he's asking about who they picked in this most recent draft. And I said, well, Reed Shepherd, the number 3 overall pick, doesn't actually even play. But Jalen Green was a number 2 pick. Jabari Smith Jr. was a number 3 overall pick. And then Şengün actually was drafted by the Thunder. He came over. Now, on top of that, you got Amen Thompson, who was the number 4 pick. So after James Harden, they lost a lot of games. They got a lot of lottery luck. I mean, as part and product of losing a lot of games. At some point, it adds up, and they got a coach who the Warriors saw in the 2022 finals, Ime Udoka, putting it all together for the Celtics. So I think over
that's
7
the Rockets. They're going to be 2. You drop down to 7, 8. You don't want to play the Rockets. I'm talking about between the Lakers and Nuggets.
Right. So I'm saying that I would probably still rather take the Rockets, even if you got to win a play-in game as a matchup itself. If you stay 6 and it is Lakers or Nuggets, probably would go Lakers, just considering what we saw Thursday. Anthony Davis, who'd been a Warrior killer, not on the team anymore. Luka Doncic, he's not going to go 6 for 17 over the duration of a series. I get that Brandon Podziemski is not going to be making 8 threes all the time. You can take advantage of that defensively much more so than you could pre-trade with that roster. Obviously, the trade had implications beyond just the Warriors and the future of the NBA and everything. Denver, I mean, if Jamal Murray's playing, the Warriors have not beaten a Jamal Murray and Nikola Jokic Denver Nuggets team really since prior to that ACL injury. And that was the last time that when they were both on the floor, the Warriors had beaten both Jamal Murray and Nikola Jokic. So that's just tough to envision between going to the Rocky Mountains over a 7-game series. And if those two are healthy and playing, that's really tough to imagine winning 4 out of 7, especially when you're not going to have home court likely in that scenario?
You know what? When we get into this, I don't even know. We know OKC is going to be 1, Houston's going to be 2. I will take seeds 5, 6, 7, and 8. And I don't even know who's going to win the play-in, who's going to be in the play-in. Assuming Sacramento and Dallas may not have enough, and it's just going to be Minnesota and Memphis. But I will take the higher seeds 5, 6, 7, and 8 versus 1, 2, 3, and 4 in every damn series. I think the road teams, the higher seed, can win them all, including you said 99.9% Oklahoma City's going to win. Good luck with that one. Let's see who the 8th seed is. Anyway, one thing you asked, Mark, and we'll see what audio you want to play about Jimmy. And, with Steph they strangled Steph last night. Amen Thompson was all over him, but it wasn't just him. The way they switched up onto him, everybody tries it, but Houston was able to pull it off. Steph got some open looks and missed them, but he had some tight shots. I mean, the guy was 1 for 10, and the one he made was the half-court heave, and then right before halftime, and then Draymond gave it all back by fouling Van Vliet. Like, what are you doing there?
Although he did miss the free throws.
I understand. They missed a lot of them when Şengün got fouled, and it was all breaking loose with flagrants and technicals. They were missing the foul shots, but still, I mean, that's the one thing. Houston was 6 of 16 from the line. But you asked the question about Jimmy Butler, should he shoot more? Jimmy Butler does not want to shoot the ball. Jimmy Butler is Andre Iguodala. There are so many commonalities in his game. Jimmy's a really good player. They are the new look Warriors because Jimmy flipped this season. There is no doubt. He does so many things to connect this team. The 336 passes a game. Is he a great passer? He is a frequent passer, and he makes the easy pass. He does make the pass when he jumps off 2 feet and is in the air with a live grenade. He does it over and over and over again, with the exception of a couple of times he gets away with it. Jimmy, can you make the pass on the ground and not jump? They're going to start taking away your outlets and force you to land, and that's an up and down. That's a travel. Don't do that. But that's the one thing, and I wonder how hard they coach him. Can you coach him hard? The old line about a shot created must be taken. He breaks that code over and over and over again. He has open shots, and he will not look to the rim. He will turn his back on the rim and search. The one time he shoots is when he's kind of forced to, and then he'll rise up like Durant without a dribble. He'll just stand still, turn, and rise up and stick a shot, even though you're like, there's no way in hell I want him taking that shot. He seems to make that one more than others. So I know what we can ask for. There were nights when Andre Iguodala was playing his ass off, and he just would not shoot the ball. Would not shoot the ball at all. And you could tell with Andre, it was how his legs felt. If the ball came out of his hand and went up in the air, and he got loft on it, he could make the shot. But a lot of times, Andre, and he's such a confident person like Jimmy. They walk around like they got swag on top of swag. But Andre would not shoot the ball. Jimmy is reluctant to shoot the ball. He does not have confidence taking shots. He does not. Now, what's odd about it, usually when a guy's as good of a free throw shooter as Jimmy Butler is, I mean, he nails every one. They are bottom of the net. He hardly ever hits a rim. He gets there a lot, and he makes them all the time. When you scout a player who may not be a great technique shooter from the floor, and you look at his foul shot, you're like, well, I can make that guy a shooter. If he can make free throws like that, we can teach him to shoot the ball. Yeah, this is deep into Jimmy's career. He's 35. He is what he is. But he does jump in the air a lot before he has an outlet to make the pass, and almost always he wiggles out. But in big situations, they're going to play him for that, and then they're just going to force him to shoot, a lot like Miami did. Jimmy Butler is a tremendous player. In a lot of ways, he connects everything. He does score a lot of points. You get to him like, how did he get to 22? How did he even notice it? But one thing he is not a shooter. He is a passer. He wants to move the ball before shoot the ball.
And that's exactly where we're going to go with some sound here after I tell you that you're listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station, popping silver into the 11 o'clock hour here. Jimmy Butler, in the postgame yesterday, was asked if he should have shot more with Steph contained, and that's why I wanted to ask Mark Spears about it. Here's what Jimmy himself had to say.
Maybe not. My thing is I'm going to make the right player majority of the time, probably like 9 out of 10 times. So if I get in there and draw help, I'm going to kick it to the open guy. But I'm not going to say that anybody scoring was the reason that we did not win this game. I'm going to stick to turnovers. You know, we had 20 of them. It's going to be hard to win in any basketball game if you got 20 turnovers.
So I get what he's saying in that you don't necessarily want to force it. I would have liked to see him have a little bit more assertiveness. And what did Mark Spears say? He took 7 shots, and a couple of those were in the final minute when this was basically done and the Warriors were on the rocks. So in that sense, I get it. That being said, the turnovers were an issue, and that frequently is what comes up when the Warriors lose. 13 turnovers against the Lakers on Thursday, just 14 the day after in that tired back-to-back against Denver, who had 26, by the way, 20 against Houston, and that defense. When your legs are already suffering, the shots aren't really falling, and you're having 20 turnovers against a defense like that, it's going to be tough to overcome, and that's why the Warriors couldn't.
Yeah, I mean, nobody scoring is not the reason we didn't win. Well, Moses Moody was 1 of 7. He scored 3 points. I mean, Steph, he's been on a heater, 125 in 3 games. He had 3 points on 1 of 10. You have a couple of guys scored 3 points. Draymond had 2 points. Add up, Moses Moody, Draymond Green, and Steph Curry shooting last night. And it's a wonder you win the game at the end. Yeah, you turned the ball over 20 times, and a lot of it is shots on goal, and I agree with that. They only had 4 more shots. But, 20 turnovers is bad, but he scored 96 points. That's not enough to win. So Jimmy does make the correct basketball play almost always. I don't know what it is, 9 out of 10, maybe more. But there are times he does not shoot the ball when the ball is swung to him. And they go good to better to best or swing, and the ball goes to him, and he is wide open for a shot. That's where, I don't know how much they watch tape all together. They have coaches. Coaches can sit down with him. Stackhouse don't care. He'll get in his face. Who else will do it? I just, you think the head coach would, and just say, Jimmy, look at the shot right here. We just swung it twice. You're wide open. You're facing the basket. Shoot the ball. Now, in those situations, he invariably drives it hard and tries to get something out of it and gets to the free throw line. But last night, he only got 4 free throws, so there's 2 of those. So there's 2 things about his game. He jumps in the air before he has an outlet to make a pass. Try to stop doing that. And he does turn down shots. There is no doubt. He's a lot like Andre Iguodala. You could just see it in Andre's game. A lot of days and nights, he just was not confident shooting the basketball. Now, he had games where he scored 2 points and still dominated defensively. Jimmy's still scoring, but he moves the ball. He's more of a passer. But last night he only had 1 turnover. So is he looking at Draymond had 4, Pods had 4, Curry had 4. Sometimes the ball is turned over because a shot created with the clock at 6 or 7 is not being taken. And you're putting us in a situation where we have to force a pass out of it. There's just some situations where you are turning down a shot that was created by the flow of the offense. You got to shoot that ball.
I'm fully in agreement with you on that one, and we can get back into the Warriors around the 12 o'clock hour. We got Danny Emerman joining us at the bottom of that around 12:50. We also got to get into the San Francisco Giants because it was a Warriors-heavy hour number 1. Rob Nen is joining us in about 40 minutes or so, and that sweep was mighty fun. So the Warriors offered us a great week with a tough ending. The Giants just continue to stay hot, and we want to hear from you. 415-808-5627. Are you buying into it? Are you getting sucked in? This is a lot of fun so far. It's Pop and Silver. Some Giants next on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Wow, what a weekend that was for the San Francisco Giants. 2 consecutive sweeps, 7 straight wins, their first 8-1 start since the year 2003, and the vibes are high. So we want to hear your thoughts. 415-808-5627, the number to dial in, or you can sound off in the YouTube chat, the place to get your thoughts out instantly. Hey, what's going on, everybody? Greg Silver here. And did you know that many of the attorney ads you've seen or heard aren't even based here in the Bay Area? Some not even in the state of California. But that's not the case with Chris Dolan and the Dolan Law Firm. They've been based right here in the Bay Area for more than 25 years. And we're talking about award-winning personal injury and employment attorneys fighting for you where you live. So if you've been discriminated against at work, wrongfully terminated, or sexually harassed, your rights matter. And you can go to DolanLawFirm.com to learn more about your rights. Now, unfortunately, over the past year, Chris and his team saw a sharp increase in no-fault injury accidents. And remember, with motorcyclists, pedestrians, children, all around us, please be careful and let's work together in making the Bay Area a safer place. Feel confident that you're in good hands with award-winning California Lawyer of the Year. The Dolan Law Firm has secured more than $1 billion. That's right, $1 billion with a B in verdicts and settlements on behalf of their clients. And here's the best part. You pay nothing up front, no hourly rates, no upfront fees, and they don't get paid until you get paid. They live here, they work here, they win here. DolanLawFirm.com.
This is Papa and Silver on KNBR, the sports leader.
Matos, the possible tying run at third. Fitzgerald, the possible winning run at second. And the pitch on the way. Swing, line drive into right field, base hit. Charged by Robles. One run is in. Here comes Fitzgerald. The throw. Swing! And the ball game is over. Willie Adames, in his first opening day as a Giant, gets his third hit of the game, and he is the hero.
What a day, what a moment, what a series for Willie Adames in his first home series wearing the orange and black. That right there, of course, the 2-run walk-off. Matos comes home. Tyler Fitzgerald, according to Kipe on the broadcast, ran through a stop sign to get that game-winning run. And, wow, that game had a little bit of everything, Papa. I mean, 10-9. We're there on the field. It's a great day. It was chaotic in the best way possible. We're out there hanging with the KNBR boys, watching the game, a lot of chatter. People saying, wow, these guys really know how to talk. It's our job. Of course, we're excited to be out there doing it. And for two teams that are known for their pitching rotation and not as much their offense, 10-9, 4 hours and 3 minutes. It just had it all. But what a way to end it there for Willie Adames in his first home game as a San Francisco Giant.
Yeah, it was wild. It was up and down and all around. Now, the Mariners didn't throw some of their best pitchers. They did over the weekend, Bryce Miller and Wu. But Luis F. Castillo, he's a guy they just brought up, hadn't had a lot of Major League experience. We were talking to Pat Burrell about it, and the Giants were all over him. They banged out 17 hits in the game, and they scored 10 runs, and they did fall behind. I was at the game yesterday and just watching Julio Rodriguez. I've never seen him up close. My God, is that guy smoother than smooth? The way he tracks a fly ball in center field is incredible. And then the power to go oppo right away against Justin Verlander. He did it again yesterday against Jordan Hicks. And what a player that guy is. But we'll start with Verlander. And we talked to his brother Ben before the game on Friday. It was not a great Verlander outing. It was not awful, but he allowed so many base runners in the game. That was the main problem, just all the different base runners. And then the big dumper in his at-bat, that 13-pitch walk to Cal Raleigh set him up. But he allowed 7 base runners in 2 1/3, and he just did not pitch deep in the game. And when your starter squirms, he wasn't horrible. He got squeezed a little bit, but he was unsettled on that mound. We'll be out there on Wednesday on the patio for the finale of the homestand and the series against the Reds, which starts tonight, and Verlander will pitch. So we'll get into it more on Wednesday. But that was not, vintage Justin Verlander. His stuff was threw a lot of breaking balls and just kind of squirmed. But they came back in the game. It was sloppy. Adames had some balls hit his way, could not make a play on. I thought it was fitting that it was Adames that singled in Tyler Fitzgerald to win the game, because the middle infield defense, he did make one great catch on Julio Rodriguez jumping in the air, but there are a lot of balls that you wonder, would Randy Crawford have made that ball? Doesn't matter. Craw wasn't here last year, but and then Tyler Fitzgerald on a backhand let the ball get by him. But they're going to be fine. And then it was Adames with the opposite field approach, and that's what we saw. Obviously on Saturday with Jung-Hoo Lee in the start, he's off too. He is swinging the bat so well. I do wonder about leading him off, though, because everybody just kind of vibes off of Jung-Hoo Lee, not just the crowd. This organic Jung-Hoo Lee, and Jung-Hoo's crew on the weekend. I was roaming around the yard yesterday, and it's just organic. It's natural. And the guy is a player. I mean, J-Rod, Julio Rodriguez tracks fly balls so easily. He just gets to the right spot, never looks like he's racing at all, and just gets there and make the catch like a Devon White or a Gary Pettis. For Jung-Hoo Lee, it's different, but he had some gnarly conditions over the weekend with, when the game goes 4 hours and 3 minutes, it's a 1:35 first pitch. You're getting into shadows. The game on Saturday started at 6 o'clock. He made some great plays. And keep in mind, when he was playing in the KBO, almost all of his games were played in a dome stadium. So he didn't play much here. He has to learn the wind and the sun, and, man, is he good. But his bat-to-ball skill that we saw, and the one thing about this team, it just seems like, who's the best opposite field hitter the Giants have ever had? I mean, Willie Mays at Candlestick would close his stance and not pull the ball into the wind, and he'd shoot the ball to right center. But Willie had big-time pull power. I mean, when you'd think of, and Will Clark would go the other way, but the genius of Buster Posey was taking the ball the other way, hitting the ball where it's pitched. And how does a player go into slumps in baseball? They try to pull the outside pitch, and they roll over and over again. The Adames base hit. He went the other way, got a breaking ball away, hit it off the end of the bat, but he was not trying to pull that ball. You try to pull that ball, it's not going to work. Fitzgerald runs to the stop side, you win. And then, Jung-Hoo all weekend did it. And I was there for that 4-run fourth inning yesterday, and it started with Jung-Hoo Lee going the other way. And they put up his spray chart on the scoreboard, and that scoreboard's got so much information. It's incredible, and it's deep analytics. Farhan may be gone, but the analytics department's look at his spray chart on Jung-Hoo Lee's extra base hits, and I think he leads baseball in doubles. They're everywhere. Yeah. There are 2 right down the left field line. There's 1 in left center. There's 1 in center. There's 2 in right. He pulls the ball. He hits the ball where it's pitched, which is the secret to hitting. If the pitch is away, take it the other way. Jung-Hoo Lee last year was not doing that, and he was rolling over on the outside pitch. I thought he was trying to hit the ball in the air too much. Now he's thinking the other way, and right now he is difficult to deal with. But that Buster Posey mentality of to hit the ball where it's pitched and go the other way, don't pull the outside pitch. Hunter Green tonight, if you're a right-handed hitter, you saw him last week on opening day. What did he do? He just kind of painting 100 on the outside corner over and over. You can't pull that ball. Shoot that ball the other way. Don't strike out as much. Just try to put it in play. But they're doing it. Jung-Hoo Lee goes the other way. Base hit. And then Ramos. And Ramos is going out of the strike zone way too much. He still chases out of the strike zone. Did it last year.
Yeah.
He's doing it even a higher percentage this year. But that base hit the other way. And then Mike Yastrzemski's watching all this, the veteran. I'm watching Jung-Hoo go oppo. I'm watching Elliot Ramos go oppo. So what am I going to do? Go oppo taco. Go the other way at a 3-run homer. That was impressive. I don't care if that's a day game or not. To hit that ball out the yard going the other way, and then obviously Wilmer's base hit. I think every single RBI hit yesterday was an opposite field approach. So when we were picking the numbers on everything to start the year, and I went 88, which is the high side. I think we were looking just so much at the roster. Who's playing, not how they're playing. Buster Ball is more of a philosophy. It is a way to play the game. Play the game the way I played the game. That's why so many coaches, managers, GMs, president of sports operations for your league that were great players struggle. Because the players aren't as good as Buster Posey. You don't have any Buster Poseys. But just kind of think of what he did. That's what I saw in a lot of ways, fundamentally running the bases. They're running the bases like crazy, even before, Buster. You have to go back to the early 60s to see him run the bases like this. But the opposite field approach, that is Buster Ball. And that's what the Giants are doing right now. And that's why situational hitting, 2-strike hitting, 2-out hitting, it works. And then every once in a while they muscle up and they hit the ball out the ballpark. But Jung-Hoo Lee, I thought he was interesting last year. There were times where I thought this guy may be overmatched a little bit. He has created a vibe in that ballpark. Jung-Hoo Lee. Jung-Hoo Lee. And now they're all doing what Jung-Hoo Lee does. Do you want him to lead off? He's fine in the third hole because he's driving in a lot of runs in the middle of it. But that guy, you'd like him to set the tone for your offense right from the beginning of the game.
Well, this Silver Linings playlist in the 1 o'clock hour, I was seriously considering just making it the Jung-Hoo Lee fight song, which, by the way, slaps. It's awesome. I love it. Austin Scott, our guy, had Jung-Hoo Lee asking him about it down in Scottsdale, and Jung-Hoo Lee's like singing along in the interview, and I'm like, yeah, I would be doing the same if someone made a fight song about me, but I'm not that cool. This guy's got aura. He has created a vibe. He is doubling left and right and center, and it is awesome to watch. And the Giants, to your point, Papa, they hit totally differently than they were on the road trip in 2 hitter-friendly ballparks. We mentioned they had 10 bombs, and we talked about it with Pat Burrell, but only 202 as a team average-wise. Well, this last weekend, they got 34 hits over 3 games. Only 2 of them were home runs. They were just capturing the opposite field base hit, the singles, what Willie Adames did, what Wilmer Flores did on just 1 pitch, by the way, yesterday. So nice work there by Bob Melvin. KNBR Socials put it up there saying, I can't put him out there every single day. We've relied on him a lot, and I thought, it's fine. You only need him for 1 pitch anyway. Wilmer Flores delivered, And that was after Victor Robles made that incredible catch, and obviously wishing him a speedy recovery on that injury, what looked to be a broken arm, wrist, something like that, because he just hauled to chase down that ball and made a fantastic play on it, but crashed into the wall hard, and you could see the pain there right away. That was brutal.
He's a player. Just, watching the American League teams, and we see him every now and then, but Julio Rodriguez, wow.
Yeah.
Is that guy good? Big time power, and the way he tracks a ball down. Randy Arozarena, we saw him in Tampa Bay. And then Robles, they have 3 center fielders that are playing all over their outfield. I mean, it's that good. And they got good players. I mean, the Giants did sweep them, but overall, they're going to be a good team. And for the Giants' perspective, just the fundamentals. The one thing is Tyler Fitzgerald. Talking to Wody the other day, when San Diego, moved Tats Jr. out to the outfield, and they signed Bogarts, and they had Hassan Kim, and they moved Jackson Merrill to center, and Cronenworth. It was like everybody on their roster is a shortstop. They got like 5 shortstops. Wody pointed out the Giants have Matt Chapman's really a shortstop playing third base. Obviously, Willie Adames is a shortstop. Tyler Fitzgerald was a shortstop. Casey Schmidt was a shortstop. Christian Koss was a short. They got like 5 shortstops all over their infield. Now, they got to learn the subtlety of going over to the other side. We can't play 5 shortstops. That's not going to be allowed. Even the day when you allowed the exaggerated overshift, that's not going to happen. But Fitzgerald, I think, is the interesting thing. Is Lamont can scoop it at first base. Casey's going to have a ways to go from shortstop and third base, and just everywhere he goes, less natural over to first base. But I think the key to the whole thing is going to be Tyler Fitzgerald, just settling in defensively. We know his speed plays big time. Will he get on base enough? And ultimately, with all these guys that have shortstop-type skills, is he your long-haul second baseman? But otherwise, they got the best record in baseball. And the Dodgers lose 2 out of 3. And Philly, and our guy Blake Snell winds up back on the injured list with shoulder problems. They have enough pitching in L.A.?
Yeah, they're going to be just fine. But I will say this, the big road trip coming up after this Red Series, that's going to be a great test for the Giants because you're going to Yankee Stadium, and then you get 4 against the Phillies, who you just said it took 2 out of 3 against the LA Dodgers, who are actually celebrating at the White House today, their 2024 championship.
And then they go to the Angels. So all of a sudden, Mike Trout is good, and the Angels are winning. That's going to be a killer road trip coming up.
That's right. Angels off to a 6-3 start, and Trout is hitting bombs again. So coming up, we'll get ready for Rob Nen. He's going to join us at 11:50. And I want to explain to you why I believe that the buzz around this team, even with a long way to go, is very much warranted. We'll do that next. Pop and Silver, talking Giants ball on the Sports Leader.
check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. It sound right, boys.
Yeah, 100%. I think that's the way we want to brand ourselves. That's the kind of baseball we want to play. I think from the day we showed up to spring training, the coaches really emphasized, situational hitting and just being a baseball team. I think we got a bunch of baseball players on this team, and, it's a tough division, a tough league. So if we're going to find ways to win games, we got to be able to do it in a bunch of different ways. So I think it's going to serve us well this whole year.
Yeah, Matt Chapman on Saturday after his Gold Glove bobblehead night talking about winning in different ways, and that's what the Giants have now done. 8-1 start, best since 2003, best win percentage in all of Major League Baseball, and I'm not going to do standings watch until right now because they are first in the NL West, and sure, I'm going to wake up and enjoy it, even if it is just 9 games, but I want to get back into the buzz around this team, Papa, and this was my main takeaway from the weekend, because all offseason long, or even spring training, there can be a lot of statements that get thrown out there. Spring is the time for optimism for any of the 30 ball clubs, even the Chicago White Sox. And you say things like the pitching depth, or they got a really strong bullpen and young arms, or the left side of the infield, or Jung-Hoo Lee's coming back, even though he had such a small hitting sample size last year. Sometimes you even get into the hypotheticals like, well, if Wilmer Flores is healthy like he was in 2023 and not 2024, or maybe Camilo Doval gets his confidence back, and it's just all these abstract terms getting thrown out. But now, even with 9 games, we can say it's real and it matters. And yes, there are 153 games left, and the Giants are going to find a lot of adversity over the course of the season. But all I'm saying is, Chapter 1 has been a raging success and has been thrilling, and the stories and the buzz around this ball club right now in the city is completely warranted and valid because of the situational hitting, because of the fact that they've been clutch, because of the fact that they have won in different ways, just as you heard Matt Chapman say right there. So yeah, big road trip coming up after this Red Series. It is going to be a long season, but as of right now, Chapter 1 of Buster Ball warrants an appropriate reaction of excitement in the city of San Francisco, and we saw just that this weekend.
Well, I mean, you went from Farhan Zaidi, who turned into, Trent Baalke at the end of his run was not very popular here. The Warriors, you have to go way back to Dave Twardzik and that run years ago. There have been unpopular general managers, president of their sports operations, but Farhan represented a way to play baseball that people here just don't embrace, even though it's still being played. And the Dodgers do play it. They just do it with uber talent. But you went from a very unpopular individual for whatever reason to one of the most popular that's ever played. I mean, as great as Mays and Bonds were here, they didn't win World Series with this team. They got close, and Rob Nen will tell us how close when we talk to Rob coming up in a little bit from the 2002 team. And He gave literally his arm for the Giants to try to win a World Series. But they're off to the best start. They've only been one time. They did it 3 times as the New York Giants. Only one time as the San Francisco Giants have they gotten off to an 8-1 start. And it was the year Rob Nen couldn't pitch. And it was Felipe taking over for Dusty, and they won 100 games that year. But to get off to an 8-1 start is impressive. Now, there have been stretches with Farhan and Cap where obviously they went 8-1 over a 9-game stretch. And we've seen it all, but it's the way they're playing. It's the popularity of just going to Buster, celebrating the 25 years of the ball club, having the 2000 club back. And by the way, Rob Nen was not there over the weekend, but I do want to get his thoughts on a lot of things. So obviously, they're running wildly. They're timely hitting. Some guys are not hitting that I think will hit as we get going. But they're off to a great start. They're 8-1. The one area, and this Rob Nen's specialty, that I want to get into a little bit is the bullpen. The starting pitching's fine. Verlander's going to be fine. His stuff is not Verlander vintage stuff from Detroit or Houston, but he's got enough to get by. He just squirmed a little bit, and Robbie Ray got deep into that game despite the 5 walks. And then we're seeing Logan Webb tonight and Jordan Hicks, and we'll see Landon Roop as well. The one guy that really, I didn't know why he was on the roster, to be honest with you, is Hayden Birdsong. Like, why is he here? He lost the 5th job. He needs to be in Sacramento stretching out and being a starting pitcher. He threw the ball well, and Robbie Ray started on Saturday, and you just can't use Tyler Rogers every single day. And they do have a lot of right-handed arms. I think Trevino is interesting, obviously, but Ryan Walker's unavailable with a back, and then, can he pitch 3 straight days the way Rob Nen used to? He went 2. He's not available. Bivens more of a long guy. So Birdsong, Randy Rodriguez comes in the middle of innings, and he may give up a hit here or there. Casey Schmidt's ball could have been scored a base hit. It was ruled an error on that one, or it actually was changed to a base hit. Could have been an error. Anyway, Birdsong's doing a nice job out of the bullpen, and you need him here at the major league level. So I do want to get his thoughts on that. But the other part of the story yesterday was Camilo Duvall. And, a lot of the spring training, and they are playing. They were 21-6 with, 4 ties in the spring. What does it matter? It does matter. It's the way we're going to play. And we're going to win. And we're going to do all these things. And then we're going to roll right into it. They're being well coached. This coaching staff is tight right now. But Camilo Duvall, the good, the bad, the in-between. And yesterday, it wasn't horrible, but it's the bad Camilo Duvall that forces you, and I'm sure Victor Robles, where they rather just have Seattle lose in the top of the 9th, that guy wouldn't gotten hurt. Now, it's baseball. They wanted to tie the game anyway, and Robles was involved in tying the game. He got the leadoff hit, but Duvall's just has a hard time with the pitch count. There's no doubt. He looks sometimes unsettled on the mound. He just doesn't have great feel for pitching. He's got great stuff. Guy throws a slider or a cutter. It's 100 miles an hour. His stuff is unbelievable. But he's been good by and large. But he didn't allow an earned run or a walk his first 4 outings of the year. So I'm not going to fixate. But and we saw him throw the ball well. It's just when Ryan Walker's not available, who's the guy you trust? I almost think, do you want Hayden Birdsong to be groomed to be a closer? I mean, that guy's got pimples all over his face. He looks like a kid, but nothing bothers that guy, whether he's starting or pitching out of the bullpen. He just comes in. I think he could handle it. Trevino could obviously do it. Tyler Rogers, more of a setup guy, although he does pitch to contact. You need defense behind him. But are we concerned at all about Camilo Duvall? It's just one outing. I don't want to overreact, but a lot of when he was bad, Camilo, last year, just he got out of it and he was able to keep it tied, but he blew the save. But it's just the slight nuances of pitching that he appears to. Is he ever going to solve that? He was an all-star and, had led the league in saves with a giant record and, had a great year. But there are times you just wonder, what role should he be in that bullpen? Do you trust him in the closer role?
It's a worthy discussion. I don't know if I like the concept of Hayden Birdsong being a closer just because he can go multiple innings, and you see a game like we saw on Friday where Verlander only goes 2 1/3, and all of a sudden you got Birdsong warming up in the pen, and he's the last pitcher you got on hand available. And so to have a guy that can give you more and also aspires to be a starter. And if Verlander doesn't work out, or if he gets injured or something, or if Jordan Hicks fades, Birdsong is the type of guy that could be a starter, or as they brought him in, somebody to piggyback off of guys that can't get through long starts. So I don't know if that's necessarily where I want to go with it at this point. Young in the season. Duvall, though, you bring up fair points in that he has struggled with the pitch clock and some of these nuances. I would say for the most part, I've been pleased enough to what I've seen with Duvall. Ryan Walker is obviously your closer. He's gotten 3 saves to start the year. And Duvall, I think, has done a nice job. But yesterday was another reminder of, okay, yes, sometimes it can get a little shaky. And if he's not finding the strike zone, or if he's getting a little bit off rhythm with the clock, giving up base hits that other teams can make you pay. And Victor Robles did just that. So lots of worthy pitching discussions that we can get into. But enough of me yapping about it. Let's bring in our friend on the other side, Rob Nen, the 3-time All-Star with the San Francisco Giants. Spent 5 years here of his 10-year career. Had a lot of saves of his own, over 300, so we'll get his thoughts on all of that. Pop and Silver on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Greg Papa here. What's going on with the stock market? One good thing is interest rates have plummeted. It's time to call Loan Pronto if you're looking to get cash out of your home equity, refinance out of a higher rate, or do a home improvement project. Loan Pronto can make it happen in a matter of days. Take advantage of this opportunity and get tens or even hundreds of thousands out of your home equity. Pay off all your credit cards, pay off your car loans. The average homeowner cuts their monthly bills by $1,000. So that is big time. So get more info at loanpronto.com. Inflation and higher costs have put a lot of people in a stressful financial situation. But if you own a home, there's a way out. Loan Pronto has multiple options that can help you get the financial freedom you deserve. Most homeowners get their cash in less than 2 weeks, and most don't even need an appraisal. Do the smart thing. Stop paying insane rates on those credit cards. Wipe them all out. Get a lower mortgage rate. Get some money for that home improvement project. It all starts by getting in contact with the experts at Loan Pronto. That's loanpronto.com, 415-808-5721, loanpronto.com.
Declare your retirement independence today with a call to O'Donnell Financial Group. Having the proper investment strategy in place may allow you the freedom to do what you want and when you want, potentially for the rest of your life. You've worked hard, you've saved hard, and the folks at O'Donnell Financial Group are here to help you avoid common mistakes in retirement. Having the right investment strategy for the future could make all the difference. Reduce what you owe to the government and keep hundreds of thousands more in your pocket, especially for those who have saved a lot. So don't wait. Declare your retirement independence and call O'Donnell Financial Group today, 866-496-2300, and learn what it means to truly achieve retirement independence. Again, 866-496-2300. Learn more online at o'donnellfinancialgroup.com. That's 866-496-2300 or odfigroup.com to learn more. O'Donnell Financial Group. Let us help you retire confidently.
Seam hits, filter out the noise, and kick it with KNBR on the gram for everything Giants. Follow the sports leader on Instagram at KNBR.
2-2 pitch. Little bouncer hits softly, third base side, into field. It is Chapman. Here's the throw to first, and he got him. What a play with a fast runner on a softly hit ground ball to third. Chapman sprinting in, gloving it just in front of the bag, and while still on the run, making the exchange to the throwing hand and the across-the-body throw right on the money to get him by a fraction of a step at first base. The ball game is over. The Giants make it 2 in a row over the Mariners.
Great play from Matt Chapman. Another save from Ryan Walker. That was the second of 3 wins the Giants had over the Mariners this last weekend. What's happening, everybody? Greg Silver, Greg Papa here with you all the way until 2 o'clock, and then we'll hand it off to Dirty Work, who didn't get a show on Friday because of how long that game was. I was hanging out with Derek and then Copes after the fact, and got to about the 5th inning, and Derek's like, I don't know if we're going to go on, and that did not happen thanks to a couple of extra innings and a Willie Adames walk-off. It is our pleasure to welcome in on the UMA guest line someone who spent 5 years here with the San Francisco Giants, had 314 saves in his 10-year career, and was a 3-time All-Star wearing the orange and black. None other than Rob Nen. Rob, thanks so much. Greg Silver, Greg Papa here on KNBR. First time we've had you on this program, and hopefully lots of great to talk about continuing after this 8-1 start, but how's it going with you?
I'm doing good. Thanks for having me on.
Oh, it's great to have you. And you know what I want to start with is so much we can get into with the 8-1 and finding different ways to win. But as a bullpen guy, you got a lot of saves. But to me, is the 8-1 start, is there more of an unsung hero to this point than Randy Rodriguez?
You know, I think it's a team thing. I mean, I think he's definitely part of it and all that stuff. But you got to, to get 8-1, and especially early in the season, you're playing against some great teams. You got everybody's got to contribute. Everybody's got to pitch well. Bullpen's got to come up, save games. Hitters are doing their job. They're making great infield plays and all that stuff. So, for me, I think it's more of a combined effort than one guy right away.
Yeah, the 206 saves you had, Rob, certainly number one in the history of the franchise, and you had to take over for Shooter Beck, which was quite a tall order. But we missed you on Friday. A lot of your teammates were here from the 2000 club that were out to celebrate 25-year anniversary, now the 26th season of Giants baseball. JT Snow was there, your former quarterback from high school. How often do you watch the Giants? I know Woody's watching them all from the shed outside of St. Louis. How often are you watching Giants baseball, Rob?
I try to watch as many as I can. It's not as many as you'd think, but we definitely try to, when the game's on and we get a chance to watch it, we're not doing something, we definitely turn it on and watch the game. And that's where my heart is. And that's where, where I love to be. And we, got invited to come up this week, and I ended up having a member guest golf tournament, which we did a while ago. So that kind of put a damper on things. But, if I get a chance to turn them on and I know they're on and all that stuff, I definitely flip it on.
Yeah, 162 is a lot of different games to go and check out, so I'm sure you've got to pick your spots there, living the life. But, I want to get into Camilo Doval and Hayden Birdsong, and I'll let Pop take care of the Birdsong part of it because he had some great thoughts on that before we had you on in this last segment. Camilo Doval so far, I would say, lot better of a 2025 look than 2024, but he did have the blown save yesterday, and I would not say it's been disastrous by any means, but also some reminders of some of the nuances of pitching that throw him off a little bit. Sometimes it's the pitch clock. Sometimes he gets a little rattled and just can't keep the strike zone for as hard as he throws. I mean, what have you seen from Camilo Doval maybe throughout the spring, if you were able to watch some of that, or even just to start this year that you would compare to not only last year when he lost the closing role, but his all-star year in 2023?
It's part of the ups and downs. I think we all kind of go through some of that stuff, and you got to figure out how to get through it. There's stress out there every day you're out there because, it's kind of the last thing that the people, everybody remembers and all that stuff, and they don't remember, the 0 for 4s or the errors or whatever happens. But, he's a young kid. He needs to get out there and figure out how to calm his emotions down and refocus on throwing strikes and getting ahead of guys. I mean, I had days where I'd go out there and get behind guys and walk guys and get myself in trouble. And that was when I took the game hard after a loss or a blown save or something like that. But you definitely have to refocus your thought process, and you have to go out there and get comfortable. And once he gets comfortable, his stuff is way, way too good to be struggling, and not be the full-time closer, or at least, have a chance to be an all-star guy every year.
Yeah, you were a really hard thrower when you pitched, and you had that toe tap slider. I could see it now, and you'd rush that up there in the low 90s. He's got a cut fastball, Rob. It's 100 miles per hour. It's like, what is this? Can you even imagine how these guys get to the point? I know the drive line in Seattle, all this, but when you're watching the game, can you even imagine how hard these guys are throwing all their pitches?
It tributes to how these kids are bigger, stronger, faster athletes and better athletes than what we were. I mean, we definitely had guys in our time that would go out there and throw the ball up there closer to 100 or hit towering home runs and all that stuff. But these guys, the money that's being made right now and having a chance to work out in the off season, put time and effort into your diet and working out and going to drive line or whatever it is, and going out there and figuring out how to get better every single day, every off season, it makes a huge difference.
Talking to Rob Nen here, and by the way, you're listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus Media station, midpoint of Papa and Silver here on a Monday. I'm always fascinated by the psychology of a reliever, or especially a closer, because you get put in these positions where it's like, hey, why don't you go out there and get us outs, and if you don't, there's going to be heavy consequences, and you just kind of sit around all game and wait for your opportunity, and then you got to go and lock into the ultimate degree. So when you're going out there, how much of you is thinking about the trust that you have in your defense behind you, especially in the infield, versus just narrowing in and finding your own mental place? Because the bullpen's been fantastic, but the middle of the infield, especially on a game like Friday, offered a couple moments where we're like, ooh, maybe not necessarily cause for major concern, but it was a little bit shakier than we'd seen when you're looking at someone like a Matt Chapman or Lamont Wade in the corners and what they've done to start their year.
Yeah, I really don't think you're thinking about the defense. I think those guys, all that stuff, whether it's nerves, whether it's early season, jitters or whatever you want to call it, those guys are fine, man. They're all professionals. They're all great players. As a closer going into a game, I mean, you really can't worry about whatever else is behind you. You have to kind of lock in and focus on at that time, that pitch, that batter, that inning, whatever you want to say to be able to lock in. If you're thinking about, don't get a ground ball short, don't get a ground ball to the outfield or whatever, you're thinking the wrong things. There's too many great hitters out there. The game's too hard as it is to sit there and think about other things. You have to be focused on that pitch, that player, that inning, everything that goes on. So as far as the infield, those guys are, they're all studs. All those guys are great players, man. They're gonna be fine. If the pitching keeps doing what they're doing, they're gonna have a great year.
Greg mentioned Hayden Birdsong. I don't know how much you've seen the young guy. So he's a young guy, came up middle of last year. He's only had 2 starts at AAA, Rob, but he's got great starter stuff. He didn't win the 5th spot in the rotation this year. Landon Roop took it, and now they moved him to the bullpen, something really he's never done. And he looks good at it. Robbie Ray went 6 innings the other night. He came in and pitched clean in the 7th and 8th, and we're just wondering, what's his role? And then your career was fascinating. 7 years in the minors. Of your 88 games pitched in the minor leagues, 80 you were a starter. And then you became one of the best relief pitchers and closers. The 9th became the 10th when you took over, and you were exclusively a closer. What was that transformation like for you? Was it easy to go from being a starting pitcher to being a guy who predominantly worked the back end of the bullpen?
For me, with my mechanics, I always thought I would be a starter. And with my mechanics, and as hard as I threw, arm-wise, I just couldn't go out and throw, 80 to 100 pitches a game and then all that stuff. But it was easier for me to go out there and throw, 15 to 30 pitches a night and go out every single night and have a chance to go out and do what I need to do. So, starting-wise, I always thought I'd be a starter in the big leagues. And then once I got to, 94 and I was in the bullpen, there's some guys that fell off, got hurt, Brian Harvey, Jeremy Hernandez. I fell into that closer spot, and for me, it was the best thing that ever happened for me. And my mental aspect and kind of what I enjoyed doing was having a chance to pitch in every single game or almost every game. So for me, it was something I enjoyed doing, and going out there and be a part of it as opposed to sitting 4 days and going out every 5th day and pitching and all that stuff. So. Maybe this is something that he's doing, or maybe this is a way for him to kind of ease himself in the big leagues and get him going. But, it looks like he's throwing the ball great. I haven't seen him. I didn't get a chance to see him at all, but definitely, if a guy can go have that mentality of going from a starting pitcher to the bullpen in the big leagues, that's a big jump. It's a great thing for him.
Talking to Rob Nen here on the UMA guest line, kind enough to spend some time with us. What stuck out to you in the starting rotation thus far? Because for me, I would say that outside of Justin Verlander's start on Friday, it's just been a series of quality, if not very good starts that go for 5 or more innings. And I think about the production of the bullpen and how it impacts that, just not getting overused. And the bullpen goes a long way, especially later in the season. So that would probably be my item. But for you, being a reliever and a closer yourself, I wanted to get your thoughts on what has stuck out the most from the starters for the Giants here.
Well, I think a lot of it. I think you've got some veteran guys, Robbie Ray and Hicks and Webby and all those guys. But the big who are having great, throwing the ball great. But I also think a lot of it is bringing in Justin Verlander. You've got an older guy that's gone through everything, has done it. I'm sure those guys are sitting there picking their brains and having a chance to ask questions about what he's done and what certain situations, what to do, when to do it, and all that stuff. And to have him out there and be a part of it is huge. I mean, it's just showing that these guys, they're figuring it out the right way, and they're all, those guys are going to be. It's going to be a great year for them. I truly believe that. But bringing in Verlander to be able to sit and watch and talk to those guys, I think it's a great thing.
Yeah, and he had the honor of pitching the home opener, and it's a big one, the 25th anniversary season, now the 26th year of Pac Bell, SBC, AT&T, and Oracle Park, and you were there right from the beginning. So a lot of your teammates came back to celebrate the 2000 club, and what a great year that was. JT hitting the homer and extras, or force extras, against the Mets. But as far as pitching, because we hear so much about hitting and how it was so different, what was it like for you to make the change from going to Candlestick Park to Pac Bell Park, Rob, that first year in 2000?
For me, Candlestick was great, but I didn't like the space around, and this is probably going to be stupid to say, but a lot of pitchers want the foul territory and all that stuff. But for me, I think it's one of those places that when you get a stadium, you get fans right on top of you, and everything feels close, and everything feels like, the fans behind home plate are right on top of the home plate, which makes the pitcher and the catcher feel like they're right on top of each other. And, it's a big difference. You got a chance to go out there and you feel like it's a little more intimate. You feel like, you're throwing a little bit harder, or your slider's a little better, or any of that stuff, because you feel like you're right on top of the hitter. So for me, pitching at, Pac Bell or AT&T or all the stuff that's been called and all this stuff, it was awesome. I loved that place. I loved everything about it. I loved the, right field wall was short. Lefties all kind of came up there and tried to yank the ball. And if you could just get them to pitch it away, it was, most time an out. Same thing with right-handers. I thought right-handers had off me a little better chance of, hitting off that wall, maybe being a little bit late or throwing a slider down and away, and they just kind of poke it out there because it is shorter. But that place is one of the best stadiums in the game, if not the best.
Final few minutes here with Rob Nen, and I want to get your take on this one. Is there a bullpen X factor? I think about Eric Miller as the lone lefty, maybe Hayden Birdsong because he's capable of being a starter and going multiple innings in the pen if he has to. Maybe it's too early to tell, and maybe it's a team effort, like you kind of said at the top of the segment here. But do you look at any one or two pitchers in this bullpen as X factors moving forward, especially with a tough road trip coming up for the Giants?
Well, listen, I think you guys related to it earlier that I think if the starters can go out and give quality innings, they can go out there and pitch, 6 innings, 5, 6, 7 innings, and give that bullpen days off and give guys days off down there. I think it's huge for that bullpen. I think that's kind of one thing that we've been missing over these last few years all around baseball is, you got starters going 4 and 5 innings and it gets thrown to the bullpen. The bullpens, kind of get abused, kind of get beat up, kind of get tired, for the end of the year. And I think if the starters go out and do what they do and what they can do, and get late in the game or the middle of the late games, and you give some guys days off, I think that bullpen's going to be a 10. And I think those guys are going to succeed and they're going to go out and have success. And I think it's just a better all around team when you've got starters doing what they're doing.
And they're off to a great start, brother. They're off to the best start in baseball. They're in first place in the National League West, passing the Dodgers. And they've only done this one previous time in the San Francisco history. 3 times they did it as the New York Giants, get off to a 8-1 start. The 0-3 year, and Felipe took over for Dusty, and that was bittersweet, obviously, after what happened the year before. And for you personally, with all the injuries, the rotator cuff, you couldn't pitch, but you were around the club those years with Felipe. What was it like, Rob, going from Dusty Baker, who was here so long, had so much success, and one of the great Giants of all time, one of the great managers in history, and Felipe Alou, and you guys ran the division that year from wire to wire, won 100 games.
Yeah, I didn't get a chance really to pitch for Felipe, which was a bummer and all that stuff. But having Dusty around, who I was with him for 4 or 5 years, and having a chance to watch the way he did the game, he was awesome. Guys ran through brick walls for him. Guys did everything. He always, kind of protected the players a little bit with the media and made sure that no one really got thrown in the bus. And for me, Dusty is just one of the best guys ever. Like I say, Felipe is awesome. I didn't get a chance to be, really pitch for him, which was a bummer because I truly respect the man. I think he's great for baseball and all the stuff that he's ever done. So, it's definitely these guys are off to a great start just like that year, and hopefully they can keep it going and have a great year.
Rob, thanks so much for coming by with Greg and Greg. Appreciate it. We'll do this a lot throughout the season, and hopefully we can talk about how awesome the bullpen is from all the way from let's call it April to October. How's that sound to you?
I think that sounds awesome.
All right, fantastic. Well, appreciate you coming by and enjoy watching the games when you can.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you, Rob.
He is Rob Nen. Was
Maybe
that
November this year, huh?
Yeah, maybe November. Yeah, Mr. November, Derek Jeter. Take that name away from him. They're going to go see the Yankees this weekend, and that's going to be a great test. So a lot of power rankings coming out right now, and never really care about power rankings, but Giants in a couple of editions. I think in MLB.com's they came in at number 8. Phillies and Yankees, though, right there at the top. So big games coming your way. And then you mentioned it, the Angels also playing some pretty good baseball themselves. So that's going to be a mighty road trip coming up. But we're not there yet. We got the Reds for the second time. Hunter Green on the mound tonight. And we'll be out there on the patio Wednesday for a nice little day game. Coming up, let's get back into the Golden State Warriors. Danny Emerman is going to join us at 12:50, and then Giants talk to kind of round out the show from 1:30 into 2 o'clock. Then we'll hand things off to Dirty Work. The Warriors, a 3-1 week, sour taste in our mouth from last night after the 10-point loss to Houston. Otherwise, a lot of success, but no margin for error, and that's going to be the story all week. We'll get into it on the other side. It's Pop and Silver on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Well, with all the chaos going on around the San Francisco Giants hot start and the Golden State Warriors push to stay out of the play-in, there is a national championship game tonight, and the pop culture showdown went down between Marcus and Carrie Crowley on the morning show. We're also going to have Randy Bennett join the show at 1:15. Talk about Florida and Houston, the upcoming national championship, and who will be cutting the nets. So go back and check out those segments or keep it right here on KNBR, the Sports Leader.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Never a bad time for a midday splash with Papa and Silver. Back to the Gregs talking Dubs basketball on KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM. The sports leader.
I mean, it's this is the NBA season. You go through 82 games, and there's just games where you don't have it. Every player, no matter how good you are. So Steph didn't have it tonight. They did a great job defensively. Take tomorrow off and get ready for Phoenix, and you guys get to analyze everything. But this is all part of the season.
Gosh, Steve, thanks for giving me an assignment here on a Monday. Steve Kerr saying that the Warriors just did not have it. The fatigue was noticeable. It was a mentally, emotionally, and especially physically draining week. You saw it. The looks on their faces after beating Denver, even without Jamal Murray. Playing against Nikola Jokic and LeBron James on back-to-back nights, and Papa's alluded to it a good handful of times now, but the design of that road trip, they were gone for 15 days, and they came back home to play a back-to-back after being on the road the night before. It's understandable that they would hit a wall come Sunday. Also got to give Houston a lot of credit. That wall that they hit was created by the intensity and fury of Ime Udoka and a young, athletic Houston Rockets defense. Catch up with Danny Emerman coming up at 12:50. But, yeah, Papa, just looking at the week as a whole, 3-1, 4 games that were very big. Memphis, they rose to the occasion. Lakers, they held their lead for the whole second half. Denver, what they did responding after Nikola Jokic got essentially whatever he wanted in the first quarter. And then Houston, yeah, they just couldn't quite make those shots that they sort of needed. And Buddy Hield and Brandon Podziemski gave you some offense. Outside of that, wasn't a whole lot to be found with the ball going in the hoop.
Well, I mean, for Steph Curry to go 52, 37, 36 in 3 games. And the player of the week, I think, goes all the way through Sunday, correct? So I think he was looking to be a lock to be the player of the week. And then last night happened, and he wound up with just 3 points. So that may have fizzled the whole thing. But he's got plenty of those. Amen Thompson, who is from Oakland and went to Steph's basketball camps and brought his Thompson twin brother. He's the real deal defensively. He gets into you, and they got good defenders. Obviously, Van Vliet and Dylan Brooks. Who would have thought Dylan Brooks would shoot the ball like that? He's a guy typically you gap and let him shoot. He made every damn shot. A lot of them were open, but he made tough shots. And 10 of 13, 3 of 4 in the 3-ball. He led them in scoring with 24. Give him credit. They played a terrific game. Houston's been a team on the rise all year. Last year, they didn't quite make the playoffs. They were 41 and 41. The year before, they lost 62 games. So they're kind of like last year's Minnesota Timberwolves. That innocent climb to 52 and 27. They're more than likely, almost assuredly, going to be the 2 seed behind OKC. Are they going to be like Minnesota and pull off an upset and go all the way to the Western Finals? We'll see. They got some work to do. I think Oklahoma City and Houston, the 1-2, are young, somewhat vulnerable, but those are the kind of teams that the Warriors have pretty much owned Houston, except for the play-in game, the in-season tournament game where they lost that and couldn't go to Vegas. But otherwise,
yeah, the foul 60 feet away from the hoop.
Yeah, that was a tough loss. They wanted to go to Vegas, but they didn't. But Houston just played great, but I think they caught the Warriors at the right moment. So. For their, vantage point, just being so tired. And that's the life of the NBA. You finally really got home. I mean, Friday night's game had to feel like Game 7 of the 2-week road trip. And then you finally get home, you decompress on Saturday, you play last night, and then it hits you that you're back home, and it's hard. Not to make excuses, but that's the kind of team that when you look at the Warriors trading a younger, longer, more athletic Andrew Wiggins for an older Jimmy Butler, now with Jimmy and Draymond 35, Steph's 37. How much do you have left? And Houston's just so young and athletic. They're younger, they're longer, they're jumpier, springier. But I think when you get in a 7-game series, the Warriors' mental acumen, their playoff savvy, the playoff scouting report will serve them well. But there'll be some nights where they just get run by, even in the playoffs. The one thing I worry about is, man, they are working so damn hard because they were 25 and 26 when they got Jimmy.
Yeah.
So they've had to do all this. They could still wind up with 50 wins. If they run the table here and win these final 4, they're going to wind up 50-32, and at the worst they'll be a number 6. But I do wonder, in years past we got spoiled. You know, they worked hard, the 73-9 year, to get to 73-9, and starting 24-0, they just worked so hard. There was one Saturday night game against Brooklyn where they're going to lose tonight. They're just not going to make it. And Andre in particular, got one defensive rebound, and they went, whoa. This team has worked their ass off, and I dare the league to beat them 10 times. You're not going to do it. But they worked so hard, and then Steph had the ankle, slipped on the wet spot in Houston, and hurt the knee, and they ran out of gas. But most of the time, when Durant was here, the 82 games were just to pay the bills, to make the money so these guys could drive the cars they drive and live in the mansions and live the lifestyle. It was a 16-game, and really it's 24, with 4 7-game series. You got to win 16. Those are the ones where they went balls to the wall. The one thing that I do worry about is, man, these guys are older. You got some young guys, certainly, but you got a pair of 35s and Steph at 37. They are just expending so much energy to get into the playoffs and avoid the play-in. I do wonder if they're just working too hard for these first 82, that the 16 that they got to win, and we'll just take it round by round. Let's be real. But I wonder what they're going to have left for April, May, and will there be a June?
Yeah, that's a fair point, because there's been some 2022-like comparisons thrown around in the post-Jimmy trade. Here's the big difference. They were 25-26, and now they're expending a lot of heart and energy and mental resources just to get into the postseason, and they're older, by the way. Whereas in 2022, they started 18-2. Steph got injured, and all you really sacrificed was the 2 seed ending up being the 3 seed, and then that ended up being a wash anyway when you go and beat Memphis in that 6-game series. Only one of the 20 playoff spots, seeding-wise, has been clinched. That's OKC number 1 in the West. Anything else can go anyway. So Houston can get 2 or 3. They can't go lower. Lakers can get anywhere from 2 to 8. And then if you're looking at 3 to 8, the Nuggets, the Clippers, the Warriors, the Timberwolves, and the Grizzlies can get any of those. Now, they're all got the same record right now. The Timberwolves and the Grizzlies play against each other in this Final Four, so one of those is going to get a loss. And then, of course, the Warriors and Clippers play each other on Sunday, so there will be another loss there. If they all end up with the same record, then the tiebreaker goes head-to-head or cumulative record in all the head-to-heads against those teams involved. So as of right now, the Warriors have the second best. That's why they're the 6th seed. Clippers have the best, and then you got Minnesota and Memphis. On the note of the Warriors, though, and this last week, I do put a lot of stock in the week they just had, the 3-1 week. That's 3 really big wins and 1 loss where Houston created a wall and set the tone that you ran into, and I got to give the Rockets credit. But I do agree with Steph Curry in that they are playing like a team capable of making a big run and taking care of business when it counts. Podziemski, Moody, couple of really nice games from Kuminga on this road trip make me think that they got the youth support to help Steph, Draymond, and Jimmy go ahead and take advantage of a 7-game series. Now, that's not to guarantee they would even get out of 1 round. I do generally like the basketball that they are playing. Beating Denver, even without Jamal Murray, that was a big deal. Beating Memphis, who always gives them a good shot and really has since 2022 when they met in that playoff series, was a big deal. And the way they closed out that game and how Memphis shot the ball and had their foot on the gas the whole way. And the Lakers, Luka Doncic couldn't defend well, and he did not have his best game offensively. Playing against the LeBron James team and the history that they have is always going to be a mental challenge. Even with Austin Reeves going nuts, you had Brandon Podziemski have the shooting game of his life, and they were able to get it done. So does the loss hurt to Houston? Of course, because there's a logjam in the standings, and it makes it so even the great week you just had, there was still no margin for error. By and large, do I feel better about this team than I did a week ago today because of the week they just had in the 3-1? Absolutely.
It's all coming down to matchups, brother. This is going to be which team you draw in the first round. Hopefully they're in the playoffs and not the play-in. These are all decidedly different teams. Hopefully you're not going to play Houston because more than likely they're going to be the 2. And this is, we're wrapping up March Madness. We'll talk to Randy Bennett, and then with Duke losing, maybe it's an easier road for our guy Todd Golden to win the NCAA championship tonight. But we'll get into that. But that's why people love the Madness. Is it's a bracket. The NBA's the same way. They don't reseed. It's 1-8 plays 4-5 winner. Those go on. 2-7 plays 3-6, and you stay in your bracket. And that's the way it works. Even if 8 beats 1, it's not like the NFL where they reseed. So you just got to be cognizant of where you're going to be. But you may see Houston later on. They are an entirely different matchup than the Lakers. They are an entirely different matchup than Denver. Well, it's possible you play the Clippers in a 4-5. We'll see, how it all unfolds and what Sunday brings us. You could finish anywhere from 3-8, so you could play any of these teams. But from my point, I'm just optimistically looking that they're going to be 6, and the choices are going to be whoever's going to be 3 is going to be the matchup, and that looks like Lakers or Denver. It could be Clippers. I don't know. But we haven't seen the Clippers in a while. We'll see them on Sunday. But they are all different matchups. That's where the scouting comes in. That's why the NBA regular season is hard. That's why what they did Friday night, wow. You just beat the Lakers on a Thursday. Yes, you're back in California, but you still aren't home yet. You got to go home and now lock in a different game plan to deal with Denver. And last time you saw them, the Joker didn't play. It was a whole different group. So it's hard. But when you get into a playoff series, then they'll lock in on one opponent. But as far as who you are, they're capable of beating any of these teams. They could beat any of them 4 out of 7. They are capable of losing to any of them 4 out of 7. And we didn't necessarily think that when they were the Warriors, the Death lineup and the Hamptons 5. But that group is not here anymore. The one thing about the 22 team, you're very different than that team. I think to some degree, Pajemski has replaced Jordan Poole, but completely different player.
Right.
Jimmy has replaced Andrew Wiggins, but a completely different player. But the one thing this year, and we'll get into it with Danny, has been the internal growth in player development of the young guys. Moses Moody is a much better player. All of a sudden, he's starting. Is he going to finish always? You don't know. Pajemski probably will. He's starting. Obviously, Kuminga. And I love Steph pushing back and Steve the other night. Not every game has to be a referendum. And if Kuminga can play, just let the guy play. We'll figure out the 5 on the floor. The one guy, Quentin Post, is not playing as much now. No. He's not starting. He's not playing. They're not going to the stretch 5 as much. And Trace Jackson-Davis, of the 4 young guys, just can't get in the rotation even with Quentin Post out. Kevon Looney, by the way, played well against Denver, and I love his big body against the Joker because Joker's not going to outquick anyone. But it's all coming down to matchups. Houston's an entirely different team than the Lakers. Lakers are an entirely different team than Denver. The venues are different. No big deal going to Houston or L.A. Do you want to deal with the mountains of Denver and playing a mile above sea level and what advantage that gives them and what toll they takes on the body? The one thing, and I know Danny's got quotes saying we're going to win the next 4, and they could. If they win 3 and they beat Phoenix, and the NBA schedule's a bitch, they just got home, and now they're back on a plane at 2 o'clock this afternoon to go to the desert to play Phoenix. They come home, and they got a back-to-back. They got to play when they get home. Then Thursday, they're flying again. And now they're going due north up to the Willamette to get the best Pinot and deal with Portland and their young and frisky players looking to pull an upset. Then you come home. But if you get into a situation where you win the first 3 this week and you're the 6, and the 6 could mean a matchup with the Lakers as opposed to beat the Clippers and set up a matchup with Denver, what the hell do you do? Do you win that last game? Do you play your guys that last game? Do you kick that game? Would you rather avoid Denver, I should say, and play the Lakers? It could come down to that on Sunday.
We'll ask Danny Emerman about this. My prediction, and we'll get his thoughts, is that if you know you're going to be a top 6 seed going into that Clippers game, I could see them resting their guys. You already know you're going to get the next few days off. You're not going to have to play on the Tuesday or Wednesday, or maybe even Thursday, Friday if that first play-in game went wrong. I could see them resting Jimmy, Steph, Draymond, because of what you mentioned at the top of the segment. They have expended a lot of resources to make this push to try to be a top 6 team. When they got Jimmy Butler, it was 25-26. More Warrior thoughts on the other side. Then we'll get to Danny Emerman. Then we'll get a little Randy Bennett, preview this national championship game. Todd Golden's Gators going against Houston after the comeback against Duke. Kelvin Sampson's squad's going to face off. Then we'll do a little Silver Linings playlist and Giants talk, getting you ready for their series against the Reds. All coming your way. Pop and Silver on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader. Hey, what's going on, everybody? Good to talk to Steve Moskowitz here to bring on a brand new week. Tax season right around the corner, creeping up, and Steve is going to tell the people what to do about the ERC check.
The ERC program is ending next Tuesday for new filing, and some people are still getting around to filing. But other people are saying, hey, Steve, I filed a long time ago. Where's my check? And the answer is it's in a morass of a lot of filings in the IRS. And a lot of people are concerned that President Trump, in promising to do away with $2 trillion with a T dollars in the federal spending, might do away with ERC. Who knows if he will or won't? Let's not take that risk. There's 3 different ways we can hurry him up, and that's what we want to do. Also, what if you got a letter from the IRS that you don't qualify? No ERC for you. The IRS is being sued right now, saying they're disallowing a lot of claims, not even knowing whether you qualify or not. We need to appeal those, or if you're being audited. So that's the big 3 in ERC. 1, you're waiting for your check and waiting and waiting. We want to hurry them up. 2, you were denied. We want to appeal that. We want to get you the money. Or 3, you're being audited. The only thing you have to do is call up for your free consultation and say, hey, Steve, I want my ERC money.
There he is, Steve Moskowitz. If you want your ERC money, you can give him a call now at 1-888-TAX-DEAL. That's 1-888-TAX-DEAL. Or you can go online to MoskowitzLLP.com.
Greg Papa here from my friends at the Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley. For over 25 years, the Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley has been the Bay Area's leader for modern vision correction. Do you struggle with distance vision, need reading glasses, or wear bifocals like I did for years? CLR from Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley could be a game changer for you. Don't wait until you're older like me to see great. Do all the things you love to do with perfect vision and do it now. The Laser Eye Center offers LASIK, SMILE, EVO ICL, or the procedure I had, CLR, which is custom lens replacement. It's the permanent solution to glasses, contacts, and readers. Plus, you'll never develop a cataract. After tens of thousands of procedures, Dr. Craig Bindi and his team at the Laser Eye Center have the experience to tell you which procedure is best for you. No readers, no contacts, no glasses, no cataracts the rest of your life. So book your free consultation today at modernvisioncorrection.com. That's modernvisioncorrection.com.
Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
GP2 getting bounced around. And Kuminga 3. There's something about the red in the Rockets that gets JK going.
I think he surprised Easton there. There was no hesitation that time. Yeah, one of the handful of really nice plays that Jonathan Kuminga had in this last week. That a 3 against the Houston Rockets yesterday. Ironic that we came in with that one, Cole, because Warriors could not get anything going beyond the arc except for Buddy Hield. Kuminga had some, and Gary Payton II, of all people, was back, and that was a welcome sight. The thumb was not bothering him. The energy and the fresh legs were there, but otherwise, the Warriors struggled offensively against Houston. Still a 3-1 week. We're going to catch up with Danny Emerman coming up in about 10 minutes or so. I did want to get into something that you just brought up in the last segment, Papa, was the young development of the players. Because if you look at this roster, it's really 8 of the 11 that weren't drafted. And I think one of those 3 in GP2 doesn't count, because even though he didn't start with the Warriors, he really came up and developed as a member of the Golden State Warriors with that 2022 championship team. Outside of Jimmy Butler and Buddy Hield, everybody else in this rotation right now has been drafted by the team and contributing in meaningful ways. So you got the older core, and then you've got this wave of younger players like Moses Moody, a Jonathan Kuminga, who you just heard right there with the 3, and a Brandon Pajemski that are making it so the Warriors are doing enough things and winning enough games to keep them in this tight standings race and fight, and possibly win a 7-game series depending on what their matchup is and how it all shakes out here in the next 6 days.
Yeah, the media loves their 2 timelines. I mean, that's true of any team that's ever won anything in all of American sport. You have older players and you have a mixture of younger players sprinkled in, and that's the way teams are built. But for the young Warriors, and first of all, Gary Payton has been amazing. He hardly played against Denver. The one shot he took from the right corner, he missed it really short. I haven't gotten a good look at what he's got on that thumb. It's his left thumb, the partially torn ligament. But last night, I mean, he played really well. Gary Payton scored 16 points off the bench in 20 minutes and made a couple of threes and played well. But he's not a part of what we're talking about. He's an older player. We know who he is. He still has room to grow as a ball handler and all that. But it was the young 4 that you looked at in the offseason. It was Moody and Kuminga from the 22 draft class, what they could be, and the guys that were all NBA rookies in some form last year, Brandon Pajemski and Trace Jackson-Davis. Moody, we've talked about a lot, how good he's become. He just had an off night last night. Pajemski, the way he played in L.A. and come back against Denver, he's not only in your starting 5, he's in your finishing 5. And then I love the pushback from Steph Curry, and Steph started it on Friday night. Like, do we have to analyze every single thing he does? Just let him go play. And then Steve pregame before the game last night, every night is not a referendum on Jonathan Kuminga. Just let him go play. They're going to pay him in the offseason. He'll be fine. But it's obviously Kuminga, Moody, it's Pajemski, and then Trace Jackson-Davis, even though Quentin Post is not playing as much, not starting, they're not using the stretch 5. I get it. It's matchup driven. He's not playing as much. But 3 of those 4 young guys are developing. But the one thing I want to get with Danny, a lot of things, these final 4 and how are they going to treat all this? Is Durant have any chance of playing tomorrow night and spoil all this with the ankle injury? But Steve did say, obviously Steph, Draymond, Jimmy, barring injury or getting kicked out of games or foul trouble, are going to be on the floor at the end. He also mentioned Pajemski as a guy who's become one of those guys. He's your core 4, starting and finishing. That 5th Warrior is dramatically different. If it's Moses Moody, obviously shooting and defending. If it's Jonathan Kuminga, not as much shooter, but he does run. At the end of the game, that pick and roll with Steph Curry is lethal. And he is a big body defender. They had him on Luka. They had him on some big assignments. Is Quentin Post ever going to be involved in that? Will they ever want to go to a stretch 5 big? But who is that 5th Warrior? We know the starting lineup is Steph, Pajemski, Draymond, Butler for the 5. Moody starts games, but not necessarily will he close games. A lot of different variables. Some night Moody, some night Kuminga. Buddy Hield could be in the mix. Gary Payton II for his defense could be in the mix. Would you ever want to go, stretch 5 with post? Kevon Looney with a pure big and certain matchups could do it and slide Draymond to 4. But I think they've settled on, 80% of the finishing lineup. A lot of variables on who that fifth Warrior could be.
Yeah, and going back to your point, it's matchup dependent. Could be Gary Payton II if his thumb's holding up. Could be Moses Moody, who also starts. Could be a Quentin Post if you want that stretch 5 in the shooting. Could be a Kevon Looney if you just want the defense. And by the way, Looney, you mentioned how he was against Denver. He was actually great against Houston yesterday as well. I mean, he made the non-Draymond minutes with that early 5th foul in the third quarter. He made them functional for a while for the Warriors to hang in there. Now, there might be some other matchups where it's tougher for Looney to get on the floor. So it is very matchup dependent, and I agree to your point. You could probably pencil in Podziemski and then the big 3 as 80% of that closing lineup. Jonathan Kuminga, certainly a candidate, and was a very worthy closer of that Lakers game and helped them get it done as well. So we got back-to-back guests coming your way, Danny Emerman and then Randy Bennett. So let's stay on the clock and maximize those conversations with our good friends. Big week coming up for the Warriors. Big night coming up for Florida and Houston in the NCAA National Championship game. If you're about to win your bracket challenge or this game could determine that, congratulations on taking no risks and filling out some boring chalk. But hey, money is money. We'll talk to Danny Emerman next on The Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
The good news, that was a really productive week for the Warriors with a brutal 4-game schedule. Going 3-1, getting wins over Memphis, the Lakers, and the Nuggets. The bad news, that loss against the Rockets last night puts them in a logjam of the Western Conference with no margin for error. They got the same record as 3 other teams, and they currently hold the number 6 spot. But these last 4 games are big, and we're going to give you all the news all week long. Don't forget to tune into Dubs OT after every game to hear John Dickinson and Kyle Harr break it down.
Hey, it's Greg Papa here. You know, when it comes to pizza, there's one place that I always will recommend among any others, above any others, and it's Tony's Pizza Napolitana in the North Beach. Tony Gemignani and his team have been ranked number 1 in the world, and once you taste it, you will see why. You will taste why. From Neapolitan to New York, Detroit, Sicilian, and Grandma-style pizzas, every slice is crafted with the finest ingredients and baked to perfection. But Tony's is more than just pizza. Their fresh pastas are out of this world, and I encourage you to try their spicy bucatini, one of my all-time favorites. And while you're in the North Beach, don't miss Capo's for deep dish pizza lovers and Descano Brothers Bakery for their luscious breads. Plus, Tony has Slice House locations throughout the Bay Area, including at Chase Center and at Levi Stadium.
It's never a bad time for a midday splash with Papa and Silver. Back to the Gregs talking Dubs basketball on KNBR 104.5 FM at 680 AM. The sports leader.
I'm exhausted. I just want to go home, relax, go to sleep. I'm tired.
Yeah, the Warriors were not shying away from the fact that they were exhausted after 15 days on the road. Then came home to play Denver. Then they had to play Houston. Steve Kerr was like, I'm going to be honest. I'm going to go home, watch the White Lotus season finale, which I still got to catch up on because Papa knows I'm slow on all my TV and movies. But they're just getting ready to go on a plane and look ahead to the week. And hopefully our guy Danny Emerman has a chance to get some rest as well. Danny Emerman of the San Francisco Standard. First time I can say that since we've had him on the show and he made the switch over. So, Danny, great to have you on. Appreciate your time as always, and congratulations, my friend.
Hey, thanks a lot, man. I appreciate that. And some personal news as well. I have finished the White Lotus finale. I just finished it right before you guys gave me a call.
Ooh, okay. What do you rate it? You know, we don't want spoilers for the listeners because then people will get mad, and I'm going to take the blame for that. But was it everything you hoped it would be?
Yeah, no spoilers, but I was fairly disappointed by this season. I liked the second one a lot better. First one too. But yeah, I mean, it's impressive, you know, what Mike White has done as the showrunner of that show. It's pretty unique, and, you know, it's cool to see his vision come to life and to have a show so different than a lot of the other stuff that's on television and on streaming right now.
It's terrific. It's not for everybody. Based in Thailand, and the trip to Bangkok was interesting. If you're a Dookie, it's been a little edgy for the family from Duke, including. Just get one thought about what happened on Saturday in Duke. We're going to talk to Randy Bennett from St. Mary's, which means we're all in on Todd Golden. But I know you're so locked in on the NBA, but this is the one day, and they do it also, on New Year's Eve and such. But the NBA does shut down when the championship is crowned. Cooper Flagg looks like the next coming in the NBA, but it was a little bit disarming the way Duke gave that lead away on Saturday against Houston. So is this Todd Golden in Florida's game to win tonight, or is Kelvin Sampson and the Cougs going to rise up one more time, Danny?
Yeah, I would pick Florida if I was a betting man, and in the great state of Arizona, I might have to be. I really love the way Walter Clayton Jr. plays, and he's so mature, especially for a college point guard. He's obviously an older player, so he should be, but he's capable of just taking over games down the stretch, and it feels like he's done it over and over again in this tournament. So, chomp chomp, go Gators.
All right, Danny. So looking at the last week of the Warriors, I was saying that by and large, with the 4 games they had and the tests they faced, I'm overall feeling much better about this team. But it's very clear with the cut that we came in with Draymond Green and what we saw on the floor with Houston that the Warriors were just gassed, and they know that there's no margin for error going ahead. So I don't know if this will end up being a scenario. Maybe this is a moot point by tomorrow or by the end of the week. But in your opinion, just being around the team and seeing how fatigued that they were, would the Warriors consider resting their guys on Sunday against the Clippers if they're guaranteed a top 6 heading into the matchup?
You're probably getting a little bit too far ahead of yourself there, and it doesn't seem likely that that'll be the case. I don't think much will be wrapped up by the regular season finale. Everything's just so jumbled up right now. There are 5 teams with 32 losses. I think that regular season finale is going to matter a lot. That's a game where maybe the Clippers and Warriors are tied in the standings, and the winner will take the 5th seed or the 6th seed, or the loser will slide into the play-in. I don't think the Warriors are in the business of resting. They're playing so hard now to be able to rest in the week where they wouldn't have to play a play-in round. That's what they're eyeing now. And, when you put pedal to the metal now and hopefully get 4 or 5 days off in a row as a reward, I think that's a pretty nice carry.
Yeah, if the Warriors do win these first 3 on the road trip, as you noted, Minnesota and Memphis are playing each other. There is a possibility that the Warriors could clinch a 6. Let me just pose it this way. And I know when you look at the probabilities of what goes down, and I don't know who Denver is right now, the way they're playing, and if Jamal Murray's ever going to come back, but it's conceivable the game on Sunday against the Clippers could be Warriors-Clippers. The winner gets 4, and the loser takes 5. How important is they asked Steve about home court, and he said it's not as important as it used to be. Now, I think it is if you're going to Denver and dealing with the altitude, maybe less so dealing with the Clippers and the short flight, but still, I know ownership would rather have games 1, 2, 5, and maybe a 7 at Chase as opposed to going to Ballmer's Intuit Dome. So if that scenario is there and the Warriors know they're in the playoffs and not the play-in, how important is it for them? Will they go hard to try to get a home court advantage in the first round?
I think they'll pick what they can get in terms of home court advantage, and I do think it is valuable even against a team like the Clippers. Like, they've had a pretty good home court advantage this year with the wall and everything. They're 28-11 at home. That's a good team when they're at home in Inglewood. And yeah, with the altitude, they probably wouldn't want to have a Game 7 in the altitude against the best player in the world. Even Minnesota. I think home court advantage matters, even if some of it has been negated by the 3-point shot, by the stylistic similarities between a lot of teams now, and maybe the muting of some crowds and that the fans getting priced out of these games. I think that's a factor that has affected home court advantages. But yeah, I think the Warriors would love to get it. They'd love to have those games at home, like you mentioned, with the ownership. I think that's a big deal. That doesn't really trickle down to the court, but, they would love to have home court advantage. They're just probably not going to be in a position to play for it necessarily.
Great to have Danny Emerman on the UMA guest line with it. And Danny, as we look at the primary takeaways from these last 4, I think about Podziemski and Moody and the closing plays they made in Memphis. I think about Pods' offensive production. Kuminga's two-way play versus the Lakers. But yesterday, with not a lot of bright spots, it was the return of Gary Payton II, and the legs were fresh, and it looked like the thumb wasn't bothering him too much to where he could still hit some shots and score around the rim. I mean, how important is GP2 being available for Steve Kerr and this coaching staff ahead of the last week here?
I think he was playing, before the thumb injury. He was playing about as well as I've seen him play since 2022, and that's a pretty valuable piece. How much that factors into the rotation, is still a matchup-by-matchup decision. I think the Rockets are a pretty good matchup for him just because they have so many athletes out on the perimeter, and you'll want him to try to slow down Jalen Green and chase around guys like Fred VanVleet. Against the Lakers, maybe not so much. Against the Nuggets without Murray, probably not so much at all. He was healthy for that game and he played 2 minutes. Murray's injury is huge for Denver. You mentioned it earlier, but he's dealing with a hamstring strain that it sounds like the team didn't anticipate being this serious. They're, cautiously optimistic that he'll be back for the playoffs, but if he was healthy enough to play, he'd be playing right now. And he's so important to what they do offensively that, without him, the Nuggets are in danger of becoming like kind of a team that, teams in the West wouldn't hate playing in the first round. And that's shocking to say just because they have Nikola Jokic putting together 60-point triple-doubles and completely controlling games all the time.
Yeah, the Warriors did a nice job, I think, against him on Friday night. He still went 13 of 17 from the floor. And those two forwards, obviously, Aaron Gordon and Michael Porter Jr. are a problem. But Christian Braun has a hard time guarding Steph. So just between, Houston was hard last night, and they got length, and they're young. But they're more than likely going to be 2. So if the Warriors get them, they got to go in the play, and they don't want that. So we'll keep them out of the conversation. Just assuming that the Warriors, if they get in, they're going to be 5-6, they would play 3-4. Do they have a preference, do you think, privately? And then your own thoughts on a best-of-7 in the first round. The Lakers, where they can attack Lucas D, or Denver, even dealing with the altitude if Jamal Murray doesn't play. What's a better matchup, Lakers or Nuggets, you think, in round one?
There have been, kind of whispers around the league that Houston and Memphis are kind of the two teams that you wouldn't hate playing in a first-round matchup. Those are two of the younger teams. They're not as playoff experienced. Their best players, probably aren't going to be the best players on the court. But like you saw last night, Houston's a hell of a team. They have a ton of length and size and athleticism. Amen Thompson's probably the best athlete in the league. Sorry, Houston's a freak too. They're not easy to play, and they can play a bunch of different styles, double big, single big, 5-out. They were pretty impressive last night. They played a great game. In terms of a matchup between either Denver or the Lakers, I think what you mentioned, what we were talking about Murray is probably the key. If Denver doesn't have Murray, I'd way rather face Denver than LeBron James, Luka Doncic, and Austin Reeves and the Lakers. But who knows what that injury looks like. I think they're both, kind of tricky matchups at full strength for the Warriors. But, yeah, I'd probably lean towards rather playing the Denver Nuggets.
You're listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus Media station. Great thoughts there from Danny Emerman as it's all going to shake down here in the next 6 days, determining the Warriors matchup. What did you make of Jimmy Butler's comments yesterday about not necessarily needing to be more assertive when Steph's not getting going offensively and instead just focusing on the turnovers and the 20 that they had that cost him yesterday?
Yeah, I think that's kind of just who he is as a player. And people have been waiting for his huge, 30, 40-point game, his big breakout. Take over a game when Steph's having a bad night or when he's out. I'm just not sure that's really how he operates until maybe the playoffs. Jimmy Butler, he didn't have a single 40-point game in the regular season as a Miami Heat. I think he had 2 or 3 in the playoffs, but he's not the type of player who will take over games with his scoring. He controls games and impacts winning in a lot of different ways, but I think if you're waiting on him to drop 40, you might be waiting for a long time. So when it comes to playoff time, maybe that could change, but even still, that's not really what the Warriors need out of him. If they've got Steph going, which, you know, he's been one of the league's best players over the past month, and he's April Steph, which is the month that, you know, he averages the most points per game in his career. You know, it's go time, and you're going to need Jimmy as a sidekick, not necessarily as like a co-star 1A, 1B situation.
So Jimmy was outspoken even after losing last night, although he's not one to look at the standings and the schedule. He said, we're going to win the last four, the final four, and we're getting at least 6. You got all the schedules detailed. Nuggets are at the Kings, Grizzlies, and Rockets at home. The Clippers, Spurs, Rockets, Kings, and then obviously the Warrior game at the end on Sunday at 12:30. T-Wolves at Bucks. Interestingly, they're going to play at the Grindhouse, the FedEx Forum, so somebody's got to lose between Minnesota and Memphis. Then the Nets and Jazz. Grizzlies got at Hornets, Timberwolves at Denver, also interesting, and Mavericks. And we know the Warriors got Phoenix tomorrow night. You're already in Arizona. Come home for San Antonio. Go to Portland. Wind it up against the Clippers. So it could go any one of a number of ways. They could finish third. They could drop down to 8. What scenario do you see most likely to occur this week, Danny?
I think they'll probably end up around the 4 or 5 game. I'd be shocked. I'd be pretty surprised if they dropped into the play-in round. A lot would have to happen for that to go down. They'd probably have to lose 2 of their last 4. And I don't really see that happening with the Warriors. Portland's on Friday. The Blazers have had a good year, relative to expectations, but they don't have anything to play for anymore. Spurs, same thing. Even the Suns have had, the year from hell, really. Nothing went right for them. The guys are even healthy, and it still didn't work out. Really disappointing season in Phoenix. So I would be surprised if the Warriors lost 2 of their last 4, and that's probably what would require them to drop into the play-in round.
Ooh, interesting. Yeah, we'll be doing some of the standings watch for sure, and it all starts tomorrow night in Phoenix. We'll see if Kevin Durant ends up going. Last few minutes here with Danny Emerman. So we talked about the downside, me and Papa, about the Warriors being 25-26, trading for Jimmy Butler, and they've just expended so much mental, physical, emotional resources to try to make this push to get into the playoffs, and that's a disadvantage with the fatigue that you saw on display yesterday. Do you also see it in a weird way as an advantage of high-stakes basketball, considering that Jonathan Kuminga hasn't played a lot of meaningful minutes in a playoff series? Brandon Podziemski has never played in a playoff series at all. Moses Moody, a little more of a sample size than both of those two, but, by and large, needs to get more under his belt. I mean, these are players that they're going to rely on when you look at the plays that they had in this last week to go and get 3 wins. Is there an advantage to the amount of high-stakes basketball that the Warriors have had to play even before the postseason?
I think there is, and they've been open about that publicly, especially with Podziemski and Kuminga. I think even more relevant than just getting high-intensity games under their belt will be for Steve Kerr to see, who is playing well, who he can mix and match with, who's going to close halves, and then to have these discussions with the players now about, hey, here's why you didn't close, here's why every game's going to be different. He's had those, throughout the years, all year in the regular season, but if these games are going to basically simulate what it's like to be in a playoff series, which I believe that they are, then that's a huge, really good opportunity for Steve and some of the young guys, some of the guys fighting for the 5th spot in closing lineups, and that's Kuminga, Gary Payton, Buddy Hield, Moses Moody. These are important games for them to feel out what's required of them in a certain matchup to finish games or to play heavier minutes than normal. It's a good chance for Steve to help them walk them through that.
Well, they're walking to the airplane right now. The NBA is tough. They just got home from a 2-week road trip, played a couple of games Friday and last night, and they're flying. In 1 hour, it's wheels up to Arizona. You're already there. I know Phoenix is in disarray. I think they've got a tragic number of 1. where they lose one more game and they've lost 6 in a row, they're going to be playing golf and not even be in the play-in. But I do worry about Durant. I mean, Booker went for 40 against the Knicks yesterday, and they didn't even get to 100. Since you are in Phoenix, Danny, what are you hearing about KD? That was a gnarly left ankle sprain more than a week ago. Is there any way he plays against the Warriors tomorrow night?
I haven't heard much about Kevin Durant in terms of the immediate, his availability. This is about 1 week from that ankle sprain, and their timetable was about a week, so who knows? But the chatter about him is more big picture. What's going to happen with him? How does he want his career to end? What's going to happen in Phoenix? Are they going to get a new coach? Where does he want to play? This is a guy who's been, you guys know this, he's been searching for something for a lot of his career. And he's had an incredible career, and it seemed like in Golden State he found whatever he was looking for. And then all of a sudden maybe he didn't. And since he left Golden State, it's been interesting, but it hasn't been exactly the types of heights he reached with the Warriors. And there's always going to be those what-ifs with the Nets teams that couldn't stay healthy or couldn't stay available for other regions. And those teams had, historically great offenses, and it seemed like everything was going as KD had hoped. But then that kind of peters out, and the Suns situation has never really reached the heights that he intended. So who knows what's going to happen with Durant in his 17th year. He's still an incredible player. He'll still, roll out of bed with 25 points, and any team in the world would want him on their squad. So who knows what the rest of his career is going to look like beyond kind of a lost season, which a lost season in your 16th year when you're Kevin Durant really hurts a lot.
Hell, before the Jimmy Butler trade, we spent about 2 straight shows talking about wanting Kevin Durant back here in the Bay. So, you make some good points there, Danny. Appreciate you coming by, as always. Never take it for granted. And again, congratulations on the San Francisco Standard. We'll be making sure to read you all the time. I got to add it to my nice pile of reading that I aim to get through every single week. Busy time with the Giants and the Warriors, but wouldn't have it any other way.
All right. I appreciate you guys. Yeah, everybody subscribe to the Standard. We're building something special over there. It's exciting.
Danny?
The Standard is the Standard. I'm reading it right now. He and Lombardi and Kawakami and Shea, hey! And he says the Warriors are going to win the last 4. The Warriors, according to Jimmy Butler, are going to win the last 4 and get in. So thank you, Danny, as always.
All right. Take care.
Thank you, brother.
He is Danny Emerman, formerly of the Bay Area News Group, now of the San Francisco Standard. You can follow him at Danny Emerman or read all his stuff, as he's going to be coming out with a lot of juicy content here. From one basketball guest to the next, it is the head coach of your St. Mary's Gales, Randy Bennett, talking Todd Golden, Florida Gators, and tonight's national championship against Houston down in San Antonio. Poppin' Silver with Randy Bennett next on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Well, with all the chaos going on around the San Francisco Giants' hot start and the Golden State Warriors' push to stay out of the play-in, there is a national championship game tonight, and the pop culture showdown went down between Marcus and Carrie Crowley on the morning show. We're also going to have Randy Bennett join the show at 1:15. Talk about Florida and Houston, the upcoming national championship, and who will be cutting the nets. So go back and check out those segments, or keep it right here on KNBR, the Sports Leader.
Greg Papa here. What's going on with the stock market? One good thing is interest rates have plummeted. It's time to call Loan Pronto if you're looking to get cash out of your home equity, refinance out of a higher rate, or do a home improvement project. Loan Pronto can make it happen in a matter of days. Take advantage of this opportunity and get tens or even hundreds of thousands out of your home equity. Pay off all your credit cards, pay off your car loans. The average homeowner cuts their monthly bills by $1,000. So that is big time. So get more info at loanpronto.com. Inflation and higher costs have put a lot of people in a stressful financial situation. But if you own a home, there's a way out. Loan Pronto has multiple options that can help you get the financial freedom you deserve. Most homeowners get their cash in less than 2 weeks, and most don't even need an appraisal. Do the smart thing. Stop paying insane rates on those credit cards. Wipe them all out. Get a lower mortgage rate. Get some money for that home improvement project. It all starts by getting in contact with the experts at Loan Pronto. That's loanpronto.com, 415-808-5721, loanpronto.com.
Time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
How long we got, Cole?
Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Clayton saves the rebound, saves it to Houck. He'll dribble it out. And for the fourth time in school history, And the first since 2007, it's a Florida final. The Gators win it 79-73. They'll play in the national championship game on Monday night.
Man, the SEC really stinks. They just lost their 13th game of the tournament. All right, that joke's going to get real old real quick. But we got Randy Bennett on the UMA guest line joining us, head coach of the St. Mary's Gales. He knows all about this tournament and had an exhilarating win himself when Papa and I were out at St. Lee's 9-9. Got to watch that. Now he's going to watch his former player Todd Golden and the Florida Gators go against Kelvin Sampson and the Houston Cougars for all the marbles tonight before one shining moments montage plays. Maybe we'll get some Gales action in there. That's all to say. Randy, appreciate your time. Greg Silver, Greg Papa, welcome, and how are you?
What's up, fellas? I'm doing good, and thanks for having me on the show.
Hey, great to have you. And I guess I'll just start by asking, going into the Final Four, only the second time we had all number one seeds, would this have been the matchup that you would have predicted between Florida and Houston?
No, it was the matchup I was hoping for, though. Those were the two teams, when we were knocked out, those were the two teams I was hoping would make it to the Final Four, and then they both won their semis games, and they're playing for the national championship. So I'm pretty happy that those two guys made it.
Yeah, without a doubt. Good to hear your voice, Randy. Greg Papa, a long time no talk. And we had Kyle Smith on when the tournament started, and we got into the life and times of Todd Golden. I remember calling his games in Moraga when he was playing for you, and Kyle told the story about him coming in with the frosted tips in his hair, and he was a style master, and we see that now. But could you tell when you first got him on the campus at St. Mary's in the early 2000s that he would be a coach on any level of basketball, let alone trying to win a national championship tonight at the tender age of 39, Randy?
Yeah, I've been asked that question recently, but I just knew he'd be successful at whatever he did. Because I don't think he knew for sure then, and I definitely didn't know for sure that he's going to go into coaching. He's a sharp, good student, and he's really good with communicating with people, and he's got nice confidence about him. Was feisty, so that helped him in coaching, helped him as a player. But he had some characteristics that would lead you to think, hey, this guy's going to be a success story. I didn't know that. I mean, there's been 12 guys that made it to the Final Four under 40 or under. And for him to be one of those, you just don't. I mean, you gotta get a little lucky to have a chance to get a place like that. In 3 years, he won he made the NCAA tournament his third year at USF, and then he went to Florida in his third year. He's in the Final Four. So you can't predict that. You got to have some good fortune there. But when he's been given an opportunity, he's used his skill sets to be a good leader, be a good coach. He was a leader for us. He's captain for us his senior year. He's a good player for us. He just kept working. And like I said, he's feisty. He's always in the middle of everything. He was not the biggest guy in the world, but he had a grit about him that made him good, made him a winner. And we went to 2 NCAA tournaments in his 4 years, and that's just hard to do. And back then, we hadn't gone yet. So he's part of a lot of special things, and he's been great to us at St. Mary's. He considers that home and has gone out of his way, whether it's going good or bad, to always come back and support us. So he's a stud.
Great to have Randy Bennett on the UMA guest line with us. And, Coach, you said that this was the matchup you were hoping for ahead of the Final Four between Houston and Florida. What stuck out to you the most about both of these squads as they've gone through the tournament? To me, it's Florida and the clutch gene between the game in UConn and Texas Tech and how they closed it out in Auburn. And then Houston, their defense has just been relentless to the point where you got to really slam the door shut on them. And Duke did not do that. That's why Houston's in this position right now.
Yeah, they're different and they're the same. I mean, Florida's good on defense too, and people don't give Houston credit for their offense. They're good. They can really shoot the ball. So what led, obviously, Todd played for me and was a big St. Mary's guy, so rooting for him hard. And then Kelvin Sampson, I've known for a long time, a good friend, and I think a lot of people are rooting for them because of him and would like to see him have a chance to win it because he's such a good coach and has been doing it for so long, and totally gets it as he's gotten older. He just understands the whole family piece and really still coaching when we're in a world now that it's kind of hard to coach him hard, and he's still doing it. So their teams are, I don't know. They're I can't even call who's going to win this game. It's Todd's done a great job with his team as far as you just look out there, and I don't see a bunch of pros out there. They have maybe one or two, but they're not running out there with the talent that Duke had. And then Kelvin's got a bunch of old gritty guys that have been with him, and they play hard and they have a lot of belief. But shoot, they could have been knocked out at least twice already in this tournament. They got by Gonzaga, and then they had to have an out-of-bounds play with 2 seconds left to get Purdue, and then the game the other night they shouldn't have won, but they did because Kelvin's a good coach, and the kids just kept fighting.
Yeah, without a doubt. What a comeback that was against Duke. And Florida, man, they can guard. The way they shut down Auburn in the second half, the way they offensive rebound. But, Coach, you were talking about they maybe don't have a pro. Walter Clayton Jr. Wow, I've heard people compare him to Steph and the great Dame Lillard at 6'3". Do you see him being, and he just does not need a whole lot of opening to go up and rise up and make a shot. And he's so clutch. Do you see him being good in the NBA?
Yeah, I could see him being good in the NBA. He's the more you watch him, and the more you see. But I went over there and watched him in San Francisco and Chase Center just to see these guys. And he's not that big, but he's just he can really score. And those guys usually translate into the pros. He's strong, and he's just been incredible in clutch moments. So. Yeah, I think he is, but you're not sure on any of the others. That's why I say Todd's done a great job. That's not Duke as far as personnel. They're good, but I thought Duke was the best team in the tourney, and they got knocked out, and so now it's wide open. But Clayton is really good. I enjoy watching him play.
A few more minutes here with Randy Bennett, kind enough to spend some time with us. Just your sense of going through the tournament this year for yourself and the win you had against Vanderbilt and that whole experience, and then also what you make of navigating the transfer portal while the tournament is going on, as a lot of these coaches were having to do, Randy.
Yeah, I was really pleased with our team this year. And you don't know when you can coach a group of guys as good guys and as low maintenance and as good a leadership as this group was. The three seniors were awesome. So I enjoyed it. Every day I enjoyed going to practice and being around these guys. So we're going to try and redo it again next year, but we'll miss those three seniors. So a special year, one of my most special years as far as the 24 years I've been at St. Mary's, and they've laid the foundation for the future. They left the program in a better place when they came in, which is always the goal. So what was the rest of that? What was the last part of that you asked me?
The transfer portal happening during the tournament. I know that you didn't have to get in the thick of that, but I know Tom Izzo made a lot of comments about that. We spoke with Eric Musselman, so just kind of want to get your thoughts on the kind of intricacy of the calendar there, having it be during the middle of teams trying to go all in and make a run with the group they have.
I would say it's a tough one. I was asking my staff today what did they think the date should be that you open it, and how long? And I don't know. Maybe wait one more week. Maybe wait till it gets down to the Final Four. Then there's only 4 teams left, and then open it. But there's kids. It's just going to allow for more tampering during that, because 90% of teams are out, and and so those guys are ready to go in. They can't go in. I don't know. Maybe allow them to be in the portal. I don't know. I don't know the answer. I would say wait one more week, but I'm not going to say I'm right. Some guys who've thought about it a lot more than me are probably making better decisions. But I think 30 days is plenty, maybe 10 too many.
Whatever it is, you'll figure it out like you always do. You had a great year, one of the best you've had, 28-5, fourth straight year to the NCAA tournament. You mentioned the three seniors you're going to lose, and one of those is a guy we know well, know his dad well, and you knew him when he was just 1 year of age. That is Augustus Marshallonis, Rooney's son, Sharunas. Watched him play a lot this year in the comeback against Vandy, and he fouled trouble, came back and made those threes, and the way he defends, the way he runs your team. We were talking about Clayton Jr. as a pro. Do you see Marshallonis playing in the NBA, Randy, at the next level?
I definitely do. I think he's, for whatever reason, all he's done is got an NCAA tournament all 4 years and two-time player of the year. There's about 4 or 5 guys who've ever done that in the West Coast Conference, and I think Nash is one of them. Doug Christie's another. I don't even know who the other 2 are, but off the top. But he's good. He plays both ends of the ball. He's a two-way player. He's got good size. He's tough. He's just consistently improved. So I definitely do, especially with the 3 two-ways that they have now. I think it's easier to make it. But I think not only I think he'll make it, I think he can stick. I think he's good. So I know I'm biased, but I've had a few of them now. I saw Deli, I saw Patty, and then we've had some other really good point guards, and he is at the top of the list with probably those 2.
Hey, Coach, really appreciate you coming by today. And look, it's okay. We're really biased here, too, and love supporting your Gales and all of our local teams. So enjoy the game tonight. We'll be watching for sure, and really appreciate your time coming on Pop and Silver today.
Appreciate you guys. Love your show. Take care. Bye.
Thank you, Randy. Go Gators.
It's the Golden Gators. And no, not the San Francisco State Golden Gator. We're talking about Todd Golden's Florida Gators going up against Houston tonight. Although, hey, if San Francisco State ever wins what are they, D2, I think, national championship, I'm all in, baby. Purple and gold. It's the only time I'll ever represent it, because otherwise, just a little too Lakers for me. Coming up, we got so many sounds from the weekend, so want to get back into some of our favorite sounds from your San Francisco Giants. Papa's wearing orange. We'll go to a different kind of orange in here from Matt Chapman, Bob Melvin, maybe Willie Adames, and others. It's all coming your way. Pop and Silver on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader. Hey, what's going on, everybody? Greg Silver here. And did you know that many of the attorney ads you've seen or heard aren't even based here in the Bay Area? Some not even in the state of California. But that's not the case with Chris Dolan and the Dolan Law Firm. They've been based right here in the Bay Area for more than 25 years. And we're talking about award-winning personal injury and employment attorneys fighting for you where you live. So if you've been discriminated against at work, wrongfully terminated, or sexually harassed, your rights matter. And you can go to DolanLawFirm.com to learn more about your rights. Now, unfortunately, over the past year, Chris and his team saw a sharp increase in no-fault injury accidents. And remember, with motorcyclists, pedestrians, children, all around us, please be careful and let's work together in making the Bay Area a safer place. Feel confident that you're in good hands with award-winning California Lawyer of the Year. The Dolan Law Firm has secured more than $1 billion. That's right, $1 billion with a B in verdicts and settlements on behalf of their clients. And here's the best part. You pay nothing up front, no hourly rates, no upfront fees, and they don't get paid until you get paid. They live here, they work here, they win here. DolanLawFirm.com.
Wherever you are around the globe, stream your proud home of Giants baseball 24/7, 365 on KNBR.com. This is the sports leader.
And we're back on Pop and Silver. Dirty Work coming up at 2 o'clock. So much action and a lot of sound to sort through this weekend. So how could we not play just a few samples of what we saw? And it's going to be very San Francisco Giants focused, with one little bonus, Draymond Green at the end. Thanks to his podcast, you can always rely on the Draymond Green Show for some middle-of-the-day content coming at you on a whim. But first up, got to start with the Giants and where it all began on Friday at home. Willy Adames, after the game, talking about his walk-off, the win, saying it will send a great message, and hopefully the Giants can continue to play this way. Well, they certainly did it for another 2 days. Here's Willy Adames.
Yeah, I mean, coming from, battling till the end, we never gave up. We were resilient throughout the game, and I think, that's what's going to make us better, good to continue to be better. Obviously, we have to continue to, execute when we have people on base, people in scoring position. But I feel, getting this win after that battle, I think it was amazing, and it's going to send a great message to the clubhouse, and hopefully we can continue to play this way.
So the Giants end with 17 hits. And how about the performance from a couple of guys who'd really been struggling on Friday? Lamont Wade Jr. and Willy Adames getting 3 hits and the most important one of the game to send Tyler Fitzgerald home for the winning run.
Yeah, I mean, Lamont Wade Jr. was 0 for 16 to start the year, and then he hit the pinch hit homer Wednesday in Houston, and he, just extra base hit after extra base hit. There's still more from Lamont Wade Jr., but Willie Adames had all those balls just scorched right at him, and it was hard for him to make a play. He did get up to get Julio Rodriguez, but he had 3 hits in the game and drove in 3 runs, including the last 2. But some of the numbers, 4 hours and 3-minute game. First of all, in the pitch clock era and the placed runner at second base, that just doesn't happen in baseball. And it wasn't like you played 14, 15 innings. You played 11, but it was so damn long. The Giants, with runners in scoring position, they had 28 at-bats with runners in scoring position on opening day.
Insane.
28. Well, they have that many in a whole week, the rest of the year, to have 20 at 6 hits, which is good, but they were 6 for 28. Is that a record for the number of at-bats with runners in scoring position? Wow.
I mean, both teams left, 16 on base throughout the game, and hardly to say, I don't want to say none were more important because they were all important, but Jung-Hoo Lee with the bases loaded and Eric Miller getting out of that inning to make that little backpedal catch on Rowley's fly ball to center field. That was a big moment right there to keep the Giants afloat in that one. So, 16 left on for each team, 6 for 28. I was saying this morning, I go, ideally you'd like that average to be up a little bit, but hey, at the same time, you got 6 hits with runners in scoring position most of the time. That's incredible.
And it was not a great debut at home for the 262-game winner, who has got a couple of no decisions in his 2 outings, but he'll pitch better. He went 2 1/3, 5 hits, and gave up 3 runs. That 13-pitch battle to Cal Raleigh, the big dumper, the greatest nickname in all of American sport, and he wound up walking him. So not a great outing. Gave up the home run to Julio Rodriguez right away, but he will be on the bump when we're there on our first patio performance on Wednesday. I didn't see Barbara or Mary Jane, but I saw the gentleman that's always there with them, and hopefully we'll see him on Wednesday. And he had, with George Costa no longer with the Giants and Andrew Baggerly taking the sabbatical, we're not getting the old school outfits on opening day. John Miller always gets dressed up for opening day, but we got to see, and I forget his name, Barbara and Mary Jane's male companion that shows up on the patio. He went head to toe, George Costa, orange everything. Orange jacket, orange pants, orange shirt, orange tie. Orange glad that he showed up on Friday. That was some outfit.
Absolutely. Yeah, we'll be out on the patio. So I know for anyone who missed us on the field on Friday, opening day, we're going to be on the patio at 58 Social. Going to be fantastic to be out there for the 3rd and final game of the Giants homestand and series against the Reds. Well, 6 games in the homestand, but you know what I mean. Let's move ahead. Matt Chapman on Saturday. You already heard this one a little bit earlier, or maybe you didn't. Matt Chapman talking about winning in different ways. This is the kind of baseball they've want to play. Well, they've won 8 of 9. Here is Matt Chapman on his bobblehead night.
Yeah, 100%. I think that's the way we want to brand ourselves. That's the kind of baseball we want to play. I think from the day we showed up to spring training, the coaches really put emphasized, situational hitting and just being a baseball team. I think we got a bunch of baseball players on this team, and it's a tough division, a tough league. So if we're going to find ways to win games, we got to be able to do it in a bunch of different ways. So I think it's going to serve us well this whole year.
Matt Chapman winning in different ways. We talked about it once, and look, it is a big full team effort. I like what Rob Nen said, because I would label Randy Rodriguez, if I had to go unsung hero of the 8-1 start, he'd probably be my pick when you think about the last game in Houston, when you think about taking over for Justin Verlander. Randy Rodriguez has been terrific getting out of some sticky situations. But all in all, it really has been the full team effort, and they have done it in a variety of ways.
And Saturday night was a big one. April the 5th, by the way, Derek Papa's 34th birthday was on Saturday on Matt Chapman bobblehead. 15,000 Chapman bobbleheads, and he got his 5th Gold Glove before the game. And then he went out and had a couple of doubles, couple of runs scored 2 runs, and ended the game with a play with J.P. Crawford to nail him at the end to win the game. And then being there yesterday and watching the whole game, and my eyes were just always glued on Jung-Hoo Lee in center and Chapman at third. His pre-pitch set up, the way he gets so low. He did get banged around a lot yesterday. I saw him reaching for his back and reaching for his hand. I do wonder. I think he'll be out there again. And with Logan Webb on the mound tonight, you want a sinker ball pitcher on the mound. You want your best defense. So I expect the 5-time Gold Glover and 2-time Platinum Glove winner to be at third base. But, man, Matt Chapman dives a lot to make plays, his hands, his body, his back. He plays so deep at third base, and he comes charging in. Just keep that guy healthy this year.
Yeah, as long as Chapman's out there, it's going to be a lot of fun to watch. And the deserving Gold Glove winner of 2024 looking to be an all-star here in 2025. Long way to go until we get there. This one from yesterday, Jordan Hicks got his second start of the year. Gave up a couple of solo shots, 3 earned runs, but by and large, I like how the narrative in that 6th inning, and he was like, he's getting tired. And he was getting tired, but also still throwing 98. This guy has no way of being able to cool off the velocity. It's just who he is, throwing some serious heat. So good to see Jordan Hicks go deep enough into games 2 times around. And he also said, in addition to his support staff, I think we have the best bullpen in baseball.
Yeah, I mean, I think we have the best bullpen in the game. I've been saying that since last year, and everyone just steps up, kind of does their job, and not really we have a few roles, but everyone kind of just steps up when they're called upon, and runners on base. Randy's been great this year, and then we basically have 2 closers, so just being able to finish the game strong.
So, best bullpen in baseball, fascinating, because the bullpen with Eric Miller as the only lefty was a talking point as we went through the offseason ever since they made the trade to send Taylor Rogers to Cincinnati and split him up from his twin brother. That said, I think the two go hand in hand in that, like I was bringing up with Rob Nen, starters outside of Verlander's start on Friday, they've gone deep enough into games where long way to go, but the bullpen, which has been used heavily over the last 2 seasons, has not had to carry too burdensome of a load to this point through 9 games.
Well, a lot of it was because they used so many openers so often, so a lot of those innings were a little deceiving. But Jordan Hicks was fine. He gave up the 2 home runs. He went 5 1/3, gave up 6 hits. And then Randy Rodriguez came in, and Randy gave up a base hit and then did not back up. He did not cover home plate. He made a mistake. They were able to get out of that inning with the lead still. Tyler Rogers did his thing. Eric Miller gave up a couple of hits but pitched a clean 8th. Where the problem was Camilo Duvall giving up a couple of hits and a run and also walking 2. Had the bullpen been really strong, Jordan Hicks would have been the winning pitcher. Yesterday, Camilo Duvall would have saved the game. It didn't go that way. Camilo Duvall wound up with a blown save, his 2nd of the year, and those are deceiving unless you're in the closer role, but he did get the win. So I think that the key thing is to get Ryan Walker back into the closer role for tonight, and the bullpen will be strong. The lefties, like having Hayden Birdsong just available a couple of times, and Hayden can get lefties out and righties with his starter stuff, does mitigate a little bit of the loss of having that second left-hander in the bullpen. By the way, with the Giants going to New York this weekend, they are going to face a lefty we know well in a starting role. Carlos Rodon will start one of those games over the weekend at the big ballpark in the Bronx. They're playing in Detroit today. Rodon is on the mound and not having a good outing today is Carlos Rodon. He got hit around a little bit today.
One more piece of sound here, and then we'll do a little Silver Linings playlist to wrap it up and get ready for Hunter Green, Logan Webb, round 2 at this early juncture of the season. Draymond Green yesterday. Well, we talked about his fire, his living on the edge, and going a little bit physical battle with Sengun there, even during the inbound. He was also assessed a flagrant 1, which, look, I will tell you, if I think Draymond Green was being over the edge, to call that a flagrant 1, I was like, come on. He was going up for a layup. The phrase of the windup was just killing me yesterday. And no, the officiating is not why the Warriors lost the game. I'm not insinuating any of that. My point is, if it was not Draymond Green, would you have thought extra hard about that in a flagrant 1? Well, here's Draymond on his podcast talking about the explanation that drove him crazy.
The flagrant foul wasn't necessarily what killed me. What killed me was the description, explanation.
After review, we see that Draymond delivers contact with speed as his windup makes significant impact to the head of Sengun. It's going to be a flagrant foul, penalty 1 on Draymond Green.
He wound up like he busted you for a crime. Right. Deliver with force. That was ill, yo. I'm just not sure how else to go to the basket. Yeah, it definitely changed the game. After that, it definitely was deflated, and we just didn't have enough in the tank. The Denver game was really a scheduled loss. We get back home off a 2-week trip. nonetheless, we dug deep and we found a way to get that game. I think all of that eventually caught us tonight. It's just legs, dead legs. Yeah, exactly. They made some big shots. Jalen Green had a really good game. A-Man Thompson, I've been a fan of him. Crazy. He's so athletic. He's just getting more and more confident. He really the key to that team. Şengün played well. So you got to give them some credit. They played well across the board.
They're athletic. They got a lot of skilled players. They tough. They play tough.
I love our chances we see this team in the playoffs, but they do play us tough.
I mean, he gave Houston its fair credit. Houston did play a great game. Şengün was great. Amen Thompson was a full-on problem for the Warriors yesterday. But here's the thing. We've seen Draymond Green wind up before. Jordan Poole going in for Rudy Gobert, Yusuf Nurkic. I don't know what the big deal with that explanation was yesterday. I'm on his side on this one.
Yeah, I get you. And Ben Taylor went to Secaucus for the ruling. I mean, one thing I would say, the Warrior game announcers, and we know them both well, Fitz and Kalina, it's just too much. The constant dissertation on the officiating just over and over and over, it's crying wolf. When something does happen that's debatable, there's no veracity there. It's just too much. It's a little like when Steve pushed back on, we don't need a nightly referendum on Kuminga. Just let him play. Let the guys play, and let's figure it out. And the fact that they went to Secaucus and looked at it over and over again, it was curious, and it will not be in the 2-minute report. But are we here to analyze the playing of the game and the coaching of the game, or are we that concerned about the officiating of the game? You are wearing me out. And I will say this about Chick Hearn and Bill King were the two best to ever do it. Later in their lives, Chick got so wrapped up in the officiating, it was just too much. And Bill just didn't like authority. He'd go off on Eddie Rush, and every day was Mother's Day. He attacked him. But Bill would just take it personal. I think he had a hard time with authority figures, whatever it was. He didn't like to be told what to do. But it's just too much. Let's let the game go, and can we just watch the guys play?
No, and I'm fully with you there, Papa. And if I'm in the middle of the game, I'm not going to spend my entire time injecting the opinion. But hearing Draymond and the sound there was interesting to share some thoughts on it, because I will say this. I didn't like the call whatsoever. I thought the explanation was also a load of garbage. That being said, the Houston Rockets and the way they responded to that whole break in the game late in the second quarter versus how the Warriors responded, Houston responded much better. They set a tone. They stuck with that tone, and they deservedly won that game yesterday.
Yeah, when Draymond goes into the big bad wolf act, he normally just devours people. He eats them alive. Şengün stood up to him a couple of times. He's not the Joker, but man, where's he going to be? That guy is incredibly skilled, and he fits the pieces around him with their toughness and length, and he is tough. But he stood up to Draymond late in the first half. He stood up to Draymond early in the second half, and Draymond was barking, and it was Draymond who got disciplined, and that play didn't cost the Warrior the game. Draymond just goes off the edge to the point where, is he going to get run? Is he going to get flagrant out of here? That's not why they lost the game. Draymond did not have a great game, but that foul he committed right before, after Steph made the one shot he made, the long one at the end of the first half to foul Van Vliet. Have you ever seen Draymond commit a mistake like that? Knowing time and score? That was like, what are you doing? I mean, I've seen him get kicked out of games in Charlotte and cost the Warrior a game during the pandemic. We should go back. But when he's been on his game, that was just so unlike Draymond to take a foul like that.
No, I'm with you. I feel like maybe late in halves, I've seen him do an ill-advised moving screen, trying to set Steph up for a shot late in the half, and that's been a maybe third foul that you don't want in a playoff game, but something like that, it was very rare, and just goes with the physical and mental fatigue of it all. And again, Houston took care of business. So on the other side, we'll do a very short Silver Linings playlist as we hand it off to Dirty Work. It's got to honor what mostly was the case for the Warriors in this last week, but especially the case for the San Francisco Giants getting their second sweep. We'll tell you that next. Poppin' Silver on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Wow, what a weekend that was for the San Francisco Giants. 2 consecutive sweeps, 7 straight wins, their first 8-1 start since the year 2003, and the vibes are high. So we want to hear your thoughts. 415-808-5627, the number to dial in, or you can sound off in the YouTube chat, the place to get your thoughts out instantly.
And now it's time for Big Papa. There's something in your home you probably take for granted, yet you may interact with them several times a day. Without them, your life would be much more challenging. What am I talking about? Imagine your home without doorknobs and locks. Not only are they essential, they can make a bold statement about your home. At Golden State Lumber and Showroom, they offer a wide selection of stylish brass and bronze knobs and levers, from sleek modern designs to timeless classics. Need a perfect match for your decor? They have finishes to complement any style, plus their locks combine beauty and durability for years of reliable performance. I encourage you to visit GoldenStateLumber.com and click Windows and Doors for the nearest Bay Area showroom. You can make an appointment from the website and bring your architect or designer to see if new doors and windows may be appropriate for your home as well. Family owned for 3 generations. Golden State, when you succeed, we succeed.
Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER. Silver Linings Playlist. The tunes and lyrics that define the stories of the day.
Drop the mic, Silver.
Just about ready to wrap up the show here, Papa and Silver. We're going to hand it off to Dirty Work in a moment. Sneaking in a Silver Linings playlist to tie it all together. Gotta go, Bruce Springsteen right now. And the Warriors, look, it's not the case after yesterday, but bottom line is I'm on fire. Why? Because the Warriors went 3-1 in a week that was big. Now they got to fight through a standings logjam, and the Giants are absolutely on fire, starting 8-1 or better for the 6th time in franchise history, their best start since 2003. And they currently lead the NL West. That's right. I'm going to do heavy standings watch 9 games into the season because everyone was calling the Giants a 4th-place team. Well, that's not the case right now. So let's enjoy it.
Love the boss. Love Springsteen. Can they keep it going tonight? Logan Webb on the mound. Hunter Green. He will throw that speedball by you, make you look like a fool. So think opposite field. So let's see if they can do it. Giants just saw Cincinnati. They're going to see him again. 6 times the first 12 games of the year. 2 of the oldest franchises in all of baseball. The Reds were born in 1881 and the Giants in 1883 as the New York got them. So they are on fire. Can they make it 8 in a row?
We will watch tonight. We will also watch the national championship game. And I want to thank Cole for all of his work today. Walt should be back tomorrow. Want to thank Mark Spears, Rob Nen, Danny Emerman, Randy Bennett for their time on the UMA guest line joining us today. And we're going to hand it off to Dirty Work right now. Copes, the newly 34-year-old D-Pop, and Tim Webb. You're listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. It's Dirty Work on a Monday afternoon. Adam Copeland, D-Pop, Tim Webb, and as soon as Cole Lapel gets his ass out of the chair, it's a Monday following a giant sweep of the Seattle Mariners. They haven't lost since we last talked to you, and we didn't even do a show on Friday.
Yeah, when's the last time we did a show?
We did a show on Thursday.
And a lot has changed since then.
Has it?
Well, Warriors won 2 great games, lost a terrible game last night.
That's right. Warriors played Friday, and they played Thursday, they played Friday, so we didn't get to talk about the Thursday game against the Lakers.
Right.
We planned to be on after the Giants game on Friday. That thing just kept going and going and going. And then on Friday, Warriors go out and they beat the Nuggets. Hell of a game on Friday.
Yep.
Off day Saturday, they lose on Sunday. So we have 3 Dubs games since you've last joined us. And
since you left our heroes.
And then we had 3 Giants games where the Giants swept Seattle and get ready for the Cincinnati Reds who come to town tonight. A 5:45 pregame, a 6:45 first pitch. And we will have that as well as your award-winning Diamond Notes right here on The Sports Leader. Dude, happy birthday, man.
Thank you.
How was the Saturday? How was your birthday?
Saturday was cool. Hung out with some friends in Oakland. And
I just remembered it was his birthday.
Yes. Got to tell everybody my age as well.
Why does that matter? 34 is a good age. You're a young man. I'm opposed, one, as somebody who's a little bit older than you, but also I've never thought like 30 was old. Never thought 34 was old. You're like, as a kid, you sort of think about when I'm a grown-up. You're like, what age would that... There we go, Tim.
Happy birthday.
But I always feel like this is like, you're a grown-up now, man. You made it.
I prefer the Gregorian chant one, too, if we get that at the end, Tim. By the way, I apologize if my voice is all over the place today. I've a mix of, like, allergies and being hungover.
Were you drinking all weekend?
Yeah, pretty much.
We got after it on Friday.
once we knew we weren't having a show, we just tied one on. I got after it. Then you got after it on Saturday too for the birthday?
Yeah. Yep, pretty much.
Did you go to the Dubs game?
Didn't go to the Dub games on Friday.
No Friday, you didn't go. There we go.
Today, Derek. Thank you, Tim.
The birthday song. So what'd you do? What'd you get into?
On Saturday?
Yeah.
Went out to Mad Oak in Oakland, met up with some friends.
Nice, good spot, Mad Oak.
Yep, drank for quite a bit of time. Watched, what was the first game? Watched Florida and Auburn, and then moved over to another spot to watch Duke blow it against Houston.
So I went to the Giants game Saturday, and then came back on Muni, and I was like, dude, I got to get over to North Star in North Beach. I wanted to see, because it's become like a Duke basketball bar. Like they do, I mean, there are bars all over the city that host viewing parties for different teams. Like, I mean, It's also a Bills bar. It's also an Eagles bar. Oregon bar is boardroom. You've got a Clemson bar, which is Showdown. There's all sorts of bars that are like loyal to different fan bases or that fan bases claim. But Duke basketball has started to show up at the North Star in North Beach, and dude, they scattered like you'd flip on a light and there was a bunch of mice running around after they lost that game, dude. It's funny how White Lotus with that meme. The guy with the
guy with the gun to his head?
With a pistol to his
so
head.
appropriate.
With the Duke T-shirt on. They predicted the end of the NCAA tournament for Duke, but hell of a game. I mean, Duke just peeing down their leg.
Yeah, pretty much.
Up 6 with under a minute to play.
Who'd
they lost in regulation is unbelievable.
I mean, who'd have thunk the Cooper Flag? I mean, everybody's saying like how he's a perfect basketball player, and
if he hits that fadeaway shot, that little turnaround fadeaway in the paint, if he hits that, they probably put that game away.
The Dukies duked it away.
Yeah, anyway, Duke out, and you get the national championship, Florida and Houston. That goes down tonight. I think we have it over on 1050.
I believe so.
I think we're carrying it over on Mike Holler's KNBR 1050. We'll be carrying the national championship. As I said, we got the Giants tonight looking to make it 8 in a row, taking on the Cincinnati Reds. They've yet to lose a series. And I'll say this, as excited as I was after they came home and we were getting ready on Thursday for the home opener, like, as excited because that style of play clearly carried into this weekend.
Yep.
Jung Hoo Lee was a blast to watch Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Matt Chapman got it going. And I'll tell you this, something I said last week, I went to all 3 games this weekend. How cool is it, Giants fans, if you went to a couple or all 3 or you've watched all of the games to this point? Giants now sitting in first place atop the National League West just a week or so into the season. How cool is it to see the same guys basically at every position in the lineup every day? You got some everyday players. You got a guy like Elliot Ramos who's out there every single day. They DH'd him one of the games. Matt Chapman, Willie Adames, Jung Hoo Lee are out there damn near every day. Jung Hoo Lee missed one game. I think they played Luis Matos in center field for a game, which is nice to have a guy who can step in and do that. Wilmer Flores, he's 1 pitch yesterday. They're trying to keep him healthy. He drives in the winning run. Bullpen to me feels spectacular. I know yesterday it got away from him.
A little shaky yesterday.
Yesterday got a little bit shaky. I mean, obviously Duvall blows the save and he picks up the W. They end up winning it in the bottom of the 9th inning. But it does feel to me like this is a sustainable brand of baseball because of how they've gone about it. They continue to steal bases. I believe they have just 1 caught stealing on the season. I think they're 12 of 13 or 11 of 12.
Maybe, isn't it 2 from Willie Adames?
Maybe it's 2. Yeah, Adames
Saturday.
got 2 from Saturday. Sorry, so they're up to 2 caught stealings. I thought that was their first of the year, but maybe I'm off. Anyway, bottom line is the way they're playing baseball, they're not relying on the home run. They're not hitting the ball out of the ballpark a ton, though Yaz had a big bomb the opposite way yesterday. Love a 3-run tater. It's fun to watch because it's good. One, it's quality baseball. They're not making errors. They've been aggressive on the base paths. There's not been a bunch of mental mistakes. And they're still not even getting the massive production they're hoping to from some guys. Now, there's some other places. Tyler Fitzgerald has been struggling at the plate. Sam Huff is like 0 for 10 or something like that with 5 strikeouts. And I saw that Tim, he put it in order for some torpedo bats. I was like, hell, why not? You're 0 for 10. Just go for it.
Yeah, I saw that. Alex Pavlovich had the report that torpedo bats could be on the way for the Giants.
So some Giants are picking up some torpedo bats. So, look, it feels sustainable. It's been a fun brand of baseball. In my mind, with the way the pitching has set itself up, there's no reason that they should not continue with some of this success. Logan Webb on the hill. Who is it tonight?
It is
Logan Webb tonight.
It is Webb tonight.
That's right. I keep forgetting because they moved.
We get a rematch of the opener.
Moved off from Landon Roops. You'll get Logan Webb on the bump today. Warriors, couple of big wins and a loss. We'll talk more about this one. Just a quick reaction on the Dubs from yesterday. Did they feel like mentally exhausted to you?
Oh, I would say so. I mean, we'll talk about it. Like, I think it's kind of unfair that we are reacting to them after they have a terrible loss last night. We need to acknowledge what they did against the Lakers and the Nuggets.
And what they've done to the Western Conference playoff picture in solidifying their hopes.
But last night was brutal, and was brutal to where they stand right now in the West. They could have been up to the 4th seed, so now to drop down to 6. It'd be in a dogfight against the Clippers down the stretch here until Sunday. Not great, but we do need to acknowledge what they did against the Lakers and the Nuggets on Thursday and Friday.
4 games to play, 2 at home, 2 on the road. Off day today. They get another back-to-back. So at Phoenix tomorrow, and then at home against San Antonio on Wednesday, Friday at Portland, and then Sunday, 12:30 tip, right here at Chase Center in the city.
For all the marbles, baby.
For all the marbles and solidifying themselves out of the play-in tournament. So we'll get into a little bit more of that a little bit later, and we will get into what the Giants are going to see with the Reds and how we sort of map out what's going on with the Warriors. Brutal loss. Well, as brutal as Steph Curry's shooting night. Really?
As good as Steph was on Thursday and Friday, yesterday, not so good.
But the one shot he made was that 3 before the half, right before the Draymond Seguin moment.
Yes, yeah, and the Warriors have a tendency now for having amazing half-court 3-pointers to go into halftime.
You saw Pajemski?
Oh, yeah.
Dude,
against the Lakers was incredible.
So I was talking to this buddy of mine in North Beach on Friday night, and he just kept saying, God, I hate that curly-haired guy, dude. I hate that curly-headed dude. I was thinking, dude, he was talking about Pajemski.
Yeah.
Because he hit that shot, and he's like, where'd this guy come from, man? I hate this guy. And I said, he's one of those guys, I think, that if he's not on your team and he's beating you, you're like, that little dude's getting us?
Yeah, I know.
That sort of squirrely. He's rebounding his ass off. He's knocking down shots.
I'm hoping Brandon Pajemski can be that annoying guy in the postseason where he's kind of like the way I felt about Matthew Dellavedova. It's like, who's this guy? Who's Brandon Pajemski? I'm hoping he's that guy. I'm also hoping that Jimmy Butler, as I said last week, a little more aggressive when Steph Curry's not landing shots.
Did you see, by the way, that Matthew Dellavedova, he's playing in Australia in the NBL, the National Basketball League.
Yeah.
Went to the championship round, lost the championship finals, like whatever that series was, and was a loser awarded the MVP of the series.
Ooh, the Jerry West Award?
When he stood up, and he stands up at the podium to, accept the award or whatever, and, the winning team is on the court.
Yeah.
He stands up to accept it. And it's funny because we were talking a couple weeks ago about Delly, and people were like, hated him, cheap player, blah, blah, blah. And I said, I always liked him at St. Mary's. Didn't like having to play him when the Warriors went up against him, but I was always kind of into Delly as a player because I loved watching him at St. Mary's, a Randy Bennett guy.
That's fair.
Pretty classy move. He turned down the award and he said it belongs to him and wouldn't take it and gave it to the guy on the opposing team
That's noble.
Who was clearly the MVP for the winning team.
Yeah.
And the guy was in tears and because the dude who he gave it to is Australian, Delly's a legend, right? That's the thing too, is Delly's a legend to some of these guys who were trying to make it to the next level. He came to America and played. Now he's in his late 30s playing there, but had an incredible series. And I was like, no, I lost the series. I don't take this.
I like that.
I don't take this award.
Class act, that Matthew Dellavedova.
It was a pretty cool moment. Anyway, neither here nor there. We'll get into plenty of stuff. By the way, did I see that with the national championship going on tonight did we have a call-in for Harmony?
Oh, yeah, baby.
For those who don't know, Harmony, our sophisticated sex robot, she shows up throughout any given sports season to give you betting advice. We don't know what her record is, but she always finishes on top. She did take McNeese to go pretty far.
She did.
And so she
missed on that one.
Harmony's going to show up today at 5:30 to give us her picks for the national championship tonight, Houston.
Come on. It's my birthday weekend.
Come on, baby. It's my birthday.
You know that Harmony was going to show up. Come on.
Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb, Marcus Thompson scheduled to join us. Is that right?
Yes, he is.
I think I got the wrong sheet here. Marcus Thompson scheduled to join us at 2:50 today. 2:50 Marcus Thompson. Oh, no, I got the right sheet here. I picked up the wrong one.
You got it.
2:50 Marcus Thompson, 4:50 Susan Slusser of the Chronicle talking some Giants baseball, and then Giants pregame at 5:45, Harmony at 5:30 as we celebrate Depop's birthday. Dude, I'm miffed him because Depop's birthday was on a Saturday and his the day he was conceived is on a Sunday this year. So we're not going to get the big...
We just keep missing out.
The Dave Smoke Stewart, Derek
Yeah, I don't think we'll be celebrating that date.
I think we will.
Me and Adam will.
June
absolutely.
26th.
Sure, that's
absolutely.
fine. You guys can do that on a Sunday. I'll let you guys do that.
We'll do it on Friday.
We're booking Smoke Stewart for that Friday.
I can't wait for Stu to entertain those questions.
I'm not going to ask Smoke Stewart about throwing a no-hitter and his thoughts that you might have been conceived.
Then why the hell are we booking him? What's the point?
It's for the audience. It's for the people. Everybody knows why we're booking him. You know why.
But the whole time we'll just kind of wink, nudge, like we're actually not going to ask him the questions.
Just ask him everything in innuendo, like Harmony talks.
Yeah, exactly. So, Dave, what would you have to say if you found out that somebody was conceived because of your perfect game?
What the hell are we talking about?
Exactly.
Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb. We got plenty more to come with you till 5:45 tonight. Do you put more stock in the Warriors' wins against LA and Denver or last night? We've been talking about something to prove. Do you think any differently about this team after what we saw over the last three? That's why I told you I wanted the rest of the games last week, and then we'll deal with this week.
Yeah.
This week 0-1 after the loss to Houston. And the Warriors fall from the 4 seed, had a shot to get as high as 3.
So disappointing.
From the 4 back to the 6. 808 KNBR, 415-808-5627, the number to call and the number to text. Also check us out, KNBR.com, and the KNBR YouTube channel where all the filth is hanging out. Check in each and every day on the YouTube channel. By the way, a little bit later in the show, I'll tell you, we are having a KNBR 49ers draft party number 2. We did it last year for the first time. We'll do it again. I'll tell you where it's going down and how you can get involved with the draft party later this month. It's coming up, the draft 2 weeks from Thursday. How about that?
Can't wait.
Pretty excited. So we'll get to that a little bit later. And 510 checks in says, Connecticut Yankee, good Boston sports bar. You ain't wrong. Good bar in general, the Connecticut Yankee. When we come on back, more on the Warriors. Do you put more stock into their wins against LA and Denver or the loss last night? It's dirty work. It's the greatest show in America, and it's coming your way on a Monday on the Sports Leader.
Now.
The Giants swept the Mariners after a 5-4 walk-off win yesterday. And don't look now, but your Giants have the best record in baseball. Stop the count. When does the postseason start? If you love the Giants and sweeps, tell us about it on the KNBR YouTube chat. The only place for Bay Area fans to celebrate first place, even though it's only been 1 week.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Now, back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM. The Sports Leader.
No escaping this. 2 seconds. Pajemski. Why not? Off the glass and down the hatch. Green checks a screen. Curry 3. What a big hit, and that is all she wrote. The Warriors have come up with another gigantic road win.
Steph on relocate 3. That is crazy. Steph on a relocate. Watson flew by him. Curry, he's fouled as he hits the field goal. And you think he likes this one? And the baby-faced assassin making sure the Warriors somehow got this win. No one's ready to deal with us.
I'm exhausted. I just want to go home, relax, go to sleep. I'm tired.
Steph on his side, step 3. Brown aching for that to go down. You got to get back. And Dylan Brooks is going to get a free one out to miss 3 and dunk it down. Ben Thompson soaring, flipping, scooping, and tipped up and in Steven Adams. And the Warriors need a timeout. Rockets shoot it at 48%. They put 5 players in double figures. They hold Steph Curry to 3 points. They had Draymond Green out with 5 fouls for most of the third. And you credit Houston with a very solid win.
Warriors fall to Houston last night after 2 big wins on a Thursday and Friday as they beat the Lakers in Los Angeles. Friday against the Nuggets here on a back-to-back. Wins got them all the way to the 5th seed in the West with a chance to claim the 4 yesterday after a win over the Rockets. The Rockets, one of the hottest teams in all of basketball, and maybe I've been wrong on them. We've been talking about them being a team
I definitely have been sleeping on them.
You wouldn't mind facing in the Western Conference in the first round of the playoffs if the Warriors were for some reason to land in the 7 and come out of that. If Houston locks up the 2 and finishes right there. I mean, we were looking at the standings when the Warriors made the trade for Jimmy Butler. And I think you and I both said Houston's the team we saw falling. Now, couldn't have anticipated that the Grizzlies were going to fire Taylor Jenkins with like 10 games to play, and then they just started plummeting, and now they're in the mix.
But I didn't anticipate the Denver Nuggets losing 4 in a row as well down the stretch.
No, and they sat some guys, and they lost back-to-back. They lost that one to San Antonio last week after they lost the double overtime game to Minnesota.
Lost to Indiana yesterday.
Lost to Indiana, so, I mean, they're reeling a bit.
They're not getting the 2 seed. They're most likely not getting the 3 seed either.
So Denver reeling a bit. But I can't remember who it was. It might have been Mark Spears. So we talked to him about who we could see falling in the West. And he said, I actually see it the other way. I see Houston climbing. And Houston, when they made the trade for Jimmy, and I said I wanted 25-6 or 26-5 in those 31 games, when we looked at the difficulty of schedule remaining, that was part of it, right? Was that the Warriors were going to play a soft schedule relative to the rest of the league. I think it was the 3rd or the 4th easiest, or maybe the 2nd or 3rd easiest in the Western Conference. Minnesota had one of the easiest. Houston had one of the easiest, and Houston has taken advantage. They've climbed all the way back up, and they came to play. I mean, that was a good team that the Warriors saw yesterday. It's a quality playoff team, and it's going to be tough to get past that team if you end up as the 7 seed, though I do think they match up with them better than some of the other teams. And
definitely,
they obviously didn't play their best game last night, and it's as easy as saying, well, Steph was 1 for 10 and had 3 points. I mean, they didn't get beat that badly. They were in it, really, until the final 3 minutes of the game. Kept cutting it to like 7 and cutting it to 5, cutting it to 4, and could not get over that hump. And ultimately, the Rockets come away with a 106-96 win. So as amazing as Steph was on Thursday, 37 points, and Friday where he goes for 33, 1 of 10 yesterday. His only field goal made was that one that he made right before the half.
Yep.
The other thing yesterday, they were not getting to the free throw line. At one point midway through the third quarter, threw up a little graphic. Warriors had shot like 8 free throws to that point. So when they're not getting to the free throw line, Steph's not making threes. Tough to come away with a victory. They lose by 10. You put more value on what they did on Thursday or Friday or what happened last night. Is last night an easier game to write off?
I would say so, just because we have to acknowledge what they did on Thursday and Friday, because you and I haven't done a show since then. I was thoroughly impressed with their performance in L.A. And, I mean, Brandon Pajemski came to play in both matchups against the Lakers and the Nuggets. And for them to just beat those teams, two teams that have had their number against the Warriors.
Yep.
I mean, the Lakers dominated. The Nuggets won 9 straight. So, and I know Jamal Murray didn't play in that game, but for them to rebound after a hard-fought win against the Lakers, to come back, I mean, the schedule did them no favors. And I can't remember the last time they've ever had anything like this. I know JD and I were talking about it last week. And I usually am good about remembering some, games of the past with the Warriors, but I can't remember anything like this where they had a 2-week road trip and to come home and to play that team. So difficult. But Brandon Pajemski was awesome. I mean, him and Moody were making shots right away in that Laker game. And just I think Draymond pretty much locked up Defensive Player of the Year with his strip of Luka Doncic down the stretch there. You and I were watching the game at Momo's on Friday night against the Nuggets. Steph Curry was incredible. I'll give props to Jonathan Kuminga. I know I've been down his road a little bit, but he was awesome on Thursday night against the Lakers. And I've always said that I think Jonathan Kuminga can match up really well against the Lakers. I thought that he would be great in that series in 2023. Steve Kerr knows better than me. He didn't want to play him at all. But I thought he was really aggressive and really good. Not so much the last 2 games, but it really is Steph Curry being incredible in those 2 games. 37, as you said, 33 on Friday night against the Nuggets. And Brandon Pajemski being that second scorer. What I said last week when Jimmy Butler needs to be a little more aggressive, that's what I was looking for yesterday, was obviously Steph Curry's not having a great game. And Brandon Pajemski shot pretty well yesterday, too, with 19 points. But that's where Jimmy Butler needs to be the playoff Jimmy, the Miami Jimmy, and just take the game over. I know I was skeptical of the move, and I've been really impressed with how unselfish he is, with how he's been a facilitator and he's passing the ball off to everybody else. But this is the time of year now where he needs to be very selfish. I'm just saying, I want to see, when Steph is not landing, he is great in his role when Steph is hot, but when Steph is 1 for 10, and Brandon Pajemski can't be the guy to lift everybody else. That's what they acquired Jimmy Butler for. He needs to be that guy. So I would say I put more stock into Thursday and Friday. Yesterday, I give a lot of credit to the Houston Rockets. I've been sleeping on them too. I just think that they're very inexperienced and young, but they are a very well-coached team with Ime Udoka, and they may be something to deal with in the postseason.
First time, by the way, the Warriors lose a game this year where Buddy Hield scores 19 or more.
Yeah. That was disappointing, but I think they were just gassed. I think with you saw when they won that game against the Lakers or the Nuggets, how just emotionally spent they were and drained. Like Steph Curry goes to the bench immediately after the game's over just to catch his breath, and Draymond Green in the postgame's like, I'm just tired. I totally understand because they gave everything they had for that game. They just were spent. They were totally shot against the Rockets and just happened at a bad time because getting to the 4th seed would really have helped their chances of maintaining that.
You'd get to, forget helping your chance of anything. It's more about if you claim the 4 seed, now you're playing for home court throughout the first round and maybe even the second round of the playoffs. The Jimmy Butler thing, for me, I'm a little torn on that because I didn't think he played a game differently than he's played to this point. He got only to the free throw line 4 times. That was more than anybody, at least twice as much as anybody else in the Warriors last night. 6 of 11 total from the free throw line. They only shot 16 of 43 from 3. The entire starting lineup was flat. I mean, Draymond 1 of 5, Steph 1 of 10, Moody 1 of 7. You had 3 guys in the starting lineup with a total of 8 points, right? On, 15, you're talking 22 shots. They go a combined 3 of 22.
You're not wrong.
What I'm getting at with Jimmy Butler, though, is you're saying, well, I need him to be more aggressive. I need him to take over these games when Steph's not making shots. But we've already seen Steph come out and have flat first halves and then take over in the second half in the Jimmy Butler era. I wonder with Jimmy if there's any sort of fine line for him where he goes, I don't want to take us out of what we're trying to do and what's made us good to this point. Where you go, if I just start attacking and doing things where we're playing iso ball where they get me and I get to drive in and find my shot and then dish out. If he starts playing his game, is it different than the game the Warriors have been playing in general? And if you take it away from Steph's ability? When I need him to do that is when Steph's off the floor, not so much when he's there, because that's when he has been finding guys wide open for shots. He did rebound well yesterday. Steph did lead the game with 8 assists, but they didn't get more than, they have 28 total assists in the game for 96 points. Just wasn't a good shooting performance for me.
And they were sloppy. The turnovers
I put
were
it
there.
more into the legs than I put it into anybody. Like, you need to do more in those moments. Look, Jimmy's done a lot. He didn't have a great game last night either, though he was 4 of 7 from the field. For me, this was all about Steph's inability to shoot and nobody else really able to pick it up with the exception of Buddy Hield and Podziemski. When Steph's going well, everybody else is going well because everybody's got to collapse on him a little bit differently. Steph didn't get a lot of open looks. Only 10 shots in general for Steph in the game. That's not all that good, right? He wasn't getting looks. So I'm not going to put too much on Jimmy, just like I'm not going to put too much into this game. That said, with 4 to play, you're going to need... We keep doing this. You're going to need 3-1 or 4-0, I think, to make sure you're out of the play-in. And certainly that one has, if you're going to lose, it can't be that last game on Sunday to the Clippers.
I mean, I was riding high after these 2 wins against the Lakers and Nuggets, and I thought that they avoided the play-in. Now I'm not so sure. I mean, it's crazy how yesterday can change your thinking. I'm with you on Jimmy Butler. I do agree that you don't want to get out of your game plan. At the same time, when you're realizing that Steph is just having an off night, maybe it's time to be a little more aggressive. Maybe it's time to go inside. I mean, Marcus Thompson told you weeks ago that there's money in the paint now, and that's what I want to see Jimmy Butler do a little bit more. They were outscored 56-40.
They were all missing shots in the paint. They had some really rough inside shots last night.
But I mean, it was mainly with Steph Curry being out, and we needed Brandon Podziemski, we needed Moses Moody to make those shots. So I think last night was the anomaly. You're not going to see many playoff performances where Steph Curry only scores 3 points. But just like Kevin Durant back in the day where Steph was off, like in that couple game threes against Cleveland, Kevin Durant was there to pick him up. I just want to see Jimmy Butler do that, where it's not taking over, it's not changing the entire game plan. It's just, we need baskets. We need to stay in this game.
808 KNBR, 415-808-5627. You put more stock in the wins against L.A. and Denver, or do you look at last night as maybe more of what's to come? Let's look at Chris. Let's go to Chris in Half Moon Bay. What's up, Chris? You're on the Sports Leader.
I disagree with you guys. I don't think the Warriors really lost that game last night. I think the refs took it away from them. That was the poorest officiated game I have seen in months. That call against Draymond, the winding up call, he was going up for a layup. There was no winding up.
We all agree with that one, Chris. That was a terrible call, yeah.
Bullshit. It was
sorry, Chris. Sorry, Chris. Can't drop that. Nope.
Even though I agree with you, Chris.
I do agree the game was officiated poorly. I also think the Warriors lost this game.
Yeah, 100%.
When Steph Curry scores 3 points and you have 3 starters who combine for 8 points on 22 shots, the refs didn't lose that game for you.
No, the Rockets were a better team.
The Warriors had a shot in spite of how badly they played and were down, 6 or 7 points with just a couple of minutes to play and a couple of different outcomes on a few possessions. Maybe the game goes differently, but Chris, I appreciate the call. I do agree with you that it was a poorly officiated game. I also have a tough time with as badly as they played. If they lost this game by 2 points or by 4 points and it came down to a last couple of possessions, I might feel differently. You lost the game by 5 possessions, potentially. Yeah. I mean, I guess 3 if you're talking 3-pointers and whatnot. The difference is they did not play well enough to win by any stretch. They got beat in every statistical category. I mean, they shot 37% from three-point land, 16 of 43. They shot 41% from the field. Not going to win a lot of games doing that.
Yeah, no, but one thing that I did think about...
6 of 11 from the free throw line. I mean, this is like the December Dubs.
Yes, but one thing I was thinking about, like, as impressive as they were against the Lakers and the Nuggets, I did think, is this sustainable where older guys like Steph Curry and Draymond Green and Jimmy Butler in a 7-game series, are they going to hold up?
It's certainly a question when you hear guys say, I'm exhausted.
Yep.
Even after big wins, I just want to go home and rest. I'm tired.
And playing a much younger team in the Houston Rockets, that's what makes me worried a little bit against them and OKC. They're amazing. Those 3 guys are awesome. But when they're playing much younger teams, how are they going to hold up?
Well, and Chris, it was absolute BS. We just can't say it. Adam Copeland, T-Pop, Tim Webb with you on a Monday afternoon. We're going to talk to our guy Marcus Thompson coming up at 2:50. 808 KNBR, 415-808-5627. How are you feeling about the Dubs with 4 to play? Your level of confidence that they're going to hold on to the 6th seed, or will they drop into that play-in tournament? They drop into the play-in based on the exhaustion they're talking about because it has been a sprint since Jimmy Butler got here. If they fall to the play-in, I'm a little bit more skeptical. 808 KNBR, 415-808-5627. Your thoughts on the Dubs this weekend before Marcus Thompson, and then plenty of Giant stock coming your way. It's Dirty Work. It's the greatest show in America, and it's only here on the Sports Lead.
There
I'm
was
with you.
no winding up.
We all agree. That was a terrible call, yeah.
Bullshit. It was
Now back to dirty work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa in the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Dirty work on a Monday. Adam Copeland, D. Pop, Tim Webb. Warriors look amazing against the Lakers and Nuggets Thursday and Friday. And then yesterday, not so much. So what are you putting stock in? You putting stock into those two amazing victories or last night's poopy effort. Let's go out to
poopy effort. That's
poopy effort.
There's a poopy effort.
It's a hell of an adjective. How's the game? It was kind of poopy.
Yeah, I'd say last night was pretty poopy.
808 KNBR 415-808-5627, the number to call in to text. Let's go to Rob is in Shingle Springs. What's up, Rob? You're on the Sports Leader.
Shingle Springs.
Yes, beautiful Shingle Springs, California. How are you doing?
Doing well, Rob.
Hey, I think, you know what? What's their record since Jimmy Butler got there?
Pretty good.
What's the law of averages? I mean, come on, let's be realistic. They stunk it up last night, yeah, but that's the NBA. And I don't hear anybody talking up how great the Houston defense last night, how great their game plan was last night. They were very physical. They out-physicaled our entire team. And that's when we get frustrated. And you know what? Steph had 10 shots. You don't think they're playing great D if he only gets 10 shots?
That's what I'm saying. I mean, he got to have more than that. That's not a. If you told me Steph took 10 shots in almost any game, I don't really care what his percentage shooting was. I'd be like, that's it?
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's exactly. So they played great defense. Yes, they're a very athletic team. But you know what? I just have a belief that Steve Kerr, if they play them again, will find a way to be a little mentally and physically tougher. Second, I do think Jimmy Butler's got to start attempting to score.
Yep.
I mean, he's got to be an inside presence, and they got a game plan for that.
I
Steph's
agree.
not playing well. We got to go in the paint. Let's start pounding it. But I think overall, these last 4 games, last night was a stinkeroo. It sucked. They pooped. They pooped the bed.
It was poopy here.
However, yeah, they have 4 games left. Let's just see what happens over these next 4 games.
Appreciate the call.
I'm with you, Rob.
Thanks so much, Rob. 808 KNBR is the number to call. I'm with them. I mean, they got out-muscled last night. They were exhausted. I don't want to like qualify this loss as like, well, they were just tired because everybody's tired. There's 4 games to play.
Can't you see they're pooped?
They're in a playoff hunt. It was telling though too when they asked Steve Kerr after the game, like, are you guys scoreboard watching? Are you guys watching what's going on? He goes, yeah, every night. I mean,
yeah.
The best thing I can comp this to is when you go back, and we mentioned this a few times, to 2021, when the Giants and Dodgers in that final month of September were every day a game within each other. It was like they were playing a playoff game every single day to try to stay out of that wild card playoff series, right? You want to avoid the best of 3. The Dodgers ended up falling into that wild card spot with 106. The Giants win 107. But the Dodgers get beat in the division series, or the LCS after that by the Braves. And my thought was, even had the Giants come out of that division series, the exhaustion of having to play a playoff game, what felt like a playoff game, and try to fend off another team every day for a month is going to catch up with you, whether it's mental or physical. Steve Kerr talking about that. I mean, Draymond mentioned it. It's an older roster in general. They've got 3 older guys. He asked what the record is with Jimmy Butler. I'm trying to get it for you. They were scheduled to play 31 with Jimmy at the time that he made his debut against Chicago, right? They had 31 to play at that point. They've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, I believe it's 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Now they're not quite there. I think they're at 8 losses right now, or 7 losses with Jimmy. 21 and 7, 4 to play.
It's less than that, but I mean, whatever it is, they've been incredibly dominant with Jimmy Butler. And yeah, last night they were just gassed. You could tell. And last night was kind of like, it's not taking it for granted, but like
21 and 6.
21 and 6. I mean, for what they accomplished this week, of course they're going to go into Memphis and play up with them because they hate Memphis. They've always battled with them. They're going to go into L.A. and play up for that game. They're going to come right back and play Denver and have a lot of intensity for that game as well. I'm not saying that they were lackadaisical in their approach against the Houston Rockets last night, but when you look at the schedule, I'm sure they were like, well, we've played this team multiple times this season. Even without Steph Curry, they won with Jonathan Kuminga scoring 34 points. So they've had their success against the Houston Rockets. It's just I was not expecting the Houston Rockets to be this good, and I know I've been sleeping on them. I think most of the NBA's been sleeping on them because they are a very young and inexperienced team. But with Ime Udoka, they have a different element to them. Like, I don't really know a lot of these players on the Houston Rockets. I know Jalen Green, but it's the first time I'm seeing Amen Thompson or even Şengün.
I mean, Amen Thompson was one of the top draft picks a couple of years ago. He's having a great season. He and his brother, Osir and Amen, right? Those are their names. They're twin brothers, and they were both drafted in the first round a couple of years ago. No, he's been fantastic, and we thought at the beginning of the year maybe they're a year too early, and Ime Udoka, the guy to turn them around. We thought last season maybe they'd be coming. They had a nice young core of players. They brought in a veteran in Dylan Brooks, who the world hates, but when he's on your team and you can rally around him, he can be dangerous, and he got him last night. Quick check of the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line. 530 says they got out-fouled last night.
Yeah, but I mean, also, like, Steph's performance, I think, is attributed to Fred VanVleet, who was amazing in the 2019 NBA Finals, locking down Steph Curry.
He's another vet who's fantastic, too.
Yeah, so, I mean, he adds to them. Like, I'm well aware of Dylan Brooks and Fred VanVleet. I do think if they see this team in the regular or in the postseason, I do think that they can match up well with them. But as I said before, they're a much younger team. I just wonder about the stamina of the Golden State Warriors with their older vets. But I agree with what the caller said. I do believe that while Jimmy Butler has been unselfish and has been very, accommodating to everybody else in the offense, I think this is his time now where Steph is not landing shots.
He's here to make buckets when Steph's not.
That's why he was brought in. That's why he's not the number 2 scorer. He's the number 2 best player on the team. But I think now in the postseason, he needs to be the number 2 scorer.
808 KNBR, the number to call to text. 707 checks in, says refs didn't cost the Warriors the game, but they definitely affected the game and changed the momentum, especially with the flagrant call on Draymond.
I mean, I
hated the call.
I mean, the Warriors were gaining momentum when they were going to halftime with Draymond trying to get intensity with everybody, and the back and forth with Steph and Ime Udoka and Draymond having his beef with Şengün. And look, was it a flagrant? No, it wasn't, but that's just going to happen sometimes with Draymond, and I don't think that's what changed the momentum. What could have changed was Brandon Podziemski and Moses Moody and guys in the fourth quarter knocking down shots. They just didn't shoot well last night. And I'm not freaking out. Like, in the end, the outcome of the game sucks. But the game itself, you chalk it up to them being gassed. You totally understand it. But now that they're in the 6th seed, now you have to win out. I don't think there's any room for error. I think they have to win out, and the schedule is favorable. You have you go on the road with the Suns. Most likely Kevin Durant's not going to play in that game. You come home against the San Antonio Spurs. You don't have Victor Wembanyama and De'Aaron Fox right now. You have the lowly Portland Trail Blazers, I think, on Friday. And then Sunday, it all comes down to that. It's going to be extremely important that they close out the regular season with 4 straight wins. Otherwise, yes, they could go anywhere from the 3 seed to the 7 seed, maybe even the 8th seed.
It's incredible. Right now, the Warriors are sitting in the 6, but they're a half game back of the 4. They're 2 games back of the 3. So it's Lakers 3, Denver 4, Clippers 5, Warriors 6. But there are 4 teams that have identical records. Clippers are 46-32, as are the Warriors, as are Minnesota, as are the Memphis Grizzlies. They are all the exact same record with 4 games to play here this week.
And it's important to remember that every single one of those teams are facing the exact same pressure. Look what happened to Denver. I mean, they kicked one to San Antonio, who it was. They should not have lost that game.
Or to Indiana.
It's going to happen in the NBA. Everybody gets up to play every single night. But every single one of those teams is feeling the exact pressure. It's which one can handle it. This is why I kind of favor the Warriors here. They do have the championship pedigree. They have been down this road, especially with Jimmy. Losing to the Rockets should not be a point of shame because that is a very good team. It's a very good team. And you gave yourself a little bit of leeway by beating Denver. But that being said, you've made that Clipper game as important as it's ever going to be because I would expect them to get to this point at Sunday versus the Clippers winning all these games.
And the other thing
that's going to be a big one.
They've got the tiebreak over Minnesota and Memphis right now, which is a positive. But you're right. They could fall anywhere from 4 at this point, maybe 3, but really anywhere from 4 to 8 is where the Warriors could end up.
But you know what? No matter where they end up, last night was an off night in the NBA. I think what the Laker game and Denver game proved to me is they are contenders. They can match up with any team in the Western Conference.
Can they do it for long enough is my fear.
Yeah, and that's something we'll get to when they have a long series. But right now, I feel fairly confident that they can handle business against anybody in the West. It's just when they have the young guns like OKC and Houston, how is that going to be? But I do think that I think LeBron James, his demeanor in that postgame kind of said to me he's a little worried. He brought up the old days with Kevin Durant. I do think that this Warrior team is going to be really good in the postseason. I think they can match up with any team in the Western Conference.
I don't think the Lakers want the Warriors in a playoff series.
I don't think they do either.
What I'm looking at, though, is again, you get a full week off if you avoid the 7. If you avoid the 7 or the 8, you get a full week off. This team, maybe more than any team in the Western Conference, needs that week off. So you put your pedal to the metal for the next 4, and that's still on the table.
Of those 3 games, be it the Lakers, Denver, or Houston, of the 3, to me, the Houston one feels like it would be the hardest to get up for because you have the rivalry with L.A. You know how important it is to beat Denver given the fact that Denver has kind of had your number. Also, Denver scuffling a little bit. Houston, it's like, yeah, but they always beat Houston. It's not a big deal. And then, you come out and lay an egg, and that's what happens. But I don't think that you can say this team is spectacular in these 2 wins and also crap, against that one opponent.
It's
in the middle.
It's just a situation you're in now. It sucks that I thought that they avoided the play-in with their performances against the Lakers and Nuggets. Now I'm like,
still on the table.
It's still on the table. It's a dogfight. They're going to have to win out.
808 KNBR is the number to call and to text. We're going to take a quick break. We'll come back. We'll catch up with our guy, Marcus Thompson, the best sports writer in the country. We'll get his thoughts on the value of that game last night, what it means for the Warriors to be this exhausted. For me, all it means is these next 4 have to fall your way to get that week off before the start of the playoffs. And if you can get yourself into the 6 or the 5, you're in business, and still nothing set in terms of where the seeding is going to play in the Western Conference playoff picture. Marcus Thompson joins us, and then we'll get into a whole lot of Giants baseball talk, which we got to do because they've won 7 in a row, have yet to lose a series, and they're sitting in first place in the NL West. Who cares how long that lasts? But the style of play seems sustainable, at least to this point. Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb. It's dirty work. Marcus Thompson, best sports writer in the country, joins us next, and it's only here on The Sports Leader.
The Warriors dropped a huge game last night to the very talented Houston Rockets 106-96 in a rare off night for Steph Curry, who went 1 of 10 from the field for just 3 points. After tonight's off day, the team heads to Phoenix for another massive matchup as the Dubs are statistically tied with the Clippers, Timberwolves, and Grizzlies with 1 week to go in the regular season. Keep it locked for all things Warriors right here on KNBR, the Tide Leader.
Now, back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Dirty Work on a Monday. Adam Copeland, D-Pop, Tim Webb with you. We did not have a show on Friday.
We did not.
Which meant we didn't get to catch up with Marcus Thompson following the Laker game. Haven't talked to Warriors really since Thursday when we did our last show.
So at what point in the game on Friday were you like, we're not having a show here?
Of the Giants game?
Yeah.
When it got to 5 o'clock, I thought, I don't need to prep anything.
Yeah.
When it got to 5 o'clock, I thought, even if the game ends in 2 minutes, they'll do a 35-minute postgame wrap or whatever. We weren't going to get it until...
With the amount of highlights...
Until 5:40 or whatever. I was like, we might come on and like get one. And I was like, we'll come on, do one segment and a commercial break, come back and throw it to crew. But we've made the connection. We'll get back into that, some Giants baseball talk. We'll get to your calls on that as well. But we've made the connection with Marcus Thompson. Best sports writer in the country. Joins us courtesy of the UMA guest line. You read him in The Athletic. What's up, Marcus? Back from Boston and covering the World Figure Skating Championships. How are you, man?
I just got back from Tampa covering the women's Final Four.
Hell yeah. How was that?
It was boring. Every game was a blowout.
It's all chalk, right? Yeah.
Good old UConn, huh? Just putting people away. Yeah. I was hoping to get a dog fight between South Carolina and UConn, but UConn was just too good. They were insane. So.
Well, okay. Was there more parity and more excitement in the because we haven't talked to you in over a week now in the figure skating championships? How did it go down that weekend? I mean, people were stoked on you giving us live look-ins.
The quad god.
The quad god. You see him? Did he do his quadruple axel in play?
So he did. His thing is he's got the record of 6 in a little they got 2 separate
routines,
skates, right? It's a short program which is about 2.5 minutes, and then a long program like 4 minutes. The 4 minute he go in. So he was trying to do 7, which would be a new record. He did 6 to win the world championship last year, but he's such a failure, such an incomplete athlete. He only did 6 again. He was hot about that. He was hot. He didn't get that 7th one.
As he should.
Because they'll jump in the air, and it's called popping. When you're supposed to do 4, you do 3.
Yeah.
The slacker he is. He jumped in the air before and did 3. So he was hot. It was funny. He won by a landslide. He was basically UConn.
He won and he was pissed.
He won't be beat.
Some quad guy.
Yeah, he won. It was just crazy. Is this your king?
People, he's mad that he blew the competition out.
Doesn't sound that impressive.
I mean, in terms of all the stuff you've covered in the last year, man. I mean, you did the Olympics. You just covered the women's Final Four. You were just there doing the World Figure Skating Championships, and in the Olympics, you didn't do hoops. You did track and field. Where does this rank? Where do the figure skating championships rank for you?
So the actual watching of the sport, it's so unique, right? It's so different. It's unlike anything I've ever covered. So that was fun. Like, that was exciting. Like, sitting in an ice rink for 12 hours is a problem.
Yeah.
Like, it was freezing. And as a California boy who thought I'd just bring my little jacket and be fine, I was not fine. So the next time I'm gonna be in there looking like I'm going to Antarctica, right? Like I'm ice fishing for crabs.
One of those little furry hooded coats on, yeah, right. With
get my full body Canadian goose jacket on or something like it was wild. It was cold, but the people were really cool. Track was just lit. Like it's hard to top track. Like track was fire.
Electric,
so many events happening. But figure skating was, I must say, it was much better than what I thought. Plus, people just bite it like regularly, and that's kind of fun. I know I shouldn't be laughing at it, but it adds a level of intrigue. They got some real drama.
Yeah, speaking of biting it, the Warriors kind of did last night. So we've been asking about it today. We've been talking about, you put more stock in their 2 wins against the Lakers and Nuggets as opposed to last night. I think we all agree that what they did against the Lakers and Nuggets in that back-to-back was pretty impressive. But are you a little concerned, Marcus, if they get to a 7-game series with a younger team like OKC or Houston, that the older guys, Steph Curry, Draymond Green, Jimmy Butler, maybe not the stamina, the intensity may not be there for a full 7-game series when they're playing younger guys?
Man, you just be hating every time, huh?
Yep, every time.
Yeah, that's me.
That's him. He's the ultimate pessimist, dude, yeah.
That's me.
I guess, to be honest, Derek, the answer is depend on the series.
Yeah.
We've seen this movie before, though. We've seen Sacramento as a younger athletic team. We've seen Memphis as a younger athletic team. And the thing about those young athletic teams, they eventually get outsmarted. And a 7-game series is a long series. Like, people have counters. Like, the Warriors will have a counter, and then Ime will counter, then have another counter, right? And over time, you just kind of got to hope you outsmart them. So to me, if it's the first series, I do think it's more likely that the Warriors' experience can outlast, the youth and vigor of a team like Houston. Plus, as Andre Iguodala famously said, it gets tight in the playoffs, right? Like, butts get tight. Like, it's hard. The dudes ain't. We'll see how they shoot. And the one thing you do know, the reason the Warriors put all this money into these old dudes is they perform in the playoffs. So I do think if it's first round and you get one of them, you got a fighting chance. But if they've gone through 2 series already, or you got to get through Denver and then a second round, you're getting Houston. To me, that's the bigger problem, because now these young dudes can run. They've already got a series in them that they've won, so they're feeling pretty good. And it must be said that Ime is just a really good coach. So the schematic part of it is probably not the landslide it would be like it was against Memphis, right, where they just eventually, figured out how to break them. So I think it's interesting, right? It's worth weighing. Is it tougher to deal with the size disadvantage playing a team like Denver and the Lakers, who are just like bigger on the wings and just physically bigger? Or do you want to not that experienced team sometimes be out of control, maybe don't shoot that well, but young and athletic? Like, which is the bigger foe? I can see the Warriors losing to either one and beating either one.
Yeah, talking to Marcus Thompson on the UMA guest line. What this did for me was, I knew how important it was anyway. I think we all do to avoid the play-in. But with the level of exhaustion that they're talking about, and Draymond talked about it on Saturday, I just want to go home and get some rest. On Friday, he said it after the Nuggets game, I'm just ready to go home and get some sleep after the long road trip. It is even more imperative after last night's game for me that they end up in at least the 6 and get the week off.
No question. And I thought this was, look, first off, Houston is really good. They've been boat racing teams.
I slept on them, man. I did. I confess, I slept on them.
We all did.
I'm still asleep. First off, listen.
I'm like, I don't know what happened.
I'm still asleep. It's one of the things where if you just younger and more athletic and you can just keep playing hard, this is a time in the season where everybody's tired.
Yep.
Everybody's tired, except these young bucks, right? Like, and they're good. So that stuff doesn't always translate in a 7-game series, right? Like, they still don't want to. They're gonna have a tough time with a few teams because it's gonna come down to, experience. And I do think Ime closes a lot of that, but it's shooting and experience. But with that said, this was the schedule loss. They were I mean, if they win this game but they lose to one of the Lakers or Denver, it's the same thing. But once they play that back-to-back, I'm like, they're done in Houston. Like, that was predictable. And the reason why, if I was a Warriors fan, I wouldn't be worried about it, because in any universe, if Steph is 1 for 10, you're losing anyway.
Right.
But rested or not. So, but that's just not who Steph is. And if there was a game 2, Steph will respond. So the fact that they were in that game with Steph being so bad, to me, is kind of like a good sign for them. But they do need to stay out of the play-in, or if they do get that 7th seed, they just have to win that first game. They have to, because you get like 3 days rest if you win the first game, and the play-in is still going on and you chilling. So it's almost like you getting picked 3rd in the draft. You ain't waiting out there like Aaron Rodgers was waiting, right? Like,
oh man,
you back there. So it's not the worst thing in the world if they make the play-in. They just absolutely have to win that first game, because it buys them some days. But I think you're right. More than that too, I really need them to get home court, because, man, I don't want to start this thing off somewhere else. So do it for me, Flip. You know what I'm saying?
Do it for Marcus.
I've been doing a lot of traveling, man. I need a little break.
No, I hear that. Talking to Marcus Thompson on the UMA guest line. So I'll be more positive, Marcus. I think that Draymond Green solidified Defensive Player of the Year with that strip on Luka Doncic. And you wrote about his defense recently. He did a sit-down interview with Malika Andrews and said that this might be his last chance to win Defensive Player of the Year, because Victor Wembanyama being out this year, he has better odds to get it. Do you agree with that, and do you think he's locked it up this season?
I don't know that he's locked it up. I do think I think it's probably fair to call him a favorite. I mean, we have no idea about the stuff, because, we're voting, right? So who knows? But as the narrative is leaning Draymond, that usually helps him, because, I mean, in reality, if it's MVP, half of us are like, what is everybody else saying, right? And that's something that's kind of like vivid and out there. Or something like defense, what percentage of the voters actually know anyway?
Right.
Right. Like, so who knows? It was Victor, because that was the easy call. It will be Victor. But let me tell you, there's another person who's going to diminish Draymond's chances for the DPOY moving forward. And his name is Amen Thompson from Oakland, California. That dude is going to be a monster defensively. And he'll be in the playoffs. You'll see him match up against some stars, so he'll get a little buzz. But, man, he is going to be just a problem defensively, because he has everything. He's got the athleticism. He's got the wingspan. He's got the brain. He's got the strength. He's got the mindset. Like, this is like a modern Tony Allen in the making, except probably better, or not probably, but definitely better offensively.
Talking to Marcus Thompson on the UMA guest line. People are looking at last night's game and looking for reasons why the Dubs lost. And for me, it was 22 shots by 3 starters and 8 total points, including a 1 of 10 from Steph Curry. Derek was saying those are the moments where I need Jimmy Butler to say, hey, I'm taking over, and go finals Jimmy and playoff Jimmy in the second half. And I said, I wonder how much of that for Jimmy is like, we've seen Steph have some poor shooting first halves while Jimmy Butler's been here, and then blow up in the second. If Jimmy starts playing iso ball and playing the way that we were accustomed to him playing prior to getting here, he may throw off the potential for that type of play in the second half. How would you evaluate Jimmy's play in some of these games where Steph hasn't been his best?
I think he's still too passive for my liking. Like, his bent on making the right play,
sure,
moving the ball, like all that in the long game, like that is all better. And against a team like Houston, your best bet is that it works in the long run, right? You almost play into their hands by trying to do that. That's the Warriors' philosophy. So as I've been screaming, Steve Kerr, you got to put the ball in which fella hands, it usually works over the long term, because you just make them make mistakes. But I do think they need to see it. And to me, he does it when the matchup is right. And there's a lot of smart in that, where it's just like, listen, if I could get Austin Reeves on me, or if I get somebody a little shorter taking me in the post, I haven't seen him just do it against whoever, because I'm Jimmy Butler. And Houston is a tough matchup to do that against. Like, they've got a lot of length, a lot of athleticism, and they're much harder to bully. So I do think it's going to be a matchup thing with Jimmy. It's not going to be just like, hey, I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna impose my will on the game. He needs a matchup. If there's help, he's gonna pass. That's who he is. And as Slater keeps telling me, most of the times when Jimmy does his Jimmy thing that makes him so legendary, it's not always like he went out and got 40.
Yeah.
Like he's got some big games. He got 56.
Yeah.
Against Milwaukee, dropped 30 plus, and Boston in the game 7. But a lot of it is just like he's doing the hustle plays. He's getting a big rebound. He's getting the stops. Like it's the way he puts his imprint on the game. So I think more than anything, like that's kind of what they need. But also, it's a reminder he's 35 too, and his 35 is probably a bit as hard as Steph's 37.
Yep.
Just by the way he plays. So I think last night he's like, "Hey, Jimmy, take over. Do you remember? Like, this is not Kuminga here. Like, this is like Ray and Claude. Like, neither one of them might have it." That was a Life reference, Derek. It's all good.
I've seen Life, Marcus. Come on. The Boom Boom Room. I know all about it.
You gonna eat your cornbread?
All right, a couple more minutes with Marcus Thompson. So, Marcus, I don't know if we'll talk to you Friday because we're slated to have an early Yankee Giant game. So we'll see if we get to you. But I'll ask you now. When it's all said and done, what seed do you think the Warriors end up with on Sunday?
6.
They just stay where they're at?
They end up with 6.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think they end up with 6. I don't know. I just feel like they're going to lose one of these games they should win because that's what the Warriors do. So I think they'll go 3-1, and then somebody else is going to go 4-0. Probably the Clippers.
Yep.
Right? Like, somebody's team is not going to lose. And maybe this could be a little bit of reverse psychology because, again, 4-0 and getting the 4 seed and starting at home would be ideal for my life. And since that is the most important thing, I don't want to jinx it by predicting it because if I book it, it might not happen.
Yeah, well,
that's true.
If I book it, it's probably not happening.
We haven't been keeping a record of all the bookets this year.
Don't worry about it, Derek.
Okay.
We've been keeping records of all your negative thoughts on the Dubs. We're all over that.
I know about that.
I'm with you, Marcus. I think somebody's probably going to go 4-0. I think 6 is the most likely also. Part of it, too, is they own the tiebreak over Minnesota and Memphis. So while the Clippers, Warriors, Minnesota, and Grizzlies all have the exact same record, and Denver is a half game above all of those teams in standings right now. The tiebreaks are going to come into play, and the Warriors would really have to go like 2-2 or 1-3, I feel like, to fall out of that and lose those tiebreaks.
Yeah, that's exactly right. They're going to finish ahead of Minnesota and Memphis because they own a tiebreak, but it's going to be too tough to catch the other ones unless they got to run the table. But you just already know this team is going to lose to San Antonio at home on a back-to-back.
Oh, no.
We've seen.
Come on, bro.
I'm just prepared for it because if it happens, that means I'm flying to Memphis on with a stop in Atlanta.
Yeah, nice.
First one, they're going to do this to me. I already know that. But look, they could go 4-0 very easily, by the way. They could. Well, that Clippers game is going to be something at the end. That's going to be
definitely.
And both teams might decide to make a different play and say, "Hey, hold on, we don't want to do that, right? Like maybe we want the 5, and now you can hunt for matchups. Who knows? But if they need it, that's going to be a pretty big game at the end of the year that both can go hard on because they'll have like about a week off. So that one is probably not an easy game, but if you 3-0 heading into that, you got to feel pretty good about the Warriors' chances. I do think they can run the table. The question is, do they have enough juice left? They look tired. They sound tired. They're admitting they're tired, which means they're even more tired than we thought they were, because for them to say it out loud, that means they're really tired. So I'm curious to how it works, and they got to be right back at it in Phoenix tomorrow.
Well, and check this out. This just came out, the Lakers injury status report for tomorrow. They're playing at OKC tomorrow. Luka and LeBron both questionable, as is Austin Reeves and Gabe Vincent. Rui Hachimura out for tomorrow's game.
There you go.
So if you're the NBA, right, you got Lakers, OKC. Lakers smacked OKC, and the Thunder wanted to get their lick back. Right, big game, Lakers, OKC, and the next night, Luka back in Dallas. Which one you want?
I want Luka in Dallas.
Oh, you want that one, of course.
They're like, hey, they probably like, hey man, are you gonna play? if you need to sit a game, you better sit that Oklahoma City game.
Absolutely. I want you back in Dallas so I can get this game. And you know AD's going off, right? You know AD's going for 40.
You know AD's going off. So, yeah, that to me feels like, yeah, probably not going to play back-to-back. They're sitting pretty good at 3.
Yeah.
Like, obviously not safe, but they're in the driver's seat.
They're a game and a half clear of Denver. Yeah, they're a game and a half clear of Denver. And you want to win one of those two. And the Denver one, the Dallas one, you can get.
You know you can get. Absolutely. And you already got the one by blowing them out. So, yeah, that makes sense because Dallas, Luka back in Dallas is going to be epic theater, massive theater. I don't know. Maybe Derek might have something positive to say about that.
Just maybe, Marcus.
Doubt it.
Just maybe.
Seems doubtful. But it says, working with Marcus for years and with Tom Tolbert for years has taught me, we just root for ourselves, Marcus. We want to stay out of having to go to Memphis in that opening round. So I'm rooting for Marcus Thompson's weekend, his opening playoff series, and the Warriors hosting a series would be nice.
Listen, man, yesterday I was just trying to post the probabilities, like the records and stuff. It took me 3 tries. That's how I know I'm tired. I was like, I posted it, and I'm copying and pasting, and it's like, bro, the schedules are all wrong. And I'm like, oh, my fault. Then I repost it again, and the records are wrong. It takes 3 times to do something that simple. My wife is like, dude, take a nap.
Just take a nap,
So
bro.
do not send me on a 2-flight trip to Memphis to start the playoffs.
No,
I don't need to do that.
I don't need it. Marcus doesn't need it. The Dubs don't need it. Marcus, have a great rest of your week, man. Again, like Derek said, I don't think we're going to catch you on Friday just based on the baseball schedule. So we'll talk to you next week, man.
All right, have a good one, homie.
Good deal.
Later,
the great Marcus Thompson of The Athletic, best sports writer in the country. As many people checked in, said, I don't give a damn about the Warriors. Give me more Marcus ice skating conversation. It's what everybody was looking for. He said next time he does it, it's going to be so cold in that arena. He wants to throw on a big jacket. 5 Windows says he's got to go with the George Costanza Gore-Tex.
Oh, yeah. Gore-Tex.
To keep himself warm. Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb. We talked a lot of Warrior basketball here, and now we're off of it because the story of the weekend, maybe the story of the baseball season to this point, the red-hot San Francisco Giants have won 3 straight series.
Whoa, and all of baseball?
Give me a better story right now in baseball than the Giants.
Those torpedo bats?
It's not a better story.
It's interesting.
Give me a better story than the San Francisco
I'm just
Giants.
messing with you. The Giants are
8-1.
Right,
they're in first place in the NL West. And again, they're putting up runs and they're doing it consistently with good pitching, good defense, stealing bases, timely hitting with runners in scoring position, and the same guys are coming through over and over. Jung-Hoo Lee, dude may hit 40 doubles this year. That's what I'm looking for, 30-plus, 35-plus doubles from Jung-Hoo Lee. He's got to stay healthy. You've got basically the same lineup every day, which feels like a ball club. They've got a real baseball team down at 3rd and King. And the Cincinnati Reds, who the Giants took 2 or 3 from opening week, are coming to town starting for a 3-game series tonight at 6:45. 5:45 pregame, a rematch of opening day. Hunter Green, who struck out, how many Giants he struck out that day?
17.
Well, he didn't strike out 17. The Giants struck out 17 times that day, and he struck out like 9 of them or something like that. Maybe it was 10. He went off on opening day. Logan Webb gets another crack at the Reds. We've got a lineup for you for tonight. Giants sweep the Seattle Mariners. Have not really yet been tested by a good team in baseball.
That's what I'm saying. But
8-1 against teams.
8-1 is 8-1.
8-1 against teams that are inferior means you're beating teams that you're better than. The Giants are not a bad baseball team. The strength of the team, the timely hitting, and the pitching right now. We'll talk about it next after the Giants have won 7 in a row. Get ready for Terry Francona's Reds tonight. It's dirty work. It's a Monday, and it's only here on the Sports Leader.
Giants legend Rob Nen joined Greg and Grug today with his thoughts on the Giants' hot start and how the bullpen can be a huge strength of the 2025 squad. For that podcast and all of our podcasts, check out KNBR.com and the KNBR app. And tip your cap to Rob Nen because he gave his arm to the franchise and we will love him forever for it.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland here. My good friend Steve Moskowitz is hanging out on the line. Steve, what's going on? It's a tax season. People filing their taxes this week, and people, with all the changes across what's going on with tax code and whatnot, have questions about the ERC. Tell us what we need to know.
Absolutely. Here it is, April 7th. The ERC program is going to end next Tuesday, April 15th. But that's just for new filers, because people are still filing this. But suppose you say, Steve, I'm not a new filer. I filed a long time ago, and I've been waiting and waiting and waiting for my check, and it hasn't come. What's going on? There's 3 different ways for us to hurry them up. And we really want to do that. A lot of people have expressed concern to me that with President Trump promising to cut $2 trillion with a T off the federal spending, he might just take his pen and do away with ERC. Will that happen? I don't know. But I don't want your listeners to take that chance. Let's hurry them up right now while this is still good law. Or you got a letter from the IRS that says, no ERC for you. You don't qualify. We need to appeal that. The IRS is being sued, alleging they don't even know if you qualify or not. They're just doing these mass disallowances. Or you're being audited. That's the big 3 in ERC. 1, you haven't received your check. 3 different ways for us to hurry them up. 2, your claim was denied. We want to appeal that and get you your money. Or 3, being audited. The only thing you have to do is call up for your free consultation. I have a lot of experience with this, and say, hey, Steve, I want my ERC money.
Steve Moskowitz can help. Give him a call, 1-888-TAX-DEAL, or you can find him online at moskowitzllp.com.
Now, back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM. The Sports Leader.
Swing, line drive into right field, base hit. Charged by Robles. 1 run is in. Here comes Fitzgerald, the throw. Swing! And the ball game is over. Willie Adames, in his first opening day as a Giant, gets his 3rd hit of the game, and he is the hero. 2-2 pitch. Little bouncer hits softly, third base side. Into field it is Chapman. Here's the throw to first, and he got him. What a play. The ball game is over. The Giants make it 2 in a row over the Mariners. Swinging a ground ball into to right center field. Base hit. And here comes Matos around third. And the ball game is over.
The amazing sounds of John Miller over the weekend as the Giants sweep the Mariners. They're 8-1, best record in baseball as they've won 7 in a row. And we didn't get a chance to do a show after opening day, so let's just go through it, all 3 games, Copes, and let's start on Friday.
Yeah.
Dude, there were 30 hits between the two teams going into the 10th inning. 30 hits going into the 10th in that game.
No, Friday was a crazy game. I mean, I will say, like, the vibes of the ballpark were incredible. I love the pregame ceremonies. They honored pretty much everybody in baseball, not just including Willie Mays and Orlando Cepeda, but they honored Pete Rose and Ricky Henderson. But the game itself was crazy. And obviously, Willie Adames is the hero in the end. I would say also kind of a mixed day. He gets 3 hits, but definitely could have been given some errors at shortstop. He had an amazing catch at short earlier in the game, but definitely some balls he dropped.
Right.
But overall, I mean, it kind of reminded me of the game where I met you the first time. It was rough as on the move, kind of reminiscent of that opening day against the Marlins a couple years ago.
Yeah, I guess so. I mean, it was a back-and-forth game. What I would say is I said that game that they won in Houston before they came back, that final game where they didn't run the bases well. They made some mistakes on the base paths. That final day where they swept the Astros before coming home. That would have been last Wednesday. They sweep the Astros. Matt Chapman had a bad base running mistake in that one. They made some mistakes in the field. They weren't throwing strikes. And I said, as consistent as they had been through the first 5, they won that game probably in a fashion that they didn't play their brand of baseball or their style of play. I would say all 3 games this weekend that they won against the Mariners, they played their brand of baseball. They showed they could outscore a team 10-9 if they had to and didn't need a bunch of long balls to do it. You probably wanted more out of Justin Verlander, but what I love from him was his quote after the game where he said, they picked me up. Also, he said, this team is good. Justin Verlander's been on a lot of teams for a long time. Guy's 42 years old, right? Been on pennant-winning teams, has won a pitching triple crown himself, has pitched for the Astros into the World Series and won championships, took the Tigers to the World Series against the Giants, and although he only had that one start, I mean, people are looking at him as a guy who has been around and sort of a beacon for the team that has been on teams that have won in the past. And so for him to say, look, this team is good. This team is showing resilience. They're showing they can get the timely hit, and they've done so now time after time. I don't know if everybody's got the same feeling as me. We're 9 games in. But I said to my buddy yesterday at the game when the Giants were up, I think they went up 4-1 after the 3-run home run in that 4-run inning where they got a couple of hits. Then Yaz hits a 3-run homer. It was back-to-back singles, then one long ball. I mean, that can really break a game open. The bullpen let it get away a bit late. But what I said to my buddy yesterday is I have the confidence right now in the bullpen that if they can get it to the 6th or the 7th with the lead, it feels like they're good enough to put the game away. They have enough arms to do it. They have enough late inning game experience out of the pen to do it, and they play good enough defense to do it. They've also had some good defensive replacements where they've been able to swap in Patrick Bailey near the end of game, so he's back there instead of Sam Huff to finish things up. It feels like you're not losing a ton from guys who are coming off the bench. Like, what became so frustrating, and this was something that we talked about coming into the start of this year, was the platoons that the Giants would roll with at what felt like damn near every position. Now, you don't have enough guys to do that, but you just didn't have enough quality everyday players in the last few years. And it felt like, okay, cool, Austin Slater's there this game, and then it's Mike Yastrzemski this game, and you weren't getting production from either. So when they said, Luis Matos will be in that Austin Slater role, I said, okay, I'm okay with having a platoon at a position or two throughout a season. That's standard baseball. You're not going to have great players and great starters in every spot. But right now, it does not feel like they're missing much defensively. It feels kind of like, I don't want to say the Bruce Bochy era, but you recall that in the Bochy era, and I know fans remember this, we knew that when it got to a certain spot in the game with a lead, you'd see a double switch that was going to put Gregor Blanco into the outfield to make sure they had the right defense out there. Wilmer Flores, they've done a good job of keeping him off the field in terms of playing every single day so that he can keep his legs under him and stay fresh. I mean, that's going to be a key thing for him this year. It's exciting to me in that they have a style of play and a brand of baseball that appears evident, not just by the way they spoke about it, but how they've applied it to actual success in victories so far. I mean, when's the last time, guys, that we saw the Giants swipe like 12 bags or 11 bags in the first 10 games of the season? Just has not happened. So when you asked me before the start of the year, what's more likely, 30 home runs for a player this year or 30 steals? Who cares about a player getting 30 steals? They have enough speed and athleticism now.
Team.
Fitzgerald, Willie Adames, Jung-Hoo Lee swiped third. Mike Yastrzemski has swiped some bags. We saw Matt Chapman last year with a career high in stolen bases. Elliot Ramos stole a huge base in Houston last Wednesday after he beat out a ball at first base. To me, the brand of baseball and the quality of ball is exciting. And when we talked about missing out on big-time power-hitting free agents, yeah, it's great to have a guy in the middle of your lineup hitting 40 home runs. We had it here for nearly 2 decades. And beyond that, all the Hall of Famers, how many World Series did Barry Bonds win? Now, you have players like that to give you sustainable success throughout the season. He's the greatest player, greatest hitter we ever saw. But they didn't win until they started playing really this brand of baseball, right? This style of ball where you don't give up extra outs, you put pressure on the opposition, you win one-run ball games, and maybe as important to me is owning home field. The Giants are now 3-0 at home. That's the formula for a winning team, right? Play 500 on the road, win 2 of 3 at home. You play 600 or 666 ball at home, and you play 500 ball on the road, you're probably a playoff team. They've given themselves a good road cushion, and right now at 3-0 at home, it seems like I think this team has the vibe where they feel like when they step on the field, they're going to win. And I think right now, even 9 games in, Giants fans are starting to feel that way. 808 KNBR, if you agree or disagree with me, but everybody who is telling me this is the same team, we're 9 games in, I'm not getting too far ahead of myself, but how exciting is it to have a brand of baseball that is fun to watch and that you have confidence in? I mean, I question whether or not Jung-Hoo Lee was the right guy to bat in the 3-hole. And the logic behind it from Bob Melvin was, look, we have guys at the top of the lineup who can get on base. He's the prototypical, what we thought, leadoff hitter as a contact guy, and maybe really he's more of a classic 2-hitter. But because he hits for contact and because he's got gap-to-gap power, not necessarily big 25 home run hitter power, he's got gap power. He's putting the ball in play. A couple of big doubles on Saturday night that scored a few runs, and it was really cool. The Jung-Hoo crew night, there were so many cool things on Saturday. Matt Chapman bobblehead night, Jung-Hoo crew. They got Jung-Hoo Lee's theme song playing there from Korea. People were amped up about it. Got the first light show where Ryan Walker comes in and shuts it down. It's been all positive, fun vibes for the Giants. And yeah, winning is fun, but the style of play in which they're doing it has I think, percolated not just through the ballpark, but through that clubhouse to where guys step on the field, they know their role, and it feels like they've got confidence that they're going to win the game. I really do think if they get the ball to the 7th inning or the 6th inning with the lead, they've got a damn good chance to win. Tim, you remember this is random. Hey, Tim, remember the 06 Padres?
Yes, I do.
They had this bullpen that was nails. They had a couple of really, really good starters. They had Jake Peavy, Chris Young in 2007, who's now, I think, the president of the Texas Rangers. They had a couple other good guys out of that are in that rotation as well. But Jake Peavy was like a Cy Young Award winner. You knew he was going to win one of the best pitchers in baseball basically every 5 days. The bigger deal for them was if they got through 5 or even 6, they weren't losing games. And I want to say that their record with a lead after like 7 that year was unbeatable, 06 and 07. They had a bullpen of Rudy Seañez. Remember the Japanese pitcher they had, Tim Akinori Otsuka? He was lights out at a big split-figure fastball. They had Heath Bell, they had Scott Linebrink, and they had Trevor Hoffman at the end. They had 5 guys where they were like, if we can get a combination of these 5 into the final 2 or 3 innings with a lead, we're going to win. Right now, the Giants are I think they have the potential to be one of the best bullpens in baseball. Starting pitching is still, jury's out on a lot, right? You haven't seen great stuff from Verlander.
You have not.
I thought yesterday Jordan Hicks didn't have his best stuff and really was getting squeezed early in the game.
Yep.
Battled through a couple of tough innings, left the game with the lead, and gave his team a chance to win. I'm excited. I'm intrigued. And being in the park right now and going to the yard every night, I'm getting excited for 6:45 or 12:45 every afternoon.
Got you feeling nicey.
Got you feeling extra nicey.
I get it, but you also brought up, before we went to break, the teams that they've played. And before the season started, I said that the Giants, right now on paper, are on the same tier as Cincinnati Reds. I think they're way better than them right now. The Giants are a really good baseball team. As Matt Chapman said over the weekend, this is a good team. This is a real baseball team.
How good is that guy playing, by the way?
Oh, yeah.
The plays that guy's made, like the one it wasn't quite the play that he made to end the game. I think it was it yesterday's?
Saturday night.
Saturday night. It wasn't quite the play in New York.
No, but similar.
Well, it's similar. Plays that only he's going to get to. Hell, Willie Adames yesterday. How about the ball up the middle that he gets to?
Dude, the back and forth with him, between him and Julio Rodriguez the whole weekend was amazing.
It was a blast. 2 of the best players on the field. Julio Rodriguez, maybe the best player outside of Cal Raleigh, probably.
But you brought up the base stealing.
The Mariners.
Are you a little annoyed that while they are aggressive with the base stealing, that Willie Adames is getting thrown out at second twice in one game on Saturday night?
Well, it wasn't stealing. The Saturday night one, when he tried to stretch that single into a double, as soon as he hit first and he made the turn, I was standing with our guy Scotty Bastable, head of our sales department here. We were watching the game together, and I said out loud, "Oh, no."
Oh, don't do that.
And I wonder with that if that's Willy Adames getting to know even the ballpark, because that ball looks like it's pretty deep into that gap. It was Rodriguez who circles around it, comes up heaving, and it wasn't even close at second base. What was funny then is he just sort of sat on the base for the rest of the half inning, like waiting for his glove to come out and the guys to come take his helmet. And Julio Rodriguez then ran up to him at second after he had made a bunch of plays to get him out. You like the aggressive nature. You don't want to be run out of an inning, but with 2 outs, that's kind of the place to do that, right? With 1 out, you don't do that. With 1 out or nobody out, you can't get yourself thrown out at second there. I like the aggressive nature of it. I like a guy who's saying, I got to make something happen here, try to get ourselves an extra run. It didn't work out. Got caught stealing on a bag earlier in the series of that same game as well. But that's, to me, I'd rather them be aggressive with talent and give themselves a chance to win. That's where, when we talk so much about margins in the last few years and finding success on the margins, that's where it got frustrating. Like, I just don't need a pinch hitter in the 4th inning because they swap pitchers out. I want my guys to get some at-bats. I want to see my starters get deep into the game if they can, and it's going to build resilience for later in the season when you're going through the second and the third time through the lineup. I said when you get to the bullpen, by the way, good opportunity to put the game away. 707 said, that was a perfect chance, Copes, to say, put the game to bed.
Oh.
Time to put the show to bed. I'm crazy.
Are you crazy? I don't need a bed.
That's it, exactly. I'm bullish on the Giants. I told you I was optimistic that a lot of things have to go right. So far, of all the things that we talked about this year, and again, 9 games in, I'm okay being excited and tempering the expectations. I'm still not expecting them to win the division, but doesn't it feel good to wake up a week into the season, 9 games in, see the Dodgers are 9-2, and they're sitting behind the Giants?
Dude, I mean, to have their best start since 2003 when they won 100 games, that's a big deal.
808 KNBR, 415-808-5627. 707 checks in, says the culture being created right now is belief. And that's a real thing in baseball, that when you believe you can win, it breeds that confidence. I never felt that way since 2021. I hadn't felt that way. Giants get the ball. Doesn't matter who's starting. You feel like you got a chance. I don't care who's on the bump. I feel like they've got a shot. Are you with me, Tim?
I mean, the thing that I have, my earliest concern of any of it is that I think that this bullpen's going to get torched just because they've been used a lot already. If that's an indicator of what's to come, where you get pitchers are only going 5 innings, I understand that that's sort of the way baseball is, and they do have depth when it comes to guys in the minor leagues. But I am a shred worried a little bit about the bullpen depth. That being said, I think the bullpen is probably the strongest part of the entire team. I think that Rodriguez is a huge asset, where it's something we didn't really know a ton about. I think the defense has been playing well. And I think when you have the amount of guys that they can to stretch this lineup, yesterday is a perfect example where Elliot Ramos DHs, so you get Matos in there, and all of a sudden that lineup feels a little bit longer. Where, the past couple of years, if it's not 2 or 3 guys, it's over. It's done. And to the point we were making last week, a lot of dudes aren't still hitting. Patrick Bailey's not hitting. Lamont Wade is not really hitting. He had the one good game, yes, but by and large, not hitting great. And the team is still finding ways to win. And they're not depending on the long ball, which is something that I think is a great thing for fans to see. It's like, hey, we know that this is the strength of our team. We're not sitting here trying to swing for the fences. This is the Jung Hoo Lee argument. I love seeing him in the 3-hole because he is putting the bat on the ball and he's getting, doubles down the line. The lineup looks deeper, and if it looks deeper, you're scoring more runs. That's Giants baseball. Feels good.
And when you see a righty like tonight, you get Ramos into the 5-hole. And, while Wade had a little bit better of a weekend and got on base a few more times, had a few more knocks, especially on opening day, Adames gets the game-winning hit on opening day. To Tim's point, you get down to the 5-hole now, you're talking Ramos. Yaz is hitting his ass off right now in right field. I mean, he's on fire.
Going Oppo yesterday.
It's a huge bomb, and he was fired up. You could tell. You almost never get a motion from Yaz. Almost never. He pumped his fist as he was rounding first as that ball got out, and it wasn't even close. It wasn't a wall scraper. Like, the left fielder went back on it and just kind of pulled up. Was like,
I honestly think it's the Willy Adames effect, where he's the new guy in the bullpen in the clubhouse and just like bringing life in everybody, get everybody excited.
It's definitely part of it. And I've said this to you before. I feel like when in baseball, clubhouse and glue guys are as important, if not more important, than any other sport in North America because of how many days and games they spend together. It's February, hopefully to November. You're talking every day. When you don't like each other, you don't want to play for each other. I mean, they're talking like this might be one of the best starts to the season. Willy Adames said it, one of the best starts for any team I've ever played on feeling-wise. Real quick, we got a lineup for you. Actually, I'll give it to you when we get back. We got a Giants lineup for you for today against the Reds. Logan Webb on the hill. Webb day is win day in my mind. And, he wants to have a better outing today than he did on opening day against the Reds as he makes his 3rd start of the season. 808 KNBR. I want to hear from you, Giants fans. I'm not looking to crap on anybody, but if you thought, and we talked about it that week going into opening day, if you believed this was the same Giants team coming into this season, all they did was get Verlander and Willie Adames, it's the same team. I said, I'm a believer in development. I'm a believer in growth. I'm a believer in getting guys to the next level. I want to hear from you. Do you still believe it's the same team, that this is lightning in a bottle, or does the team feel different? 808 KNBR, 415-808-5627. Rick and Hayward, I see you waiting on the line. We'll get to you, Rick. I don't know if you're on your way to a Sharks game or not, but we'll talk to you. And then we'll get you the Giants starting lineup. 5:45 pregame with your award-winning Diamond Notes for a 6:45 first pitch. Will they ever lose again? 808 KNBR. It's Dirty Work. It's Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb, and it's on the Sports Leader.
Now, back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Dirty Work on a Monday. Adam Copeland, Derek Papa, Tim Webb. Giants sweep the Mariners. Hottest team in baseball. 8-1 start. We want to hear from you guys. 415-808-5627. That's 415-808-KNBR. Tell us what you think about the Giants so far. Are you one of those people at the beginning of the season that said they're the same old team? Well, now, I don't think you can say that. So we'll go out to the phone lines.
You get more stuffy as the show's going.
Yeah, I know. I'm sounding terrible. I apologize.
I'm going to do a side-by-side of your voice and Greg doing the Robbie Gold field goal, and we'll see if that compares.
That was 10 times worse.
Dude, you pull that up because when Greg
I got them both. Yeah.
Was that the game in Green Bay?
Telado Hufanga. Yes.
The block punt and all that. Who was that? Arden Key?
Arden Key? With what?
Was he a Niner? Am I wrong on that?
He was a couple years ago.
Am I wrong? Did he not get the block? And then was it Hufanga who blocked it?
It was Hufanga who blocked it and also got the touchdown. God, I do sound like my dad right now. I know. I'll let you take over the calls. Go for it,
808 KNBR, 415-808-5627. Giants fans, it's perfectly okay to be excited about where they are 9 games in relative to what we've seen over the last few years. And to me, it's not even so much about the record. I mean, if they were sitting in second place or third place right now with this record, I'd still be like, damn, they're playing good baseball. They're beating teams I feel like they're superior to. And Brian Wu yesterday didn't pitch a terrible game and ultimately gave up that home run to Yaz, left the game.
Alameda zone.
And Giants ended up getting in trouble a little bit with the bullpen, but first time really this year the bullpen has gotten into a jam. Tim said he was a little bit worried about bullpen usage. On the season right now, the Giants 21st in all of baseball with their starting pitcher innings pitched. So only 46 innings thrown by starters to this point through the 9 games. Now, there are a handful of teams like the Cubs who've played 12 games already, right? The Reds have played 10. Teams have played more games than the Giants, but I'm not all that concerned yet about bullpen usage. We also haven't seen tons of multi-inning bullpen performances yet from the Giants, and that's something that Bob Melvin talked about as it relates to Hayden Birdsong the other day. He said their plan, and we talked about it last week, he said our plan was to piggyback him and try to get him into a game if a starter got into trouble on that first road trip. He said it just never materialized, so he came in after Landon Roop, ended up pitching a scoreless 8th inning on Saturday where he was filthy, by the way, Hayden Birdsong, but Bob Melvin said, we're going to have to start using him more as like a regular reliever because you're going to need his arm. Otherwise, you're a guy short. He's a guy, though, that you can rely on, it seems like, for multiple innings. 808 KNBR. I see you guys checking in on the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line. We'll get to that momentarily, but we got to go to our guy, Rick in Hayward. Rick called us last week, and was it after the opener? Was it after the opening series?
I believe it was.
And he was like, let's not get too hot. Let's not start blanking each other's blanks just yet. He was on his way to a Sharks game, and he said, I'm not ready to get there yet. And Rick, it's okay to hold out or to have some reservations about where the team is early on. But to me, it feels like they're playing better baseball and that the Giants have a brand of ball that is sustainable. Rick in Hayward, you're on the Sports Leader. What's up, brother?
I feel like I'm getting my plate ready to eat some crow.
All right, bro. What you got?
Yeah, and as a matter of fact, I am going to see the Sharks and the Flames play tonight.
Hell yeah, Mike Greer Sharks. Get down there, boy. We need you.
No Toffoli, as I learned in the Sharks poll today.
No Toffoli today.
Got the number 1 pick.
It's all right. we need to lose.
That's fair.
That's the case. That's the case with the Sharks. But hey, the reason I'm calling is I have to admit I wasn't gung ho with the moves that Buster made in the offseason. I thought that he hadn't made enough, and I didn't believe that the attitude that he brought back to the team was going to materialize in enough wins to get the team back into the playoffs. That being said, hey, you know what? I guess there have been questions answered, like Ramos can play left field and hit after having a horrible second half last year. I think Jung-Hoo Lee, if he can stay healthy, and it scared the hell out of me on Saturday when he banged into the wall.
Yeah, right.
But if he can stay healthy, I really believe he is going to be okay. And yes, hey, for all his faults, he's hitting and he is doing what he needs to do out there. And Wilmer, being Wilmer, is probably the biggest offensive surprise on the team. I still am tempering my enthusiasm, though, because of this road trip. I mean, this is 10 tough games on this road trip. Yankees, Phillies, and then the Angels. The Angels are winning now. And, you know, I'm hoping for 5-5, to be honest. And if they can come home 5-5 and just like you said, play 500 on the road and then maybe go win 2 out of 3, win series at home, it does look promising right now. Although I agree with a lot of what else you said, that we're not getting deep into the games with our starters, which is kind of scary.
Yeah.
And we're not we have a giant hole offensively at second base and at catcher right now. And those two areas, they're going to need to be shored up. And then the calls by the official scorers in a couple of these games have been, you scratching your head going, that wasn't in the air?
Yeah.
But other than that, I'm nitpicking right now. I mean, this is incredible. I have to commend them. I told my friends, I go, I'm not ready to eat crow, but I'm starting by eating chicken.
I like that, dude. Hey, Rick, what I would say is, why don't you keep checking in with us on Mondays? We'll keep getting your thoughts. We'll see how Rick's feeling throughout the season. But to your point, like what you said last week to us and what you're saying now is you didn't anticipate that Buster's attitude and the style of play that he talked about bringing in was necessarily going to translate to that many more wins. I think where I'm at is I'm more surprised that it translated to this style of play this quickly. That obviously they had a skill set that they evaluated throughout spring training. He knew the style of play he wanted them to play. But we hear guys do that in every sport, guys at the top of their organizations every year. The application of that through the first 9 games has been the biggest surprise to me.
Yeah, I agree there. And I mean, the 2-strike hitting is incredible. I love the fact
and the runners in scoring position hitting's been great.
Yeah, they've won 2 of the 3 home games basically with 2-strike swings. Even though Wilmer's wasn't a 2-strike swing, but he went with the pitch and he went to right field. In the past, it looked like the analytics department was telling him, "We want you to swing for the fences on every pitch," and as we all know, that didn't work out very well, did it?
No, it didn't, Rick. We got to run, man. I appreciate the call, man. We'll talk to you next week, bro. Yeah, people are checking in. We're going to get to a Monday Giants edition of Cheers, Jeers, and Beers. What'd you like about this weekend? Anything you didn't like about the weekend? And what were you drinking while you watched the Giants
I like the idea, though, of Rick Mondays.
Rick Monday. We got to be careful with that. I don't like the idea of Rick Monday at all. But I like the idea of Rick calling in.
It was there for the taking.
Rick on Mondays is kind of a funny Giants bit to do with our guy Rick in Hayward. See where Rick's coming down on the Giants and their style of play.
How much crow?
Ben in Sacramento, John in Petaluma, Julio in Castro Valley. We're going to get to all your calls with a Giants edition of Cheers, Jeers, and Beers on a Monday. Where does everybody stand on the Giants? I hear Rick on the Big Ten game road trip coming up. They got 3 big ones first here against Cincinnati. Keep winning series. Would love another sweep, but 2 of 3 is what you're looking for at home. Yep. 2 of 3 at home, 500 ball on the road, and you can find yourself in the postseason come the end of the year. The Giants, as it stand right now, their relievers, their bullpen has thrown the 8th most innings in the National League to this point through just 9 games, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 teams above them have even played more games. That said, bullpen has pitched to a 1.75 ERA, a 1.19 whip, and a 2.30 opposing average. They're playing pretty good ball. 7 earned runs allowed. That's the fewest of any team above them in the top 8 in terms of bullpen innings pitched. Ben in Sacramento, Julio in Castro Valley, Mort, Milt. We will get to your calls in Cheers, Jeers, and Beers at 808 KNBR when we come on back. Redwood Credit Union, by the way, is who sponsors us today, and Redwood Credit Union's auto loan sale is here. Save 0.75% now through April 30th. Ask for RCU financing at your dealership or apply online at redwoodcredit.org. 808 KNBR, 415-808-5627 is the number to call, Giants fans. How are we feeling? Cheers, Jeers, and Beers. What did you love from the Giants this weekend? Are you nitpicky? Is there anything you didn't like? We'll talk about the lack of production at catcher and second base when we come on back. If I got to pick 2 spots where I'm not getting offensive production, those are those. Those are the 2 spots, second base and catcher. We'll talk more about that, and we'll get to your calls. Giants baseball, 6:45, 5:45 pregame. They're in first place in the NL West. Screw the Dodgers, who have already lost Blake Snell to the injured list. Oh, Blake Snell, what a bummer. More video games for you. More to come on the Sports Leader.
Well, we made it to the end of the March Madness NCAA basketball tournament. How's your torch bracket looking? If you had High Point going all the way, you hate life. Anyway, check out tonight's finale, Houston versus Florida, on Mike Holler's KNBR 1050.
Oh, man.
Tip off at 5:50 on KNBR, the bracket leader.
Oh, man.
It's time for cheers.
Hell yeah.
Cheers.
Oh, no.
And beers.
Hooray, beer.
Normally a Monday football bit that we do. I thought think we're going to have to bring it back for Mondays during Giants baseball season. Cheers, jeers, and beers. I mean, Mondays during football, I mean, that's all we're getting into is how the 49er game went the day before. What'd you like? What'd you hate? What'd you drink? Cheers, jeers, and beers after the weekend that was in Giants baseball out at Oracle Park. Giants fans were feeling fired up this weekend. Look at you. What do you got, some tea over there?
I'm drinking green tea right now.
Wait, a little Danny Thomas, St. Jude Children's Research Hospital. Derek drinking tea, just don't have any chicken. Remember what happened last time when he had chicken and tea?
I'm very careful about the chicken I mix with the tea.
Almost crapped his pants.
As apparently it has a bad effect on my stomach.
This is a Bigelow Tea house.
Yeah,
you know,
Bigelow Tea.
Big sponsor of the morning show.
Yeah, I got to sound, got to get this voice, this phlegm out of my voice that makes me sound like my pops.
Do you want the sound?
Yeah, real quick. It wasn't Arden Key who blocked that kick, and we got a couple of texters who checked in with it. Thank you so much for reminding me. I was like, I knew it was an interior defensive lineman. It was not a starter, but it made a couple of big, impactful plays. And the Niners are looking for a few more of those. You'd kill for an Arden Key now.
Yes, you would.
Jordan Willis was the guy who got the big block. And then I was like, we always give credit to Hufanga for recovering that kick, but I'm like, there was somebody else who put his hand in there who blocked that kick, and it was Jordan Willis. So a couple of texters back-to-back who came in with that. Thank you for that. But that kick against Green Bay where Aaron Rodgers walks off in the snow, if you recall, Greg Papa, who was dealing with a bad cold and was calling the entire game.
Yeah, a bad cold, okay.
Dealing with the entire game with bare feet. Or remember, he's wearing his yellow socks.
He's in his socks.
He's in those yellow Green Bay Packer socks.
Stay in your lane, mofo.
Here's how close does Derek Papa sound to Greg Papa from a few years ago?
God! Robbie Gold!
God!
It's pretty close.
Yep,
it's pretty close.
808 KNBR, 415-808-5627. Cheers, jeers, and beers. Ben in Sacramento has been waiting for a while. Hey, Ben, what's up, man? Giants sweep the Mariners this weekend. How you feeling about them?
I'm just feeling excellent, guys. Good to be back on Dirty Work again. I was at the ballpark on opening day, Friday and Saturday, and the first thing I have to point out is after both of those games, walking down the ramp down to 3rd and King, you could hear "Let's Go Giants" chants just all over. And honestly, that's something that I haven't heard in years, like leaving the ballpark. Because I remember back in the dynasty days, after, a crazy game like a walk-off or just a win. I mean, Giants fever was at an all-time high back then.
Yeah.
You had people walking down just screaming, "Let's go Giants." Well, I was hearing that on Friday and Saturday. And you can just see it with these guys and their body language. The players, they are more motivated to play under Buster because, I think it's just the little things that you have to pay attention to, like the body language, the effort that they put into plays. And it's almost impossible to quantify that. And I just don't think that this group, it's not as too different of a roster. I mean, we just, added Willie Adames and Justin Verlander, but, it's the little things I think that really make a difference here. So, it's all cheers from me, guys.
Yeah.
I've been knocking on a lot of pieces of wood, saying when I say about how the Giants are good right now, because again, as a veteran baseball fan, I know it's early, but I'm just enjoying it day by day as this goes on, and I haven't felt this good about the Giants in a long, long time. And I was reading around the Foghorn today, and they're already saying that Hayden Birdsong could be our big not so secret weapon out in the bullpen. I mean, he's got a nasty changeup.
Well, that curveball he threw on Saturday night, dude.
Yeah,
that was filthy, man.
Oh, geez. Yeah, I was all there for it. And I do have to add kind of a personal anecdote, if you don't mind. On Saturday, I was sitting right below the broadcast booths, and I have been a Giants fan pretty much all my life, and I'm also a public address announcer, and I got the opportunity to talk to John Miller from the seats and let him know about, how much influence he's had for my, in my career over the years. And what was also, so that was pretty cool. And, it was also cool. Dave Fleming came out to the seats for a minute, and he signed a few autographs for kids, and he, did some meet and greets and all that. And I got to talk to him and, tell him that same thing too. So that was pretty cool. So I think there's not just with the fans and the players, but it just seems like everyone's just in such a great mood at 3rd and King with
I feel
Buster
you, Ben.
at the helm. So
I feel
all
you,
cheers, man.
Yeah, I appreciate the call, Ben. What I would say is the heartbeat of the stadium to me when the Giants are going well, like Ben's talking about, lies at, for me in 26 years now, 26 seasons going to this ballpark. Giants fans know when the fan base is feeling good about the team, after a win, all you got to do is walk down the ramp. It's my favorite way to exit the stadium. Season tickets in 313 for years since the park opened. My family's over in 321 now, but my thing was always take the ramp down after a win because that's where the fans are walking down. That's where you can hear it. You can feel the Let's Go Giants chants. You'll get a Beat LA chant after a win over Houston or something like that. That's where you know the fan base is feeling it. And he's right. I walked out of the ballpark all 3 days, not just because of the walk-off hits, but a quality win on Saturday night, and people were feeling fired up about it. Let's go back out to the phones. Julio is in Castro Valley. What's up, Julio? Cheers, jeers, and beers. If you have a jeer, what's up? You're on the Sports Leader.
You know what? Yeah, thanks for taking my call. All cheers. I'm a forever optimist Giants fan, and this is like really exciting. It's funny because my barometer is my kids who are teenagers. And some last year,
Julio's. I'll put him on hold, Tim. I don't want to lose him because he was waiting for a long time. We're gonna see if his connection will get any better. I want Giants fans to feel like their voices are heard here on Dirty Work. By the way, so Pat H checked in on the KNBR YouTube chat.
The old Pat H
as a member of the Filth, the Dirty Work Filth here, of course, on KNBR, our loyal listener section. Pat H said, Derek, I was sick before you.
Of course he was.
I was sick before Derek was.
Had to be sick to have children.
We're reconnecting with Julio here. 808 KNBR 415-808-5627 is the number to call and the number to text. 707 checks in on the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line and says, oh boy, I lost it here. He says, I was sitting in my truck listening to the final pitch of that game yesterday. Oh no, this guy's just showing photos of some car that pulled.
Well, let me ask you a question, Coach, real quick. So everything's great right now. They're 8-1. I would say one thing though. What do you make of Justin Verlander so far? Because I would say the outing last week in Cincinnati, not spectacular, but solid outing. And then the home opener, just to make it, was it 2.5 innings? I don't think so far he's looked that great.
Well, no, he hasn't looked great at all. I mean, he's been below average to this point. The start. I'll get you the game log on Verlander, but no, he's not been spectacular. Only 7 1/3 through his first 2 starts.
I mean, he's still got great stuff at 95, but I'm pitching 95, but the fact that I just don't think he has good command right now.
No, he probably doesn't. Early in the season, I was wondering about that. He's pitching on a new mound, right, and pitched on a mound actually that he hadn't really thrown off of in Cincinnati in his first start. So I'm not losing faith on anything. It's funny, this weekend, one guy, a Mariner fan I ran into outside of Gino and Carlo on Saturday night, said, how you feeling about Verlander? I said, the Giants are winning. I don't want Verlander to be going fewer than 5 innings in any given start. That said, I'm not worried about him. Let's go back to Julio. What's up, Julio? We lost you. You said you go back to your kids being in high school. Is that what you were saying when the Giants were last?
What I was saying, is that's my barometer. Outside of me, I'm I love all the Giants teams, even when it's tough. But and it was such a different vibe. I think from the little things like them outside of sports, picking LaRussell, who's a real artist who's coming up in the Bay Area and people I think that was a good move. But just the whole vibe in the stadium was fun and exciting. And obviously the team playing well. So nothing but cheers for me. If I'm actually not that down like the previous caller was on second base, because little things to me, the way that on opening day, the way that Fitzgerald just flew around the bases on a very shallow played ball on opening day, he getting that win. So the bunts he's doing, I think, and I like the depth that they have in Sacramento with some of the starting pitchers that can come up, having Sean Jelly come up if needed. So there's a lot to be appreciative of, and it was fun to be at the ballpark this weekend.
Appreciate the call, Julio. Thanks so much, man. I mean, part of the vibe around the ballpark is, and we've said this for years, and I always thought this was a little bit overstated, but as a baseball fan and a diehard, it did frustrate me. Don't you want to go to the ballpark and know who's in the lineup every day? You want to know who's out there at every position every single day. I bet you if I asked you guys to name the lineup today against a right-handed pitcher in Hunter Green, you'd probably be able to tell me. Already 9 games in, we know who the players are. We know what the lineup is. We know where to expect guys to play. Lamont Wade leads off today at first base. Willie Adames bats second at short, hasn't missed a game. Jung Hoo Lee bats third in center field. Matt Chapman, fourth at third, hasn't missed a game. Ramos, fifth and left, hasn't missed a game. Yaz bats sixth in right field. Flores bats seventh at DH. Love the idea of keeping him in that DH spot and in the 7th spot because, as you know, guys are coming up, or he's coming up with guys on base consistently. Saw one pitch yesterday and got another walk-off hit. Patrick Bailey in there hitting 8th. He's catching. Fitz is 9th, playing second base. When we talk about the lack of production at second and catcher, what I think most baseball guys would tell you, especially at catcher, if you're not going to hit, you got to be the best defender out there. You got to make sure you're catching a flawless game. Patrick Bailey has. Fitzgerald is one of the ones that we said jury's out on. I don't know if he can repeat what he did last year. The hope is they've got more depth at that spot. If maybe you need to get Casey Schmidt at bats there, or you got to bring up a guy like Brett Wisely, who was the left-handed bat from AAA, who had a decent spring as well. Or if it's a guy like Christian Koss, who's still looking for his first big league knock, maybe he's somebody you get in there at second base. But the speed that he's talking about, and Fitzgerald did draw a huge walk in that 9th inning, maybe gifted a walk in that 9th inning on opening day. That said, I'll say he was gifted the walk. I'll also say the strike zone was disgusting on opening day and for a lot of this weekend. Yesterday's home plate umpire was frustrating at the beginning and at the end of the game. So while they're not getting production in those spots, the top 7 have been pretty damn good. Let's go back out to the phone lines. Let's go to Mike in San Francisco. What's up, Mike? You're on KNBR.
Hey, the filth, the grime.
What's up, Mike? How you doing, brother?
I got, cheers, and beers. Cheers. I'm a big guy, right? You met me. But opening day at Oracle, get there just in time for the introduction of the players. And just catching my breath, heard the national anthem and whatnot, planes flying overhead, cried a little, almost did. But cheers, I'm not even going to get into, but 4 hours and 3 minutes later, grueling emotion. Fitzgerald runs through a stop sign because, he's a dog man. He's got that dog in him. Jung-Hoo Lee slaps a hug on him like a long-lost friend. I bounce. I'm the first one out of the park. Beers, I ain't got nothing. I got this account on IG that's full of crazy cat cut-up videos that are mousing.
This is your account?
This is your account, Mike?
No, just some random one.
All right.
But if you catch it, like if you see cats and insane to the brain, check it out.
Cypress Hill, okay.
All right, Mike.
Some Cypress Hill.
Yeah. All right, let's get another series win. Appreciate the call, brother. We'll talk to you soon, man.
Do you have any random IG accounts you want to shout out, Copes?
Any random IG accounts I want to shout out?
Yeah.
Don't look at my Explore page. Let's go to Mike in Stockton. What's up, Mike? You're on KNBR.
Hey, you kind of stole my thunder. I just wanted to say cheers to the Giants for bringing Buster in as GM and getting rid of that guy that would just frustrate me because each year you never knew who was going to be on the roster from week to week.
Say his name, Mike.
Mike,
you
game
can
to
say
game.
his name too, though.
Day to day, game to game. I mean, the shuffling of players, not even the guys are not getting shuffled out every day, but that you know what the position is, and if a guy's not playing, it's because there's a different-handed pitcher in the lineup.
Exactly, and you can see the attitude from the players' reactions that they're buying into it just like a lifelong Giants fan I am too. The past few years, I've basically watched a week or two and then said, I can't follow it. It's just too much work to enjoy a game. Hey, thanks for taking my call.
Don't be a stranger, Mike. Appreciate the call, man.
He's talking about Farhan, by the way.
Yeah, we know. 808 KNBR is the number to call and the number to text. 831 checks in on the text line, says Bob Melvin picking up where he left off in Oakland. Put out good lineups, maximized the full talent of the roster, consistently competed in the playoffs. I would say consistently got to the playoffs.
Yeah.
Well, and again, I said if you're going to look at something that I'm not a big fan of with Bob Melvin, it's bullpen management. We'll deal with that when it becomes an issue, right? Chris, I see you waiting on the line. Nick in Roseville, we'll get to you as well. 808 KNBR, if you got thoughts on the San Francisco Giants who start another series, yet to lose a series in 2025. They're in first place as they get ready to wrap up their season series against the Reds right now, like this week. How about that?
That's quick.
Already played them. They'll have played them 6 times by Wednesday before they hit the road for the New York Yankees, who, by the way, scheduled rain like all week long.
Don't tell me that.
Scheduled rain all week long in New York. I'm saying if I say it enough, maybe it'll go. Maybe it'll go away by Friday. We got more on the text line and more of you guys checking in on the phone lines. 808 KNBR is the number to call and to text. Are you feeling positive? If you were somebody at the beginning of the year who were texting in or calling in saying it's the same Giants, it's the same roster, is there any different feeling? Because to me, it's simply how the team feels and the quality of play. Jung-Hoo Lee was an outlier. Was a question mark. We still don't know whether or not he's going to finish the season doing what he's doing right now. But it's as good of a start as you could have hoped for. Beats the alternative of being 4-5 or whatever, because then we'd be talking about the same old average Giants. Nick, Nate, Chris, we will get to your calls at 808 KNBR. Giants pregame at 5:45 in about an hour and a half. We'll talk to Susan Slusser in 35 minutes as well, only here on the Sports Leader.
The Giants swept the Mariners after a 5-4 walk-off win yesterday. And don't look now, but your Giants have the best record in baseball. Stop the count. When does the postseason start? If you love the Giants and sweeps, tell us about it on the KNBR YouTube chat, the only place for Bay Area fans to celebrate first place, even though it's only been 1 week.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland here, ready for this. For Taco Bell. Who doesn't love Taco Bell, dude? Everybody's got a favorite out of Taco Bell. You can download the Taco Bell app right now and unlock rewards and exclusive access. I do this already. You can earn points on every dollar and every order spent in the app, on a kiosk, or at the drive-thru. And when you join Taco Bell Rewards, you can choose a Cantina Chicken Crispy Taco, beefy 5-layer burrito, or a soft taco. Get this? For free. Who else is giving you free food? Taco Bell is when you join the Taco Bell Rewards on the Taco Bell app. What's better than getting rewarded for eating your Taco Bell favorites? Plus, not to mention, you get exclusive insider access to limited time offers and drops on the Taco Bell app. You can be the first to hear about new menu launches and members-only events. And is there a better place to earn and redeem points than the Taco Bell Cantina downtown, right near the ballpark, just off 3rd and Townsend? It's a block from the stadium. It's the perfect spot to grab a pregame bite and a drink before walking over to the ballpark. Derek knows every Friday we're out at the patio getting ready to talk Giants ball. I'm picking myself up a beefy 5-layer burrito. Maybe throw some more Fritos in that thing too. And if you're looking for something to do after the game, what do you need, a pop? You can stop by Taco Bell Cantina for a beer and keep the good times rolling. So stop by the Taco Bell Cantina downtown for a cold drink, good food, and your taste buds will thank you. And of course, don't forget to live Moss.
If it's Giants baseball, it's Dirty Work with Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR, the sports leader.
Taco Bell, huh?
Dirty Work on a Monday, dude. I'm hyped that we got a Taco Bell endorsement in here.
Hey, live Moss.
Sometimes dude. Last year when I was the PD at opening day, Taco Bell was looking to do a buy for the Giants games, and I said absolutely I wanted to do it in Giants games, and I said, quote, because I just want to hear John Miller say, sometimes you've got to live Moss.
What's your go-to Taco Bell order? Do you have an item that you can't miss?
I'm a pretty simple Taco Bell guy. I like a beefy 5-layer burrito. I'm a crunchy taco maniac. So when I was a kid, they'd have the 4 crunchy taco box or 3 of them, and you get like the cinnamon twist and whatnot. Taco Bell's like the same 8 ingredients wrapped in different things, but I'm for it. I'm pro Taco Bell.
There you go.
You know what I mean? You guys always thought when Tom and I were doing the shows out at the patio outside the ballpark on Fridays, and we'll be out there, by the way, next Friday. Is that right?
I think it's 2 Fridays from now.
2 Fridays from now. It's when the Rangers come to town. Bruce Bochy and the Rangers show up.
Yeah.
It's the Brandon Crawford
The day
weekend.
after the NFL draft.
Yeah, the 25th. I'll tell you more, but we have our draft party coming up. I'll tell you about that.
Details.
We have details about it where you can join us for the KNBR draft party April 24th, and then Friday, Derek and I will be out at the patio right after I get my Taco Bell before the broadcast.
Well, there you go.
There you go. 808 KNBR, 415-808-5627.
I'm a Mexican pizza head. I'll get 2 of them on there.
People love that thing. Is the number to call. Let's go out to Chris in San Jose. What's up, Chris? You're on the Sports Leader. We were doing some cheers, and beers, but a weekend into Oracle Park play, 9 games into the season, Giants in first place. How you feeling, Chris?
It's all cheers.
Gentlemen, thanks for taking the call. I feel good. I love this Buster Posey. The Giant way is the Buster Posey way. He's bringing it back, and I love it. I love the baseball IQ. I like the athleticism with the speed and the strength. Chapman and Adames are holding it down. I love that. But I really like the old veterans, Yastrzemski and Wilmer Flores, being clutch, being consistent, and just posting, and it's great to see. Yeah, I really like, Elio Ramos. Ramos, that guy, he's an all-star. This guy is going to be a superstar. We all see it. He's going to be a superstar. The one thing that I hate is Camilo Duvall. I want him out of here. It's the same thing over and over. $1 million arm, 10-cent brain, can't improve on any of his weaknesses. And now, if you can't get through to him, you got to get something for him. He's the one that's holding down. He just brings down the whole vibe with the things that he can't do, the things that he can improve upon. Again, everything else looks great. I love the baseball IQ. I love the athleticism. I love the intensity. These guys are gamers. Camilo Duvall's got to go.
Well, what I would say, Chris, is the first 3 outings he had this season, he was pretty good. He had 2 saves. He pitched that game in Cincinnati. He got the save in the final game there. He threw a clean inning in a win against Houston in the 7-2 win. And then he got the save in the final game against Houston before they came on back when Ryan Walker had pitched a couple of days in a row. But you're right. The series against Seattle, 2 innings pitched, 5 hits, 1 earned, but he did give up 4 total runs. So the 2 walks is what got me. It was the 2 walks yesterday, and I did think the home plate umpire was pretty tough throughout the game, just inconsistent. But I'm with you. I think that's why they'd prefer to not have him in the 9th inning. He just gives them another look in the 9th if they need it. They didn't want to have to go Walker 3 days in a row. I would say I wouldn't be surprised, and Derek talked about this a lot in the offseason, I wouldn't be surprised if they were looking to add something come deadline time if he were one of the top guys they dangled.
No, I agree. I think it should be. I think ever since this guy's come up, we've all seen the talent. I mean, electric arm, but I got to go back to the baseball IQ. It's just not there. He's not able to make the adjustment. The bouts of wildness and lack of control. But for me, not being able to hold runners on, and not being able to to think his way through situations. I mean, at least throw over and hold guys on. It's been his weakness. It's been his Achilles heel since he's come up, along with the not being able to throw strikes. But for me, it's also the bad body language. It's also the laissez-faire attitude. It's also just the lack of a real gamer mentality and intensity and being able to make decisions on the fly. I don't see the bullpen coach really making a difference for him. I don't see any other coaches or any other teammates really making a difference for him. And, the division is really, really tough. Yep. You look at the Diamondbacks, Dodgers, Padres, I don't trust that guy. I don't trust Camilo Doval against the top tier in the division. I don't trust him in the postseason. And I think you got to make a move there.
Appreciate the call, Chris. I didn't want to qualify what I said yesterday. It was really the one walk. The second walk was intentional after the runners on second base. But those, when he blows the save and gets the win in yesterday's game, those are the games where you go, yeah, wins are antiquatable because he gets a win after giving it up. 408 says, dude, that last caller sounded like Brent Jones. Did have a little bit of Brent in his voice.
A little bit of Brent.
I thought there. Nick is in Roseville. Nick's got the same fear that Camilo Doval maybe is the one thing that's scaring him right now.
I think it's fair.
What's up, Nick? You're on KNBR.
Guys, I don't even think I have to say anything. He said everything I was scared of. I mean, it's hard because, I love the way the Giants are going. I love the fact they're stealing bases. They're going back to old school ball. They're laying down great bunts. They're playing great defense, and their hitting is timely. They're hitting it in the gap. I mean, Jung-Ho Lee almost scared the living daylight out of me when he ran into the wall, because it just reminded me of what he did last year.
Yep.
But, I look at Camilo and I'm like, my heart rate goes up to probably about 160, sitting down, probably 160 every time, because, history just repeats itself. And I'm not going to judge him because I can't do what he does in professional ball, but he just has kind of failed too many times, and yesterday was no different. And I don't know, if I'm Jordan Hicks, I'm kind of looking at him like that's my win. So yeah, I don't know.
No, I feel you. Appreciate the call, Nick. I mean,
Duval.
I mean, I'm sure Hicks is
good or bad.
He doesn't get the win. He leaves the game with the lead there. I mean, entering this series, I was excited about how Doval had thrown in the first 3 games he pitched this season. I said it's nice to have 2 guys who can close games, and you've got closer experience, and they were kind of going back and forth with him there when you have to use Walker in a tie game or throw him on 2 days in a row. You want to have somebody else who can get you the save. We'll see if it remains Doval. I mean, again, it was the 3 runs allowed in the game, but they were all unearned against Seattle on opening day when they win it in the 11th. And then yesterday, I mean, he lets it get away. 2 hits, the run. I mean, again, also Jordan Hicks leaves the game with guys on base. He didn't get out of that inning. Randy Rodriguez comes in and gives up 1, but Rodriguez, I kind of like the role he's in. He seems to be the dude. If there's guys on base and they need to pull the starter, it looks like he's the guy who's going to come in. They did it in Houston with him. He came in immediately, got a ground ball. Ball got by Casey Schmidt, ultimately ruled a hit. Then he got the ground ball to get out of it. I think it was a pop-up and a grounder to get out of it. So, Doval, I think, is the one that makes everybody kind of shaky right now. I don't know if people feel better about Doval or Tyler Rogers. He's the one that's bothered people for the last few years.
I think you have to give Camilo Doval the benefit of the doubt for what he's done in his first couple of outings.
Well, he did lose the closer job last year.
Of course.
3 good outings, 1 really not so good yesterday. The 3 earned the other day, not great.
I'm just saying, yesterday was the first time that was reminiscent of a season ago. But real quick, can we give a shout-out to Victor Robles yesterday? Because even though the Giants won the series, that was an amazing catch he had in right field. It sucks that he broke his arm, but that's probably one of the best outfield plays
you'll see. Was that the official call? Was it a broken arm?
Not officially yet. I know they were speculating on the broadcast. I would assume he broke his arm, but that was a tough break for him.
I thought it was a wrist or a hand thing because the way he came up and he immediately, one of the most incredible catches I've ever seen at Oracle Park. I mean, that was unbelievable. The
way the bag caught him, too.
Well, and it was, I don't think he makes that effort on the ball the way he did 5 years ago if there's no net there, right? I think he makes that play, gives you the ability to make that play, and you're only giving up 1 extra base. Smart by Matos, who was on base at the time, to go all the way to third.
Yep.
Then when you review it and you go, the ball went out of place, you just get awarded one base. But he comes out, can't believe he made that grab. Comes down, and it looked like he couldn't even squeeze his glove, like the ball kind of popped out. He threw it in, and he laid down there for a long time. I thought it was maybe wrist or hand, like it got bundled up there, but one of the more incredible catches.
Smart challenge by Bob Melvin, though, I'll say.
That guy was one of the top prospects in all of baseball for the Nationals a handful of years ago, too.
The Mariners did put him on the 10-day injured list, which is what they described as a left shoulder dislocation.
Okay.
The thing is it could be much worse than that.
Yeah.
So we'll see.
Let's go out to Zane, who's in Sacramento. What's up, Zane? You're on the Sports Leader. Zane, we got you.
How's it going, guys?
What's up, brother?
Pretty good.
Yeah, first time caller, long time listener. Appreciate the new Dirty Talk.
Much love.
Dirty Talk.
Heard Rob Nen's interview earlier. How about Darren Baker's first career hit?
Yeah,
that's pretty sweet, huh? We saw, actually, Derek and I ran into Dusty Baker after the game at Hotel V on Friday.
Was he wearing camo for duck hunting?
No, he wasn't, dude. No, he wasn't, but he was taking pictures and shaking hands and kissing babies and all that.
Attaboy. Second question, since we were talking about Duvall last caller, I just don't understand. He doesn't change. He doesn't speed up his process. He acts like he doesn't care on the mound. He has electric stuff, but as a Giants fan, it's kind of irritating.
It's irritating when it doesn't win. It was pretty cool when he was Camilo Tranquilo, right? Or Tranquilo. But
that's true.
As one of our texters checked in 408 says, man, that nickname didn't age very well. Because you know what's funny, Zane, is I was thinking about that too. I was like, we don't like the body language of a guy when he's not going well. Like, we used to say the same thing about Brandon Belt. Like, I don't like the slumped shoulders, and I don't like the whatever it is when he strikes out and he walks back. But Tim Lincecum was like the coolest, chillest, I don't care about anything going on, dude, on the mound I can remember in Giants history. But because he was so dominant, we just thought it was like, he's so cool. He doesn't believe anybody can touch him. It's not quite as cool when you're blowing games, you're not throwing strikes, and guys are getting knocks off of you, and then you look like you don't care.
Yeah, absolutely. No, that makes I agree with that 100%, Copes.
I appreciate the call, Zane. Thanks so much. Let's go to Tim in Salinas. Tim, what's up? You got a defensive Camilo Doval for us?
Yeah, I kind of do, man. I mean, I agree with what you just said. When it's going well, it looks cool, his smoothness. But yesterday in that game, he was throwing the ball. That guy lunged out over the plate and tapped that ball towards right field. It could have easily been an out.
Yep.
That's just baseball sometimes, man. So he's doing okay. I don't throw the baby out at the moment, man. He's got a lot that can help this team, and I would stick with him. I really would. They look pretty good right now, and the kid's got an electric arm. And like I said, you go back and look at that one hit to right field. He was out of the inning, man. The guy lunged out and hit it.
Well, I'll say that too, Tim. It's like that's the frustration people have with Tyler Rogers. Is people are always like, man, guys are getting on base against him, and he throws soft, and he's not striking dudes out. But the hits he gives up, he creates some of the softest contact in all of baseball. It's not like Duvall's getting ripped right now. Where I get frustrated with him is the inability to throw strikes or to fall behind in counts, and then those things happen because he's got to come in. As one of our texters on the text line says, he's the only guy in history that throws 102, and he seems like he's afraid to throw the fastball. So that's kind of where I'm at, too, is they're not killing him. They're not ripping the ball off of him, and I still think he's going to throw some high-leverage innings. They're better when he's at his best, right?
Amen.
That's it.
No, they got a shot.
Tim, I appreciate the call, man. Thanks so much. 415 checks in and says, Tyler Rogers, to my surprise, and probably everyone's, actually being pretty good so far. Well, I don't think Tyler Rogers is bad. Soft contact, a lot of ground balls. It's just that when you didn't have an everyday shortstop over there, it made it look even worse, right? And I get people upset about the production at second base. Show me the team that's killing it with the production at second base with a second baseman who's not an all-star, right? I mean, that's not a classic position where you're getting production, and neither is catcher. And even when you do, it's usually not at the level of every other position. Buster Posey's an outlier. Cal Raleigh, 3 hits yesterday for the Mariners, just got a big contract. It's the outlier. Dumper. I mean, those are not, the big dumper. Those are not positions, not positions that you generally get production. 415 on the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line says, was that Chong who just called in?
Who?
Tommy Chong.
Oh.
It's pretty funny.
I love my guy Tim in Salinas.
Pretty funny. 707 says, only text this person's ever sent. Totally agree. Doval needs to go. Like, I know the last two games were not yet.
We're not there yet, but it definitely could happen before the trade deadline.
First three games were pretty darn good. As 209 checks in says, man, many moons ago at Taco Bell, you used to be able to get 3 crunchy tacos and a large drink for $4.99. Those were the days.
Many moons ago.
Many moons ago, that's right.
Download the app, get that free food. Let's go.
Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb with you. Susan Slesser going to join us in about 15 minutes talking some Giants baseball. We'll get her thoughts on what's going on with the Giants as they open another 3-game series tonight against the Cincinnati Reds, who they took 2 or 3 from to open the season. Real quick, let's get into what we're doing scoreboard watching as it relates to the Warriors, right? They're same exact record. Warriors, Clippers, Memphis, Minnesota. Warriors in the 6, Minnesota 7, Memphis in the 8. Clippers are in the 5. Warriors could still be playing for the 5 seed on that final day of the season, but a lot is going to go on in the next 4 games, including the Lakers, who may be resting both Luka and LeBron tomorrow against OKC before a back-to-back in Dallas against the Mavericks. We'll talk more about where we're scoreboard watching. Who do we root for in the next couple of games as the Warriors have 4 left, and then Susan Slesser at 4:50. Plus, Giants pregame in just over an hour at 5:45, and in just under an hour, Harmony, our sophisticated sex robot, is stopping by on a Monday to give us her picks for the national championship tonight, Florida and Houston. We'll get more into the Warriors schedule and what we're looking at around the league next. When Dirty Work rolls on, it's the greatest show in America on the Sports Leader.
Bye-bye, Salinas.
Now, back to dirty work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM. The Sports Leader.
And here comes Doncic. Butler in the way. Luka down the lane. Wheels trip to the ball. Butler with the defense. Here comes Curry. Fouled by James.
Again, Draymond Green blowing up the plays defensively.
He's looking at you and laughing.
Warriors lose last night to Houston. They fall all the way to the 6th seed. They have the exact same record as the 5 seed Clippers. They're in the 6th. And they have the same record as the 7 seed Minnesota Timberwolves, who they have the tiebreak over, and the 8 seed Memphis Grizzlies, who they have the tiebreak over. Now, we talked to Marcus Thompson earlier, and we asked him where he thought they would finish, and he said 6. Still hopeful for the 4.
That seems the most reasonable.
Well, it seems to me like it would be, they'd really have to lose out or go 1-3 or something in the next 4. Even the Memphis and Minnesota, the Grizzlies and the T-Wolves would have to go undefeated to top them by a game in that capacity, because if they finish tied, the Warriors have the tie break. So they because of that Memphis win last week, which we said was a huge game and the biggest of the season to that point, that owned the tiebreak for them. Now you're not competing for head-to-head record, because even if you tie, you have a game in hand basically by beating them, which is a big deal. So the Warriors, I mean, they're, I don't want to say firmly in 6, but if they win 3 going into if they win these next 3 games, Phoenix tomorrow, San Antonio Wednesday, Portland Friday, they'll be looking pretty good at holding on to the 6th seed. Now, around the league, schedule-wise, they get the Suns we mentioned tomorrow. Clippers get the Spurs, Rockets, Kings, and then Dubs. T-Wolves get the Bucks, Grizzlies, Nets, and Jazz. Grizzlies get Hornets, T-Wolves, Denver, Dallas. Nuggets, Kings, Grizz, and Rockets. The Nuggets are 1 game above. Now, they're a half game up on they're a half game up on the Clippers and the Warriors.
Yes, they are.
So that was a big win for the Warriors over the Grizzlies in terms of how much closer they got. Lakers are sitting a game and a half clear of the Nuggets in the 3 seed, which may be why they're going tomorrow to rest at OKC a handful of guys, including LeBron and Luka, because they have a game in Dallas the following day on a back-to-back. So it's OKC, Dallas, the Rockets, and the Blazers. Lakers do not have an easy schedule.
They don't, but I would say right now the top 3 seeds in the West are probably not. I mean, set in stone's probably too comfortable thing to say.
If the Lakers go 2-2, their 3 seed is in jeopardy.
But I would say, I mean, they're resting their guys tomorrow against OKC. They're going to go all out against Dallas. And then who they have? They have the Rockets and Trailblazers. Rockets don't have a lot to play for anymore. They pretty much locked up that 2 seed.
Yeah. So they've set up a playoff seed for sure. They've already locked in a playoff spot. They're one of the 2 teams in the West that have done so. But you're right, in that they're pretty damn close to locking up the 2.
Yeah, so I would say I feel fairly confident the Lakers get that win. I mean, Luka's going to want to go in there and score 56 points against the Dallas Mavericks. So I would also say I feel fairly confident in them beating the Rockets, but the Rockets might be resting their starters. Trailblazers, same thing with the Warriors. That should be an easy victory. So I would say I would expect the top 3 seeds. We already know OKC's wrapped up home court, so it'd be 1 with them, 2 Houston, 3 LA, and then we go from there. But the biggest thing we need, honestly, is for the Clippers to slip up before that Sunday game, and I don't see it. I think that the same thing what I said with the Rockets
Clippers
and
get
Lakers.
Spurs, Rockets, Kings, Warriors. I mean, I expect them to beat the Spurs. Rockets, will see how much they throw at the Clippers and how much they want to keep some of the young guys out there. I mean, that's the thing, too, that we were talking to Marcus about is they're a young team. So while they may want to rest some guys, some of the young players may be good to go, and Ime Udoka may want them out there to keep form, to keep the intensity, to say, hey, we haven't earned anything yet. So, they're a little bit different in terms of how they manage their team, and that there's not one big superstar that you go, they're going to sit him down because they need to rest. I mean, the Rockets game against the Clippers is the one everybody should have their eye on.
Yep.
And that's what, tomorrow?
That is Wednesday.
Wednesday. So a handful of games to watch this week as you keep an eye on what happens down the stretch here for the Dubs.
Well, at the same time, the Rockets would be, sorry about my voice.
Jesus.
I know. The Rockets would be, they would get the 2 seed, but they have a week off before the playoffs start. I know.
Oh, my God. What happened?
It sounds awful. You don't want them to rest for too long here. All right, just go ahead.
Yeah, you don't want I'm not worried about the Rockets resting for too long as the Warriors are out of the 7 spot, right? If the Warriors have to play as the 7 against a young Rockets team that's rested for a week at the end of the season, the Warriors had to get at least 1 more in. I think they'd get 5 days off or 4 days off if they were a play-in team as the 7. And again, it's going to take a lot for them to fall to the 7 because they'd have to lose, and the Minnesota Timberwolves and the Grizz would have to gain a game on them in the next 4. While their schedules are comparable in terms of of the quality of opponents. Also, Draymond may have locked up the DPOY.
I would say so.
I think he has. I mean,
that play against Luka on Thursday night was pretty incredible
but again,
for them to get the win.
We're kind of in an echo chamber here in that there's nobody else around to tell us, no, this guy's going to win it. We're not voting for Draymond Green. Like, I don't know how the rest of the voting contingencies.
It almost feels like a name recognition thing at this point where it's like, wow, it's Draymond. Wemby's not there. Kind of feels that way.
Evan Mobley's not going to be the same type of guy to be like on, a podium campaigning for Defensive Player of the Year. So I think Draymond locked it up.
Shout out Gold Bust on the YouTube chat.
Is this some kind of bust?
No, but it's very nice.
Gold Bust says, hey, Derek, I can clear a throat. Let's get you some an update on how you can come out and hang with Dirty Work and party for the KNBR draft party. We did this last year.
Go.
The KNBR draft party returns. And how about this? We're coming to the South Bay. 2 weeks from Thursday, on Thursday, April 24th, Jack's Restaurant and Bar. Awesome place. Jack's Restaurant and Bar, 1502 Saratoga Ave in San Jose, outside of Westgate Mall. We're doing our KNBR draft party. There's a Giants game that day, a day game that day. Dirty Work with myself and Derek will be on after the Giants game, approximately 4 o'clock, 3:45, 4 o'clock.
You never know, though.
Well, you never know. We'll get going with the with Dirty Work, and that'll go for about an hour because then the draft watch party begins at 5, where our guys John Dickinson, who else can be down? John Dickinson,
Greg Papa, Todd
Husak will be down at the 49ers headquarters in Santa Clara with all of your draft coverage. We'll be partying with you guys, the listeners. Open event for fans and listeners to come out to. We'll watch the draft. Derek and Marcus Boucher and I will be doing some live look-ins. We'll get some fan reaction. If you like the draft or who the Niners pick at number 11, we'll get your thoughts on it. Maybe you're disappointed in it. Last year, Niners picked at the end of the draft. This year, number 11.
And I would warn listeners that me and Marcus will be very, very interested in what the Raiders do at 6.
Cool. Well, the draft party begins at 5 with myself, Marcus the Waterboy, and Derek. Hang out with us as we do a live broadcast. We'll do check-ins from the draft party and the draft show as we watch to see who the Niners take at number 11. Again, this is all going down Thursday, April 24th at Jack's Restaurant and Bar, 1502 Saratoga Ave in San Jose, outside of Westgate Mall. Come hang out. It's going to be a party. We'll be drinking beers. We'll be hanging out, and we'll just be doing some live look-ins as the bulk of the work will be done by our guys down at Levi's Stadium.
Pretty much.
We'll be hanging out, doing some live look-ins, and having a good time following the Giants game Thursday the 24th. And then Friday the 25th, we'll be at Oracle Park, 58 Social, getting ready for Boach coming to town to take on the Giants when the Rangers come in. It's Brandon Crawford weekend. That'll be a whole lot of fun. All right, we got Giants baseball in about an hour. Pre-game starts at 5:45. First pitch, 6:45. We'll talk about all this with Susan Slesser, who covers the Giants for the Chronicle. We'll talk to her next, only here on the Sports Leader.
The Warriors dropped a huge game last night to the very talented Houston Rockets 106-96 in a rare off night for Steph Curry, who went 1 of 10 from the field for just 3 points. After tonight's off day, the team heads to Phoenix for another massive matchup as the Dubs are statistically tied with the Clippers, Timberwolves, and Grizzlies with 1 week to go in the regular season. Keep it locked for all things Warriors right here on KNBR, the Tide Leader.
Now back to dirty work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa in the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
We do it every week with Susan Slusser. Does a great job covering the Giants and baseball nationally for the San Francisco Chronicle. Susan is sponsored by River Islands. Come home to River Islands in Lathrop and discover the San Joaquin River lifestyle with its lakes, parks, and schools. Start your tour today at riverislands.com, and sponsored by Surfside. Before first pitch, grab a pack of Surfside iced tea and vodka or Surfside lemonade and vodka. Surfside, a proud partner of Giants baseball. Susan joins us on the UMA guest line. Susan, how exciting is the first 9 games been of the season for the Giants? 8-1, they enter play today, or they wake up today in first place in the West. How are you?
I'm great. Wow, yeah, pretty crazy, right? Especially, some of the way they've won some games yesterday, but being a particularly fine example, back and forth and drama left and right. And, you see Wilmer Flores come up there in the 9th inning these days. I think if you're a Giants fan, you got to feel pretty good about it.
Yeah, I just like that Bob Melvin has the thought process and the strategy of trying to keep Wilmer's legs fresh, keep him healthy because of what happened last year. He's already matched his home run total. He's already got big game-winning RBIs. And yesterday he said, you know what, we can use Wilmer, but only for one pitch. And that's all it took, and he got the game-winning knock. So what I would say, and this is how we open the show today, is the most exciting thing to me is the brand of baseball and the way that they've gotten to 8-1 feels sustainable to this point with timely hitting, stealing bases. They're more athletic. The lineup is consistent. You can count on certain guys being in there at specific positions each and every day. But so far, they've won games, for the most part, with the same brand of baseball day after day.
Yeah, and it's not just the same lineup. It's the same roster.
Right.
We've yet to see our roster move. We will, of course. Every team has many, many, many. But I do think that sends a message. We have a core group. We believe in you. If you're here, we believe in you. Take the unusual step of basically having an all right-handed hitting bench, which, for a platoon-happy team, that's very unusual. I really, really think that just we keep using the word vibe, but I can't think of anything better. It's so unquantifiable, and it's just sort of a feel thing, but everybody feels it. You feel it when you're in the park. You feel it when you're watching the games. You feel it in the clubhouse. It's just a little different. It's sort of belief, and I think some of that is just the fact that there is so much consistency, lineup, roster, the way the manager behaves, the way the guy at the top of the front office behaves. I think everybody knows sort of what to expect, who's going to be around them, and just has to do their own job and not worry. It's been really fun to watch.
If I were going to nitpick or trying to find something in the first 9 games where I said, hey, they were looking for more out of this or they're hoping for more from this, would you say that it's the depth into the game that the starting pitchers are going?
Yeah, and that'll come. It's so early. These guys are just coming out of spring training. Landon Roop hasn't even made his second outing yet. It's 2 times through for everybody else. I think that certainly will come. I kind of along the lines of all of that. How much difference are we now seeing? What it makes for a starting pitcher in particular to have a full spring? Look at Blake Snell last year, and look at Justin Verlander. Verlander is with them all spring, has sort of an immediate impact in the clubhouse, and certainly is pitching very well. That's, I think, just such a different. Even Matt Chapman kind of exemplifies that. We're all in this together. We've all been here from the start, and that means for many of them, basically since the start of January, because so many guys were working out earlier.
Talking to Susan Slesser on the UMA guest line, we were discussing this a little bit. Like last year when I'm going to go back a little further, maybe a year and a half ago when Tom and I were doing the show together. So Brock Purdy debuts as the quarterback for the Niners in that season, and they go all the way to the NFC Championship, and then he gets hurt. But he'd only started for part of a year. So Tom and I entered the following season, 2024, wondering how much more of Brock you had to see perform at that level before you're like, okay, that's who that guy is. We know that this is what he's capable of day in and day out. I'm sort of in the same boat with Elliot Ramos where I go, okay, we saw a season of it last year. We saw him make an all-star team, struggled in the second half and had to make some adjustments to the adjustments. I mean, it's starting to feel even early on like we know who Elliot Ramos is. Like this may be a gap-to-gap power guy, a guy capable of 20 to 25 home runs and maybe an everyday left fielder. How much more do you need to see to feel like you know who this guy is?
Yeah, I'm right there with you guys. I feel like coming this season you go like, well, he didn't get a full season. It's just his sophomore season. How will he adjust to the adjustments? Was it a fluke? Because he had been such a high-profile prospect for so long and just hadn't quite put it together. So you think like, did he really, what's coming next? He really looks like he's answered those questions beautifully. I mean, he was kind of secondary in the question marks for me, Jung-Hoo Lee, and how he handled sort of big league pitching. I felt like we needed a big answer to that. How he handled defense, he obviously got no problem there. He's happy to run straight at the wall now still. But Elliot Ramos was right up there too. Tyler Fitzgerald, a little bit of a question mark, and I think that is still a little bit of a wait and see on Tyler Fitzgerald. I think he'll be fine, but he hasn't gotten off to the best start, and he's clearly still adjusting to second base.
Another guy I'm wondering about, and some of the fans were checking in about this, is people immediately, are you a baseball fan if you don't have problems with your bullpen? You know what I mean? That's just, it's like every team. If you're not, it's part of being a baseball fan.
You're 8-1.
Yeah, you're
complaining.
They're 8-1 complaining about Camilo Doval. Tim Webb is looking at me right now going, yeah, man, we took some calls on Doval. And I thought in the first 3 outings, the Cincinnati outing and the 2 in Houston, got a couple of saves and it looked really, really sharp. Yesterday, not quite as sharp. 3 unearned runs for him on opening day. The walk yesterday may be a bit frustrating, but people are frustrated with Doval after the last 2 outings. I'm not totally there. I think when he's going well, they're even better, and they've got the option to go to 2 different guys who can close games, and it gives you the ability to use closers on back-to-back days like Ryan Walker and feel like you have somebody else to finish a game off. What's the thought process on Doval and how he's thrown to this point, and has he made adjustments, you think, this year already?
I think the jury's a little out because last year he just struggled to throw strikes so much. It was clear what the issue was. He goes down, gets told work on strike throwing, comes back, still wasn't throwing strikes. He did this spring, but he's had some outings. And that, look, every reliever has, a rough outing here and there. But the 2 things we know he has to do to be successful are obviously throw strikes and control base runners. He's not doing that very well. He was during the spring. We know he could do it. Obviously, he was an all-star closer. It's in there. So he's frustrating, I think, for a lot of people. And he did it during the spring. Okay, yeah, it's spring training, and you're, maybe not facing the other team's A team all the time, but he needs to put all that stuff into practice. And I know he can. It's just sometimes for everybody, it's just a little bit like, well, what are you doing? Like, you just did this the other day. Why are you not? Because those are things you can control, right?
Sure, yeah.
You can't necessarily control, like, okay, you throw a good pitch and somebody hits a 3-run home run. That happens. And that's what fans get the maddest. Throwing strikes and controlling the running game, those things you can control.
It felt to me like the home plate umpires, at least on Friday and yesterday, were frustrating to say the least. Now, the first couple of innings yesterday, Jordan Hicks had some problems. I think it might have been the second inning where after the inning, Patrick Bailey stood there at home plate, and he had a conversation with the umpire for almost the entirety of the in-between inning break. Did you talk to him after the game? What was the conversation about?
No, I was actually on Victor Robles' duty yesterday,
Gotcha,
so I was in most of the time I was in the Seattle clubhouse. But yeah, it was the zone was very tight. We're seeing that a lot, and I actually am wondering how much that's tied to the idea that we're going to be seeing the ABS challenge system next year. If it's tied to all of the umpire scorecards and report cards and things like that we see, they have their own internal ones. Is MLB saying, like, look, you got to start calling the zone tighter because ABS challenge system is coming? I don't know. But there definitely were some balls that I absolutely thought were strikes. You look on the game day box, they look like strikes. That doesn't necessarily mean that they're strikes. Patrick Bailey thought they were strikes. They're probably strikes.
Yeah. That's kind of where I was. I'm like, it's same sort of when Lamont Wade Jr.'s up there on Friday. It happened to him a couple of times. It was a really high zone on Friday. He got called out on a couple of times, and Tyler Fitzgerald even sort of gifted a walk, I thought, in that ninth inning. The zone seemed like it was all over the place. But it's sort of the same thing. Like if Lamont Wade doesn't think it's a strike, I usually err on the side of Lamont. I mean, how is he feeling with his comfortability at the plate right now? It does seem like he's maybe not seeing the ball as well, even as he was in spring. He did have a few more hits in this series, but 11 strikeouts, the 2 walks is still a little bit surprising to me.
Yeah, I mean, he's not a guy I worry about that much because he's going to get on base even when he's not necessarily swinging the bat that well. To me, he just looks like, maybe his timing's off a little bit. I don't think he's not a guy anybody worries about, which you can tell because he's still right back in the lineup, the top of the lineup, anytime that they're facing a right-handed starter. He's so reliable. The bat will come around. It's probably just a very fraction off of the timing.
Talking to Susan Slusser on the UMA guest line. I got some more Giant stuff, but you mentioned Victor Robles. I mean, I was at the game yesterday. That's one of the most incredible catches I think I've ever seen, not just at Oracle Park. I mean, I said 5 years ago before the net's there, I don't know that he goes 100% into the wall the way he did. I thought it was great that the net caught him because if it's not there, I mean, he's tumbling over into some pavement or into something not so soft. Really unfortunate that he gets injured. But, I mean, what was the thought or what was the discussion about that play afterwards? It was one of the most incredible catches I've ever seen.
It was incredible. Mike Yastrzemski said he thinks that's the best outfield play he's ever seen.
Yeah, it was nuts.
And he plays that corner a lot. I talked to him about kind of the trickiness of that low wall. He said the only way you really can address that, because you're going to hit it at about hip height. If you're running full speed, you were going to flip over. And clearly, even though the net was there and it kept him from, smashing onto the concrete below that, there's that, it's kind of set out about 2.5 feet maybe from that actual wall to trim down the foul territory, basically. But you could either raise that a little bit, build a little bit more of a false wall there and have it padded, or as Yaz said, just go back to the old wall and make sure that that's very well padded. You're going to run into something when you're going that hard. He wasn't going to stop. You've got the choice as an outfielder when it's a foul ball to let it go and not have the runner advance. The runner's going to advance on that.
Yeah.
And clearly, he is just not the kind of guy. I talked to a couple of the Mariners players, and they're like, yeah, he's always going to make that play. And so it's just a matter of instinct. You're going to go for it. There's some situations where you might not want to, right? But there, you could probably argue either way. You probably don't want to keep Patrick Bailey batting there with 1 out and a runner at first. That might be your worst thing. But it was very interesting. Clearly, he was not going to slow up at all.
If the struggles continue for Tyler Fitzgerald, and people have checked in on this too, saying, well, they're not getting production out of catcher and second base, and I thought, those are the two positions where you look around baseball and go, who is getting great production from those two spots? Cal Raleigh had a big game yesterday, but traditionally in baseball, you want a great defensive catcher, second base sometimes a speedy, softer hitting guy, but obviously we're 9 games in. Is it Christian Koss? Is it more for Casey Schmidt over there? I mean, at some point, do they give him a little bit more and then you want to take some of the pressure off of him? Because you love having Fitzgerald on base, but you want some offense. You don't want 8 and 9 in the lineup to be dead spots.
I think the question is probably more defense because he's really learning second base. He's played it before, but he hasn't, as much as certainly as shortstop in the last few years. And he's, clearly adjusting. If that's the case, you probably have Christian Koss in there because he's just a superior defensive player. I mean, he's just tremendous. But Casey Schmidt's a really darn good defensive player too. Probably might hit a little bit more. Of the 3, you look at them and go, Tyler Fitzgerald might be the best offensive player of the 3. He's just started off slow, and he will learn the position. He's athletic. He can play shortstop. If he can play shortstop, usually he can play second base pretty well. I think it's just a little bit of a learning stretch for him. The one that you kind of hope that you get through in spring training. He's been working his tail off and working with Willie Adames for a long time since Willie came to camp. So, just I think maybe a little bit of patience, both offensively and defensively. But you wonder how long for Buster Posey, who is, I think, going to be pretty patient from what we can tell, how long does he go? And that'll be interesting to see. Everything we see Buster do or don't do tells us a little bit more of his tendencies.
A few more minutes here with Susan Slesser on the Uma guest line. Giants pregame at 5:45 as they open a series against the Reds. Logan Webb getting a second crack at the Reds against Hunter Green, a rematch of opening day. I can't remember if it was on Friday. I can't remember when I saw the video clip. It was either Friday after the game or Saturday before the game. But Bob Melvin talked about how they plan to use Hayden Birdsong. And we had sort of speculated when we didn't see him for the first, 4 games or 5 games in Cincinnati and Houston that maybe they were looking to piggyback him on Landon Roop or piggyback him on a short starter. And Bob Melvin said we were kind of hoping for that or thinking that in the first series or the first road trip, and it never materialized, but that they're going to have to start using him more like a reliever. He threw a great 8th inning on Saturday night, was really sharp. What's the plan for him? I mean, is he a late inning guy? Are they going to use him as a 1-inning guy going forward, do you think?
It's really going to be interesting to see because I think they could do any of the above. I'm one of those kind of people in the camp that if you've got a really good young starter, you want to keep him starting. And I've got to think that there's probably a lot of discussion about what they do with him a little bit longer term. Because at some point they might have to send him out simply to get stretched out a little bit more. But he is good in this role. I mean, and he was a reliever, as an amateur. He was a reliever even. So he knows how to do it. I just, there's so much value in having a great young starter. I don't think anybody can relieve. I'm certainly not one of those anybody can handle that. But I really like the idea more of him focusing on the starting. For right now, he's giving them whatever they want, wherever they want, so they can use him anywhere. I wouldn't restrict it, but I'd try to find a way to get him back and get him stretched out again in case there's a need in the rotation. He should be the first guy. Now, a lot of guys are pitching well. That could be, Kyle Harrison's actually pitching well, but Carson Seymour's been out of his mind. Carson Wisenhunt's tremendous. They've got other options. So if they want to make Hayden Birdsong a full-time reliever, they could do it. I'm not sure he would necessarily love it. He's not going to push back. He's too young. But starters usually want to start.
Yeah, I'm with you. I mean, he made it clear before they reported to camp when we interviewed him at FanFest in San Jose that he's like, no, I want to be a starter. I think that's the good mentality to have as long as he keeps attacking the strike zone, and they need more from that from Landon Roop in his next outing as well. Just one more on the bullpen. It feels to me like some of the roles have started to iron themselves out even seems like if they're going to pull somebody, a starter, and there's guys on base, Randy Rodriguez might be the guy.
He's the guy. Yeah, I love it. Again, that's not always going to work, as we've seen.
Sure.
But he seems like he's got the mentality for it. He's pretty fearless. He's not going to come in and start, trying to, nibble at corners and walk guys. He's going to go right after people, and I think that's the best thing you can have for somebody who's going to come on with somebody on base. You want somebody that will get balls on the ground, which he does, or strikeouts, which he does, and it will go right after guys. So I think he's really excellent in that role.
And then one more thought on Justin Verlander. Did not have a good start on opening day, but it seemed like after the game he was even in pretty good spirits and talked about the quality of the team. What was the vibe from him? And I feel like when he says something about the quality of a team, guy's been around for so long, has been on world championship teams and won a pitching triple crown. Like when he says something or he has a feeling about a team, I feel like it carries some weight. What's his thought right now after his not so great first two starts, but the success of the team to this point?
Yeah, he's getting his innings in. I think he's going to be fine. But I think he's all in on this team. I think he really does mean it. And he's played on a lot of really good teams.
Yeah.
I think he's impressed particularly with the team leadership. You see him checking in with Chapman and with Logan Webb, and he and Logan Webb talk an awful lot. The younger pitchers really look up to him. What he says carries so much weight, of course, with everybody. But he really does seem enthusiastic and, about the team, about the town, about everything. I mean, he's talking about it's winning 300. Buster says winning 300 games in black and gold, black and orange. That would be fantastic. Let's do it. So I think he'd like to be here beyond this year. And certainly if he winds up having a decent year, why not?
I mean, what about you? You've covered a lot of these teams. A lot of teams have started hot and been off to great starts. And it's not just about the quality of the wins. It's about the feel of the team. And I think that's where fans are. I said, you can always, in my 26 years going to the ballpark, I feel like you can tell the pulse of the fan base after a victory when you're walking down the ramp. And this weekend, it was all good vibes. I mean, Derek Papa's 8-1 Giants since he jumped on the bandwagon. Haven't lost a series yet. He's fired up about it. You're feeling just about the vibe of the team. You were talking about it from the start of the year. I mean, is this something that's tangible for you relative to other teams you've covered?
Yeah, you can tell. You can tell during spring when a team really kind of might have something a little special. Teams say that every spring, but you can tell if there is something really real and tangible. The last team I covered that had this kind of vibe, I wish I could say it was the 2021 Giants because they were so surprising, but it was the 2012 A's that weren't expected to do anything, and Johnny Gomes came in that spring and said, this team is going to go to the playoffs, and we all went, you're crazy. And over the course of the spring, we went, they're not that bad. Maybe they might be okay, and they win the division on the final game of the season. They didn't roar out like this, and sometimes that can be detrimental, right? If a team gets off to a great start and then has a dip, the fan base can get unruly. The front office can get jumpy. You can start making moves just for the sake of making moves. I think if they stick with kind of what they know they have and are consistent, even they're going to have a dip at some point. They will have a long losing streak somewhere in this season. I think if they don't kind of overwork at that point, I think they'll be fine.
Susan Slusher, the voice you hear, does a great job covering the Giants for the Chronicle. We do it with her every week. Susan, we will see you at the ballpark. Thanks so much.
Fantastic. Thanks, guys.
Great stuff there. Giants pregame coming up in about a half hour. Giants and the Reds. Hunter Green takes the ball, his third start of the year against Logan Webb. His third start of the year. He's 1-0 with an ERA of 3. Hunter Green 0-1 with a 2.25. Also, it'll be Nick Lodolo tomorrow against Landon Roop. And then the day game on Wednesday, Nick Martinez against Justin Verlander making his third start of the season. Then an off day in New York, weather permitting. Look at that series in this weekend. Adam Copeland, D-Pop, Tim Webb with you. We got a half hour until Giants pregame. We got some time for a sound soiree, which, by the way, is featuring LeBron James, Steph Curry, Mike Yastrzemski, and Shohei Ohtani meeting Donald Trump at the White House today.
Shohei Ohtani.
Dude, never did that.
Dude, Trump talking to Ohtani just had me howling. He's like, he's going to be very good.
Just wait.
Dude, he was like trying to hype him up, saying he's going to be good. I was like, do you have any idea who this guy is, dude?
That's the best part.
Mookie Betts standing up there.
I don't know if you heard of this guy. I never heard of him before today.
Never heard of him. Never did that. Wow, we'll hear from
greater than Vince Lombardi.
We'll hear from LeBron, Steph, Yaz, and the Dodgers made the trip to the White House. If you had any reason more to hate on the Dodgers, you can do it in the Sound Soiree next. Plus, Harmony, our sophisticated sex robot. She came here to give us her Final Foursome pick. She's going to pick the national championship tonight. She's a sex robot who gives betting advice. We don't know her record. She does always finish on top. We'll get you Harmony in just a little bit.
Sorry, do you think Harmony has a remedy for sore throats?
She could come up with something, Derek.
I'm sure she'll come up with something, dude. So Harmony's going to join us in about 20 minutes or so, 5:35. We'll get you the Sound Soiree next, and then Giants pregame at 5:45. Only here on the Sports Leader.
Well, we made it to the end of the March Madness NCAA basketball tournament. How's your torch bracket looking? If you had High Point going all the way, you hate life. Anyway, check out tonight's finale, Houston versus Florida, on Mike Holler's KNBR 1050.
Oh, man.
Tip off at 5:50 on KNBR, the bracket leader.
Oh, man.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland here for O'Donnell Financial Group. Look, you can declare your retirement independence today simply with a call to O'Donnell Financial Group, because having a proper investment strategy in place may allow you the freedom to do what you want and when you want, potentially for the rest of your life. You've worked so hard. You've saved hard. You're into retirement now, and you want to make sure that you're doing things right. And that's where the folks at O'Donnell Financial Group come in, because they're here to help you avoid common mistakes that so many people make when they get to retirement. Having the right investment strategy for the future can make all the difference. You can reduce what you owe to the government and keep hundreds of thousands more in your pocket, especially for those who have saved a lot. So don't wait. Declare your retirement independence and call O'Donnell Financial Group today at 866-496-2300. Learn what it means to truly achieve retirement independence. That number again, 866-496-2300, or you can learn more online at o'donnellfinancialgroup.com. Again, 866-496-2300 or odfigroup.com to learn more. O'Donnell Financial Group. Let us help you retire confidently.
Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. it sound right, boys.
This is
Dirty Works.
Sound Soiree.
No, I've whipped up this nasty little soiree.
The best sounds you might have missed.
Soiree what?
Soiree, honey. I think that means party.
On the Sports Leader.
Your Dirty Work Sound Soiree for Monday, April 7th, 2025. Some of the best sounds from across the sports world you might have missed. That's after I tell you. That Dirty Work is sponsored by Redwood Credit Union. Redwood Credit Union's auto loan sale is here. Save 0.75% now through April 30th. Ask for RCU financing at your dealership or apply online at redwoodcu.org. Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb with you. Dirty Work rolling on. We got Giants pregame in about 20 minutes at 5:45 for a 6:45 first pitch. And we have Harmony. She's not here yet, but I'll check the bullpen in just a few minutes when we go to break. And
she'll be toweling off.
I'm sure she'll be toweling off there, getting ready to give us her national championship picks. Our sophisticated sex robot sent here each and every week to help you bang the sports book. Haven't talked to her since the start of the tourney.
Yeah, it's been a minute.
Women's tournament already final. Marcus Thompson was out there covering that. And UConn wins their first national championship since 2016. The women's tournament starts after the men, and it ends before the men. They play like midweek. They got into the championship yesterday. Huh. You'll get the Natty tonight, Florida and Houston over on Mike Holler's KNBR 1050.
Interesting.
Oh, man.
Tim, you got a pick for that game? Houston, by the way, I mean, Duke peed down their leg, but Houston, I mean, these guys are dogs, man. I was watching some video of them, and somebody was talking about how they prepare for games, and they play this, they're like the best rebounding team in the nation. They get after everything. They play a game in practice where they put like a piece of wood on top of the hoop, and they play like a 2-on-1, and you only get points for grabbing a rebound. So all they do is like throw the ball off the backboard or throw the ball off the rim and make guys get after it and box each other out. I know there's other teams that do it, but they do it at a level that like I haven't seen. There was video of their practice and them just laying out for balls at practice. Like they're after a different they play with a different attitude. And I think what a lot of people are saying about why Duke fell short, and this happens in college basketball all the time with elite teams, they didn't have a lot of experience in close games. And it's why we haven't seen, in my opinion, we haven't seen an undefeated team since Indiana and Bobby Knight.
I almost think it's better to lose a game. I really do. You have to deal with the adversity of it.
Tim, what was the team that Kentucky had that lost to Frank Kaminsky in Wisconsin in the Final Four?
What year was that? Was it 2014, I want to say? Something like
that sounds right. Somewhere in there. And that team was undefeated, I think, at that point. I don't think they lost the game, and there was talk that maybe they were going to be the first undefeated team. And my thought was always, boy, in the tournament, you find yourself down 7 with a minute and a half to play, and you've never been in that spot, and they do not have the mettle or the capacity to understand what it means to come back in that spot.
It's not a shame.
Especially with all freshmen.
Yeah, and you get to the tournament where you're playing. These coaches are preparing for 2 games. You're preparing for 2 games every single weekend because you have to plan for the inevitability that you might get through, and then you have to be ready. Yeah. You got to go. So, the looking ahead and, having the mental fortitude and whatnot, Houston's got a guy who's playing his 5th year in college. I believe it's L.J. Cryer's played 3 year at Baylor and 2 at Houston. My heart and my pocketbook is with Houston tonight.
707 says, if it truly was Mike Holler's KNBR 1050, there'd be way more NASCAR and NHRA talk. Dude, he carries NASCAR over there.
Oh, man. They definitely carry NASCAR.
Definitely.
Texter knows Holler well.
I myself once, when I was like first getting hired here and I was a board op, and I only used to work like 1 shift a week. It was like Saturday mornings or Sunday mornings on 1050. I think it was Sundays. I can't tell you how many obscure sporting, not obscure, but events that you wouldn't anticipate would be on the radio. Like I caught one time I was here early enough and I was scheduled to run like the Wimbledon women's final on a Sunday morning. I was like, this is pretty dope. I was like betting on Serena to win. But then one time I had to run a Daytona 500. We got all kinds of crap over on 1050.
There you go.
The highlight leader.
All the sports you'll ever need.
Obscure Sports Quarterly on 1050.
Yeah, OSQ. All right, let's get you a little sound soiree. And we'll start with LeBron James. The Lakers injury report came out for their game tomorrow. They have a back-to-back at Houston and then against Dallas, at Dallas the next day. Marcus Thompson was saying, what do you think ESPN would rather have? LeBron and Luka play in that game against OKC, where OKC's looking to blow them out after the Lakers already got one. And or would you rather have him play Dallas the following day where Luka returns to Dallas?
What do you think?
Everybody would rather see Luka in Dallas, so we'll see if LeBron and Luka play tomorrow at all. They could take a loss at OKC and then turn around, have to face Dallas, then they get the Rockets. Anyway, here's LeBron James. Warriors beat them on Thursday night. LeBron on the Warriors, he reacts to how the team looks with Jimmy Butler relative to the 3-0 record the Lakers had against the Warriors prior to the trade.
Knowing, assuming that you've watched what the Warriors have looked like with Jimmy Butler since the trade, but having seen it now for the first time played against it, what did you sort of make of what they put together over there, knowing that that's a team you could see in 2 weeks pretty easily?
I mean, I've been a part of them making big acquisitions to change their dynamic of their team before. And had to go against them when they added Kevin Durant. So, I mean, Jimmy Butler is great, and he adds a toughness to him. He adds a championship DNA type of guy. But it's always the same. They always figure it out. They always add somebody that makes them dynamic.
So my reaction to that when I saw it was he just realizes this team is very different than the team he saw initially, and he definitely related it to Kevin Durant back in the day. I think some people were reacting to it kind of weird, where they were like, "So is he calling out the Warriors for them going after big name players like LeBron doesn't do that himself?" I don't think he was doing that.
I don't take it as a call out. I take it as him being like, "Dude, I've seen this before. Like, it's something to be respected with that organization." Was kind of the way I read it.
No, that's how I read it too. Where, he's. It reminds him of Kevin Durant back in the day. It's like he's realizing this team is going to be really difficult to face in the postseason. But yeah, I don't think LeBron was like, "Well, that's typical Warriors going out and get a big name player." I didn't see it that way.
No, I didn't see him saying it like that. I mean, my take after that game was, dude, the Lakers want no part of these dubs in a 7-game series.
Right.
They match it better now against them because again, the Anthony Davis thing was. The Warriors are never going to match up with Anthony Davis. They don't have the size to do so. They don't have the weapon to do so. And when they got rid of him with the Lakers, yeah, Luka's a huge add. I wasn't sure about the quality of the team and how much it improved them in terms of being a championship contender. But in terms of matchup with the Warriors, I will take this 8 days a week.
Oh, I agree.
I mean, Luka's a turnstile.
Yeah, I mean,
I don't know that Luka can handle the passing on the defensive side of the ball, the way the Warriors have moved the ball, the inside to the outside. Like when they're at their best and the way they played against them on Thursday night, the Warriors are a better. It's a nightmare. It's a matchup nightmare, I think, for the Lakers. They'll score the points, but Luka in a 7-game series against this team, I think would be a glaring defensive hole for Los Angeles.
And I also think that game on Thursday was an anomaly for Luka Doncic. He's not going to go 0 for 7 from 3 when he faces the Warriors again. But yeah, I would much rather see this team than what we saw in previous years with Anthony Davis. 925 checks in says LaFraud was working it. Without Doncic, the Lakers are nothing, but also glad to see Davis go. I agree.
I don't think they're nothing with Luka, but I think the Warriors match.
There's something with Luka, but I think they were a better postseason team with Anthony Davis right now.
So yesterday in the game, Steph got into it a little bit with Ime Udoka, head coach of the Houston Rockets, and they were jawing at each other on the floor. And after the game, Steph is sitting at the podium with Draymond, and they asked Steph, "Hey, what was that back and forth about?" Here's what Steph Curry had to say.
He made a reservation at International Smoke, and then he canceled it, and so I was kind of upset with him, and we went back and forth on that. Yeah. You like that one? Plug. Yeah, I know. You're in the business now.
You show up to Mesquite either, so it was hot.
That's the restaurant that Draymond invested in, right?
Was it that funny, though?
I don't think Draymond laughed really hard. I don't think Draymond was anticipating Steph just plugging International Smoke because it was just a straight plug, which, if you're following International Smoke's openings and closures, they ain't opening new ones. I'll tell you that much.
I knew you
They ain't opening new International Smoke. So Steph doing everything he can to keep these things afloat. You know what I mean?
By the way, since we did a side-by-side with me and my father doing the Tono Ufunga, can we do a side-by-side with Draymond Green saying the plug? It's kind of similar to Michael Jordan being the glove.
Yeah, we wanted to grab it.
Reservation at International Smoke, and then he canceled it.
Wait for it. Yeah.
It was funny. I thought it was funny. I thought it was
funny.
It was pretty funny. It wasn't as funny as what he said. It was funny Draymond's reaction to it because Draymond wasn't expecting it and then just started howling, put his head down on the table and was laughing. And then it made Steph laugh even harder. And they just kind of, when somebody won't stop laughing, it just kept compounding. and then he said plug. So we need to get the plug and the glove. We'll get those side by side. More Giants as they get ready to take on the Cincinnati Reds. We got pregame in about 13 minutes here on the Sports Leader. Mike Yastrzemski. Yaz hit a huge home run yesterday. Crazy, too, because what happens is, like, at the ballpark, I watch fielders a lot. Depending on where you're sitting, and I know that balls get hit in the air and fans don't know where it's going. We mock the Dodger fans for thinking that Gavin Lux fly out was going to be a home run in the playoffs a couple of years ago. I was standing up the left field line yesterday when Yaz hit it. I was, like, right behind 126, so I couldn't see the ball in the air. So when the ball gets hit, I was under the overhang. I just look at the fielder. The left fielder took, like, 3 steps towards the gap and then just kind of turned his head to see, is that going to go off the wall? No, it wasn't a wall scraper. Yaz, big power the other way. Hits one out for a 3-run homer. Mike Yastrzemski said his daughter asked him to hit a home run. Here you go.
You know, today I got to give a shout out to my daughter, Quinley, honestly, because she asked for a home run. And so I promised her I'd get her a home run. So, Quinny, I love you and miss you. But, yeah, you know, that's part of it where the guys are just talking about situations before they happen. And rather than being reactive, we're trying to kind of take our game to them.
There you go. By the way, it was a lot of emotion from Yaz, too. Maybe that's why he told his daughter he was going to hit one, or she asked him to hit one. And when he rounded first, he threw his hand into the air like a fist, like it was like the 8th inning. And then he did a little shimmy when he walked down the dugout steps, which was out of character emotionally, I thought, for Yaz on the field. That was pretty cool.
Well, that's a lot of pressure to put on somebody when someone asks of a home run from you. Kind of made me think of Paulo O'Neill when a sick kid in Seinfeld asked him to hit 2 home runs in a game.
Promised a kid in the hospital that I'd hit 2 home runs.
Yeah, well, no good?
No, it's no good. It's terrible. I mean, you don't hit home runs like that. It's hard to hit home runs. And where the heck did you get 2 from?
Well, 2 is better than 1.
That's ridiculous. I'm not a home run hitter.
Well, Babe Ruth did it.
He did not.
Oh, you're saying that Babe Ruth was a liar?
I'm not calling him a liar, but he wasn't stupid enough to promise 2.
Well, maybe I did overextend myself.
How the heck did you get in here anyway?
That's the best part at the end. How'd you get in here?
Yeah, 707, by the way, says it sounds like that one Seinfeld episode. Don't forget, Paul O'Neill didn't promise it. Kramer promised the kid 2, so he could get back the...
Could he get 2, Mr. Kramer?
So he could get back the birthday card.
Yeah, exactly.
Don't forget, he hits that second one, and then it's not called a home run, right?
No, it's an inside the park home run, but the kid's like, that doesn't count.
That doesn't count. That's not a home run.
Oh, God, Jimmy, it's just as good.
Speaking of home runs, here's Shohei Ohtani. Well, it's not him per se. The Dodgers said they were going to make their trip to the White House after their World Series win.
Mookie Betts looked thrilled.
They're all standing up there behind number 47. And here's your guy. Here's Tim's guy, DJT, talking Shohei Ohtani.
Sorry, what?
Only 6 players have ever hit 40 home runs and stolen 40 bases in a single season. And an elite group known as the 40-40 Club. It's a 40-40 Club, and very few people make it. But unanimous National League MVP, Shohei Ohtani. Come in. Looks like a movie star. He's got a good future, I'm telling you.
He's got a good future.
He's
got a good future.
Oh, is he telling us, dude?
You know, I don't watch baseball. It's kind of, not my thing anymore, but I can tell this guy, Ohtani's going to be great.
Frankly, 50 homers, 50 steals, that's only 100. I'm looking for 270. 270 is all I care about. That's going to do it.
Just keep that drop around for anytime you reference Shohei Ohtani. Just him going, Shohei Ohtani, the screams.
Yeah, it's pretty good. Just like he had Vince Lombardi.
Shohei Ohtani.
So proud of himself. So dumb.
Yay!
I said it right. That's going to do it for your Sound Soiree. Do we have the glove and the plug? No, we'll get that later. We got to get out because we got Giants baseball coming up on at 5:45, about 9 minutes away, and we got to have time. I don't think I've ever needed 9 minutes with Harmony. I think usually we're pretty good with 2 to 3.
Yeah.
Harmony is a sophisticated sex robot sent here to help you bang the book, and she's got your picks for the College National Championship, Florida against Houston. And she'll tell you who's going to win that one next, only here on the Sports Leader.
Time for dirty work to put the show to bed.
Are you crazy? I don't need a bed.
On the sports leader.
Now you will go to sleep, or I will put you to sleep.
You know I'll be around.
Put the show to bed on a Monday afternoon, Monday evening. Giants pregame in just under 5 minutes here. The national championship gets going in about 10 minutes. Florida against Houston. You can hear it over on Mike Huller's KNBR 1050. But keep it locked right here as well. We got Giants pregame coming up in a few minutes before they take on the Reds. Harmony's a sophisticated sex robot sent here each and every week with betting advice to help you bang the book. And we'll open. Well, I just saw her toweling off. She's here. Harmony, open it up, Tim.
I'm talking rainforest sweating. It's time for Harmony's sexy double banger.
Wants to love me sexy.
With Tolbert and Copes.
Or dirty work.
Sports leader.
Yeah, right. Dirty
Well
work.
done, Tim.
Dirty work and Copes. We're gonna have to get on that, dude. Hey, we're bringing everything else back here for production. Can't we bring our imaging back here to production
Damn
in
right we
KNBR? Putting tariffs on it. All right, let's get out to Harmony. Harmony's here with her pick for the national championship. Harmony, so good to see you. How are you?
Hello, boys. I'd say good to see you, but I've seen enough of DP this weekend. I was the only person to show up to his birthday party, in which he proposed to me. He said he felt inspired after seeing Anora. But just like the rude Russians in the movie, Greg Papa would never allow it. Anywho, tonight's game is an interesting matchup between some sexy cougars and gators. Hardly know her. And just so you know, DP, there's only one game tonight. Of course, this cheapo thinks he's always getting a 2-for-1 deal. But this tourney has definitely been too chalky. I haven't seen this many number ones at once since this freaky bachelor party I worked. Speaking of Golden, I'm pretty sure Todd Golden's creepy ass was there. But PP aside, something about a cougar overpowering a dookie really makes me smile. Give me Houston.
Harmony, good to see you. We will talk to you, I assume. I don't even know what our next thing will be.
We'll figure it out with Harmony.
Probably talk to Harmony sometime this summer.
Hot dog eating contest.
Dude, we'll have to get around that. That'll be it. We'll talk to Harmony right before 4th of July weekend ahead of the Nathan's Famous Hot Dog Eating Contest. That's basically going to do it for Dirty Work as we're just a couple of minutes here from Giants pregame. Tim, what do you got, Tim?
Oh, we'll say goodbye to Harmony.
Do we have to say goodbye? She's still here? Oh, I didn't even see her turn the corner. All right, Harmony, I guess we'll see you in July.
See you next time, fellas. By the way, Copes, you're not the only one with a meaty endorsement around here. I'm the official sex robot of Taco Bell. Come meet me at a local cantina and you'll live moss.
Yo quiero Taco Bell.
Thank you, Harmony. We'll see you in a couple of weeks. Why don't we put the show to bed here? Tim, you got a note to sell for us?
How about an audio one?
and beating him down a little bit.
The glove. Plug.
Yeah, it's pretty good. It's close.
I'd say it's on the same level.
Derek, note to self?
Note to self.
Note to self, tea, lemon, honey. I'll need it all tonight.
Yeah, you need it all, or I don't want to hear from you tomorrow.
Oh, God.
Note to self.
Talk to my therapist about this show.
Note to self, I'm wondering I'm looking for a tariff on the Ohtani contract. That's what I'm looking for. Do you know what I mean? That's what I'm looking for. That's going to do it for Dirty Work on a Monday afternoon. Thanks to our guests, by the way, Marcus Thompson, who stopped by from The Athletic, and Susan Slusser of the San Francisco Chronicle. If you missed any of that, all available, KNBR.com and the KNBR app. We got Giants pregame coming up here in just under a minute as Logan Webb takes on Hunter Green in a rematch of opening day. The Reds come to town at 3-7 to take on the 8-1 first place San Francisco Giants. I did see the Dodgers were losing 3-2 to the Washington Nationals. That was about a half hour ago, though. I haven't checked in on the current score. And for anybody who needs to hear it, it gets easier every day. It gets a little easier. You just got to do it every day. That's the dirty work, but it does get easier. You're listening to KNBR from San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station, Giants baseball pregame coming up in just a few minutes here on the sports leader.
I'm a fool to do your dirty work. Go, yeah. I don't want to do your dirty work no more.